Chapter 89, Prodigy Convention. Elegant cloud courtyard in the Imperial Sky City, one of the three ancient cities of the Great Zenith Domain. The Prodigy Convention, jointly organized by the City Lord Manor and the Holy Son of the Primordial Dao Holy Land Chu Yunhe, was held here. The Prodigy Convention was held every 10 years to provide the young elites of the current era a chance to interact. Those invited to this grand event were the various Holy Sons and the current elites of the Eternal Families. The distinguished convention was star-studded, but the brightest star was still the Holy Son of the Primordial Dao Holy Land, Chu Yunhe. Chu Yunhe's talent could be considered monstrous as the publicly acknowledged #1 prodigy. He had a connate Dao body and formed his own Dermic Dao. He also possessed 2 saints' bones in his body. He had once killed a profound void martial stage demon monarch when he was at the soul formation stage. He had already reached the late stage of the profound void martial stage by the age of 80. There were even rumors that no one below the tribulation realm was his match. His capabilities were considered unmatched. Moreover, he was virtuous and talented, humble as a valley, and concerned about the world. He was graceful looking and had an extraordinary aura like an immortal. He was the publicly acknowledged #1 Holy Son. Even the Holy Sons of the other Holy Lands would address him respectfully as senior brother. Therefore, in this prodigy convention, Chu Yunhe sat at the front. Next to him was the beauty of the current generation, the holy daughter of the divine pool Holy Land, Yaoshi, whose capability was only inferior to Chu Yunhe. Yaoshi had a cold personality and did not enjoy conversations. If not for her master's request, she would not even be bothered to participate in this so-called prodigy convention. She would always sit quietly in her seat and rarely speak at every convention. Not for her unrivaled looks and aura that made it impossible to ignore her existence, she would probably become invisible in such a setting. According to the custom, the main topic of the convention today was set by Yaoshi. The question she gave everyone was, why do we cultivate? It was a question she could not find a satisfactory answer for despite thinking deep into it. The immortal Dao was unpredictable and the path of cultivation was long. There had to be a lamp to guide one forward, and he had the strength to support his heart. That was the question for today. She had few desires, but she often felt lost and did not know why she cultivated. She did not know the point of following predecessors' path to the very end. She always felt lacking in drive. Humans naturally live to seek the embodiment of particular values and find the meaning of their life. Otherwise, no matter how long one lived, one would be no less different from a boulder or a plant. Yaoshi's question immediately triggered everyone's eagerness to express their views as they spoke of their thoughts. Some people strive to shine forever with the sun and moon and live as long as heaven and earth exist. Some strive to curb violence and help the weak as they travel to the ends of the earth. Some aim to defend the Tao and revive the human race. Everyone is such a hypocrite. Divine Firmament Holy Son Chen Shurji could not stand it anymore and interrupted everyone. In today's discussion, we should be sincere. We are all familiar with each other. I believe you might not even believe in whatever you spoke of helping the commoners of the world or revitalizing the human race. Since we are humans, we have our desires. I think that you all just don't dare to voice your true opinion. I Chen Shurji cultivate for fame and fortune as a man. I want my name to be known throughout history. I want everyone to know that I Chen Shurji am a great man. Brother Chen is frank and honest as expected, and I admire you. He's right. Since we're discussing the Tao, we should naturally open up our hearts and speak frankly. This is the respect we have for all the fellow cultivators present. And Holy Daughter Yaoshi, who set the question for today, said the Violet Palace Holy Son Wu Qian. Wu Qian cultivate not for longevity or fame. I'm only jealous of couples and not immortals. I cultivate to win Holy Daughter Yaoshi's heart one day. As he spoke, Wu Qian could not help but wink at Yaoshi. Everyone looked displeased when they heard that. We're here to discuss the Tao. Why are you being a hooligan here? As expected of the Violet Palace playboy, how could he say such shameless words? Shameless and despicable man, how dare you snatch my words? Damn it, this guy beat me to it. Yaoshi's eyes flashed with displeasure. She was already used to all kinds of fancy confessions, but it was too frivolous to say such things in such a convention. We wish to have free discussion, not nonsense. Please pay attention to your behavior lest you become a laughingstock and embarrass yourselves. A man put down his wine cup. He was the clear void Holy Land's Holy Son Zhou. Zhou, what do you mean by that? Wu Qian slammed the table and shouted angrily. Everyone, why don't we listen to senior brother Chu's opinion first? Someone hurriedly mediated. That's right, Senior Brother Chu, why don't you tell us the purpose of cultivation? Everyone looked at Chu Yunha. Chu Yunha sat up straight and cupped his hands slightly. His actions were elegant and appropriate. I can't represent everyone in my humble opinion. I think that we should set our morality, honor and words as the foundation of our cultivation. Morality, uphold moral conduct for the sake of the masses. Honor, strive to eliminate troubles for meritorious contributions. Words, expounding insights in speech and writing. Chu Yunha's words naturally gained many claps and praises. However, some were dazed when they heard that. His words were obscure and profound, but they sounded reasonable. Discover NW chapter SNN 0EL by com. He was indeed a talented person, even his speech was built differently. Although they did not understand much, they felt that it was impressive and gave their praise regardless. Well said. Morality, honor and words, concise yet grand. As expected of Senior Brother Chu, your thinking is levels above ours. I'm deeply impressed. There were many vassals flattering him, and many of them believed that Chu Yunha was right. Cultivation should be done to establish morality, honor and words. These three words were indeed filled with insight that was on a completely different level from what everyone had just expressed. Hearing Chu Yunha's words, Yao Shi's eyes brightened slightly. His opinion did showcase depth. However, Yao Shi kept feeling that Chu Yunha's words still seemed to scratch only the surface. Although it was reasonable, it was as if it came from those sayings her master had taught her. She understood the point, but she could not resonate with it. She could not turn it into her mental strength, which could enhance the soul. At this moment, the power of heaven and earth suddenly fluctuated. Waves of Dao fate manifested from the void, and one could vaguely see the great Dao ripples circulating. It's the power of the great Dao. Was Senior Brother Chu's words validated by the great Dao and triggered the resonance of the Heavenly Dao? Heavens, this is amazing! Everyone was shocked. However, a voice that was not deep yet powerful suddenly reverberated through the heavens and the earth. We cultivators should cultivate for heaven and earth, for the people, for the saints of the past, to continue learning for all ages, to safeguard world peace. Thump! Yao Shi was startled as she stood up abruptly. Her eyes were bright and burning as she looked into the sky. She held her breath and listened to the saint-like words with rapt attention. She was shocked. That was the meaning of open-mindedness, and what a powerful speech sounded like. It was the answer that Yao Shi could not think of herself. Of course, it was not only Yao Shi. When the voice sounded, everyone's hair stood up. It was as if something had pulled at their heartstrings and like a form of energy had poured into their spirit. For heaven and earth, for the people, for the saints of the past, to continue learning for all ages, to safeguard world peace. These 4 sentences were filled with power, resonance, and magnificence. Just hearing it made one's blood boil and their spirits lift. Who said this? It was actually so deep. Is this the Heavenly Dao's teachings? Unbelievable, this is simply too unbelievable. Everyone was struck and could not help but repeat the echoing words of wisdom. Their hearts became clearer and their souls seemed to have sublimated. Chapter 90, It's Our Fortune. Marvelous. These 4 sentences are too well said. Everyone could not help but applaud. While the previous praises for Chu Yunha were mixed with flattery, their applause was now sincere. They were inspired by the shocking words from the bottom of their souls. This is what a sacred phrase truly is. Chu Yunha was also shocked. These 4 sentences stood on a higher level than his morality, honor and words. It was more inspirational and gripped the true essence. It was no wonder that it could stir the power of heaven and earth and resonate with the great Dao. After carefully comprehending it, Chu Yunha suddenly felt as if he had received some sort of enlightenment. It was as if a form of power had escaped the shackles in his heart, while invisible energy bloomed from the depths of his soul. His aura kept rising and the spiritual energy in his body surged as his cultivation began to increase. There were actually signs of a breakthrough. Chu Yunha was startled and immediately sat on the spot to meditate, aligning his body and soul with the earth. Under the grand aspirations and wisdom contained within the sacred words, he slowly poked into the barrier of the tribulation realm. At this moment, it was not only the prodigies in the elegant cloud courtyard who were shocked by the mantra of the great Dao. The imperial sky city, the great zenith domain, and the entire immortal martial world, all the cultivators were shocked to the extreme by these 4 maxims. This was especially true for the older generation cultivators, who were filled with excitement and shock. Who said that? Could it be the mantra of the Heavenly Dao descending to educate all living beings? This should be spoken by a certain saint in the immortal realms. It's our fortune for it to be spread into the lower realm by the Heavenly Dao rankings and educate the commoners. Indeed, only a saint from the immortal realm can probably express such great things. Such a true mantra contains the power to educate the people the true meaning of insight and the magnificent will. It is unprecedented and will be spread throughout the ages. Discover dated novels on N.O.V/E/Lbin, Co. My life has no regrets now. We cultivators should treat this as our path. Can die without regrets to hear such sacred words in my life. In the primordial Dao Holy Land, the Holy Lord perfected Tian Hui suddenly opened his eyes from cultivating. They were filled with shock. What a good saying! It's my honor to hear such a true mantra as a cultivator. Inside the clear void Holy Land, perfected Tai Ching was shocked. He felt a supreme power surging through his body, causing his blood to boil. For heaven and earth, for the people, for the saints of the past to continue learning, for all ages to safeguard world peace. Each of the 4 sentences seemed to contain limitless power that poured into his soul. It made perfected Tai Ching feel that his divine sense was clearer and better than ever. It allowed his Dao heart to become as firm as a rock, as if it was supported by the truth. Thank you for your wisdom, Saint. You have enlightened me and reshaped my Dao heart. Perfected Tai Ching cupped his hands and bowed deeply to the Heavenly Dao rankings. In the elegant cloud courtyard of the Imperial Sky City, Chu Yunha's cultivation broke through to the tribulation realm in one go. In an instant, the aura of the great Dao began to converge around him. Spiritual energy airflow was like a swimming dragon that flowed along the surface of his body. It instantly attracted the attention of the people nearby. Look, did Senior Brother Chu break through? This aura is so powerful. Has he entered the tribulation realm? Everyone had just recovered from the shock of the great Dao's mantra when they fell into the shock brought by Chu Yunha. They looked at the phenomena around Chu Yunha and sensed his increasingly powerful aura. Everyone knew that Chu Yunha had broken through. He managed to break through to the tribulation realm directly from the late stage of the profound void martial stage. This was simply the second miracle they had witnessed today. Before long, the aura around Chu Yunha was rapidly restrained as he opened his eyes. The sun and moon seemed to revolve in his eyes, and stars moved within his deep and sharp gaze seemed able to pierce through the void and observe the past and the present. Congratulations, Senior Brother Chu! Everyone bowed with cupped hands, and they were filled with admiration. He had actually broken through to the tribulation realm immediately after hearing the great Dao's mantra. He was indeed the #1 prodigy in the world. Thank you, junior brothers and sisters. Chu Yunha was pleasantly surprised. He did not expect that he directly broke through to the tribulation realm under the empowerment and sublimation by the grand will of the great Dao mantra. We should thank the saint who spoke the truths of the great Dao. He has truly enlightened the commoners with limitless merit. He deserves our admiration. Chu Yunha bowed and kowtowed to the heavens in extreme piety. Although none of them had a direct cultivation breakthrough like Chu Yunha, they felt their soul had been sublimated under the baptism of the holy mantra. In everyone's heart they were naturally filled with reverence for the person who had spoken those words. Therefore they all bowed and cupped their hands together with Chu Yunha. They could not calm down from the miracle today. The Heavenly Dao sent down the mantra to guide their paths. Under the enlightenment of this mantra, Chu Yunha directly broke through to the tribulation realm. If this news were to spread, it would probably shake up the entire Great Zenith domain and spread across the world. Everyone in the Jade Pure Dao sect was shocked by Li Yu's enlightened words, and they could not calm down for a long while. Of course, what was even more shocking was that Li Yu's words had actually caused the Heavenly Dao rankings to resonate and produce such an auspicious phenomenon. Hearing such a shocking truth of the great Dao and seeing such a miraculous scene was the blessing of 3 lifetimes. It was the best gift and opportunity for them. As expected of Li Yu, no wonder he could cultivate his mortal body to a physique comparable to a god. His intelligence and wisdom are really on par with a saint. This child is indeed extraordinary. These 4 sentences are enough to spread through the world and educate everyone. It's world-shattering. Who could have imagined that Li Yu would actually be able to speak such magnificent, awe-inspiring wise words at such a young age? This is unbelievable. Heroes indeed come from the young. Li Yu is truly a peerless genius to enter such a height. Son of the Heavenly Dao, this child is definitely the son of the Heavenly Dao. He's too extraordinary. 7. My trip today was not in vain. I'm actually fortunate enough to hear the mantra of the Great Dao in person. At that moment, the way everyone looked at Li Yu had changed again. Previously, they were filled with gratitude and admiration for Li Yu because of his capability and achievements. Now they worship him from the heart. Li Yu could really be compared to a god or a saint in their eyes. To deliver the Great Dao's mantra that resonated with the Heavenly Dao was definitely a miracle. While everyone was immersed in the shock of Li Yu's mantra of the Great Dao, perfected Yu Hua, who was originally standing on the high platform, suddenly sat cross-legged on the ground. The aura around him surged and his aura rose ceaselessly. It had even triggered the heaven and earth power to form a spiritual energy vortex. The elders of the Jade Pure Dao sect were immediately pleasantly surprised. "Our sect master has broken through," Elder Taiwu exclaimed. The moment he said it, the scene was in an uproar as everyone looked at perfected Yu Hua in shock. Indeed, the phenomena around perfected Yu Hua seemed like he was about to break through. Chapter 91, Rumors Stop at Fools. This is Li Yu's mantra. It gave perfected Yu Hua a new understanding of the Great Dao. This Sten Velben, CM for new updates. That's right, this is the true mantra of the Great Dao. Just hearing it can improve one's mental state. Perfected Yu Hua took the commoners as his responsibility, and his heart was tied to the world. He had eliminated demons and defended justice, and these words of Li Yu's are the Great Dao that perfected Yu Hua pursued. As everyone had guessed, perfected Yu Hua had adhered to the orthodox path his entire life and cultivated for the sake of the world. However, there was no accurate answer as to what the so-called orthodox path was and what it meant to cultivate for the commoners of the world. He was filled with grand aspirations, but he did not know how to express them. The righteous path in his heart did not have a clear direction, and he did not know how to uphold it. Therefore, Li Yu's words touched him deeply. He felt enlightened, allowing him to instantly find his direction and transform his Dao heart. He had a deeper understanding of his own Dao and touched upon a higher meaning. Combined with the thick influence of Dao fate, perfected Yu Hua's cultivation broke through directly. He soared from the intermediate stage soul formation to the peak of the soul formation realm. Whoosh! A majestic aura erupted from perfected Yu Hua's body, and the power of heaven and earth gathered around him. 7-colored light surfaced around him like water ripples. It was almost blinding. This is profound void martial stage. The sect leaders of the various sects were shocked. The strange phenomenon on the surface of perfected Yu Hua's body was very similar to the mythical profound void martial stage. Did Li Yu's mantra allow perfected Yu Hua to break through to the profound void martial stage from the intermediate stage of the soul formation stage? Oh heavens, this is too unbelievable. Such a leap across the cultivation realm should not be possible without cultivating for 300 to 500 years. That's right, and breaking through from the soul formation stage to the profound void martial stage is not that easy. I wonder how many people have stopped at the soul formation stage their entire lives. So this is the power of the Great Dao mantra? Perfected Yu Hua just broke through the cultivation bottleneck of many years. After a moment, perfected Yu Hua suddenly opened his eyes and restrained his aura. He instantly seemed younger by more than 10 years, and his aura had undergone a tremendous change. Sect Master, have you entered the profound void martial stage? Perfected Taiwu asked impatiently. Yes. Elderly, thank you for helping me find my own Dao. Please accept my bow. Perfected Yu Hua looked at Li Yu with immense gratitude and bowed deeply. He really broke through to the profound void martial stage. How? How did perfected Yu Hua do it? The sect masters of the various sects were somewhat jealous. Although they were touched when they heard Li Yu's mantra and felt their minds empowered. However, they did not directly comprehend the Great Dao and raise their cultivation as perfected Yu Hua did. Furthermore, perfected Yu Hua had broken through to the profound void martial stage from the intermediate stage of the soul formation stage in a short while. If they did not see it with their own eyes, they would never believe that such a thing could happen. Psi comparison is so infuriating. The Jade Pure Dao sect is going to become famous across the world this time. That's right, the Great Dao's mantra emerged during the appointment ceremony for the honorary elder, so the Jade Pure Dao sect will surely become renowned and leave its glory in history. Plus, perfected Yu Hua's rise to the profound void martial stage simply raised the Jade Pure Dao sect's strength by another level. The fortune of the Jade Pure Dao sect is peaking today. Do you know what this means? As long as you're related to Liu, you can obtain great fortune and karmic luck. Now that you mention it, it does seem like it. The Heavenly Dao gave Liu an additional reward 3 times. This definitely tells you something. Liu is definitely the son of the Heavenly Dao, the Chosen One. After a long while, Liu's voice that echoed through the world slowly dissipated. At the same time, a thick golden beam of light descended from the Heavenly Dao rankings and entered Liu's body. Liu instantly glowed like a blazing sun in the sky. That figure looked even more extraordinary under the golden light. It was as if he was about to ascend to the immortal class. It was breathtaking. Bathed in the golden light, Liu felt extremely comfortable. At the same time, a will carried through divine sense sounded in his mind. You spoke the true meaning of the great Tao, enlightened countless people. You left a good name for ages, surpassed the ancient, and amazed the contemporary, attained eternal merit. Therefore you are rewarded with the limitless merit. Golden body, the heavens would bless you and auspiciousness would follow you. Ghosts would be repelled and evil would not invade your body. Liu's brows raised when he heard this voice. Holy, this is another invincible buff. After the appointment ceremony, the various sect leaders, family masters and elders greeted Liu personally to express their respect. By the side, Sumugu Yugi and the other Qingyun sect disciples had faces filled with pride. At this moment their admiration for Liu was stronger than anyone else, and it could even be described as fervent. Liu was not just powerful, he also cared about the world. He eliminated demons and upheld the Tao, accomplishing heroic deeds. Today's events corroborated everything he had done in the past. How could people not admire a person who possessed both virtue and talent, and one with matchless strength? Liu is beyond belief. He's usually casual and unrestrained. I didn't expect him to have such a profound realm of thought. It's truly admirable. Elder Nie's voice sounded in Ji Qinglan's ear. Qinglan, this Liu has an extraordinary fate. He's indeed the son of the Heavenly Dao. It's a blessing to become fellow disciples with this child. Learn more from him. In the future it will naturally be beneficial to your comprehension of the great Dao. Ji Qinglan nodded. His pride had long vanished into thin air in front of Liu. The dissatisfaction in his heart had already transformed into worship. I've had previously thought that the difference between him and Liu was only in terms of cultivation. He now realized that Liu was an expert he could never catch up to. Liu was a peerless genius like the sun, moon and stars. He was able to speak such sacred words that resonated with the grand Tao. No one in the world could compare to such an unprecedented achievement. His light was enough to illuminate the endless past and stun the present. For heaven and earth, for the people, for the saints of the past, to continue learning for all ages, to safeguard world peace. From now on, this is my path. Ji Qinglan thought to himself. A few days later, the news of Liu speaking the truth of the great Tao at the honorary elder appointment ceremony of the Jade Pure Tao sect spread like wildfire throughout the great Xia dynasty and even to the surrounding countries. Not only that, but there was also a rumor circulating in the great Zenith domain during the Prodigy Convention. The holy son of the primordial Tao, Holy Land Chu Yunha, had directly broken through into the tribulation realm from the late stage of the profound void martial stage after hearing the great Tao's mantra. Meanwhile, as the news was spread by more storytellers, it was constantly embellished, constantly subjectively transformed, and even demonized. In the end, it evolved into various bizarre versions. In a restaurant in the Huaxia continent's myriad era dynasty, a group of martial artists discussed the recent hot topic, the great Tao mantra. Third, that Chu Yunha discussed the Tao with the geniuses of the various holy lands. In the end, he spoke the truth of the Tao. What? Chu Yunha said it? Of course, apart from this publicly acknowledged number one genius, the eldest senior brother of the Tao sect, Chu Yunha, who else could speak such wise words? Asterisk. That's right, I've heard of it too. Plus, he directly attained enlightenment after saying it, and his cultivation broke through to the Mahayana realm directly. Where did you hear this rumor? I clearly heard that the great Tao mantra was said by an elder named Mingyu of the Jade Pure Tao sect. Why do I hear that he's a peerless genius of the great Xia dynasty? I think his name is Carp. They say he's the great Tao's son. He's incredible. What? I heard that a carp fish spoke in the human tongue and said the mantra. Those are all rumors. I heard that he's a holy child of the immortal domain. He came to teach the Tao in the lower realm and enlighten the commoners. What a load of nonsense. It's clearly a heavenly Tao teaching to the world. What has it got to do with any holy child or carpfish? There are really all kinds of people who actually think of taking the credit of the heavenly Tao. Chapter 92, Attack on Old Man. On the Nine-Tailed Mountain, the construction of the sect was already more than halfway completed. Numerous grand halls stood in towering buildings seen taller than the sky. For example, the installations for cultivation techniques, alchemy, weapon refinement, the Dao comprehension, and other functional buildings had already been completed. As the saying goes, clothes make the man. It was the same for this sect. It had a grand hall with carved railings and jade pavilions arched into the sky. The Qingyun sect now resembled a large sect. In addition, the Dao fate here was rich and the spirit energy was abundant. It was as if everything was plated with a layer of immortal splendor that emitted a holy glimmer. The Nine-Tailed Mountain was not tall, but its scenery was beautiful. Various rare flowers and trees were everywhere on the mountain, and many precious birds and spirit beasts resided there. Faint immortal mist lingered at the peak, causing the sect to seem even more extraordinary. The back mountain of Li Yu's residence had already become the spirit herb garden. Under Shan Ruoshui's care, the herb garden was brimming with life as it was filled with various precious spirit herbs. Mandarin, you can't eat that. Shan Ruoshui was busy in the herb garden. She rushed to the orange cat's side angrily and picked it up. You little kid, why are you getting more and more naughty by the day? Upon hearing Shan Ruoshui scolding, the orange cat shrunk its neck like a human. It stuck out its tongue and smiled fawningly. Shan Ruoshui was now friends with a group of wild cats under the nurturing of the ancient Dao fortune tree. Not only had they developed intelligence, but their bodies had also undergone changes and they had already become spiritual beings. This particular orange cat followed Shan Ruoshui every day and ate and drank in the spirit herb garden. He ate precious spirit herbs and drank Shan Ruoshui's spiritual dew and spiritual spring nurtured by her unitary heavy water. With the ancient Dao fortune tree present, the dew and spring water on the mountain contained rich spiritual energy and Dao fate. After being nurtured with the unitary heavy water, it contained rich contents and was highly beneficial. It had a great effect on watering certain special and precious spirit herbs. Hence this orange cat was becoming smarter. It could even begin to cultivate and speak human language. Shan Ruoshui taught the cats a cultivation technique as well. Of course, she got the cultivation technique from Li Yu. Everything had a spirit as long as it is guided to the right path. Demons could also cultivate into the great Dao and become immortals. Sister Ruoshui, let me have a bite of this violet sun root. I can tell you a super shocking secret about brother Li Yu. The orange cat had a sly smile on its face. Isn't it just the ancient Dao luck tree that actually came out of his feces? Shan Ruoshui was unamused. Ha? How did you know? Sahua has already used the secret to exchange for the ground coregrass from me. Ha? This stinky Sahua, how can he do this? Wait, doesn't Sahua not know how to speak with humans? Is this bad guy lying to me? Shan Ruoshui smiled and did not say a word as she placed the orange cat back on the ground. Sister Ruoshui, I was the one who told him this secret, so it counts as me who told you that, so you should reward me with a ground coregrass too, bargained the orange cat. Help me dig 100 holes obediently. If I'm happy, I might reward you with one. Shan Ruoshui said with a smile. Then she picked up the spirit herb saplings she had cultivated from the water buckets. Hee, Sister Ruoshui is the best. I'll marry you once I obtain my human form through cultivation. As the orange cat spoke, it used its furry claws to dig the hole with all its might. It created a hole in a few steps with great skill. Silly, you're a female cat. Also, how do you know about marriage? Third it from those craftsmen. They said that when they earn enough money they'll go home and find a pretty wife and have a bunch of babies. Shan Ruoshui smiled as she buried a spirit herb seedling in the ground. You'll learn more from me and our brother Li Yu. In the air, hundreds of kilometers away from the Nine-Tailed Mountain, Mo Wuhui walked in the air, each step covering dozens of kilometers. How did Li Yu cultivate his human body to a physique stronger than the ancient god body? What an unbelievable brat! When Mo Wuhui first arrived in the Great Xia dynasty today, he was baffled to see Li Yu's physique was human. Later on he found out that it was an actual human body. Moreover, it was rumored that Li Yu had even spoken the mantra of the Great Dao half a month ago. Although he was unsure if it was true, there was no doubt that this kid was a freak. It's a pity to kill such a monstrous genius. Why don't I refine him into a puppet child? As Mo Wuhui thought about this, he took another step forward and saw a bolt from the blue sky striking down. Mo Wuhui instantly reacted to dodge, but the lightning still struck him regardless. With a bang, a circle of ripples appeared. The terrifying energy toured into a shockwave that swept away the clouds in a radius of dozens of kilometers. Mo Wuhui's figure was blasted far away before he could stabilize himself. Magic power surged through his body as dark gray gas condensed into a giant skeleton phantom that enveloped his body. What is going on? Mo Wuhui frowned. I clearly dodged it earlier, so why am I still hit? Read latest chapters at n/v/e/lbi/co/m. The lightning was strange and powerful. He would feel nothing if he got struck by ordinary lightning, but the power contained in that bolt of lightning was much stronger than regular tribulation lightning. If it had been a cultivator below the profound void martial stage, the poor fellow would have disintegrated on the spot. There are no fluctuations of any array formation in the surroundings, nor do I sense any special domains or the energy of natural oddities. Mo Wuhui flew to the spot where he had just encountered the lightning. He did not sense any abnormalities, nor did he suffer more lightning attacks. Maybe I have killed too many and the Heavenly Dao has sent down the divine punishment lightning. Mo Wuhui guessed. However, he kept feeling that something was amiss, that he had a bad feeling. He could not be sure of it at the moment. Since the lightning did not appear again, he did not hesitate anymore and continued his flight. In next to no time, the nine-tailed mountain had already appeared in front of him. Mo Wuhui's figure flashed and appeared at the foot of the mountain. Then he walked along the mountain path towards the Qingyun Sect's mountain gate. He knew very well that there was no protective mountain array there. He was never a headstrong person, nor did he like to make a fuss. Anything that could be resolved silently would definitely not cause any commotion. He had once slaughtered a large sect overnight without alerting the birds on the trees. Of course, those birds were killed by him in the end. It was not until a few months later that the disciples who had returned from their missions discovered that there was no longer anyone alive in the sect. "Uncle, what's the matter?" A Qingyun Sect disciple patrolling at the mountain gate stopped Mo Wuhui and asked with a smile. Mo Wuhui had a benevolent look and a friendly smile, as if he was an old man from the nearby village, hence the disciples did not see anything suspicious about it. Furthermore, many people have come to visit the sect recently, so they were already used to it. Mo Wuhui smiled kindly, but no one noticed the cruel killing intent hidden in his eyes. He could kill indiscernibly. He did not need to touch these disciples to silently claim their lives. However, at this moment Mo Wuhui's expression switched as if he was petrified. At the same time, a bolt of lightning suddenly appeared in the sky above his head and struck his body silently. This time there were no energy ripples or sound. If not for Mo Wuhui's twitching body and muffled groans, one would even suspect that the lightning was an illusion. Those few disciples retreated in fear and ran far away. It was not that they did not have compassion, but they had heard about Gu Yugi's incident. They knew that this sudden bolt from the blue must not be touched. Or else the lightest punishment would be getting bald and not a hair would grow. The worst would be death. Chapter 93, The Son of the Heavenly Dao. Silent lightning bolts appeared in the sky like chains coiling around Mo Wuhui. It locked him in place and bombarded his body continuously. Whoa, another guy struck by lightning. Another? After a long time all the lightning disappeared instantly while Mo Wuhui collapsed on the ground with a bang. Electric arcs were dancing all over his body. He was emitting steam and his silver hair stood up. Mo Wuhui looked at the sky with the expression of someone reconsidering his life. He was absolutely shocked. He had been restrained by a mysterious power. Just now he could not move at all, and even his magic power was suppressed. His entire body was exposed to the lightning as if he was running around naked. He had been electrocuted to something crispy on the outside but tender inside. If not for his tribulation realm cultivation and the fact that he possessed the everlasting forbidden body, he would have definitely died. He had also fused with a saint bone in his body. He would probably be burnt to ashes by the terrifying power contained in the lightning. The everlasting forbidden body was an extremely unusual physique. It could be considered an undying body. There was no magic power in this world that could completely destroy this body. However, this was also a cursed body. He would never break through the tribulation realm, much less ascend to become an immortal. Those patrolling disciples crept over and took a closer look at Mo Wuhui. He's still alive. He's not even dead yet. This old uncle is not simple. But his injuries aren't light. What should we do? Go and ask our eldest senior brother. He's experienced in such matters. Eldest senior brother isn't here. He just brought senior brother G and senior brother Su to town to catch ghosts last night. He's not back yet. What do we do? Master is still in seclusion, why don't we ask senior brother Gu? He must be more experienced than us at being struck by lightning. Guyuchi was already one of the sect master's personal disciples, so these outer sect disciples had to address him respectfully as their senior brother. Discovered novels on N.O.V/E/Lbin, Co. Alright, let's bring this uncle up the mountain first and see if we can save him. A few disciples carried Mowohue as if they were carrying an explosive package, afraid that they would be implicated and struck by lightning. Therefore they practically ran all the way up the mountain. Once they arrived at the top, they could not wait to throw him onto the empty ground. One of the disciples ran to find Guyuchi. Mowohue felt depressed. He was the formidable old freak in the tribulation realm with an undying body. When had he ever been in such a sorry state? He was thrown there like a corpse. However, as soon as he arrived at the mountaintop, Mowohue sensed the dense Dao fate and a special aura that filled the air. This is the ancient Dao fortune tree. Mowohue instantly confirmed that this unique Dao fate aura belonged to the ancient Dao fortune tree. He was thrilled. The Qingyun sect actually has the ancient Dao fortune tree. No wonder a peerless prodigy like Liu could appear. And I do have an unexpected gain today. Wait for me to destroy. As he was thinking about it, another bolt of lightning appeared out of thin air. Mowohue enjoyed another round of electrocuting therapy. His entire body jerked violently as his old face was electrocuted to the point his mouth and eyes were about to fall apart and become half paralyzed. Gasp. It's a good thing we let go in time, otherwise we would have been implicated. What has this old uncle done to deserve this? This is too tragic. This time it's hopeless. The disciples who had just carried Mowohue up the mountain could not help but gasp in fear. This uncle simply has a lightning-absorbing physique. Getting hit twice in a short while is a miracle. Mowohue lay on the ground as if he had nothing left to live for. However, he finally found the reason why he was struck by lightning. As long as he thought of killing, no, to be precise, if he thinks of killing anyone from the Qingyun sect, he would be struck by lightning. Did the Qingyun sect save the universe before? Or is this sect founded by the son of the Heavenly Dao? Haven't even done anything yet, just the thought of it is enough to make me get struck by lightning. Do you have to be so protective? Mowohue was severely depressed. He had lived for tens of thousands of years, and this was the first time he experienced such a strange thing. What else can I do? This is simply against the rules. Even if he had an undying body, he could not defy the arrangements of the Heavenly Dao. Could it be because of that great Dao mantra? After Mowohue thought carefully, he suddenly thought of a possibility. When he was young, he had once heard of a legend. A good man accumulates merit and does good. The person who had the thought to harm him was struck by lightning and died. On the other hand, when Liu spoke the truth of the great Dao, it caused the Heavenly Dao to resonate with him. He was credited for educating the commoners. He might even have accumulated the highest merit. It even benefited the people around him and the entire sect. Therefore, anyone who schemed against Liu and his sect would be punished by the heavens. Although it sounded unbelievable, it was the only explanation at the moment. It can't be that Liu is really the son of the Heavenly Dao, right? Then he might just explode on the spot. As he thought of this possibility, Mowohue suddenly wanted to verify it. He had a wicked thought. I knew it. Bolts of lightning that were several times thicker than before struck down from above. A total of 5 bolts of lightning struck him. Guyuchi, who had just rushed over, felt a familiar pain when he saw this scene. It's too tragic. I was struck 3 times in a row, and this time I was struck by 5 at once. Do you think this uncle is transcending the tribulation? I remember one would encounter the baptism of the lightning tribulation once their cultivation reached the tribulation realm. No way, I heard that tribulations are all extremely cool. He looks a little miserable here. Tisk, the main problem is that he isn't dead yet. Guyuchi looked at the uncle, who was constantly struck by lightning, in surprise. Although the familiar pain made him frown, he felt relieved for some reason, as if his mind had suddenly been balanced. Compared to this old uncle, what he had encountered that day was simply child's play. The 5 silent bolts of lightning lasted for a long while before they disappeared again. This time Mowohue was electrocuted to the point the corners of his mouth were spitting white foam. The wave just now was really ferocious. It was simply countless times more powerful than before. Mowohue almost died on the spot. Indeed, I can't be stubborn. I already guessed the truth, so why should I be the one doing the experiment? MokbhaiMJ really wanted to slap himself, but his hand was a little numb. However, after the divine lightning therapy sessions, MokbhaiMJ's heart was finally clear from any killing intent. The Demon Sect could not be messed with. Who could even afford to offend Liu? He no longer had the intention to destroy the Demon Sect. His heart was almost as pure as a child's, and the heavens and earth could prove it. He only had one thought now, and it was to let the man who hired him have a taste of being struck by lightning multiple times. The more ferocious the better. However, MokbhaiMJ did not know that that fellow had already socially died on the spot. He was in a worse state than him. Chapter 94, quite the scene. It was the day of the new emperor's coronation ceremony, the Heavenly Fate celebration, their national day. After the founding emperor of the Heavenly Fate dynasty Liu Shang began the nation's prosperity, he designated his birthday as the day of the Heavenly Fate celebration and worship. Later on, new emperors that came after would also choose this auspicious day for their coronation ceremony. Liu Shang had also set a rule that every emperor would be in power for at most 3,000 years before passing the throne to the next generation. In addition, the emperor could pass the throne to the next generation at any time according to his wishes. He could retire and cultivate in peace, seeking the Dao and becoming an immortal. Today was the day of the succession of Emperor Tianyun and the coronation of the new Emperor Hengyun. The Heavenly Fate Emperor Tianyun admired Hengyun the most among all his descendants. Emperor Tianyun was in seclusion for many years. He had come to participate in the coronation today to personally crown this descendant of his. The retiring Heavenly Fate Emperor was named Liu Tianyun. He was Liu Shang's most beloved great-grandson, so Liu Shang gave the country's name to this great-grandson. Liu Tianyun did not disappoint. He became the most outstanding emperor of the Tianyun dynasty and was now standing at the peak of the world, half-step into the immortal class. The celebration on this day was unprecedented because Emperor Tianyun had personally arrived to crown the new emperor. Therefore, the various large sects, top families, and numerous hidden old monsters of the Heavenly Fate dynasty, even the sovereigns of neighboring countries, had arrived to participate in this grand ceremony. Some hoped to admire the elegant demeanor of Emperor Tianyun, while others hoped to bask in his Dao fate. Of course, some people had come solely to support Emperor Tianyun. After all, he was fully deserving of his top-notch status. They had to give him face. Emperor Tianyun was in high spirits today. Naturally, he was happy to see his country prosper and produce another peerless prodigy like Hengyun. Of course, he was even happier that it wouldn't be long before he could ascend into an immortal. Once he took the ancient god body, he could easily break the shackles on his essence soul. The consequence of cultivating the heaven-seizing Fortune Sutra, he could directly break through to the Mahayana realm and become an immortal. When he entered the immortal domain, the power of the ancient god bloodline could open up his immortal path. Under the attention of everyone, the coronation ceremony officially began. Emperor Tianyun personally placed the royal crown on the new emperor's head. The moment was divine and solemn. Millions of people worshipped, and the bells rang in unison. Colorful and auspicious lights enveloped the world, and there were even images of green dragons swimming in the sky. This was a phenomenon created with magic artifacts, and it was sensational. Everyone's gaze was focused on Emperor Tianyun and the new Emperor Hengyun. They could not take their eyes off them as they held their breaths and focused. All of a sudden, thunder rumbled in the clear sky, instantly shattering this solemn and sacred moment. At the same time, an enormous dark cloud as black as ink condensed about 10 feet above Emperor Tianyun's head. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled inside as lightning bolts fell one after another, striking the top of Emperor Tianyun's head. It was like a Tesla coil releasing electricity. Ha! The sudden appearance of this strange phenomenon filled everyone with surprise, while strange expressions appeared. Such a phenomenon was inauspicious. Dark clouds looming and lightning striking from a clear sky was a major ominous sign. Moreover, the dark cloud seemed stuck above Emperor Tianyun's head, and he could not dodge it at all. It specifically struck him. What wicked stuff did he do to be punished by the heavens? Someone thought. At that moment, Emperor Tianyun was breaking down on the inside. At such a glorious moment, such a strange and humiliating incident happened. It was simply too embarrassing. What made it worse was that he could not dispel the dark clouds with his own power, nor could he dodge the lightning. Although the lightning discharged by the dark clouds was harmless to him and did not deal much physical damage, it was extremely insulting. Discover W Stories on no/e/lbin.com. This was the joyous occasion of the Heavenly Fate dynasty's national day, and it was also the holy moment for him to crown the new emperor. Under the gazes of everyone he was continuously chased by the ominous dark clouds and struck by its lightning. It was the same as being nailed to the pillar of humiliation in public and getting whipped repeatedly. I still want my face. This will make me the laughingstock of the world. Even Emperor Tianyun could not calm down at this moment. The main reason was that the dark clouds were too strange. I'm not a jinx, so why is there an ominous sign above my head? Did something happen, or is this a premonition? Is this the wrath of heaven? Did Emperor Tianyun do something bad? How much evil has he done for such a scene? This isn't a good sign. The instant the new emperor succeeded the throne, such an inauspicious thing happened. Is this a sign that the fortunes of the Heavenly Fate dynasty are over, or that Emperor Hengyun is not fit to be the emperor? This Heavenly Fate celebration has become the bad luck celebration. The world is about to change. Everyone was too stunned to speak, but they only thought about it. No one dared to voice it. After all, the Heavenly Fate Emperor was no ordinary person. How would they dare to casually discuss him here? Inside the Qingyun sect, Mo Wuhui lay on the ground with his body smoking. The smell of roasted meat lingered in the air, causing a few disciples to gulp. Before long, a group of Qingyun sect disciples gathered around as if they were observing a rare animal. Some daring guys even took out magic treasures that could record images to take pictures with him. Some even regretted not recording the shocking moment when he was struck by lightning. Mo Wuhui really wanted to suck their vitality dry. And then there was another round of electroshock therapy. Damn, he's hit again. This is shocking. Spectacular scenes. I've successfully recorded it down. This old uncle is too tough. He's still alive. Hey! Look! He's crying. How pitiful. I can't bear to watch this any longer. Senior brother, why don't we give him a quick death? Otherwise, being struck repeatedly will be worse than death. You're very right. Look at his expression. It's worse than a dead person. I think he must really want to die now. Mo Wuhui slowly closed his eyes and shut off his five senses. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would not be able to control himself. There was no thought, no evil, no joy, no sorrow, no love, nothing. After adjusting on the spot for a long time, Mo Wuhui felt that his mind had become clear again and his bodily functions had more or less recovered. He opened his eyes again and looked at the sympathetic Gu Yuqi. After that, he waved his hand, grabbed Gu Yugi and sped off. He was so quick that he practically disappeared from the eyes of all the disciples. Before everyone could react, Mo Wuhui had already rushed out of the Qingyun sect's mountain gate before escaping into the distance with Gu Yugi in his hand. However, after running for more than 5 kilometers, Mo Wuhui was struck by another instant lightning bolt. At the same time, a meteorite fell from the sky and crashed down. Crash! A big hole dozens of meters wide appeared in the ground. The terrifying shockwave snapped the surrounding trees while dust and air rushed into the sky, surging into the distance. What the? A meteorite? Liu, who was flying over on his flood dragon, happened to witness the meteorite falling from the sky and smashing into the mountain range in the distance. A stone from beyond the heavens must be something special. At Liu's side, Ji Qinglan had a look of surprise too. Chapter 95, This is the Sword God. Liu rode the purple lightning flood dragon to the top of the meteorite crater and peeked inside curiously. At the moment, the meteorite had already shattered into countless pieces. Its surface was scarlet red while the insides were charred black. Meanwhile, 2 people were lying in the middle of the countless meteorite fragments. Gu Yuqi? Liu's pupils constricted and he was surprised. Why is Gu Yugi here? Who is the old man beside him? But as usual, this guy's luck is really superb. First he got struck by lightning and now he got hit by a meteorite. Is there another natural oddity this time? As Liu thought about that, the mission panel for the collection of natural oddities suddenly popped up, showing the discovery of the Sun Eternal Gold. Holy shit, there really is a natural oddity, just wow. Liu was really stunned. Gu Yugi's luck was invincible indeed, though it could not be expressed in a few words. Liu quickly rode his flood dragon to the crater and let Su Mu and Ji Qinglan check on Gu Yuqi's injuries. He followed the system's directions and found a piece of metal among the meteorite. These rocks are hot, but they can't hurt Yuqi. It's this old fellow. Elder Nye's voice sounded in Ji Qinglan's ear with slight surprise. Elder Nya recognized Mo. This fellow was a cultivator in the same generation as him, but he was not a righteous person. CHCK for it was Terais on no/v/l/bin, C0m. The two of them had fought before. Mo's fearsome everlasting forbidden body had once given him a headache. However, he would forever be stuck in the tribulation realm due to his physique. It could not enter the Mahayana realm, but it could not be killed. Qinglan, get away from this old man! Elder Nya exclaimed. Ji Qinglan immediately jumped out of the crater with Su Mu and Gu Yugi. Elder Nya, who is that old man? Ji Qinglan understood the meaning in Elder Nya's words. This person was definitely not ordinary and might not even be a good person. Elder Nya told Ji Qinglan about Mo's identity. Ji Qinglan's expression changed and he hurriedly shouted, "Senior brother, come out quickly. That old man is from the demonic path." Hearing Ji Qinglan's words, Li Yu's furrowed his brows. Demonic path? Li Yu instantly understood that the old man was here for the ancient god body. Gu Yuchi had recovered. He looked at the meteorite crater and the old man in front of him with an ugly expression. Fear lingered in his heart. Junior brother, what happened? Li Yu came to Gu Yu's side and asked him. Gu Yuchi roughly told him the incident. They're really coming for you. Li Yu drew his sword. Senior brother, Elder Nya told me that his name is Mo. He's an expert from his generation and probably has already lived for tens of thousands of years with the everlasting forbidden body. He's undying and indestructible. He's impossible to kill, plus his cultivation is at least at the peak of the tribulation realm. Can you defeat him? Ji Qinglan asked nervously. He knew that Li Yu was powerful enough to kill a profound void martial stage cultivator. Yet he did not know the extent of Li Yu's power. Could he defeat this old monster who had lived for tens of thousands of years and had at least the strength peak tribulation realm? Mo might have many trump cards as well as an indestructible body. Undying and indestructible? Then I'll make sure he's destroyed today. Li Yu remarked coldly before walking towards Mo. At this moment Mo had already recovered. He almost shut off mentally. Not to mention getting struck by lightning. Now even a meteorite was arranged for me. Even if Li Yu is really the son of the heavens, you don't have to be so protective of him. It's too much. When Mo saw Li Yu, he finally understood why he was struck by lightning. It was as he had guessed. This boy did have a rich auspicious aura on him. He's clearly a guy blessed with merit. Whoever provoked them would become unlucky. You are Li Yu? Mo looked at Li Yu and revealed a benevolent smile. Yep. Li Yu's voice was powerful and resonating. Ear Yule. Mo cupped his hands and immediately turned to run. What else could he do? He had already endured enough lightning strikes today. Even a meteorite had fallen. If he continued to play with Li Yu, the Heavenly Dao would probably erase him. Since I can't win this fight, I better run. Since you're here, why would you leave? Li Yu raised his sword and slashed it through the sky. Swoosh! Mo's body was sliced in half as fresh blood stained the air. Holy shit! Ji Qinglan's eyes widened. He had blurted out the exclamation, heavily influenced by Li Yu. Although he did not know if Mo was dead or not, he was the super expert at the peak tribulation realm that Elder Nya mentioned. He was someone that gave even Elder Nya a headache back in the day. At the moment he seemed as fragile as a carrot sliced in half by Li Yu's casual strike. Ji Qinglan had heard that Li Yu had once killed the demon child with a single strike and Crimson Dragon King with a single strike, but he had never seen it with his own eyes. Today he could finally marvel at it. That's the tribulation realm. Just how powerful is Li Yu? The person who was more shocked at the moment was not Ji Qinglan but Elder Nya, the Sword Immortal. This slash, how did he do it? This was the first time Elder Nya had seen Li Yu attack. This strike did not have any magic power fluctuations or traces of a spell. It was just an ordinary strike. The Mo who used to give him a huge headache in the past was sliced into two just like that. Is this the highest realm to see mountains as mountains, then mountains are not mountains, and then again mountains were mountains? The pinnacle of the Sword Dao transformed the complex into the simple and it returned to its purest state. What seemed like an ordinary strike was the pinnacle of the Sword Dao. It could cleave through the world and all techniques. I Nyangan have cultivated the sword Dao my entire life. I used the sword to seek the Dao and ascended to the 9 heavens immortal realm. I self-proclaimed to be a sword immortal and pursued the highest attainments in the sword Dao. Although I died regretfully midway, I once believed that my talent in the sword Dao was unmatched. However, compared to Liu today, my attainments in the sword Dao are simply superficial. He is the real sword immortal, no the sword god. Only a sword god could have such pinnacle attainments in the sword Dao. Elder Nya was awestruck, but he was also glad. It was a great opportunity given to him by the heavens, as he was lucky enough to encounter a sword god expert after his remnant soul's return. If he could obtain Liu's guidance in the future, he might improve his comprehension of the sword Dao. Once he could reconstruct his body, he might have the chance to attain a higher sword Dao realm. At this moment Mo was utterly shocked. This kid isn't human at all. The power of that slash was even more terrifying than the heavenly might. He had lived for tens of thousands of years, killed countless people and been attacked by many people. However, no one could give him such a terrifying feeling. Even a peak Mahayana realm expert was not as terrifying as Liu. This kid was not human at all. Mo Wuhui's everlasting forbidden body might not be the most powerful physique in the world. However, after tens of thousands of years of cultivation, his physical body became so tough that even an immortal artifact could not harm him at all. Moreover, he had fused with a saint bone. Even a Mahayana realm expert should find it difficult to split him into two with a single strike. Run! If he had fled earlier because he was afraid of the Heavenly Dao, then now it was because he was frightened of Liu. Liu was much more terrifying than the Heavenly Dao. Thick gray gas gushed out of his body, carrying the two halves of his body as he fled into the distance. However, Liu slashed again with this strike. Space was directly divided into two. The two parts of Mo Wuhui's body exploded into powder. Finally, it was devoured by the cracked spatial rift. Sirius strikes space burial. Chapter 96, The Heavenly Fate Emperors Shut In. The undying body was really destroyed. Ji Qinglan looked at the collapsed space that slowly returned to normal with his mouth agape. Suddenly he felt lightheaded. Liu must be invincible in the world. A single sword strike from him could shatter the heavens and the earth and overwhelm all techniques. Liu is definitely a sword god. Elder Nya was so excited that his remnant soul was trembling, causing his reverse scale immortal sword to emit sword hums. This was the strongest sword Dao he pursued. This was the true might of the sword god. I want him to be my master. Junior brother, are you alright? After killing Mo Wuhui, Liu asked Gu Yugi. The force of the meteorite earlier was not small. Gu Yugi would probably be bedridden for a long while again if Mo Wuhui hadn't taken most of the damage. This fellow's luck was indescribably wonderful. After Gu Yuchi was struck by lightning, the natural oddity True Essence Divine Thunder appeared. After he was struck by a meteorite, the natural oddity Sun Immortal Gold appeared. This guy should be the legendary benefit from a disaster type. Gu Yuchi only returned to his senses after hearing Liu's concern. He did not expect Liu to be so ridiculously powerful that he could shatter the void with a single strike. It was no wonder that he was not afraid of the Heavenly Fate Emperor. With such strength, even if the Heavenly Fate Emperor came, he would probably get beheaded. This way Gu Yuchi felt more at ease. The Qingyun sect was safer than those holy lands. But senior brother, I'm not the jinx, am I? I got hit by lightning previously, and this time I got smashed by a meteorite. Fortunately, I was abducted by that old man, otherwise I'm afraid I would have implicated the sect. Gu Yuchi suddenly felt a little down. If the first lightning strike was a coincidence, there had to be a reason why he was hit by a meteorite this time. There was probably no other person in the world as unlucky as him. Junior brother, don't be so pessimistic. You are destined to be an extraordinary person. These setbacks are only a test from the heavens. There is a saying, when heaven is about to confer a great responsibility on man, it will first fill his heart with suffering, toil his sinews and bones, expose his body to hunger, subject him to extreme poverty, and confound his journey with setbacks and troubles so as to stimulate his alertness, toughen his nature, eventually bridging his incompetence gap and prepare him for the duty. Boom! As soon as Liu finished speaking, the heavens and the earth shook. The Heavenly Dao rankings flourished with golden light again. Countless light rays shone down as dense Dao fate gathered from all directions. Auspicious clouds condensed in the sky. The familiar scene made Ji Qinglan, Gu Yugi and Sumu widen their eyes. A true mantra of the great Dao. Senior brother has actually said another mantra of the Great Dao. Indeed, Li Yu's words appeared on the Heavenly Dao rankings and Li Yu's voice reverberated through the world again. When heaven is about to confer a great responsibility on man. Li Yu looked at the Heavenly Dao rankings and nodded to himself. I knew it, those wise words from those sages in my previous life can really become the Great Dao mantras in this world. Actually, Li Yu did not want to pretend to be a saint in front of his junior brothers. He did not like to be a copier who used poems from his previous life to pretend to be a scholar and a big shot in this world. He heard from Guyuchi that Mokuhei had been struck by lightning and that Mokuhei had been brought into the sect, yet he did not harm anyone and only carried Guyuchi away. Judging from that, he guessed it was probably the effect of his limitless merit golden body. He was immune to all evil. If he had not obtained this limitless merit golden body and benefited everyone in the sect, his sect would probably be in danger. Therefore, Li Yu felt that he needed to farm more merit points for the sect's safety. In the future, if anyone schemed against his sect, he would directly subdue them to death with mere merit. The Heavenly Fate dynasty's coronation ceremony was forced to halt because of the strange dark clouds and lightning persisting above Emperor Tianyun. Out of consideration for the country's future fortunes, Emperor Tianyun decided to postpone the coronation. However, just as the Heavenly Fate Emperor was about to leave the scene of the grand ceremony, the Heavenly Dao rankings suddenly flourished with dazzling golden glows as a voice reverberated through the heavens and earth. When heaven is about to confer a great responsibility on man. This is the mantra of the Great Dao. Another Great Dao mantra. Everyone looked at the golden words condensed on the Heavenly Dao rankings in midair in surprise while a voice reverberated through the world. The voice was the same as the last time. However, almost as soon as this voice sounded, the dark clouds above Emperor Tianyun's head more than doubled in size. The lightning bolts got even more ferocious as they bombarded his head. Even though he used his magic power to protect his body, he found it difficult to withstand it. Emperor Tianyun was depressed looking at the strange gazes of the surrounding people. He wanted nothing more than to find a hole in the ground to crawl into, so he immediately flew off. After returning to the manor, he entered seclusion and shut himself inside. At this point, the highly anticipated Heavenly Fate's celebration and coronation ceremony officially fell apart. Qingyun sect. Be my disciple? No, please stop joking, I don't accept disciples. When he heard that Elder Nya wanted to become his disciple, Li Yu was surprised and hurriedly waved his hand to refuse. Take in a disciple? Are you serious? An old antique from tens of thousands of years ago becoming my disciple? I don't like archaeology. I'm not gonna become his master. More importantly, he had nothing to teach Elder Nya. Cultivator Li, it's fine even if you don't accept me. In that case, can you give me some guidance on my sword Dao? I will definitely be grateful and do anything to repay your kindness. Elder Nya pleaded earnestly. The remnant soul phantom had already knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Ji Qinglan was surprised by this scene. He did not expect that the mighty Elder Nya, former sword immortal, would actually bow to Li Yu. It was apparent that Li Yu had blown Elder Nya's mind 7 sit envelop/n, c/m for L test vels. Well, for the sake of seeking the Great Dao, Elder Nya is humble enough to put down all his past glories to seek knowledge from Li Yu. He's really worth learning from. Ji Qinglan thought to himself. Li Yu felt his head aching. Elder Nya was clearly serious. If he could not make Elder Nya give up on the idea today, he would probably keep pestering him in the future. How about I help this remnant soul find peace and leave, with 1/? Li Yu pondered for a moment and thought of an excuse. Finally he sighed and responded, Elder Nya, it's not that I don't wish to teach you, nor do I want to discourage you, but to be honest, my sword Dao is innately formed. I don't need to cultivate it, as the power of my sword is already very powerful. I don't know why too, perhaps it's talent can't be taught after all. Elder Nya was stunned by Li Yu's words and looked at him in surprise. Li Yu seemed sincere and seemed to be telling the truth. Since he was born that way, he did not need to cultivate, he was born with such power. Is this really talent? He's born a sword god, born extraordinary. Elder Nya remained kneeling on the ground, unable to calm down for a long time. Elder Nya, you may return. Li Yu waved his hand. Elder Nya was dazed as he nodded in disappointment. He did not say anything else and transformed into a wisp of light that flew back into the reverse scale sword. Senior brother, sorry for disturbing you. Ji Qinglun cupped his hands and left. Chapter 97, Lingtian Mystic Realm. Time slipped by and another month and a half passed. In the blink of an eye the Lingtian Mystic Realm was about to open. The elders of the Clear Void Holy Land headed to the various countries of the North region to select suitable candidates to enter the Lingtian Mystic Realm. Our Shu family has 3 spots this time. Your 5th uncle and 6th uncle will bring you there. In the Prime Minister's estate, Zhu Hongyuan placed the 3 tokens on the desk and announced in a low voice. Yes, father. Zhu Xiaotian cupped his hands, his gaze was firm and burning. The Lingtian Mystic Realm he had long awaited for was close to opening. He finally had the chance to enter the Lingtian Mystic Realm in this life. Zhu Xiaotian had been in seclusion and focused on cultivation. During this period his cultivation had already stabilized at the Golden Core realm and his strength had improved significantly. Ever since the Divine Weapon rankings was announced he had suffered a huge blow. He reflected deeply on himself. He realized that he had put too much thought into his calculations. He had also focused too much on the Heavenly Dao rankings and the rewards. In the end it was all for naught for Zhu Xiaotian. Instead he got overtaken consecutively and his ranking fell further and further. Therefore, after reflecting on his pain, he felt he should place his focus on cultivation and secretly make the best preparations for the opening of the Lingtian Mystic Realm. In his previous life, due to the civil war in the Great Xiao dynasty, the resources and financial resources controlled by the family were basically spent on the war. As a result, he could not obtain a spot from the Clear Void Holy Land and he missed the chance to enter the Lingtian Mystic Realm and encounter opportunities. The method to enter the Lingtian Mystic Realm had always been in the hands of the few Holy Lands. In the beginning only a selected few from those Holy Lands had the qualifications to enter the Lingtian Mystic Realm. CHCK for was tirais on no/v/l/bin, C0m. If not for the recent 1,000 years when the human race had declined while demons became rampant, the Holy Lands would probably remain firmly in control of the Lingtian Mystic Realm and would not be open to the cultivators of the northern domain. His Zhu family was powerful and wealthy, successfully acquiring 3 spots from the Clear Void Holy Land's elder in this life. The vacancies available for the countries of the northern region to enter the Lingtian Mystic Realm were controlled by the Clear Void Holy Land. Every time before the Lingtian Mystic Realm opened, the Clear Void Holy Land would send various elders to each country to select suitable candidates. There was only a rough framework for how the selection would be conducted. The candidates must not be older than 200 years and their cultivation must not be lower than the Golden Core or Aureate Body realm. Under this framework, whoever could obtain these spots would depend on the subjective opinion of the elder in charge of the selection. Sects like the Jade Pure Dao Sect and the Great Sky Dao Sect, part of the Huaxia Continent's Sect Alliance, had fixed allocated spots. The remaining spots would have to be bought. Although the Clear Void Holy Land did not state the price clearly and sell openly, the various large family clans and factions knew what to do. The Clear Void Holy Land also turned a blind eye to such prevalence. After all, the wealth obtained from the tickets was a part of the Clear Void Holy Lane's financial income, so why not? The world was unfair to begin with. Strength and background meant more opportunities. Furthermore, the Lingtian Mystic Realm was extremely dangerous. If an ordinary person's cultivation was too low and did not have any background, even if he were to enter, he would be seeking death. As for cultivators from ordinary families, if they did not enter the various large sects, they were likely people with ordinary potential. Therefore, the fact that a family clan could spend money to buy a spot meant that they had sufficient capability. The disciples and experts nurtured by those powerful families had a higher chance of survival in the mystic realm. They had a greater chance of snatching the opportunities they deserved. At the same time, within the Qingyun sect, Liu arrived in Li Qingyun's room and asked about the Lingtian mystic realm. This moment he discovered that the Qingxing ancient emperor's mission related to Yi Qiu was about to begin. The mission details instructed him to enter the Lingtian mystic realm. Now that you mention it, I remember something. Judging from the time the Lingtian mystic realm is about to open, replied Li Qingyun. The Lingtian mystic realm opened every 50 years. This year was the year it opened again. Dad, how can I obtain the spot to enter the Lingtian mystic realm? Li Yu asked. Use your fist, laughed Li Qingyun. Li Yu was slightly surprised while Li Qingyun gave him a simple explanation. It's the same old practice no matter which place I'm in. Li Yu did not find it strange at all. However, according to his father, it actually made obtaining the spot simpler. Right then Elder Taiwu's voice sounded from the Sky Sect Masterly Elderly Taiwu of the Jade Pure Dao Sect requests an audience. Perfected Taiwu is here? Maybe it's for the Lingtian Mystic Realm? Li Yu guessed and immediately flew out of the hall with Li Qingyun. Li Qingyun opened the array formation passageway and invited Perfected Taiwu to the main hall of the sect. As Li Yu had guessed, Perfected Taiwu was undoubtedly here because of the Lingtian Mystic Realm. Elderly, the Lingtian Mystic Realm is about to open. This is the token to enter the Lingtian Mystic Realm. The sect master has saved a spot for you. Perfected Taiwu handed a token to Li Yu. Please thank the sect master for me. Li Yu cupped his hands and took the token without hesitation. Perfected Taiwu, which elder from the Clear Void Holy Land is in charge of the Great Xia Dynasty's quota this time? Li Qingyun asked. Elder Kefa, replied Perfected Taiwu. Aisin, do you know where he is now? Li Qingyun asked. He's in our Jade Pure Dao sect. Alright, Perfected Taiwu, can you bring me to see Elder Kefa? I would like to fight for a few spots for my Qingyun sect too. Li Qingyun smiled. You can, but... Sect Masterly, to be honest, my sect master has already asked for spots for your Qingyun sect. However, you should know that Elder Kefa's attitude is very harsh. He must still be brooding over the matter. Back then the spot this time was reluctantly given to Elderly because he was the person who spoke the truth of the Great Dao. So, Perfected Taiwu, please lead the way, I'll deal with the rest myself. Li Qingyun assured. Well, alright. Perfected Taiwu could not refuse. He brought Li Qingyun and Li Yu to the Jade Pure Dao sect and saw Elder Kefa drinking tea and chatting with Perfected Yu Hua. Seeing Li Qingyun arrive, Elder Kefa's face darkened, but he did not say anything. His gaze shifted from Li Qingyun to Li Yu and his eyes couldn't help but light up as he sized him up. As expected of the person who spoke the mantras, Li Yu does look extraordinary and dazzling, just like his father in the past. He had heard various rumors regarding the Great Dao mantra. He did not expect to hear the shocking truth from Perfected Yu Hua. At the same time, he felt bitter and complicated. There was only one reason: Li Qingyun. If Li Yu was not Li Qingyun's son, he would definitely favor Li Yu, like how he would pamper his grandson. After all, this was someone who had spoken the mantras of the Great Dao. Li Yu was a saint in the hearts of many cultivators. Their Holy Lord had already engraved those wise words on the Holy Land's ancient monument as the sacred teachings of the Holy Land for all disciples to adhere to. At the same time, it would teach the later generations. However, life can be a drama. The words of the saint in their hearts were actually spoken by the son of their enemy. He can only comment that destiny makes fools of people. Chapter 98. Are you and your son bandits? Long time no see, Elder Kefa. Li Qingyun cupped his hands and greeted him with a faint smile. Elder Kefa looked at Li Qingyun coldly. If you're here for the allocations for the Lingtian Mystic Realm, then we have nothing to talk about. I won't give anyone else a spot in your sect other than Li Yu. Are you deliberately targeting me? Li Qingyun sneered. So what? Giving your sect a spot is already the greatest kindness our Clear Void Holy Land can offer. If not for Li Yu's meritorious service to the world, your sect might not even be allocated a spot. Elder Kefa snapped him politely. He was no longer fearful of Li Qingyun. At present, his cultivation had already reached the intermediate stage of the profound void martial stage, and he had a puppet divine general with the strength of the tribulation realm standing behind him. This puppet divine general was the powerful treasure he had obtained from the Lingtian mystic realm. It was a magic treasure he cherished and took pride in. He named it Fake, reversing the two words in his Dao name Kefa. Since you're so tactless, don't blame me for being merciless. Li Qingyun's expression turned cold as a powerful aura spread. Li Qingyun's current level had already recovered to around 90% of his peak state. His cultivation had also recovered to the initial stage of the profound void martial stage. Coupled with the capacity of the three powerful bloodlines, the two saint bones in his body, and the various immortal spells and divine powers he possessed, he could defeat anyone below the tribulation realm. He was not afraid even when facing the puppet divine general, not to mention that Li Yu was beside him. Swoosh! Sensing the killing intent emitted by Li Qingyun, the puppet divine general Fake seemed to have teleported as it instantly blocked in front of Elder Kefa. Its pupils turned ferocious and cold while his aura surged. Li Qingyun, I advise you not to invite ridicule wherever you came from. That's where you should go, even if I face your old self. This old man. Crack. Before Elder Kuffa could finish his sentence, the puppet divine general in front of him fake was split into two by a sharp blade from head to toe. The owner of that sword was Li Yu. The second half of Elder Kuffa's sentence was stuck in his throat. The shock was written all over Elder Kuffa's face as he looked at the puppet divine general that had been sliced in half with trembling eyes. As if his heart had been sliced into half, he shouted in pain, "My fake! Elder, speak properly and don't curse," ridiculed Li Yu as he put away his sword. "My FAQ? How about FAQ? Hey kid, can you stop stealing my limelight all the time?" Li Qingyun pretended to be angry, but his eyes seemed to say he had done an excellent job. "My bad, Dad, I can't help it. Who knew that this thing would be so fragile?" Li Yu's comments infuriated Elder Kuffa, but he did not dare to flare up. "My tribulation stage puppet divine general got split into two with one slash. Li Yu's strength is simply freakish. No wonder Gu Yugi could only be ranked behind him. No wonder perfected Yu Hua mentioned that his capability was unfathomable. That strike just stunned my mother and me for 10,000 years. Even perfected Yu Hua and perfected Tai Wu refreshed their understanding of Li Yu again. Where was the limit of this kid's ability?" "Elder Kuffa, let's cut the crap. I only want to ask if you want me to bring your head to perfected Taijing to ask for the spots, or are you sensible enough to allocate our Qingyun sect 10 spots? I'll pretend that this never happened today." Li Qingyun looked at Elder Kuffa again and asked coldly. Li Qingyun had more confidence now. With his invincible son backing him, what was there to be afraid of in this world? He did not find it embarrassing to rely on his son for support. Every dog has its day, ahem. I meant that people respect the son due to his father's reputation in the first 30 years, and people respect the father due to his son's capability in the next 30 years. Now that my son has swept through the current generation alone, I didn't live in vain as a father. Whoever had the bigger fist was in the right. Rules were set by those in power, and there was no fairness to speak of. Elder Kuffa was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. "You killed my puppet divine general, and you still have the cheek to say that today's incident never happened? How easy for you to even ask for 10 spots. Even the Jade Pure Dao sect only has 1 token allocated. Are you and your son bandits?" Looking at Li Yu and Li Qingyun, Elder Kuffa cursed in his heart. Only at the end he barked, You want to become enemies with our clear void holy land? We were arch enemies to begin with. Don't you remember that I killed many of your elders back then? It doesn't matter if you'll add to the tally. If perfected Tai Ching wants to take revenge on me, it'll save me the trouble of knocking on his door myself." Li Qingyun flipped his right hand as he spoke, and the dragon-slaying sword appeared in his hand. It immediately let out a sword hum that sounded like a dragon's roar. Elder Kuffa's heart palpitated. This dragon-slaying sword was once like a tom in his back. It had made him uneasy for many years, and it had already become a conditioned reflex. After some time, the satisfied Li Qingyun and Li Yu left the Jade Pure Dao sect with 10 tokens. The Lingtian Mystic Realm would open in 10 days. On that occasion, nearly 10,000 people in the entire Huaxia continent would gather at the Clear Void Holy Land. They would enter the Lingtian Mystic Realm through the teleportation array in the Clear Void Holy Land. At the same time, others in the Great Zenith Domain would enter the Lingtian Mystic Realm through the teleportation arrays controlled by the various Holy Lands. In the past 1,000 years, every time the Lingtian Mystic Realm opened, more than 100,000 cultivators would enter to explore a world where opportunities and danger coexisted. On their way back home, Li Qingyun illustrated the Lingtian Mystic Realm to Li Yu, even though he did not know much about this mysterious world. There were many signs to prove it was an abandoned world, and it was said to be a dilapidated ancient immortal realm. However, no one really understood this place since its discovery over 100 years ago. And no one could figure out how big this world was or what it was like. It was like a kaleidoscope world that was different every time one entered. Although an area was fixed, many places would become completely different, like a new world. Furthermore, there were many independent spaces in this Lingtian Mystic Realm coexisting. Some were small worlds. Not just that, it said that the virtual sky mystic realm that the demon race and the fiend sects control should be a part of the ancient immortal realm. For some reason, the two worlds are separated in different spaces. No one knows if the two worlds will fuse together again one day, Li Qingyun described. Li Yu listened with relish. He was interested in such a mysterious world. CHCK for he was Tirais on no/v/l/bin, C0M. Oh, by the way, there is a Dao-seeking tower in the heavenly pivot domain, meaning the fixed area. It's a suitable place to bring disciples to gain experience. The Dao-seeking tower had 9 floors and every level had a small world. There were phantom beasts and the projection of the person who had previously challenged this floor. After entering, challengers would have to defeat all their enemies on the floor to simulate an actual life and death battling experience. If they were defeated inside, they would not actually die. It was an excellent place for fighting training. Through battles that pushed challengers to the extreme, they might surpass themselves and better comprehend the great Tao. It was helpful to improve one's cultivation and strength. Furthermore, as long as one completed the first floor's challenge, he would obtain the corresponding rewards according to his completion level. It was somewhat similar to the Heavenly Dao rankings. Back then I could only reach the 7th level and obtain a drop of blood essence from a rock, a divine beast. Dao-seeking tower? Not bad, not bad. Liu rubbed his chin. It would be great if he could get this building to the Qingyun sect to train his disciples. In the Gaoli kingdom, a secret manor in the northern region of the Huaxia continent, a man sat in a kiosk with a lazy expression, leisurely watching a few charming women singing and dancing in front of him. Beside him sat a ferocious monster that had the form of a tiger with wings on its back and 4 horns on its head. Sect Master, this is the token that me Daoha and Ziging have prepared for you. There's a total of 100 pieces. An elder with white hair and a child's look, wearing a woven rush raincoat, stood behind the man and reported respectfully. If Elder Kafa was here, he would definitely recognize that this old man was Elder Wu Ming from their Clear Void Holy Land. He was also in charge of selecting candidates for the Gaoli dynasty to enter the Lingtian mystic realm. The man waved his hand and those 100 tokens flew into his hand and disappeared. "Mem, you may leave." The man waved his hand casually without looking back. The elder bowed again, then put on a specially designed mask and left respectfully. After Liu and Li Qingyun returned to the Qingyun sect, they called for Wuchang Tang Chi Ichou Gu Yugi Ji Qinglan Sumu Ji Wanjia Lu Yumingchen Xiagi Tanglinger in Meng Suiji. Liu and Li Qingyun had decided on the disciples who would enter the Lingtian mystic realm this time. Including the token given by the Jade Pure Dao sect, the Qingyun sect had a grand total of 11 pieces. Liu could bring those 10 geniuses into the Lingtian mystic realm. Wu Chang could directly fuse with one of them and enter the Lingtian mystic realm together. According to Li Qingyun, Wu Chang might find better profound fire or even true fire in the Lingtian mystic realm that could help Wu Chang better his cultivation and strength. Liu decided to bring Ji Wanjie along as he wanted to test Ji Wanjie's capabilities. If he brought him to the dangerous Lingtian mystic realm, he could help deal with some monsters and help out. He could prevent himself from doing everything himself. Furthermore, after this period of observation, Ji Wanjie did not show any abnormalities, so Liu could relax. In addition, he had the powerful protective umbrella of the limitless merit golden body. He was not afraid if Ji Wanjie's demonic nature was unleashed and attacked the people around him. After all, if his body can restrain an old monster as powerful as Mo Wuhue, there should be no problem dealing with Ji Wanjie. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You must seize this opportunity to properly train and grow. I'll wait for your return after a rewarding journey. Li Qingyun surveyed the 10 disciples and encouraged them with a smile. Suddenly the power of heaven and earth fluctuated violently and resonant voices sounded out in the sky. A commotion broke out among the disciples. Liu walked out of the hall and noticed that the Heavenly Dao rankings in the sky had paraded with golden light again. Immediately 2 new rankings appeared, the Human Sons of Heaven rankings and the Demon Sons of Heaven rankings. Chapter 99, 100 and Liu. CHCK for EOSTERIZE on no/v/l/bin, C0m. After the new rankings surfaced, a few rows of clear gilded words condensed below. On the Human Sons of Heaven rankings, human elites below the age of 200 could enter the rankings. Demons below the age of 500 could enter the Demon Sons of Heaven rankings. The 2 rankings were based on the power level and potential of the various geniuses. They were ranked from low to high, and each person could obtain the Heavenly Dao reward by entering the top 100. The rankings were refreshed every day and the rewards were distributed once every year. It's suddenly gone from the country rankings to the global rankings. I suspect that the Heavenly Dao rankings are stirring up trouble, but I don't have any evidence. Liu joked with a smile. Amid the upcoming opening of the Lingtian mystic realm, the sudden announcement of the Human Sons of Heaven rankings was definitely adding fuel to the fire for this trip to the Lingtian mystic realm. Liu did not need his brains to know that most human geniuses would surely gather in the Lingtian mystic realm. The appearance of such rankings would surely intensify the conflict between the various elites. After all, everyone had potential who would accept losing to anyone? If there was no ranking to reflect one's power level and standing among others, everyone would seem to respect each other. There might only be some disputes due to overlapping interests in the Lingtian mystic realm. Now that the rankings were up, there was an additional trigger for conflicts. Of course, Liu did not care about all those matters. After all, there were some paths that he had to take sooner or later. The human sons of heaven rankings? Ha, senior brother, you're getting number 1 again. Gu Yuqi remarked with a smile. It's over. I think the elites of the great Zenith domain are going to suffer a blow. Haha, that's right. Not to mention the human elite's senior brother is definitely the number 1 among the elites of all races. Yiqiu and Tang Qi cheered excitedly. Alright, keep a low profile. Li Yu advised in all seriousness. Yes, let's keep a low profile. Almost at the same time, inside the different countries of the Huaxia continent's northern region and the 3 great eternal empires of the southern region, as well as the various holy lands of the great Zenith domain, countless humans looked up at the sky in surprise at the 2 new rankings. The human and demon sons of heaven rankings. Interesting. I wonder who will be on I. Third, that the holy son of the primordial Dao Holy Land Chu Yunhe is the publicly acknowledged number 1 prodigy. The number 1 spot for humans must be his. That's right. Plus, it's said that he's the one who spoke the mantras of the great Dao. His cultivation seems to have already reached the Mahayana realm. No one in the current generation can compare to him. Tisk. This ranking is pretty intriguing. The holy sons of the various holy lands, the prodigies of the various eternal empires and eternal families. Which one of them isn't a dragon or phoenix among men? If it weren't for the Heavenly Dao rankings, who would dare rank these geniuses? Yep, the rankings this time will definitely be intense. I'm quite curious about the demon side. Who will be on it? Yes, the elites of the demon race on the rankings are the focus of the various holy lands of the human race. It's all the same, the demons probably think the same. Ina City in the great Zenith domain, countless people discussed as they looked at the rankings, their hearts filled with anticipation. In the primordial Dao Holy Land, the Holy Lord Perfected Tian Hui gave a meaningful look at the Heavenly Dao rankings and commented, "These 2 rankings are worth looking forward to." As for Chu Yunhe, who was on Divine Sun Peak, a look of anticipation flashed through his eyes when he saw the rankings. However, he was slightly nervous. Although he did not care much about fame and fortune, he had been addressed as the eldest senior brother of the sect and the number 1 prodigy for many years. He would always feel a burden in his heart carrying such a name. He did not want to disappoint everyone, nor did he want to embarrass the orthodox sects. After all, the 5 main fiend sects were becoming prosperous now. Therefore, his biggest concern was not whether he could become the number 1 human, but whether he could protect the top spot for the orthodox sects. Fortunately, he had obtained inspiration from the great Dao's mantra that day to break through a major cultivation realm, making him feel much more at ease. The number 1 genius of the human race will surely be you, senior brother, the Holy Son. Junior brother Chen Hao declared with a smile. Don't say that yet. The world is vast with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. There is always a higher mountain, and there is always someone better. We still don't know who's number 1. Chu Yunhe waved his hand slightly and responded. Senior brother, you're being too modest. Who would dare claim to be number 1 if you call yourself number 2? You should have confidence. If you're not number 1, I swear I'll start walking backward. Chen Hao assured with a firm expression. Don't speak carelessly. How can you make such a vow? The words of us cultivators carry weight. The heavens and the earth can witness it. You might incur the wrath of the heavens for such reckless vows. Chu Yunhe scolded with a grave expression. I understand. I just want to say that my senior brother is the strongest in my opinion. Also, you're publicly acknowledged as the number 1, so how could it be untrue? It's still too early to say. Let's wait for the rankings to be revealed. Chu Yunhe looked at the Heavenly Dao rankings again. It's about to be announced. At that moment, golden light converged below the human sons of heaven rankings under the gazes of everyone. The first name was about to appear in front of everyone. It's almost here. I'm looking forward to it already. Tang Qi hugged Yiqiu excitedly. Yiqiu also looked at the first name condensing on the Heavenly Dao rankings slowly with an eager look. Human rankings number 100, Li Yu. 1. Tang Qi and Yiqiu almost fell and sat on the ground. The entire Qingyun sect was also in an uproar. Perfected Yuhua, perfected Taiwu, and countless others in the Great Xia dynasty widened their eyes in shock. They even thought that they had seen it wrongly have the Heavenly Dao rankings announced the first place. However, it was not after a closer look. Li Yu was only in the 100th place. How was that possible? Human rankings number 100, Li Yu. Cultivation, soul formation initial stage. Origin, myriad era dynasties Li family. 1. Reward, increase enlightenment and aptitude by 1 level. Seeing this, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. It was someone else with the same name. A false alarm. Ha ha, I knew it. How could eldest senior brother only be in the 100th place? Yi Qiu laughed. I knew it wasn't our eldest senior brother with one look. Tang Qi acted to be wise after the fact. Stop right there, you were the loudest just now. Yi Qiu mercilessly criticized him. Li Yu smiled. Actually, he was shocked when he saw it earlier, but he immediately believed it was someone with the same name. After all, the rankings covered a large area. It was normal for different people to have the same name. It was not like his name was patented. Increase enlightenment and aptitude by 1 level? The reward this time is not physical? Many people were surprised by the rewards from the Heavenly Dao rankings. However, the eyes of some cultivators with higher cultivation levels sparkled. The reward this time is appealing. That's right, this reward is more useful than the previous physical items distributed on the rankings for those elites. Yes, the geniuses who can be on the rankings are predominantly from large family clans and sects. They do not lack cultivation techniques, pills, or magic treasures. Plus, these elites are dragons and phoenixes among men. Their aptitudes are already extraordinary. Ordinary pills and spirit herbs probably have little effect on their aptitude and enlightenment. Such rewards directly increase that, making it more precious than countless spirit pills and herbs. Indeed, especially in terms of enlightenment level for cultivators who have reached the soul formation stage, enlightenment is even more important. It can be said that enlightenment is the ceiling of a cultivator's cultivation. Increasing one's enlightenment level is equivalent to increasing the upper limit of one's cultivation. Directly improving one's enlightenment is what countless cultivators can only dream of. If the 100th place already has such a reward, I'm really looking forward to the next person on the list. Chapter 100, Struggle between the orthodox and demonic geniuses. Emergence of demon talent. The Great Zenith Domain. The Night God Palace. As the 5 top demonic sects, the Night God Palace's capability was in no way inferior to any Holy Land. At that moment, the Night God Palace's master and the deified daughter were standing on Star Caesar Tower, watching the names that kept appearing on the human race's Sons of Heaven rankings. Whisper, you're probably going to be well known around the world. The person who spoke was a refined middle-aged man with a handsome face and starry eyes. He was the current master of the Night God Palace, Night Soul Lord. Beside him was his proudest disciple, the number 1 prodigy of the Night God Palace, the deified daughter, Night Whisper. Night Whisper was an absolute beauty with icy skin and jade bones, and her disposition was extraordinary. Coupled with the black dress she wore that outlined her elegant figure, she seemed mysterious and sophisticated. Master, this isn't worth rejoicing. Night Whisper's tone was indifferent. There's no harm, it's time for you to be recognized. We could use the rankings to let the various Holy Lands witness the true peerless genius of our Night God Palace and give them an eye-opener. In my opinion, no one in the various Holy Lands can compare to you, not even the current Chu Yunhe. You have already surpassed me. The number 1 prodigy of the human race shall belong to you. Night Soul Lord declared confidently. Night Whisper's eyes brightened up while anticipation began building up. She did not care if she was made known to the world. It was just that everyone desired to win and vie for that first place. Night Whisper was no exception. The Night God Palace had always been known for its secrecy, and most of its disciples were not known to outsiders, especially Night Whisper. Previously, she had always been in seclusion somewhere beyond the world, so she hadn't been on any hidden dragon rankings, the 3000 Physique rankings, or the divine weapon rankings. She was definitely a true hidden genius. Prodigies from the various top families, sects, and Holy Lands were listed on the rankings one after the other. It interchanged between prodigies of the Fiend sects and Orthodox sects. The rewards from the Heavenly Dao rankings became more and more generous. At 30th place, the Enlightenment and Aptitude rewards had already gone up to a 100% increase. On top of that, there were additional rewards for improving the soul. Human rankings number 20, Duan Tianlong. Cultivation, Soul Formation Peak Stage. Origin, Grand Primordium Holy Land. Reward, enlightenment and aptitude increase by 100%, soul strength increases by 50%. Human rankings number 19, Gu Yuqi. Cultivation, soul formation initial stage. Origin, Xingyun sect. Reward, enlightenment and aptitude increase by 100%, soul strength increases by 60%. Junior brother Gu is on the rankings. Tang Qi hugged Gu Yugi in surprise. Not bad, junior brother. Hey, junior brother Wan Jie has also reached the soul formation stage. He should have a chance to get on the rankings too. Everyone's eyes suddenly gathered on Ji Wanjie, the blood spirit monarch whose only desire was to be invisible. I definitely have no chance. It's already in the top 20 and I'm not on the rankings. I'm definitely outside the top 100. The blood spirit monarch responded with a bitter smile. He had long begun panicking inside, praying hard that he would not get on the rankings. Compared to the Heavenly Dao reward, his life was more important. Li Yu was right beside him. If his true identity was exposed, he would be doomed. At the moment, those who knew about Gu Yu's ancient god body were not surprised by the rankings. However, those who did not know Gu Yuqi were shocked after they saw his cultivation realm. That Gu Yuqi's cultivation is only at the early stage of soul formation. On what basis is he ranked 19th? Yeah, the dozen or so people behind him are already in the late stage of the soul formation realm. Why is this kid ranked 19th in the early stage of the soul formation realm? What the hell is the Heavenly Dao rankings doing? Can't you be a little more serious? It's such an obvious error. Did Gu Yuqi bribe the Heave? Someone cursed. Before he could finish his sentence, a bolt of lightning struck him in the head, causing him to foam at the mouth and urinate. Holy shit, this brother has been punished by the Heavenly Dao rankings. Let's not talk about it anymore. If you ask me, he deserved it. Sprouting nonsense before knowing anything made him suffer the wrath of heaven. Indeed, the Heavenly Dao rankings clearly state that the rankings are based on power level and potential, not according to the cultivation realm. There were many determining factors and strength cultivation was only one of them. The cultivation techniques, divine arts, comprehension of the Dao bloodline and other factors would have a huge impact. And there's also potential. This is an even more abstract concept. If Gu Yuqi can enter the top 20 at the initial stage of soul formation, that must mean that his power level far surpasses those in the same realm, or that he possesses extremely incredible potential. In the clear void Holy Land, Qin Yuehong looked at Gu Yuqi's name and felt demoralized. He gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. So the difference between us is that big? Qin Yuehong murmured in his heart. Previously, when they were ranked on the Hidden Dragon rankings, Gu Yuqi was first while he was second. At that time he felt that they were only one place apart. Yet now that he looked at the Human Sons of Heaven rankings, he did not even have the qualifications to enter the rankings, while Gu Yuqi was in the top 20. This apparent difference made Qin Yuehong suffer an unprecedented blow. Moreover, besides Gu Yugi, there was also Li Yu, that fellow who was younger than him but had showcased terrifying capability. Compared to them, his ego in the past was laughable. I must work harder this time in the Lingtian mystic realm. I must push up to the Sons of Heaven rankings. Qin Yuehong's heart was burning with raging flames. Human rankings number 14, Zhouyu. Cultivation, profound void martial initial stage. Origin, clear void Holy Land. Reward, enlightenment and aptitude increase by 200%, soul strength increases by 90%. Human rankings number 13, Zhu Jianxin. Cultivation, profound void martial initial stage. Origin, million swords Holy Land. Reward, enlightenment and aptitude increase by 200%, soul strength increases by 90%. Human rankings number 12, Wu Qian. Cultivation, profound void martial initial stage. Origin, Violet Palace Holy Land. Reward, enlightenment and aptitude increase by 200%, soul strength increases by 90%. Human rankings number 11, Chen Chuji. Cultivation, profound void martial initial stage. Origin, divine firmament Holy Land. Reward, enlightenment and aptitude increase by 200%, soul strength increases by 90%. Human rankings number 10, Han Yi. Cultivation, profound void martial intermediate stage. Origin, Night God Palace. Reward, enlightenment and aptitude increase by 200%, soul strength increases by 100%. Human rankings number 9, Yun Xiao. Cultivation, Profound Void Martial Intermediate Stage. Origin, Yin Yang Hall. Reward, Enlightenment and Aptitude increase by 200%. Soul Strength increases by 100%. Human Rankings Number 8, Tian K. Cultivation, Profound Void Martial Intermediate Stage. Origin, Netherworld Cult. Reward, Enlightenment and Aptitude increase by 200%. Soul Strength increases by 100%. Human Rankings Number 7, Nan Mingjun. Cultivation, Profound Void Martial Intermediate Stage. Origin, 3 Lives Sect. Reward, Enlightenment and Aptitude increase by 200%. Soul Strength increases by 100%. This generation's Divine Firmament Holy Sun is not good enough. He hasn't even entered the top 10. This era no longer belongs to Li Qingyun, it's now Chu Yuna's era. It's not only the Divine Firmament Holy Land, the Holy Sons of the Clear Void, the Violet Palace, the Grand Primordium and the Million Swords Holy Land are also ranked outside the top 10. How could this be? The Holy Sons of the various Holy Lands can't even enter the top 10? Look at those geniuses from the 5 Fiend sects, 4 of them are already in the top 10. Currently only the Divine Pool Holy Daughter Yao Shi and the Primordial Dao Holy Son Chu Yunha are left among the 7 Holy Lands, but there are 6 more spots left. Oh no, the situation on the rankings isn't good. If more than half of the top 10 are occupied by the 5 Fiend sects, where would the reputation of the 7 Holy Lands go? This first place should be Chu Yunha's for sure. As long as he can keep the first place, the Orthodox sects can save some face. As the top 10 on the rankings were announced, the discussions among countless cultivators intensified. The situation on the rankings made many Orthodox sects nervous. Their grim faces revealed it all. Although they knew that the Fiend sects had become more prosperous and the Orthodox path had declined in recent years, they did not expect the situation to be so grim. The 7 Holy Lands already had 5 Holy Lands current generation geniuses outside the top 10. The remaining 6 spots were worrying. The most worried ones were the Holy Lords, elders of the Holy Lands, those top experts of the Orthodox path. The struggle between the righteous and demonic path had lasted for countless years. It could not be said that they were like fire and water that could not coexist, but it was more or less the same. It did not matter if it was in the conflicts and the paths or the struggles for control of resources, status, influence and prestige. Everyone had to compete for supremacy. The Sons of Heaven rankings only represented the power level and potential of the geniuses of the younger generation. However, it was also an invisible competition between the righteous and demonic paths who would be willing to see their descendants inferior to the other party. Furthermore, the Heavenly Dao rankings garnered worldwide attention. Apart from the humans, the various demon races were also watching. The various Holy Lands did not want to be at a disadvantage. After all, they still cared about their reputation. However, the situation on the rankings was not optimistic. Looks like the successors of various Holy Lands are getting weaker. The 4 Holy Sons of the 7 Holy Lands are ranked after our Tian K. They're too inferior. Haha, of course. This batch of holy disciples is too weak. No, they aren't actually that weak. To be precise, the talent of our Netherworld cult's new generation is more outstanding. Indeed, their cultivation realms aren't low either. It's just that our Netherworld cult's young generation is simply superior. In the Netherworld cult, the Scarlet Flame King, the White Feather King, the Golden Lion King, the Black Centipede King and the Blue Butterfly King looked at the Heavenly Dao rankings with ruminating expressions. As the archenemies who had fought with the Holy Lands for more than 100,000 years, the members of the Netherworld cult were pleased to witness this scene. Before, it had always been the geniuses of the various Holy Lands who reigned supreme and influenced the world, but now the tides have turned. Up to date OVLS on O, V, L, bin, CM. In this tumultuous era, the geniuses of their Netherworld cult finally rose in power and trampled the Holy Sons of the various Holy Lands under their feet. They were in a good mood. Judging from how this goes, our deified son Fangwu should enter the top 3 easily. First place isn't out of the question either. The Sons of Heaven rankings isn't just based on cultivation level. In terms of capability, Fangwu might not lose to Chu Yunha. Haha, you're right about that. If Fangwu can reach the number 1 spot, the Heavenly Dao rankings will be very interesting in the future. I'll surely mock perfected Tian Hui in his face. Mwahaha. The kings of the Netherworld cult laughed heartily. They were in an excellent mood, pleased with the feeling of holding their heads high. At that moment, it was not only the Fiend sects who were mocking the 7 Holy Lands, the various demons were also in the mood to enjoy the show. On the Endless Sea's Thousand Dragon Island, the elders of the Azure Dragon clan looked at the human race's rankings with mocking expressions. The younger generation of the Seven Holy Lands is just mediocre. Humph, it's no longer the era where the Seven Holy Lands reign supreme, their glory is long gone. Not mentioning the Seven Holy Lands, even the entire human race combined is not as powerful as us demons. In the future it will surely be the era of our demon race, the era of our Azure Dragon race. If this ranking didn't differentiate between humans and demons, it would probably be difficult for those so-called holy sons of the Seven Holy Lands to enter the top 50. Boring, this is too boring. The young human elites are too weak. They can already be in the top 10 at the profound void martial intermediate stage. After seeing our demon sons of heaven rankings later, I'm afraid it'll scare them. Haha, indeed, if they can enter the top 10 at the profound void martial stage, our juniors alone can monopolize the top 10. Let's look forward to our rankings. This time our Azure Dragon clan's younger generation will definitely shine. On one of the islands in the Thousand Dragon Island, Long Ji, who had just walked out of his seclusion palace, couldn't help but sneer as he looked at the human rankings. The human prodigies are so weak, it's finally time for our demon race to dominate the world, Long Ji remarked coldly. He was the fifth son of the Azure Dragon clan's Dragon King with a mid-stage tribulation cultivation realm. Still, he could only barely rank third among the Dragon clan's younger generation. His older brother Long Ao and his third sister Long Yu were absolutely the top prodigies of this generation. This was especially true for his older brother, who had already reached the intermediate stage of the Mahayana realm. He had surpassed the elders in the clan and his power level was almost on par with his father. The dragon race's current generation was definitely filled with geniuses and bloodline. In addition, 300 years ago his father was fortunate enough to obtain the Azure Dragon Emperor scripture in the virtual sky mystic realm, as well as a fragment of the Azure Dragon's blood essence, a few pieces of the Azure Dragon divine bone, and a dragon pearl. It made the outstanding elites of this generation of the dragon race even more remarkable with such advantageous opportunities. Their capabilities were almost on par with the top experts in the world. Human rankings number 6, Yaoshi. Cultivation, Profound Void Martial Intermediate Stage. Origin, Divine Pool Holy Land. Reward, Enlightenment and Aptitude increase by 300%, Soul Strength increases by 200%. Senior sister is only ranked 6th. How could this be? Seeing that Yaoshi was only ranked 6th, the female disciples of the Divine Pool Holy Land were stunned, their faces filled with disbelief. After all, Yaoshi was once a genius on par with Chu Yunhe. However, she had an unwelcoming nature and did not enjoy being in the limelight. Consequently, her reputation and prestige were far inferior to Chu Yunhe. Still, in terms of capability, they did not think that Yaoshi would lose to Chu Yunhe in the past. Of course, the current Chu Yunhe had already stepped into the tribulation realm and fully deserved the title of #1 genius here. Nevertheless, they did not expect to see Yaoshi could only rank 6th on the rankings. It was simply unbelievable. Even Sheer can only be placed 6th. The situation on the Heavenly Dao rankings isn't looking good. The Divine Pool Holy Lord Perfected Biao commented with a grave expression. This outcome was beyond her expectations, but she was more worried about the final 5 spots. Chu Yunhe will definitely get a seat, the rest will probably be Sai. Perfected Biao sighed secretly. It was difficult to admit, but she had no choice but to accept the day when the demonic sects surpassed the various Holy Lands. The glorious era of the 7 Holy Lands was likely coming to an end. At the moment, Yaoshi was sitting in a lotus posture with her legs crossed on the Dao comprehension cliff. She remained composed as she took a look at her ranking without any changes in her eyes. Afterward, she closed her eyes again and continued her cultivation. She now sought to improve her cultivation before the Lingtian mystic realm opened. Yaoshi had never cared about ranking, she only pursued her heart and her own Dao. She had been lost in the past, but now that she had a clear goal, all that was left was to work hard to realize it. Instead of worrying about such rankings, she would rather comprehend the great Dao and put all efforts into cultivation. Right then, she suddenly sensed strange energy fluctuations appearing around her. Immediately, a warm current flowed into her body, making her instantly feel clear-headed. It was an extremely relaxing feeling. It must be the reward from the Heavenly Dao. Human rankings number 5, Fengxian. Cultivation, Tribulation Initial Stage. Origin, Shilan City's Feng family. Only 5th? Looks like this body really restricts my performance. In the grand desolate forest, a young man with messy hair and an ordinary appearance looked up at his ranking on the Heavenly Dao rankings and made his complaints with slight disappointment. He was dragging a six-armed demon ape with a body like a small mountain. He was Feng Xian, ranked 5th on the Sons of Heaven rankings. However, no one knew that he was actually the reincarnation of an immortal emperor from the ancient Azure Dragon Kingdom. With the various profound paragon-level cultivation techniques in his memories and an equally exceptional foundation, his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. He had already stepped into the tribulation realm at the age of 31. If the Heavenly Dao rankings had appeared a year earlier, he would have been the first on that hidden dragon rankings. Unfortunately, his current age perfectly missed the age limit of the hidden dragon rankings. Furthermore, although his physical body in this life had good potential, it was not a special physique. If this was the body from my previous life, I would definitely be ranked first. My body is too ordinary in this life. I hope to obtain some dependable bloodline power or opportunities like a saint's bone or a paragon's bone after entering the Lingtian mystic realm this time. After thinking about that, he continued to drag the demon ape forward until he arrived at an open space that had clearly been developed by unnatural forces. He threw the demon ape to a side of the empty ground where there were 4 other huge demon beast corpses. Feng Xian formed hand seals and shot them into the bodies of the demon beasts. Immediately the blood of the demon beasts was extracted and rapidly condensed into a strange blood spirit array. Then it toured into energy that constantly tempered and nourished his body. In the divine firmament Holy Land, perfected Qing Shao could not help but look surprised when he saw Feng Xian's name. The 5th place is actually a Feng family disciple. But why have I never heard of this child before? The Feng family was a cultivation family clan in a city under the jurisdiction of their divine firmament Holy Land. Although his family was not a top cultivation family, they were still quite recognized. The current prodigy of the family clan had also been on the hidden dragon rankings. Regardless, he had never heard of this person called Feng Xian before. Furthermore, the most shocking part was that his cultivation had already reached the tribulation realm. Who is Feng Xian? And we've never heard of him before? The elders at the side were also quite surprised. Yeah, to actually enter the tribulation realm, this cultivation is shocking. Looks like the rankings this time will expose more hidden geniuses. That's good news. There still might be unknown geniuses in the top 4. It's fine as long as they're not from the fiend sects. The group of elders was still praying to save the face of the orthodox sects. Before they could finish their sentence, the new name on the rankings made their faces sink. Human rankings number 4, Feng Wu. Cultivation, tribulation initial stage. Origin, Netherworld cult. Chapter 101, Unknown. Feng Wu is only ranked 4th. The kings of the Netherworld cult were shocked when they saw Feng Wu's ranking. They knew of Feng Wu's strength and talent. He was definitely a prodigy in the cult who could compare with Chu Yunhe. They did not expect him to be ranked top, but he should at least be 2nd. Only Feng Wu and Chu Yunhe were left on the rankings among all the prodigies they know, but it seemed like there were still hidden geniuses. They wonder which side those hidden geniuses belonged to. It was clear that the competition between the geniuses of the righteous and demonic sects was not over yet. It was unknown who would have the last laugh. Therefore, everyone from the Netherworld cult was tensed up. They were worried that the top 3 would be swept by the orthodox sects. In that case, the fiend sects would lose on the rankings today. Of course, those from the various holy lands of the Great Zenith Domain had the same feelings as the members of the Netherworld cult. Their hearts sank when they saw more fiend sects on the rankings. They looked at the Heavenly Dao rankings and had no heart to speak anymore. The only hope left was Chu Yunhe. If he could rank first, he might be able to save some face for the orthodox sects. Otherwise. Human rankings number 3, Chu Yunhe. Cultivation, tribulation initial stage. Origin, primordial Dao Holy Land. Reward, enlightenment and aptitude increase by 300%, soul strength increases by 300%, karmic luck increases by 100%. Ha! The primordial Dao Holy Land, the Grand Primordium Holy Land, the Divine Firmament Holy Land, the Violet Palace Holy Land, the Million Swords Holy Land, the Divine Pool Holy Land, and the many orthodox sects and families of the Great Zenith Domain. Everyone was stunned as they looked at Chu Yunhe's ranking in disappointment and shock. For a moment they felt that their faith had collapsed. The publicly acknowledged number 1 genius of the current era, Chu Yunhe, he could only rank 3rd. No one could accept this fact, nor were they willing to believe it. The 7 Holy Lands' Holy Sons represented the ceiling of the current Orthodox sects and the future hope of the Orthodox sects. Now that the ceiling had collapsed, this hope became despair. Third, perfected Tianhui frowned slightly. This outcome was unexpected. After all, perfected Tianhui knew Chu Yunhe very well. His talent was absolutely 1 in a million years. He was likely slightly superior to the breathtaking Li Qingyun in the past. If such talent is only ranked 3rd, how monstrous is the potential of the top 2? I'll expect no less in such a tumultuous era. It's not just the demon race that produced unbelievable prodigies, but our human race has also produced unprecedented prodigies. But I wonder which side these 2 prodigies that could stun the ages belong to. The primordial Dao Holy Lord felt heavy-hearted yet excited. He was on pins and needles and worried at the same time. In short, he was conflicted. If he put aside his status and the struggle between orthodox and demonic paths, he would be curious and looking forward to knowing the identities of the 2 unknown geniuses that could surpass Chu Yunhe. Sigh. I still have much to work on. I'm afraid I've disappointed many people on this occasion. Chu Yunhe laughed at himself and shook his head slightly. He knew that his status as the eldest senior brother of the Dao sect bore the hopes of countless people, so the pressure he felt when the Heavenly Sons of Heaven rankings appeared was indeed heavy. Although he was disappointed when he saw his ranking, he suddenly felt like a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Since the dust had settled, all he had to do was cultivate diligently. Visit N0the/L/BIN for the best novel reading experience. The path of cultivation was extremely long. A momentary win or loss was nothing. Chu Yunhe believed that the future was long and everything was only the beginning. Chu Yunhe had good character and the rankings did not affect his Dao heart. Are the remaining 2 people from the Fiend sects? In the clear void Holy Land, a group of elders discussed with grave expressions. It's over. Our Orthodox sects have lost this time. If the top 2 were from the Fiend sect, 7 of the top 10 would be occupied by the demonic path. We only have 3. Where would our Orthodox sect's face go? If we lose the top spot, we'll be utterly defeated. Could there be other hidden descendants of aristocratic families? The chances are slim. No, there might be one. Perfected Tai Ching suddenly interrupted everyone. Holy Lord, you mean that our Orthodox path still has a hidden genius? All the elders looked at perfected Tai Ching with burning eyes. A glimmer of hope arose again. Of course, apart from the Grand Elder perfected myriad Dao, he had guessed who perfected Tai Ching was talking about. Yes, Li Qingyun's son Liu. Perfected Tai Ching said word by word. However, these words caused the elders' faces to sink again and their feelings suddenly became inexplicably complicated. Li Qingyun's son Liu? We've never heard of him? Are you saying he is even stronger than Chu Yunhe? All the elders looked at perfected Tai Ching in confusion. Duan Tianming and the others only reportedly used matter to perfected Tai Ching. They did not spread it around. After all, Liu's identity was sensitive, so not many people in the clear void Holy Land knew about him. Perfected Tai Ching did not explain himself further. Although he did not know how strongly Liu was judging from the situation described by Duan Tianming and the others, Liu was at least above Zhou Yu. With Liu's strength and potential, getting on the ranking was a certainty. Since he had not appeared on the rankings for a long time, he was most likely among the top 2. Not mentioning the terrifying extent of his cultivation, he was probably worthy of the top 2 in terms of potential. Compared to the heavy hearts of the people from the various holy lands of the Great Zenith Domain at the moment, the feelings of those from the many large sects of the Great Xia dynasty could be described as excited, restless, and enthusiastic. If Gu Yuqi was on the list, Liu would definitely be on it. Therefore, Liu would definitely be in the top 2. A young man from the Great Xia dynasty who had surpassed the 7 Holy Lands. This was something to be proud of in the entire Great Xia dynasty. Without Liu, probably not many people worldwide would know anything about the Great Xia dynasty. The same went for the Great Zenith Domain. Regardless, the Great Xia dynasty would definitely become famous everywhere. After today, those arrogant Holy Land experts of the Great Zenith Domain would have to pay them their respect. Therefore, as members of the Great Xia dynasty and admirers of Liu, they were naturally thrilled and proud. I believe Liu will definitely come in first. That's needless to say. Liu is only 17 years old, while those on the rankings are already 100 to 200 years old. Who can compare to Liu's potential? Moreover, he's the person who spoke the mantras of the Great Dao. No one in the world can compare to him. You're damn right, Liu is the fully deserving top prodigy, and the #1 spot in the human race belongs to him. Hurry, hurry. I can't wait to see Liyu's name. I just want to know what cultivation realm Liyu is in. I'm still curious if the Heavenly Dao rankings will give him yet again an additional reward this time. At the moment, the Night Soul Lord of the Night God Palace was also in a good mood based on the current situation. He observed Night Whisper's cultivation and power level were bound to be number 1. Chu Yunha was only in the early stage of the Tribulation realm while Night Whisper was already in the Mahayana realm. There was definitely no one among the human elites who could compete with Night Whisper. But who will be second? I'm quite curious. The Night Soul Lord tapped his chin with his fingers and remarked with a smile. Now that the known geniuses were on the rankings, he could not think of who would be second. Night Whisper looked at the rankings curiously as well. At this moment, golden lights converged in the sky. In second place was about to be announced. Human rankings number 2, Night Whisper. Cultivation, Mahayana early stage origin, Night God Palace. Reward, enlightenment and aptitude increase by 400%, soul strength increases by 400%, karmic luck increases by 300%. What? Night Soul Lord cried out in shock. His eyes widened as he looked at the rankings in disbelief. His head suddenly went numb. He would never have guessed that the second place would be Night Whisper. Not even her Mahayana cultivation realm could be ranked top. How was that possible? The Mahayana realm was a realm comparable to those old monsters in the first tier of this world. If she could not even rank top, how terrifying was the actual first place? There's actually someone stronger than Whisper in the younger generation? Unbelievable. Plus it looks like he's probably a genius who hasn't emerged in front of the world. The Night Soul Lord could not calm down for a moment. After all, Night Whisper was already breathtaking enough in the current era. In fact, few humans could compare to her in both the past and present, yet she still could not get that top spot. Who can this person be? Is that person from our fiend sects or the Holy Lands? The Night Soul Lord's expression was tense as he stared at the Heavenly Dao rankings, waiting for the first place to be announced. On the other hand, Night Whisper was slightly disappointed. After all, she really believed that she would reach the top after listening to her confident master earlier. However, she had never imagined that she was only ranked second. However, this disappointment vanished in an instant as she was similarly curious. Who exactly managed to surpass me? Night Whisper's appearance on the ranking was like a bomb that instantly detonated across the entire world Mahayana realm. The mysterious Night Whisper took second place with an entire cultivation realm's difference over Chu Yunha. Almost no one had expected this outcome. Therefore, many people were shocked to the extreme. Of course, some were happy while others were worried. The people's hearts from the various Holy Lands were practically sinking to the bottom, especially for the people from the primordial Dao Holy Land. The outcome that they least wanted to see seemed to be happening. The reality was worse than they had feared. Night Whisper's appearance was simply a shot to the head. An entire major cultivation realm. It was simply a despairing difference. To them, Night Whisper stood above all the geniuses of the Holy Land in a crushing manner and looked down on the world as if to announce how powerful the Fiend Sect elites were. I never expected a Fiend Sect to have such a monstrous genius. I'm afraid no one can match up to such talent from past to future. This is unbelievable. Hold on, Night Whisper is still only ranked second. Then how ridiculous is the one at the top? Yeah, could the first place be someone from the Night God Palace too? It's hard to say at the moment. The Night God Palace has always been secretive. Someone as monstrous as Night Whisper had never appeared in the world before, nor had she been on any previous rankings. Who knows if there are other prodigies hidden in the Night God Palace? Of course, compared to the heavy hearts of the various Holy Lands, the members of the Netherworld cult and the other fiend sects were overjoyed, even though Night Whisper's appearance had greatly exceeded their expectations. They were also surprised, but they felt relieved when they saw that the second place was a member of the demonic sects and that she had clinched second place with an overwhelming advantage. The various Holy Dao sects have really run out of talent. Looks like this last person might be from the demonic path. The Night God Palace might have another trump card. If this last person is from the Night God Palace, that would be quite scary. Two prodigies in the Mahayana realm. The future of the Night God Palace would be unimaginable. It's time to pay a visit to Night Soul Lord. That old fellow isn't simple after all. He actually secretly raised a prodigy like Night Whisper. Yeah, we've never heard of Night Whisper as expected of the Night God Palace. It's really secretive. Hey, look, the first place is coming up. Just as countless people were still immersed in the shock brought by Night Whisper, the golden light on the Heavenly Dao rankings intensified again. Heavenly voices sounded between the heavens and the earth. It was like the whispers of gods, the cries of 100 beasts, the echo of nature, the chime of a holy bell. There was also an extravagant scene of rainbow-colored lights and auspicious clouds that filled the sky. It could be said that the special effects were on full display, adding to the posh setting. I didn't expect the first place to receive such treatment. As expected of the top prodigy, it's way different from the others. Therefore everyone is vying for first place. Looks like the top is a cut above the rest. To have such an amazing scene surfacing on the Heavenly Dao rankings. Tisk the effect from the Heavenly Dao rankings is pretty good. Among the commotion, the countless strands of golden light slowly condensed into a name that was one font size larger than the others on the rankings. Liu. Human rankings number 1, Liu. Cultivation, unknown. Origin, Qingyun sect. Reward, secret. Additional reward, secret. For a moment the entire world seemed to have fallen silent. The 7 holy lands, the 5 fiend sects, countless sects, clans, and even the various demons were all stunned. Everyone's minds were filled with surprise and confusion as they looked at the first place information with perplexed faces. What the hell is unknown cultivation? What the hell is that secret reward? And what the hell is that additional secret reward? Everyone was baffled. In fact, people's concerns about the struggles between the righteous and demonic paths had already been thrown to the back of everyone's minds. They were all thrown off by the word unknown, as they could not understand it no matter how hard they thought about it, yet they were so curious that they could not eat or sleep well without knowing the answer. No matter how high one's cultivation was, it should at least have a name for the cultivation realm. Even if one surpassed the Mahayana realm, there was still a classification of cultivation realms for immortals. What did unknown mean? Was it an unidentified power? Or was it an unknown cultivation system? Or perhaps Heavenly Dao was deliberately modifying the show to whet everyone's appetite. Moreover, the rewards for first place were kept a secret. How could it be kept a secret when the previous ones were all announced? Was his reward entirely different from others? Furthermore, he had an additional reward, but it was kept secret too. This made people uncomfortable. If the Heavenly Dao did not want anyone to know what the reward was, they might as well not show that segment. It showed the presence of an additional reward, but it did not reveal what it was. This was just like digging a hole and not filling it, like canceling a novel when it reached its climax. Everyone would hate it. Thus everyone in the world was discussing and guessing for a while. Some even thought of deciphering the meaning of the words unknown and secret of the Heavenly Dao rankings. They had already forgotten about Night Whisper, who had just caused a stir. Coupled with the extraordinary auspicious phenomenon in the heavens, and the earthly Yu's name on top seemed particularly dazzling, mysterious, and phenomenal. Those geniuses on the rankings seemed to be mere mortals compared to Liu. They were all too ordinary, as it did not matter what cultivation background or monstrous talent they had. Only number 1 was the real main character. Chapter 102, Qingyun sect at the center of the universe. Unknown cultivation level? Isn't this number 1 too strange? The Night Soul Lord frowned. He felt complicated and miserable, as if there was something stuck in his heart. He was already unconvinced that Night Whisper was ranked second. Thus he guessed that the cultivation realm of the first place was probably close to Night Whisper. Perhaps he was only slightly ahead in power level and potential and had barely won against Night Whisper. This way he would feel better. In the end, Liu's cultivation level was unknown. The part that was covered was the most intriguing. U updates TNVL/by.com. The unknown was the most terrifying. The phenomenon's appearance and the abnormality of the reward seemed to imply that this unknown was hiding a shocking secret. Who is this Liu? The Night Soul Lord was curious. Night Whisper was similarly curious, her alluring brows knit together while she looked at the Heavenly Dao rankings with a complicated expression. The Qingyun sect Liu. 2. Night Whisper muttered in her mind. Although she was also filled with questions and confusion about Liu's cultivation and power level, she was more concerned about the gap separating them. She was not afraid of losing the ranking, nor did she care. However, she didn't even know how she had lost and how much the other party was ahead. This troubled her, and it was something she could not get over. He haved to find out what this unknown represents. Night Whisper pondered while her pupils constricted slightly and a competitive spirit she'd never felt before arose. This first place is indeed extraordinary. For the Heavenly Dao rankings to produce such an auspicious phenomenon for him. This child is definitely extraordinary. This unknown cultivation level means that he's so special that it exceeded our understanding. Even the Heavenly Dao rankings are stumped, to the point of not knowing how to evaluate his cultivation. They don't even know what to reward him with. And forget it, I can't make up this story anymore. Could this be the special treatment given to the first on the Heavenly Dao rankings? Apart from the grand phenomenon, it also conceals your cultivation level and rewards? But what's the point of that? The cultivation level and rewards of the previous ranks have already been announced. What's the point of concealing his? Perhaps it's because his cultivation is too high and the Heavenly Dao rankings are afraid of demoralizing the rest of the prodigies, so they directly named it the unknown. Night Whisper is already in the early stage of the Mahayana realm. No matter how strong this Liu is, could he have already become an immortal? I'll guess it's possible. Even so, immortals can be classified into different realms. Who cares? The Heavenly Dao has its own will. We can't understand the world of experts. Has no one noticed that the first and last place have the same names, too? Some people also shifted their gaze and checked the person at the bottom of the ranking. The last was Liu and the first was also Liu. It might be fate after all. Inside the clear void Holy Land perfected Tai Ching and the elders were equally shocked. It's really Liu. This child is actually stronger than Night Whisper. Perhaps he has the upper hand in terms of potential and their cultivation levels are similar. But why is his cultivation unknown? This is too strange. And his rewards are a secret. What's going on? At this moment, no one could avoid speaking about the word unknown. This word would probably be stuck in their minds for a long time. Liu is indeed extraordinary. Duan Tianming was shocked. He knew that Liu was powerful and he had even expected Liu to clinch first place after announcing the second place. However, as the dust settled, Duan Tianming was still in deep shock after seeing the grand phenomenon in the sky: Liu's unknown cultivation level and the secret rewards. Liu's power level had already surpassed his imagination. He had witnessed and experienced that sword slash that day with his own eyes. That ordinary sword seemed to contain the power of law, so powerful that it seemed capable of severing everything. At that time he was not sure if he was not knowledgeable enough to know what sword technique Liu had used. Now it seemed to confirm his first impression that sword strike contained the laws of the great Tao. Liu could no longer be described as a prodigy, he could no longer be measured using usual knowledge. That was probably the reason why his cultivation level was unknown. It's good that Li Qingyun has already let go of the hatred from the past, otherwise if my clear void Holy Land had such a terrifying enemy, we're goners. Duan Tianming felt a lingering fear. 1. As Liu ascended to the top of the rankings, besides surprising the members of the various Holy Lands, they heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this last person wasn't a member of the Fiend sects. Although the 7 Holy Lands had more or less lost their faces today, they were fortunate to retain the fig leaf of orthodox sects. At the moment, the kings of the Netherworld cult recovered from their shock and couldn't help but discuss it again. Although I don't know why the Heavenly Dao rankings would conceal this kid's cultivation and rewards based on the various evidence. This kid is surely out of this world. Even an unprecedented genius like Night Whisper could only be ranked second, so this obviously shows how terrifying Liu is. Sigh, who would have thought that the top would still be seized by the orthodox sects? In that case, the prodigy rankings would barely be 50-50. Don't say that. Perhaps the Qingyun sect is also a sect in our demonic path. Plus, even if their sect is an orthodox sect, you might not always be part of one. That's right. Who said you can't become a member of our Netherworld cult? I happen to have a daughter. 1. Hold on, I have not just a daughter, but I also have a granddaughter who's as beautiful as a fairy. Her beauty would overthrow a kingdom. How did you know you would be interested in your daughters? What if? 2. The Endless Sea, Thousand Dragon Island. The appearance of Night Whisper and Liu shocked Long Ji for a long time, especially Liu. That unknown cultivation almost caused hundreds of millions of brain cells to die. I never thought that the human race would have a young talent in the Mahayana realm. Although I don't know what Liu's cultivation level is, he must be at least in the early stage of the Mahayana realm. Long Ji said in a deep voice. Previously he thought that the highest among the human elites was only in the tribulation realm. He did not expect two serious fellows to appear. It seemed that the fate of the human race was not over yet. That's right, looks like there are still some powerful fellows in the human race, however our demon race is bound to be stronger in this generation. A voice cut from ice sounded. At the same time a tall and graceful figure appeared out of thin air beside Long Ji. It was the third princess of the Azure Dragon clan, Long Yu. Third sister, you're out of seclusion. Long Ji looked at Long Yu in surprise. He could sense the difference in her aura and could not help smiling in excitement. Third sister, you've also entered the Mahayana realm. Yes. Long Yu smiled calmly. Congratulations, third sister. I think our Azure Dragon clan will shine in the Sons of Heaven rankings later. Long Ji sounded thrilled. Don't get ahead of yourself for the time being. Another deep voice sounded and a handsome and majestic man in armor appeared in the sky. Big brother, you're back. How was your trip? Long Ji cupped his hands. This man was none other than the top prodigy of the Azure Dragon race's current generation, Long Ao. He was at the middle stage of the Mahayana realm and had fused with a dragon pearl and 2 Azure Dragon bones. His strength was definitely enough to thrash all the elites of the human race. In Long Ji's opinion, his older brother was the #1 prodigy in the world, and the top of the Demon Sons of Heaven rankings would belong to Long Ao. It's going smoothly. Congratulations on entering the Mahayana realm, sister. The demon ranking is about to begin. Father called us over, replied Long Ao. Alright. Long Ji and Long Yu flew up together and followed Long Ao to the Dragon Palace. Big brother, there should be an additional reward for the first place on the demon rankings. Also, this auspicious scene will surely gather in the sky of our 1000 Dragon Island too. Hope so, but don't celebrate too early. The current young master of the 9-headed lion race Xianba and the golden feather race's current prodigy Zhazhahui, their level isn't inferior to mine, so the competition for the rankings today will probably be intense. I can't say for sure who will win the top spot. Long Ao reminded Long Ji. The current new generation of the various large demon races was loaded with prospects other than the 9-headed lion race and the golden feather race. For example, the 8-armed Holy Ape clan, the Phoenix race, the 9-headed snake clan and the Demon Fox clan had produced monstrous geniuses. There might even be hidden ancient remnant beasts, so Long Ao did not dare to guarantee that he could claim the throne of the demon race's top prodigy. In the Great Xia dynasty, Li Yu's matter made the entire Great Xia dynasty celebrate. Everyone in the Great Xia dynasty who had already experienced the repeated hammering from the Hidden Dragon rankings, the 3000 Physique rankings and the Divine Weapon rankings was not surprised by Li Yu topping the rankings again. Instead, they found it routine. They shared a similar thought. Foolish foreigners, you're not worthy of knowing our Li Yu's true power. You know nothing about the Heavenly Dao rankings' favoritism towards Li Yu. He had received additional rewards all the time. 3. At the moment, the disciples in the Qingyun sect were bursting with jubilation for a long while. After today, the Qingyun sect would definitely make a name in the world. In the future, it might really surpass those holy lands. However, Li Qingyun, Tang Qi Ichou Ji Qinglan Gu Yugi Ji Wanji and Sumu stared at Li Yu, who was bathed in the golden light. The curiosity brimming in their eyes was about to overflow. They were eager to know what rewards the Heavenly Dao rankings had given him this time. At that moment, the blood spirit monarch cursed in his mind. Are the Heavenly Dao rankings intentionally targeting me? Why would they hide Li Yu's cultivation? The blood spirit monarch hoped to see what realm Li Yu was in to understand what cultivation level he needed to reach to defeat him. In the end, nothing came out of the Heavenly Dao rankings. He felt he was getting a heart attack. In any case, it looks like Li Yu is at least in the early stage of the Mahayana realm or even higher. This kid is just ridiculous. I think I have to at least cultivate to the peak of the Mahayana realm. The blood spirit monarch suddenly felt despair. On this trip to the Lingtian mystic realm, I must try my best to break through to the peak of the Mahayana realm. After a moment, the golden light that enveloped Li Yu slowly vanished. However, Li Yu's body remained radiant and his elegance became even more predominant. The female disciples Tang Linger and Meng Zug's eyes began to sparkle. However, no one read too much into it. They thought that the Heavenly Dao rankings had improved Li Yu's aptitude to become even more powerful. They were more interested in the additional reward. Senior brother, can you shed some light? Tang Qi asked the question that everyone wanted to know with a grin. It's not convenient. Li Yu waved his hand. What am I supposed to say? That the Heavenly Dao rankings multiplied my charisma and elegance by 10 times? 1. Liu felt a headache coming up. Is my body really so overpowered that even the Heavenly Dao rankings don't know what to upgrade? And they only improve such superficial and useless stuff. Luckily, the Heavenly Dao rankings made the rewards a secret, otherwise it's too embarrassing. The others improved their aptitude, comprehension, soul, and luck, while my charm and elegance improved. He was one step away from a public execution. Sigh, Tang Chi sighed helplessly. He probably could not sleep tonight. Seeing that Liu did not want to speak, everyone naturally kept quiet. However, Li Qingyun could not help it. He immediately pulled Liu aside into the main hall. You were tell me, what kind of reward did you obtain this time? The Immortal Spring. Immortal Spring? Li Qingyun's eyes widened and his face was filled with surprise. As expected of my son, this Heavenly Dao reward is as crazy as you. Although Li Qingyun had never seen an actual immortal spring, he had some knowledge of it. He had heard in the past that it was spring water that only existed in the immortal domain, and it contained dense immortal energy. The immortal energy contained in a teacup of the spring was equivalent to the benefits of refining and absorbing the spirit energy from 1,000,000 spirit stones for a cultivator. The immortal energy and spirit energy were not on the same level. It was like using 10,000 kilograms of cotton and 10,000 kilograms of stones dropping on the water surface. The waves produced were definitely not the same. Furthermore, if there was enough immortal spring water for one to cultivate in it for a long time, one could even develop an immortal body and Dao fetus and become a powerful existence comparable to an immortal. Hence, the immortal spring water was more valuable than the ancient Dao fortune tree. How much immortal spring water did the Heavenly Dao rankings reward you? A pot or a pool? Li Qingyun asked Liu with a nervous expression. It would be insane to obtain a pool of immortal spring water. A lake. Liu articulated. Only a pot? Sigh, but that's fine, this pot is good enough. Li Qingyun said with slight disappointment. Liu smiled and said, it's not a teapot, it's a reservoir kind of lake. My reward is the source of the immortal spring water, an endless supply. Liu's words simply caused Li Qingyun's face to bloom with laughter. That was an endless supply of immortal spring water. This Heavenly Dao is practically closer to my son than his own father. This additional reward is simply earth-shattering. Qingyun's sect was going to take off this time with the ancient Dao luck tree and the immortal spring lake. Even a pig could become an immortal if it entered the Qingyun sect. The Heavenly Dao rankings are turning our Qingyun sect into a true immortal's holy land. Li Qingyun exclaimed excitedly. Liu smiled. The Heavenly Dao rankings were not just turning the Qingyun sect into a holy land, it might as well become the center of the universe. Maybe a few more additional rewards from the rankings might turn the Qingyun sect into the Qingyun immortal domain. Chapter 103, I knew brother Liu was a god. Seeing Li Qingyun walk out of the hall with Liu, Tang Chiichio and the others became even more curious about Liu's additional reward. The last time was the ancient Dao fortune tree. They wondered what kind of incredible reward it would be this time. Don't ask anymore, you'll find out soon. Li Qingyun saw the anticipation and curiosity in everyone's eyes and gave them an answer with a smile. After all, the immortal spring water was the same as the ancient tree. It was impossible to keep it hidden completely. Furthermore, these disciples were now the core members of the sect. This spring was for them to enjoy eventually. They would ultimately become the top experts of the human race in the future and stand at the peak of this world. As the dust settled on the human sons of heaven rankings, the demon rankings began its announcement of names. Everyone began to feel nervous. Find new Tories on NOV/E/L, bin, com. 1. In the eyes of the humans, the demons were dissidents, enemies, and threats. The demon race was even more terrifying than the threat of the demon sect. After all, people believed those who were not of the same race could not be trusted. This was especially true for the commoners. Demons themselves represented fear and slaughter, calamity and destruction. In the eyes of the orthodox sects, the demon race was an enemy of the great Dao like the fiend sects, but it was a greater threat to the survival of the human race than the fiend sects. If the demons flourished while the humans declined, the world would face a great calamity. Although the demon race's prosperity was already set in stone, the various holy lands and countless human cultivators wished to gain a comprehensive understanding of how powerful this generation of demons was through the Heavenly Dao rankings. The Grand Desolate Forest, Nine-Headed Lion Race's territory, Golden Silk Mountain Range. Today was the day the nine-headed lion's young master Xin Ba would undergo the baptism of his ancestors' blood essence to enhance his bloodline power. 2. It was a sacred and solemn ceremony for the nine-headed lion race. It was the appointment ceremony for the young master to officially become the future successor of the chieftain. Hence the entire Golden Silk Mountain range could be considered grand and lively. However, they just so happened to encounter the descent of the Sons of Heaven rankings today, which delighted the elders. They predicted it as an auspicious omen, and Xin Ba was the son of destiny. My son Xin Ba has the potential of an immortal emperor in the future. He will surely become an unprecedented immortal emperor who will lead our race back to the nine heavens immortal realm. And today the Sons of Heaven rankings will bear witness to the day of the official emergence of my son. And his name shall spread throughout the world. The current chieftain of the nine-headed lion race, the Lion King Xin Tang, was filled with anticipation. The ancestor of the nine-headed lion race was once an immortal race in the nine heavens immortal realm. Due to some incidents, their race was almost wiped out and less than 10% of their strength remained. They were forced to leave the nine heavens immortal realm and become a demon faction in the lower realm. After countless years, they were finally revitalized and were on par with the Azure Dragon race. Now they even had a peerless genius like Xin Ba, who had a mutation in his bloodline and possessed a trace of the divine beast, the Swan Ni. Therefore Xin Ba was definitely the best prodigy in the history of the nine-headed lion race. 1. No one could likely compete with him even among the geniuses across the entire demon race. Furthermore, after Xin Ba had received the baptism of his ancestors' blood essence today, his bloodline power would advance to another level and his strength could improve as well. Thus Xin Ba could definitely contend for the top spot on the demon rankings. It could even be said it was a guaranteed spot. Not bad. The first place on the rankings will actually be given such treatment. There will be a natural phenomenon and additional reward. Xin Ba stroked his long golden hair and commented proudly. He believed he had reserved the top spot. He knew that other demon races had produced genius in this generation. However, he still had absolute confidence in becoming the first on the demon rankings. He desired for everyone to see his name at the top. He expected to obtain the additional reward from the Heavenly Dao rankings. He wanted the Heavenly Dao rankings to bestow upon him a similar auspicious scene. His ancestral worship ceremony and bloodline baptism ceremony would then be considered perfect. The Demon Sons of Heaven rankings had begun its announcement. The majority of the demon geniuses on the rankings were from the Azure Dragon clan, the nine-headed lion race, the Phoenix Bird race, the Golden Feather clan, the Holy Ape clan, the Demon Fox clan, the Hydra clan, and a few other demons. There were also some demons on the rankings who cultivated from ordinary beasts through opportunities and fortuitous encounters. However, the demon elites on the ranking were clearly one minor realm higher than those in the same ranking as humans. This weighed on the hearts of the human cultivators. The cruel reality of the human elites being inferior to the demon elites was presented before them through the rankings. Many people began to panic. Another storm was inevitable between the humans and the demons in the future. Compared to the terrified hearts of many cultivators, the Qingyun sect was filled with joy. Li Qingyun used this demon ranking to start a lesson for the disciples. He explained the knowledge of the various demons in detail, including the current situation in the world. In fact, without the demon rankings, most of these disciples would not have known which demons were powerful enough to match the various holy lands of the human race. The strongest demons they ever knew were probably great demons like Sherpadian and the Black Sea Mystic Flood Dragon. Therefore, the demon rankings were an eye-opener for them. Li Qingyun took this opportunity to give his disciples a lesson on natural biology. On the other hand, Li Yu pondered where to place the immortal spring. It was not that Li Yu was too impatient, he was simply worried that he had to pee shortly. The Heavenly Dao rankings have done it again. It actually sent the source of the immortal spring into his kidney. He had previously excreted the ancient Dao fortune tree. This time he had no choice but to urinate out the immortal spring. 4. After wandering around the back mountain for a long time, he did not find a suitable spot. He finally decided to modify the small pond his family used to water their vegetable garden in the past. After all, this place was close to the spirit herb garden and his residence. The immortal spring could nourish the surrounding landscape, and it could also benefit the spirit herb garden. It was also convenient for Shan Ruoxue to obtain water and use the spring for cultivation. Otherwise, there was no other suitable spot. He could not just put it in a public location. Liu called the purple lightning flood dragon over so it could drink up the water in the pool before he expanded it by 4 to 5 times. Little purple, you may leave. The purple lightning flood dragon quickly returned to the foot of the mountain to rest in the forest. As for Liu, he waited beside the empty pond for a long time. When he sensed it, he peed the source of the immortal spring out of his body. As the source of the immortal spring fell into the pond, a seemingly endless spring water appeared out of thin air as it rapidly filled the expanded pond. The dry pond moments ago was filled with crystal clear spring water. In the blink of an eye, there was also a spring mouth at the bottom that kept spewing out the spring water. Rich immortal energy instantly pervaded, forming a layer of faint mist that enveloped the pond. At the same time, all the plants around the pond instantly grew at a visible speed. The ground around the pond was instantly covered by strange flowers and herbs. The green leaves seemed to have become emeralds that emitted a faint halo. Some trees bloomed with gorgeous flowers as if they were welcoming a new spring. The trees also kept growing taller into towering trees. Their leaves seemed to be filled with specks of starlight glistening in an otherworldly fashion. The orange cat, enjoying the cool air on the grass near the spirit herb garden, witnessed this scene. 1. It widened its eyes once again and exclaimed secretly, "I knew that Brother Liu was a god. A real one. He shat out a divine tree last time, now his pee turns into a pool of water. Meow? This dense spirit energy. No, it doesn't seem to be spirit energy, it feels more comfortable than spirit energy. Damn, this water is definitely not ordinary. Oh meow. It made the surrounding plants grow so much it's unbelievable." The orange cat took a deep breath of the aura emitted by the spring water and instantly felt its soul sublimate. After seeing Liu leave, the orange cat rushed to the side of the pond and smelled the spring water. It refreshed the cat's heart, so it immediately gulped down a few mouthfuls too. After the spring water entered its stomach, the orange cat could sense how special the spring water was. Plop. The cat jumped into the water and took a bath while drinking. Liu went to the spirit herb garden and found Shan Ruoxue. He told her about the spring and handed its management over to her. Shan Ruoxue was naturally overjoyed upon learning that the reward Liu obtained was the immortal spring. With this spring she could grow more precious spirit plants in the future and even some natural herbs. Furthermore, she could also use the spring to cultivate, allowing her cultivation and capability to improve rapidly. At the moment, the Heavenly Dao rankings had already been announced until 10th place. Demon rankings number 10, Longji. Cultivation, Tribulation middle stage. Origin, Azure Dragon race. Reward, Enlightenment and Aptitude increase by 200%, Soul Strength increases by 200%, Purity of Bloodline increases by 30%. It's the Azure Dragon race again. This generation of the Azure Dragon race is filled with geniuses. After all, the Azure Dragon race is the strongest race of the demon race with the longest history. Their heritage cannot be matched by other demons. Also, it's said that the Azure Dragon clan had obtained the Azure Dragon Emperor's scripture in the virtual sky mystic realm. This might be why they had so many geniuses in this new generation of the Azure Dragon race. The demon clan's 10th place is already at the middle stage of the tribulation realm, a major realm higher than the human race. Looks like the top 10 of the demon rankings will be getting extremely intense. Sigh, this ranking is worrying for us. The demon prodigies of this generation are too powerful. The rankings have completely exposed the decline of the human race. The fact that the demon race is prospering would mean that humanity will suffer in the future. The cultivators of the various holy lands discussed the demon rankings with a miserable feeling. It was like a mountain pressing down on everyone's hearts. Every time a new name was announced on the rankings, that mountain felt heavier. Demon rankings number 9, by Su. Cultivation, Tribulation middle stage. Origin, Hydra clan. Reward, Enlightenment and Aptitude increase by 200%, Soul Strength increases by 200%, Purity of Bloodline increases by 30%. Demon rankings number 8, Benboerba. Cultivation, Tribulation late stage. Origin, 8-armed Holy Ape clan. Reward, Enlightenment and Aptitude increase by 200%, Soul Strength increases by 200%, Purity of Bloodline increases by 40%. Demon rankings number 7, Guyu. Cultivation, Tribulation late stage. Origin, 9-tailed Demon Fox clan. Reward, Enlightenment and Aptitude increase by 200%, Soul Strength increases by 200%, Purity of Bloodline increases by 40%. Demon rankings number 6, Qianyu. Cultivation, Tribulation Peak Stage. Origin, Golden Feather Race. Reward, Enlightenment and Aptitude increase by 200%, Soul Strength increases by 200%, Purity of Bloodline increases by 50%. Demon Rankings Number 5, Long Yu. Cultivation, Mahayana Early Stage. Origin, Azure Dragon Race. Reward, Enlightenment and Aptitude increase by 300%, Soul Strength increases by 300%, Purity of Bloodline increases by 60%. Congratulations, third sister. In the Dragon Palace on the Thousand Dragon Island, Longji cupped his hands at Longyu. Congratulations, little sister. Congratulations, third princess. Long Ao and the Dragon Elders also cupped their hands to praise her. Sigh, I'm only ranked 5th, what's there to congratulate me about? Longyu was a little disappointed. It was clear that the top 5 were all in the Mahayana realm. Meanwhile, he was only at the bottom of the Mahayana realm, so there was really nothing to be happy about. The 5th place on the demon rankings is equivalent to the top 2 on the humans rankings. Wouldn't that make you feel better? Long Ao smiled. No. Longyu folded her arms and replied defiantly, I'll see who else is ranked ahead of me besides Big Brother. I'll overcome all of them. As they spoke, the latest name on the rankings got announced. Demon Rankings Number 4, Zhe Hui. Cultivation, Mahayana Early Stage. Origin, Golden Feather Race. It's that guy from the Golden Feather Race. He's also in the early stage of the Mahayana realm. Why is he ahead of me? Humph. Long Yu was unconvinced. Tvi fought Zhe Hui before. He's pretty strong, but don't worry, little sister, you've just entered the Mahayana realm with your talent. It won't be long before you surpass Zhe Hui. Long Ao assured. I'm Big Brother, you have to be careful too. I might surpass you one day. Long Yu gave a grin. Alright, your big brother will await that day. Long Ao smiled. He naturally wished to see his brothers and sisters rise up, so that the dragon race could become the overlord of this world and surpass the human race. In the future, they would bring their entire race back to the Nine Heavens immortal realm and become immortals again. Hurry up and announce Big Brother's first place. I'm still waiting to see what additional rewards the Heavenly Dao rankings will award you. Long Ji laughed. Yeah, that's right, we're still waiting to see that wonderful scene where auspicious clouds gather again. His other brothers and sisters echoed. They were looking forward to seeing Long Ao ascend to the top of the rankings. They wanted to know what the additional reward for the top rank was. Demon Rankings Number 3, Zi Yuan. Cultivation, Mahayana Middle Stage. Origin, Ancient Remnant Seed. Reward, Enlightenment and Aptitude increase by 400%, Soul Strength increases by 400%, Purity of Bloodline increases by 70%. Demon Rankings Number 2, Long Ao. Cultivation, Mahayana Middle Stage. Origin, Azure Dragon Race. Reward, Enlightenment and Aptitude increase by 400%, Soul Strength increases by 400%, Purity of Bloodline increases by 80%. Second place? How could this be? Everyone's expression switched. Obviously, this outcome was beyond their expectations, a huge upset. My son isn't first. Xin Ba does seem to live up to his reputation. This boy should have the divine beast bloodline, and the purity is extremely high. Otherwise, my son would never have lost to this fellow after fusing the dragon pearl and the dragon bones. The dragon lord Long Tiansong frowned as a complicated glint flashed through his eyes. The nine-headed lions were definitely a demon race on par with the azure dragons. Moreover, they originated from the immortal race of the Nine Heavens immortal realm. Their foundation and bloodline were undeniable. Father Elders, I'm heading into seclusion. I'll come out when the virtual sky mystic realm opens. Long Ao looked at Long Tiansong and the elders as he cupped his hands. Although no emotion could be seen on his face, anyone could tell that he was upset. After all, the best genius wouldn't accept losing to anyone. Chapter 104, Heavenly Dao was biased? Xin Ba was unconvinced. Compared to the disappointment of the azure dragons, the nine-headed lions were celebrating. Xin Ba was clearly claiming the first place. Today was really the auspicious day for their nine-headed lion race. Their young master Xin Ba was truly the hope of their race, returning to the immortal domain. My son did not disappoint our race after all. Lion King Xin Tang laughed heartily, and the elders could not close their mouths in laughter too. Xianba stood tall in the center of attention. He was wearing golden armor coupled with his long golden hair. He looked as if he was cast from gold, noble and remarkable. That mighty and domineering figure emitted golden light under the sunlight. A confident smile remained on his face as if he were invincible. His eyes were focused on the Heavenly Dao rankings as he waited for the moment of glory that belonged to him. He waited for the Heavenly Dao rankings to honor him with the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth and the additional reward that belonged to the first place. Today Xianba was the most dazzling prodigy in the world. Even the human Liu was not worthy of competing with him. At the same time, countless human cultivators and members of the various demon races held their breaths as they stared at the Heavenly Dao rankings. They were also curious about who the top young demon was. They were even more curious about whether the demon sons of heaven rankings would hide the cultivation level and rewards. Would another phenomenon appear? Would he obtain additional rewards? At this moment a golden light flourished on the Heavenly Dao rankings. Rows of golden light gathered at the top of the demon rankings and rows of golden characters condensed. Demon rankings number 1, Xianba. Cultivation, Mahayana middle stage. Origin, 9-headed lion race. Reward, enlightenment and aptitude increase by 400%, soul strength increases by 400%, purity of bloodline increases by 90%. The phenomenon many expected did not occur. The announcement of the first on the demon rankings seemed to be the same as the previous geniuses. There was nothing special about it. There were no additional rewards or concealed cultivation levels. Upon seeing this, the various Holy Lands and human cultivators could not help but smile. Apparently it was not the special treatment given to the top of the rankings, but it was only given to Liu by the Heavenly Dao. The worldly phenomenon, the concealing of cultivation level and awards, the additional reward. All of this was exclusive to Liu and not for anyone in the top spot. This was rather intriguing. Fin the new STLs on n//Velpen, calm. Was Liu's cultivation level really unknown? Or is he too powerful that the Heavenly Dao rankings are intentionally concealing the fact? In that case, the secret reward must be shocking and distinct from the rest. Moreover, the Heavenly Dao rankings bestowed an additional reward to Liu, and it even gave such a miraculous and auspicious phenomenon. All these signs pointed out that Liu's uniqueness was not only due to his incredible power level, perhaps everything about him was unthinkable to begin with. At the thought of this, the human cultivators relieved their repressed emotions and heavy hearts. Although the elites on the demon rankings were generally better than most humans on the human rankings, Liu alone was enough to surpass all the geniuses of the demon race. Liu's greatness was something not a single elite of the demon race could compare. The 9-headed lions are probably still waiting for the natural phenomenon and additional rewards. We thought that was the special treatment for the top. I believe the demons think so too. I'm afraid they're disappointed. Looks like Liu is really something else. My curiosity is piqued. I really want to know who Liu is. That's right, this kid is definitely not an ordinary human. I really hope to see the man himself one day. Yep, I just don't know where the Qingyun sect is, and Hu Liu is, logically speaking, such an extraordinary person, should have been well known long ago, so how could no one know about him? He probably didn't come out of secrecy, so no one knows about it. Naturally, he might not even be 60 years old. Speaking of which, it's fortunate that the human race has a prodigy like Liu, otherwise the demon race would have really stolen the limelight this time. I really want to see the expressions of the demons from the 9-headed lion race. It must be exciting. At the moment, the atmosphere in the 9-headed lion's territory was indeed a little strange. Their young master had clearly obtained the top position on the rankings, and it was supposed to be a joyous occasion for the entire race. However, the young master's expression was so dark that it was somewhat terrifying. Even the Lion King and the elders had grim faces. They did not know whether to congratulate their young master or keep quiet. In short, they looked at each other with strange expressions. They knew it was all because the situation of young master's top position was very different from the human Liu. What is so special about this little Liu? Why did he have a phenomenon to welcome his top position? And he can even obtain an additional reward? Is the Heavenly Dao favoring humans? Xianba's two blonde eyebrows were pressed together as he looked at the demon rankings that had already been finalized. With disappointment, he could not accept this outcome. Although he had clinched the first place on the rankings, he could not cheer up at all. The difference between him and Liu was simply the difference between the heavens and the earth. Li Yu had a natural phenomenon's welcome and an additional reward while his reception was ordinary, which severely damaged his pride. Xin Ba was not alone. Lion King Xin Tang and the rest of the elders had complicated feelings too. They had not expected the outcome either. How could the top of the human race be so different from the top of the demon race? Comparisons were the worst. If the human rankings did not stand out, they would probably be overjoyed. However, in comparison, it made Xin Ba's top spot seem no different from the 100th place. More importantly, this proved that this human Li Yu was indeed something special. The thought that the Heavenly Dao rankings were biased never came into their mind, and there could only be one reason why Li Yu was given such treatment. Li Yu was different from all the other geniuses on the rankings, and he was countless times more outstanding than all of them. This was still unbelievable. The humans might have a human sovereign in the making. Lion King Xin Tang was shaken up thinking back to the phenomenon and auspicious scene. He increasingly felt that his guess was not far off. Only the human sovereign was worthy of such a phenomenon. He once thought that the decline of the human race would usher in the era of the demon race's hegemony, yet he never expected that a human sovereign would be born. Is this going to change the big picture again? Is the human race going to prosper again? At the moment, Dragon King Long Tiansong and the various demon races had the same idea as Lion King Xin Tang. They were all feeling heavy-hearted. With the emergence of such an extraordinary genius, the human race would likely shine in this era again. Chapter 105, Gathering of the Factions. The immortal spring at the back mountain of the Qingyun Sect. Li Qingyun looked at the spring and was so excited, as if he had found water in the desert. He was just short of diving in to drink his fill. It's the real immortal spring. Just the immortal energy it emits is enough to make me feel reborn. Li Qingyun took a deep breath and immediately felt as if spring rain was moistening all things, and even his soul was about to sublimate. That's true relaxation. He could not wait as he lay by the pool and gulped down a few mouthfuls of spring water. Ha! It's too delicious. You are come over and have a taste too. Li Qingyun waved his hand. I'm not thirsty, just take your time and drink more. Li Yu waved to decline. He would not drink it even if he had to die. If Li Qingyun knew where this spring water came from, he probably would not be able to drink it either. Li Qingyun did not bother about Li Yu as he lowered his head and gulped down continuously. It was the immortal spring after all. One drop was already incomparably precious. More importantly, there were not many drops in the entire immortal martial world. If not for Li Yu, he would never have had the chance to drink to his heart's content. If the Holy Lands knew that their Qingyun sect had such a pool of water, their souls would probably fly out in envy. Li Qingyun drank for a while and felt a little stuffed. He then stood up and burped. The rich immortal energy in his body began to roam his meridians and bones. It nourished his organs, muscles, bones, meridians, and dantian, allowing the spirit energy in his dantian to undergo a qualitative transformation. With this spring, your father will return to the peak in a few days. When you return from the Lingtian mystic realm, I might already be in the Mahayana realm. Li Qingyun announced excitedly. Is this spring water that miraculous? Of course, it's the immortal spring we're talking about, and it's a precious resource even in the immortal domain, like the spirit stone mine in our mortal world. This spring is usually in the hands of those major powers in the immortal domain. Ordinary immortals can't drink it as freely as we can. Li Qingyun explained. He had heard this from his elders in the past and did not know if it was true. At least in this immortal martial world, the immortal spring was an unparalleled treasure. Oh yes, call Tang Chiichio and the others here soon. Everyone should grab a few buckets to drink in the next few days. They should be able to improve significantly. This way they'll be safer in the Lingtian mystic realm. Li Qingyun added. Sure. I'll call them over now. Li Yu nodded and called for Tang Chiichio, Gu Yugi, and the rest of the 10 genius disciples. When the few of them arrived at the immortal spring, they immediately sensed something extraordinary about the spring water. They guessed that it was the additional reward from the Heavenly Dao rankings. However, they did not know anything about it since Li Yu told them not to ask questions. Regardless, Elder Nya had seen the spring water before, and his excited voice reverberated in Ji Qinglan's immortal spring. It's actually the immortal spring. The reward for Li Yu on the Heavenly Dao rankings is actually that. This is unimaginable. Li Yu is a person blessed by the heavens. They have rewarded him with the ancient Dao fortune tree and now the immortal spring. They're going to forge the Qingyun sect into an immortal family's holy land. Hearing Elder Nye's words, Ji Qinglan was also incomparably shocked. Although he did not know what the immortal spring was, it was not difficult to tell from Elder Nye's voice and the spring's name that it was definitely a precious treasure even in the immortal domain. The immortal spring has the effect of nurturing the soul. My remnant soul finally has a chance to recover. Qinglan, please ask Liu for more spring water, pleaded Elder Nye. Ji Qinglan nodded. In the next few days you can drink as much as you want. You can also use it as your bathwater. This spring water can enhance your body anyway. You better improve your cultivation as much as possible before entering the Lingtian mystic realm, Liu requested. In any case, the spring was inexhaustible, so he could not care about wastage. Hearing Liu's instructions, joy surfaced on everyone's faces. The usually unsmiling Ji Qinglan beamed as Elder Nye's remnant soul could smoothly recover. The 10 genius disciples began to use the spring to cultivate madly in the next few days. Elder Nye's remnant soul was also slowly recovering under the nurturing of the spring water. Days passed and the day of the Lingtian mystic realm's opening arrived in the blink of an eye. If not for Liu's reminder, everyone would have forgotten about the time and immersed themselves in the joy of cultivating in the spring. With the immortal energy from the spring, everyone's cultivation level increased by a margin, and the person who improved the most was Gu Yugi. After the Heavenly Dao ranking reward enhanced his aptitude in soul, coupled with the immortal energy from the spring, Gu Yuchi's ancient god's bloodline had been further awakened and his body began to transform. His cultivation advanced rapidly, crossing from the initial stage of the soul formation realm to the late stage. His ranking on the Sons of Heaven rankings had also gone from 19th to 15th, replacing the original 15th place Grand Primordium Holy Sun Chang Huxiang. The various prodigies had been cultivating and spending resources as if lives were on the line ever since the human rankings were announced. There had also been some changes in the rankings. However, most of the changes were after 20th place in the rankings. Furthermore, it was often only a tiny improvement by 1 place. It was the first where someone like Gu Yuchi in the top 20 advanced 4 places at once. He had even surpassed the Holy Son of the Grand Primordium Holy Land at the Profound Void Martial stage with his late-stage soul formation stage cultivation. It attracted the attention of many. Especially since he was from Qingyun sect, his name became more striking and made people more curious about the Qingyun sect. On the day of the Mystic Realm's opening, Liu rode the purple lightning flood dragon to the clear void Holy Land with his 10 junior brothers and sisters and Wu Chang. On the way, Elder Nye talked about his relationship with the clear void Holy Land, which surprised Liu and the others. He did not expect that Elder Nye was a good friend of the clear void Holy Land's founder. When Liu and the others arrived at the clear void Holy Land, the various factions of the Huaxia continent had also arrived. Everyone was waiting in the 2 outer peaks of the clear void Holy Land. Once the Lingtian mystic realm opened, they would enter through the teleportation array in the clear void Holy Land. The outer peaks were filled with noise and excitement. However, wherever there were people, there was bound to be strife. Moreover, with the various factions gathered together, it was difficult for everything to be calm and peaceful. The recent Sons of Heaven rankings in particular made the prodigies of the various sects feel stifled. Some of them with similar cultivation levels and rankings began sparring on the spot. It provided entertainment during the waiting time. However, the main character today was still Liu. At this moment, most were talking about Liu and the Qingyun sect. I didn't expect the Qingyun sect to be from the Great Xia dynasty. Yeah, if we didn't hear it from perfected Yu Hua, how could we have imagined that the person who spoke the mantras was Liu? Tvi heard of all kinds of rumors. Some even said that it was the primordial Dao Holy Sun Shuyunha. I didn't expect it to be Liu. No wonder he obtained an auspicious indication on the day of the rankings and even got an extra reward. This should be the extra reward given by the Heavenly Dao rankings after he spoke the mantras of the Great Dao. Heard that the Qingyun sect master is the past divine firmament Holy Land's Holy Sun Li Qingyun. Liu is Li Qingyun's son. Really? Li Qingyun's son? No wonder Liu is such a freak. He really surpassed Li Qingyun. I heard that Li Qingyun was once an unprecedented genius with extraordinary strength in the past. I never expected that his son would be even more extraordinary. Like father, like son. What's even more shocking is that Liu is only 17 years old. It's startling to see him overcome the Holy Sons to ascend to the top at this age. Only 17? His potential is amazing. I just heard from the people of the Great Xia that Liu will be here today. I heard that the Clear Void Holy Land gave the Qingyun sect 10 spots. Didn't Li Qingyun have a grudge with the Clear Void Holy Land? The clear void Holy Land before us and actually allowed the Qingyun sect to enter the Lingtian mystic realm. After all, Li Yu is the #1 prodigy of the orthodox sects today. The grudges of the previous generation shouldn't be extended to the next generation, right? In my opinion, it's all because Li Yu is outstanding enough, otherwise the clear void Holy Land wouldn't have let bygones be bygones. Not only is Li Yu the #1 prodigy of the human race, but he's also the one who speaks the truths of the great Tao. Tell me which Holy Land wouldn't treat him as a distinguished guest? That's right, the clear void Holy Land is not foolish. This child has a limitless future. Anyone with some foresight will naturally seek goodwill with him. Is the Qingyun sect here yet? I can't wait to see the current #1 prodigy himself. Chapter 106, A Room of Big Shots. At the moment, many inner sect disciples of the clear void Holy Land were gathered on the outer peak. They rarely visit the outer peak on other days, and they gathered here for the sake of seeing Li Yu. Li Qingyun and the clear void Holy Land could be said to have had great enmity back then. However, to the younger generation of disciples, that calamity existed in legends. Although they had heard of the story, it was difficult to relate. Unlike the older generation who held grudges and hated Li Qingyun to the bone, the past did not affect their respect for other people's excellent aspects. Furthermore, Li Qingyun and the clear void Holy Land were enemies of the previous generation, and Li Yu represented the new generation. Therefore, these disciples hoped to see with their own eyes the boy who could utter the great Tao's mantra and become the #1 prodigy of the human race. This was especially true for some young female disciples filled with anticipation. Learned from senior brother Qin that Li Yu's strength is incredible and his appearance and bearing are also extraordinary. Regardless of appearance or class, senior brother Chu should have been the best and unmatched in the world. Li Yu must be extraordinary and outstanding to be ranked ahead of him. The Sons of Heaven rankings isn't ranked based on looks and bearing. What if he's ordinary looking? How is that possible? Someone who can top the rankings and speak the truths of the great Tao must be extraordinary. That's right, an auspicious phenomenon descended from the heavens when he topped the rankings. This guy must have the image of an immortal. I think you guys are just infatuated. Don't be disappointed later. That's right, in terms of looks I think our senior brother is the best. Chu Yunhai is only bragging. Even if Li Yu is the top prodigy, he can't compare to our senior brother. Then what are you doing here? Didn't you come to see the glory of the top genius too? Just want to prove with my own eyes that Li Yu is inferior to senior brother Zhou. The female disciples chattered non-stop. Right at this moment, a dragon's roar resounded through the sky, instantly drawing everyone's attention. The purple lightning flood dragon had already undergone significant changes under the nourishment of the ancient Tao fortune tree. Its strength was comparable to the profound void martial stage, and its body became larger. It was increasingly similar to a true dragon. It was as if a true dragon was flying over from the sky on purple lightning. It's the Qingyun sect. The clear void Holy Land disciple patrolling in the air exclaimed. TL informed senior brother Duan, a disciple said, and immediately flew to the main peak. Duan Tianming had already instructed them that Li Yu should be riding the purple lightning flood dragon. If the Qingyun sect arrived, they must inform him directly. The flood dragon arrived above the clear void Holy Land's outer peak in the blink of an eye. Everyone's gaze gathered as their discussions intensified. Everyone sized up the purple lightning flood dragon as they wondered which faction had arrived. However, no one could see the people standing on it since the flood dragon was in the air. Are you from the Qingyun sect? The clear void Holy Land disciples in the air bowed respectfully with cupped hands while they curiously sized up the people standing on the dragon's head. Although they didn't know Li Yu, they could recognize the top prodigy from his standing position and bearing. They were also awed by Li Yu's appearance and temperament. Li Yu was indeed the #1 prodigy of the human race. His bearing was extraordinary and peerless. He seemed even more remarkable than their holy son. The question attracted the crowd's attention below, and a commotion instantly arose. Countless gazes gathered in the air, but they could only see the enormous body of the flood dragon, and they could not see Li Yu and the others. Indeed. Here are our tokens. Li Yu had yet to finish his sentence when Ji Qinglan immediately pulled out the 11 tokens for the disciples to see. Okay, please wait a moment. The disciple in the lead cupped his hands again. At this moment, Duan Tianming flew over at high speed and arrived in a flash. Seeing Li Yu, he cupped his hands with a smile. Haha, Cultivator Li, we have met again. Ah yes. Li Yu put up a smile and cupped his hands in return. My master has already set up a banquet and is waiting for Cultivator Li. Our Holy Land has also prepared a resting place for your sect. Cultivator Li, please follow me, Duan Tianming said with a smile. Li Yu smiled slightly. He could not get used to the Clear Void Holy Land's politeness. Of course he was not worried that the other party would set up an ambush for him. In his opinion, the Clear Void Holy Land was not that despicable. You're too kind. Li Yu cupped his hands and did not stand on ceremony. He rode the purple lightning flood dragon and followed Duan Tianming to the main peak. As everyone from the Qingyun sect followed Duan Tianming directly to the main peak of the Clear Void Holy Land, a commotion broke out among the people below. They were here to see Li Yu, but how could he fly away like that? After arriving at the main peak, Duan Tianming started with a smile. Cultivator Li, your mount will temporarily stay at the foot of the mountain. You and your fellow cultivators will follow me. Sure. Li Yu nodded and he allowed the flood dragon to rest in the forest at the waist of the mountain while he brought his junior brothers to the main peak. Many people were gathered on the main peak. They had rushed over to see Li Yu when they heard of his arrival. Seeing Li Yu with their own eyes, everyone's eyes brightened up and they were stunned. Some young female disciples were even slightly infatuated. Li Yu was like an exiled immortal. His appearance and bearing were spectacular. His body emitted a soft immortal glow and there seemed to be a faint luminance of Dao fate circulating around him. Duan Tianming called for a few disciples to bring the Qingyun sect disciples to rest as he led Li Yu straight to a hall. The hall was filled with guests. There were no empty seats and more people stood behind those seats. Li Yu did not know anyone in the room. The people sitting in the seats were obviously old. There were occasionally a few who looked relatively young. One thing was common across: they had the aura of authority. It was clear that the people sitting here had deep backgrounds. They were probably the big shots of all the top factions in the Huaxia continent, while the youth standing behind were probably the current prodigies of the various top factions. At that moment the gazes of everyone in the room gathered on Li Yu and they sized him up with various expressions. The older generation's eyes were calm as water in an ancient well and they did not reveal their emotions other than a few who had looks of admiration. The rest had practically no expression. On the other hand, the young people behind them had shining eyes. Obviously they were stunned by Li Yu's demeanor. After all, Li Yu had good looks to begin with and he possessed an extraordinary bearing. Coupled with the various buffs that the Heavenly Dao rankings had bestowed upon him, he seemed like an immortal. Duan Tianming cupped his hands and said, Master Senior's Cultivator Li Yu has arrived. Ahaha, my young friend Li Yu, welcome to Clear Void Holy Land. Please have a seat. Perfected Tai Ching hurriedly stood up and welcomed him with a smile. Thank you for your hospitality. Li Yu smiled and returned the greeting. Duan Tianming quickly led Li Yu to a big square table on the side to sit. He quickly retreated to the side of the hall and stood with his other senior brothers and sisters. Although Li Yu's seat was close to the end, the people sitting in the hall were clearly the bosses of the top factions in the Huaxia continent. Be it in terms of age, seniority or status, they should be extraordinary. In terms of strength, he could thrash all the old fellows in this room. Nonetheless, they were barely worthy of sitting with him in terms of age and seniority. Chapter 107 Beef. Like Li Yu had guessed, everyone in the hall possessed great status. Other than the Clear Void Holy Lord Perfected Tai Ching, a few Grand Elders and a few others, the remaining people were basically the best experts of the current generation of the various top factions. They were the ones with the highest seniority. For example, the person sitting in the VIP seat was Emperor Tianyun, and beside him were the old emperors of the Myriad Era dynasty and the Fengtian dynasty. The others were the sect masters of the various large sects and the ancestors of the top cultivation families in the Huaxia continent. Even the new emperor of the Heavenly Fate dynasty, Emperor Hangyun, and the holy son of the Clear Void Holy Land, Zhou, could only stand to the side and watch. Therefore, the Clear Void Holy Land, leaving his seat for Li Yu and inviting him to dine with the various factions' ancestors and the Living Stone, was definitely giving him enough face. Of course, this was also because Li Yu was the one who spoke the great Dao mantras and he was worthy of the respect of these older generations. Alright, since everyone is here, the banquet shall begin officially. Perfected Tai Ching smiled. Subsequently, a group of female disciples from the Clear Void Holy Land began to serve wine and dishes to the guests. Meanwhile, Perfected Tai Ching continued, young friend Li Yu, it's our first time meeting. You might not be familiar with everyone here, so let me introduce you. Thank you. Li Yu cupped his hands. Perfected Tai Ching smiled and began introducing the big shots. This is the unprecedented legendary emperor of the Heavenly Fate dynasty, Emperor Tianyun. He's also one of the 10 peak Mahayana realm experts of our human race. After hearing Perfected Tai Ching's introduction, Liu looked at the old man sitting in the VIP seat expressionlessly. He remembered that was the old fellow who wanted to snatch Gu Yuqi's ancient god body and hired an assassin from the Azura Hall. The old man did look like a sage, but he did not expect him to be so evil. After Liu told Li Qingyun about this Mohuhui, Li Qingyun speculated that it was definitely related to the Heavenly Fate Emperor. Li Qingyun had heard of Mohuhui, the top killer of the Azura Hall. Few could hire him. Therefore Liu did not have a good impression of Emperor Tianyun. Oh, so it's Emperor Tianyun indeed. Meeting in person is not as good as knowing through your reputation, Liu remarked with a cold smile. Everyone's expression changed as they looked at Liu in confusion. Did Liu use the wrong word? He was someone who spoke the truths of the great Dao. How could he make a mistake on such a simple thing? Is this his first time meeting so many big shots that got him flurried? But he did not seem nervous at all. His expression and tone were clearly intentional. Liu actually said that Emperor Tianyun's reputation precedes him? Is this kid crazy? That was the current top human expert, the mighty Emperor Tianyun. He was a person that even the Clear Void Holy Land's Grand Elder and Holy Lord had to respect. And why did he say that about Emperor Tianyun? Maybe there was some sort of grudge between them? Logically speaking, they did not have any interaction before. Li Qingyun, on the other hand, had a grudge against the Clear Void Holy Land. Perhaps he deliberately spoke rudely to ruin the Clear Void Holy Land's banquet and embarrass Perfected Tai Ching? Everyone in the hall was about to have their heads burn as they imagined all kinds of absurd possibilities. Ha, I believe you are saying hearing the reputation is not as good as meeting in person, my young friendly. You. Perfected Tai Ching laughed dryly and tried to smooth things over. However, he felt apprehensive. He did not expect Liu to be so direct. He actually dared to insult Emperor Tianyun as expected of Li Qingyun's son. He's really similar in this aspect. He's simply someone who's not afraid of even the heavens. In fact, Perfected Tai Ching was an understanding person. Perhaps others might not know, but he could more or less guess it. Liu should be hostile to Emperor Tianyun because of Gu Yuqi. After Gu Yuqi's ancient god body entered the Heavenly Dao rankings, his sect was destroyed and his whereabouts were unknown. Although no one knew who did it, Perfected Tai Ching had some speculations. Hearing Liu's words, he was more confident in his guess. Moreover, Perfected Tai Ching sensed a trace of hostility, although Emperor Tianyun did not speak much when everyone was talking about Liu not long ago. Haha, that's right, our young friend. Liu should be saying the opposite. The elders of the Clear Void Holy Land hurriedly tried smoothing things over. Liu did not explain further as a form of respect for Perfected Tai Ching. After all, he should not mess with the other party's hospitality. Emperor Tianyun did not speak. No one could tell if he was happy or angry. He only gave Liu a meaningful look. He was aware that Liu had said that on purpose, and he was intensely displeased inside. No one ever dared to speak to him in this manner before, and it was even done in public. The kid was simply fearless. If not for the fact that he did not want to lose the disposition of a great emperor, he would probably teach this brat a lesson personally. He wanted to let him know that topping the Sons of Heaven rankings did not equate to becoming the world's best. He wanted to let this frog in the well know what a true expert was. In fact, Emperor Tianyun had guessed that Liu must have known about his plan to snatch Gu Yuqi's physique. However, he could not bother about it this time. He must obtain Gu Yuqi's body in the Lingtian mystic realm. The victor was king and the losers were bandits. History was written by the victor. Perfected Tai Ching hurriedly changed the topic and introduced the next person. After that, Liu greeted each and every one of them. His tone was calm and he spoke appropriately. This confirmed everyone's suspicions that Liu was not here to mess around and he was only targeting Emperor Tianyun. It was clear that they had beef. It was no wonder that Emperor Tianyun had always said that he wanted his grandson Emperor Hangyun to spar with Liu and test his cultivation level. They did not expect such a big secret to be hidden at this banquet. It was truly unexpected. Liu is too awesome. He just dared to ridicule Emperor Tianyun in public. My word, I'm breaking out in a cold sweat. Senior brother, do you know what feud Emperor Tianyun has with Liu? No idea. I'm confused too. Zhouyu Duan Tianming and the rest of the 9 orders of the Clear Void Holy Land whispered quietly with their divine senses. Liu sure is the #1 prodigy. He doesn't even put Emperor Tianyun in his eyes. I'm impressed by his boldness. Why do I feel that Liu is a little rash? Offending Emperor Tianyun in public is not a wise move. He's a top human expert in strength and influence, so Liu shouldn't offend such an expert. So what? Li Yu's cultivation is probably at least in the early stage of the Mahayana realm or even higher. It might not be long before he's on par with Emperor Tianyun. What's there for him to be afraid of? He's right. If Emperor Tianyun really had a grudge against Li Yu, I believe that even if Li Yu hadn't said those just now, Emperor Tianyun wouldn't have left in peace. Didn't he mention that he wanted Emperor Hangyun to spar with Li Yu? So that's how it is. I thought Li Yu was just joking. Just wait and see, the show has only just begun. Duan Tianming and the others were excited to watch the show. After perfected Tai Ching introduced everyone, the banquet officially began. However, because of the incident between Li Yu and Emperor Tianyun, the atmosphere in the hall became strange. Everyone had mixed feelings. The various powers had planned to seize this opportunity to make friends with Li Yu. However, because of the conflict between Li Yu and Emperor Tianyun, they were conflicted. If they acted too close to Li Yu, they were afraid that Emperor Tianyun would be unhappy, yet if they ignored Li Yu completely, they would feel that they had wasted this golden opportunity. After all, Li Yu was the person who spoke the mantras of the Great Dao. He was obviously the son of the heavens and his future was limitless. One was an old emperor with absolute power, while one was a new emperor with limitless potential. They needed to choose sides between the two, so they were indeed conflicted. After some time, the banquet was almost over. Emperor Tianyun gave a look at the old man diagonally across him. The old man understood tacitly, and he immediately grinned as he asked, "Young friend Li Yu, I wonder what cultivation realm you're in now. We are all curious about the unknown written on the Heavenly Dao rankings." That's right, maybe our young friend Li Yu cultivates a unique cultivation system entirely different from ours? Someone hurriedly echoed. Of course, this was a question that everyone was curious about, so everyone looked at Li Yu, who was eating scrumptiously with great satisfaction. I guess so. It's a cultivation system I created myself. I don't know what realm I'm in either. Li Yu replied casually while eating. Chapter 108. Your grandson isn't worthy. A self-created cultivation system? The entire hall erupted the moment Li Yu said that. Shock and disbelief were written all over everyone's faces. Even Emperor Tianyun was shocked. They had lived for many years, but this was the first time they had seen someone create their own cultivation system. This answer was even more shocking than if Li Yu said he had already become an immortal. Of course, some of the living fossils in the hall had heard of people creating their own cultivation system, but they were all legendary monstrous geniuses existing in myths. They had never seen one with their own eyes or ascertained its authenticity. They never expected to see one today. Furthermore, the unknown cultivation realm of Li Yu on the Heavenly Dao rankings might prove that Li Yu had really created his own cultivation route, something completely different from the current mainstream cultivation system. This was unthinkable. Li Yu had spoken the truths of the Great Dao and created his own cultivation system. He was simply too outstanding. Could he be the reincarnation of an immortal emperor or a paragon? Everyone was speculating. Perhaps this was the only possibility that could explain why Li Yu could create his own cultivation system and speak the mantras of the Great Dao. Also, thinking back on how he had mocked Emperor Tianyun in public earlier, it was unlikely for a young man to have such boldness and courage. It had to be known that even the old fellows who had lived for thousands of years were afraid when facing Emperor Tianyun. Li Yu, my young friend, does your self-created cultivation system lean more toward body refinement or chi refinement? Perfected Tai Ching asked curiously. Leveling up. Li Yu replied casually. He was not lying. His system was similar to leveling up in games. He could become stronger by killing monsters and completing missions. What is leveling up? Everyone was dumbfounded as they looked at each other, but no one dared to question Li Yu. They all thought they were not knowledgeable enough and didn't understand what Li Yu meant. It can only be understood but not explained. Li Yu replied deliberately. So, young friend Li Yu, do you know what realm you're roughly equivalent to in our chi refinement cultivation system? Asked someone. I don't know. Anyway, up until now I've never encountered anyone who could defeat me. Li Yu said casually, and he was telling the truth. Currently, the strongest person he had encountered was Mo Wuhue. However, he was still unable to withstand the power of his sword. Furthermore, according to Li Yu's speculations, his system's definition of invincibility was not only in this immortal martial world, but it included the 9 heavens immortal realm. Thus currently no one in the lower realm was his match. I believe you have never encountered an actual expert before. It's fine for young people to be confident, but don't be too arrogant. Emperor Tianyun snapped. Didn't you say that you have never encountered someone who can defeat you? Why don't you let my grandson experience your skills? My grandson Hangyun is now in the early stage of the Mahayana realm. Since you can top the Sons of Heaven rankings, your level shouldn't be lower than that, right? It's not considered bullying if you let my grandson spar with you. Before Emperor Tianyun could finish his sentence, Emperor Hangyun stepped forward. His eyes were electrifying and his aura was imposing. There was a sense of superiority between his brows. Emperor Tianyun wanted to know more about Liu and test his cultivation level. Your grandson isn't worthy. Liu sneered. He's too weak, he can't beat me at all. You're barely qualified to spar with me. I'm afraid that if I beat you, others will say I'm bullying the elder. Liu's remarks shocked everyone again. They became as quiet as cicadas in the winter. Their foreheads were covered in a cold sweat as they looked at Emperor Tianyun nervously. The atmosphere in the hall seemed to have dropped to the freezing point. Liu's words could be described as rude and filled with disdain. He did not put Emperor Tianyun in his eyes at all. He was just short of scolding, "Who do you think you are?" and pointing at Emperor Tianyun's nose. His unconquerable vibe was shocking. However, they could not help but feel nervous for Liu. If Liu did not have the capability, he would probably become unfortunate after today. If he offended Emperor Tianyun, the #1 talent of the human race would probably not escape this trouble either. The entire hall was deathly silent. No one dared make a sound as they looked at Liu and Emperor Tianyun nervously. Emperor Tianyun frowned slightly. No matter how calm he was, he could not withstand the provocation in Liu's remarks. His entire aura had already leaked out. A majestic pressure spread out like the glorious heavens, might making one's soul tremble. It was as if the space in the entire hall had frozen. You wish to take me on? Liu, aren't you overestimating your abilities? Emperor Tianyun stood up. He really wanted to slap Liu to death right now. If Liu's words had only displeased him before, the new remarks had already filled him with killing intent. Even though he would not choose to attack here, he would make sure Liu never returned from the Lingtian mystic realm. Initially, he only wanted to take Gu Yuqi's ancient god body and let Liu off. After all, he was the #1 prodigy of the human race and the one who spoke the mantras of the great Dao. It would be a pity to kill him. However, Liu had repeatedly offended him and spoken rudely. Today he decided not to let this child live anymore, otherwise he would leave an arch-enemy for himself in the future. But just as killing intent surfaced in Emperor Tianyun's heart, a dark cloud as black as ink suddenly condensed above his head. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled as lightning bolts began to strike the top of his head. Emperor Tianyun immediately felt insecure. Damn it, why did this damned dark cloud appear again? Everyone in the hall was shocked when they saw the sudden phenomenon above Emperor Tianyun. Although many of them had seen this during Emperor Hangyun's coronation, they were still shocked to see it again. As for the Clear Void Holy Land disciples who were seeing this phenomenon for the first time, they were filled with surprise. Oh my, what kind of divine power is Emperor Tianyun using? It looks refreshing. Is this the legendary Path of Calamity, one of the 3,000 great Daos? Liu's comments nearly made the Clear Void Holy Land disciples at the side burst out laughing. Indeed, everything had its vanquisher, the top expert who had dominated the Huaxia continent for countless years. Emperor Tianyun had never suffered such humiliation. Liu was likely the only person who dared to speak like that about Emperor Tianyun. It had infuriated Emperor Tianyun. Further, he wanted nothing more than to flay Liu alive. Carrying such a thought, the dark clouds above his head grew larger by several times. The thick lightning bolts made the hair of Emperor Tianyun stand on end. Meanwhile, Emperor Hangyun was furious and anxious. During the previous coronation ceremony, such a situation happened to Emperor Tianyun and he was almost frozen. This time he received the order to probe Liu's cultivation and this situation occurred again. If he could not complete the mission today, he would probably make his grandfather unhappy again. Hence Emperor Hangyun couldn't care less about his bearing and status. He immediately yelled, "Liu, your arrogance ends here, take this." Before he finished his sentence, Emperor Hangyun charged. His aura was fully unleashed and he was filled with the clear intent to take Liu's life. Everyone's faces drastically changed when they saw that, but no one dared to stop him. After all, with Emperor Tianyun present, no one would dare to make a move. Moreover, they wanted to see if Liu was really capable or just an arrogant person. However, just as everyone held their breaths and prepared to watch the battle, get your right ubbles at no/v/e/lbn.com. Emperor Hangyun, who had just arrived in front of Liu, shot into the sky like a cannonball. The blast wave that accompanied him swept through the surroundings. Boom! The dome of the hall was penetrated by Emperor Hengyun, but his minimizing figure did not slow down at all. It was as if a rocket was launched into the sky. In the end, he disappeared at the end of the boundless sky. Where did he end up? Chapter 109: The Strongest Human. Silence rang out. The entire hall fell silent abruptly, leaving only the crackling thunder above Emperor Tianyun's head. Emperor Hengyun, the new ruling emperor of the Heavenly Fate dynasty, was a peerless genius with talent comparable to Emperor Tianyun. In the past, he was also a renowned prodigy in the Huaxia continent. He was even once equally famous as the Holy Sons of the various Holy Lands. He was only 250 years old now, and he was already at the early stage of the Mahayana realm. Furthermore, it was said that he had already entered the Mahayana realm for more than 20 years. He was also probably close to reaching the middle stage. If the Heavenly Dao rankings had appeared a few decades earlier, even if he could not enter the top 10, entering the top 20 would definitely be an easy task with his talent and capability. However, such an expert whose cultivation and strength could be considered top tier seemed as weak as an ordinary person in front of Li Yu. He had actually disappeared without a trace after a single punch. Emperor Hengyun had already broken through the roof before anyone could react. Terrifyingly, there seemed to be no magic power fluctuations around Li Yu. It was as if an effortless punch from him was enough to send the Mahayana realm expert who could move mountains and fill seas with a wave of his hand and block a crashing meteorite flying. This could not be described as ridiculous anymore, it was simply petrifying. Li Yu is too strong. No wonder he doesn't think highly of Emperor Tianyun. Zhou Yu could not help but exclaim in his thoughts. He began to understand why Li Yu could obtain the extra reward. It was not only because he had spoken the great Dao mantras. It was because his abilities were unbelievably powerful. A self-created cultivation system? What kind of cultivation technique could cultivate his physical body to such a state? If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would never believe that a Mahayana realm expert stood no chance against the brute strength of Li Yu's physical body. Everyone in the hall stared at Li Yu with their mouths agape, and the shock in their hearts was already beyond description. Emperor Tianyun looked at Li Yu with a grim expression too. He knew that even he could not have punched Hengyun away with such ease without relying on his powers. Furthermore, Hengyun had unleashed his aura and attacked without holding back. In the end, he did not touch Li Yu and was instead sent flying by Li Yu. The entire process was so quick that he did not even manage to see it clearly. Li Yu's power was unfathomable, and even he could not understand it. Is he an immortal? But Li Yu is clearly still a human with no signs of an immortal body. This means he hasn't achieved immortality. Could it be because of his own cultivation system? Or is he really the reincarnation of an immortal emperor? Emperor Tianyun felt that this was the most likely possibility. Li Yu had probably cultivated some sort of unique cultivation technique after his rebirth and grasped the power of various laws of the great Dao. That was why he could display such terrifying strength. Even Emperor Tianyun himself might not be his match. No wonder he got so arrogant and condescending. I'm really in trouble this time. He could not mess with the kid, at least he could not provoke him further, otherwise he wouldn't know how he died. In fact, Emperor Tianyun regretted his decisions. If he had not already offended Li Yu, he would have definitely struck up a good relationship with him. If he could obtain Li Yu's guidance and help, perhaps his future path as an immortal would be smoother. It was a pity that fate made a fool of him. He had already started a feud with such an expert. He had to think of a solution in the Lingtian mystic realm. Humph! Emperor Tianyun snorted coldly to save himself some face, then he waved his sleeves and flew towards the hole above. He had to find his grandson. Hengyun was the only good seedling among his descendants. He could not disregard Hengyun's life even though he did not know if he was dead or alive. Many clear void Holy Land disciples looked up in surprise outside the hall. They had also heard the loud noise of the hall being struck earlier, but they did not see what transpired. They only saw something crash through the roof of the hall that instantly disappeared into the sky. The moment they saw Emperor Tianyun fly into the sky, they were even more surprised. They could not help but discuss and speculate what happened in the hall. After Emperor Tianyun left, the frozen atmosphere in the hall returned to normal. However, the way everyone looked at Li Yu had already changed again. He was now revered. Li Yu was not only the #1 prodigy, he was probably the strongest human as well. Perfected Taiching, I apologize for breaking your hall accidentally. Li Yu cupped his hands. It's fine, it's normal for fists and legs to have no eyes. Perfected Tai Ching replied with a smile while he tried to calm the waves in his heart. Li Qingyun really has a good son. I should take the initiative to find Li Qingyun in the future to resolve the past grudges. At the very least I should learn from the Jade Pure Dao sect and make Li Yu an honorary elder of our Clear Void Holy Land. As the saying went, it was better squashing enmity than to keep it alive, no matter what. The Clear Void Holy Land had to resolve the grudge between them and Li Qingyun. Although Emperor Tianyun had left the banquet, continued, the main character of the feast was now Li Yu. Everyone did not have anything to worry about this time and relaxed completely. Li Yu was about to vomit from hearing all kinds of over-the-top compliments. People came in an endless stream to toast him, and some were already prepared to matchmake Li Yu. If Li Yu agreed, he might as well take away 3,000 beauties immediately. After a long while the banquet ended. There was only an hour left until the opening of the Lingtian mystic realm. The two outer peaks of the Clear Void Holy Land were already filled with people. All the factions of the Huaxia continent were present. While the events that occurred at the banquet not long ago have been spreading among the various factions here. What? Li Yu sent Emperor Tianyun flying with a single punch? No wonder someone heard a loud noise from the main peak just now. Yeah, I vaguely saw someone flying into the sky just now. So Li Yu is even stronger than Emperor Tianyun. No wonder the Heavenly Dao rankings gave him an additional reward. Unbelievable. Perfected Tai Ching led everyone from the main hall to the sky above the outer peak. Everyone quickly fell silent. One elder spoke with a resounding voice and began announcing the related matters regarding the teleportation into the Lingtian mystic realm. The teleportation array could only send 100 people each time. As the space in the Lingtian mystic realm was special, the location where everyone would appear might be different. After 3 months, everyone could follow the directions on the token to find the teleportation point to leave the Lingtian mystic realm. Once the time was up, the Lingtian mystic realm would close again and the token would lose its effectiveness. If anyone stayed there, he could only wait for the next time it opened. However, according to past experience, anyone who stayed behind had vanished. No one had come out of the Lingtian mystic realm when it reopened. Alright, the time has come. The teleportation array is about to be activated. Everyone, please prepare yourselves and enter the teleportation array in batches according to the number on your token. Perfected Tai Ching's voice reverberated around. Everyone put on a serious face as they took out their tokens and waited for the teleportation array to activate. Soon Perfected Tai Ching signaled for the elders to activate the grand array. Each elder took out an array disc and quickly activated the array formation. A massive spatial vortex appeared in the sky above the two outer peaks. The first ones to enter the teleportation array were those from the Clear Void Holy Land. They were divided into 10 batches and a total of 1,000 disciples entered the spatial vortex. Zhou Yu Duan, Tianming Qin Yueheng and others were among them. At the same time, the people from the various holy lands flew into the spatial vortex in the sky above their respective holy lands. As for the various demons and fiend sects, they entered the virtual sky mystic realm through the teleportation arrays under their control. Once I return from the virtual sky mystic realm, I'll definitely meet the number 1 prodigy of the human race. Xanba looked at the rankings in the sky with eyes filled with dissatisfaction. Chapter 110, After Woe Comes Weal. After a while, Emperor Tianyun carried the rag doll-like Emperor Hengyun back to the main peak of the Clear Void Holy Land and met up with the people of the Heavenly Fate dynasty. The expressions of the Lu family drastically changed when they saw the sorry state of Emperor Hengyun. Emperor Tianyun's 19th son Lu Hongcheng hurriedly rushed forward. He looked at Emperor Hengyun and asked worriedly, "Father, is Hengyun all right?" They had just heard that Emperor Hengyun had been sent flying by a single punch from Li Yu. At the moment they had a bad feeling when they looked at the state of Emperor Hengyun. He's not dead yet, but he's severely injured. Emperor Tianyun's expression was grim. The lightning bolts that struck down above his head seemed to strike at the bottom of his raging heart. He wished for nothing more than to kill that kid Li Yu. Although Li Yu's punch did not kill Emperor Hengyun, it had almost turned him into a vegetable. More than half of his bones were broken and his meridians were severely injured. He should be able to recover a little from his injuries with the help of a rebirth pill, but he would not be able to recover to his normal strength for the time being. "Father, should we still bring Hengyun into the Lingtian mystic realm?" asked Lu Hongcheng. Emperor Tianyun looked at the spatial passageway in the distance and pondered for a short while. "Bring him in, he can't miss such a good opportunity. I'll think of a way to treat Hengyun's injuries after entering the Lingtian mystic realm." The few of you carry Hangyun and follow me. Emperor Tianyun handed Hangyun to the Lu family members beside him before flying towards the spatial vortex together. Lu Hongchang and the others quickly followed. After those from the Clear Void Holy Land were teleported away, it should have been the Heavenly Fate Dynasty's turn. However, it was temporarily delayed as they were waiting for Emperor Tianyun. Therefore they exchanged greetings with the Clear Void Holy Land elders and wasted no time flying into the teleportation array. A dazzling seven-colored light instantly enveloped everyone from the Heavenly Fate Dynasty. All was quiet as the world turned around. They were like fallen leaves fluttering in the wind as they flew uncontrollably to an unknown place. Suddenly space fluctuated violently. Everyone was like fallen leaves in a gale that flew around uncontrollably. Emperor Tianyun's expression became awful. It was a common occurrence when one entered the Lingtian mystic realm. However, this was also an extremely dangerous situation. The space in the Lingtian mystic realm was especially strange. One might encounter a spatial storm or spatial fluctuation during the teleportation process. People teleported together might be scattered and appear in a place thousands of kilometers away from each other. Some might even get trapped in a spatial storm and disappear. After a moment, the seven-colored light disappeared again. Everyone quickly stabilized themselves with magic power. They landed in a forest filled with miasma and strange trees. The entire forest was lifeless. There were some strange and tall dead trees as far as the eye could see. The crooked tree trunk was like ferocious ghost faces. Its bare branches bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they stretched into the air. They were like withered ghost claws about to tear apart the misty sky. It looked a little spine-chilling. Emperor Tianyun first surveyed his surroundings before looking at everyone on his side. Lu Hongchang and Hangyun were not here. They must have been teleported elsewhere. However, Emperor Tianyun was not worried. They had jade tokens with communication capabilities, so it was not difficult for them to reunite. Right at this moment, Emperor Hangyun's muffled voice sounded from nearby. Grandfather, I'm here, I can't move. Emperor Tianyun looked over and immediately felt uneasy. More than half of Emperor Hangyun's body had fused with a crooked tree. He only had 2 feet in one hand, showing with less than half of his face exposed. The comers of Emperor Tianyun's mouth twitched as if he was having a seizure. Everyone here knew what it meant to fuse with an object during spatial transference. It was impossible to separate the two with external forces unless Emperor Hangyun's cells were separated and recombined. I'm finished. Visit no v 3lb/n cm for new OVL. My grandson Hangyun has become a complete vegetable. 2. Emperor Tianyun brought everyone to surround Hangyun and looked at him gravely. Patriarch W, what should we do? The Lu family members had ugly expressions and complicated feelings. They were at a loss as to what to do for a while. At the moment, Emperor Tianyun was also depressed. It was an unlucky day. Hangyun was already severely injured, and fusing into this tree made matters worse. 2. What else can we do? Let's cut down the tree first and leave the fusion part. Be careful not to injure Hangyun. Emperor Tianyun also had a headache. His grandson would probably only be a treant in the future. Everyone busied themselves and chopped off most of the dried tree, leaving behind the portion that had fused with Emperor Hangyun. At the moment, Emperor Hangyun looked like a tree demon but had failed to manifest his human form fully. The look was painful to describe. In any case, Emperor Tianyun no longer wanted to look his grandson in the eye for fear of getting angry. Rumble. At this moment, the power of heaven and earth suddenly violently fluctuated as if thunder was echoing through the world. Unusual energy dispersed from afar. Emperor Tianyun's pupils shrank as he looked behind him, pleasantly surprised. A supreme treasure had appeared. Let's go! He shouted and took the lead to charge toward the source of the fluctuations. At the moment, Ina Valley, hundreds of kilometers away from Emperor Tianyun and the others. A towering tree stood between the heavens and the earth. It seemed as though this tree had propped up the entire sky from afar. There were not many leaves on the giant tree, but each was around 10 feet in size. They were entirely golden in color on the tree trunk, like golden clouds hanging in the sky that emitted a faint golden glow. In the middle of the giant tree, countless thick dragon-like vines interwoven into a giant ball that emitted golden light. Suddenly the vines squirmed and slowly spread apart, revealing a fruit wrapped within. The fruit was about the size of a watermelon. It was round in appearance and seemed to be carved from jade. It was warm crystalline with a glowing halo. They could faintly see the sun, moon, stars, mountains, lakes, seas, plants, and other miraculous scenes of the heavens and the earth within it. The fruit had triggered the fluctuations of the heaven and earth powers. Golden airflow gathered from heaven and earth, circling the fruit like golden dragons. It's a heaven-earth Dao fruit. Emperor Tianyun was ecstatic as he flew over. Although he had guessed a priceless treasure had appeared, he did not expect it to be a heaven-earth Dao fruit. Ah, after woe comes weal. It allowed me to encounter such a peerless treasure. Emperor Tianyun was extremely excited, although it was his first time seeing this Dao fruit. He had heard of it before. This was a natural oddity enough to drive countless immortals crazy in the Nine Heavens immortal realm. This fruit contained the great Dao of heaven and earth. Refining it could allow one to form a dermic Dao of their own and grasp many profound great Dao techniques. It could even allow one's physical body to transform into an immortal body's Dao fetus. This is great. The heavens are really helping me. If I can refine and absorb this fruit, it will be enough to allow me to break through my bottleneck and become an immortal. Emperor Tianyun was delighted beyond words. All the gloominess from before had been swept away. However, Emperor Tianyun also knew that the strength of the towering tree was definitely not something he could deal with, since it could nurture this Dao fruit. It was impossible to kill it. He could only use the power of the array formation to suppress it, while having his subordinates launch feign attacks on the side to attract its attention. Once he sees a chance, he could snatch the Heaven-Earth Dao fruit. Chapter 111, Genius Excellence Rankings. Patriarch, this is? A Heaven-Earth Dao fruit? Everyone from the Lu family rushed over. They were also shocked when they saw the Heavenly Dao fruit. Yes. Emperor Tianyun nodded. Lu Feng, send our location signal to Lu Hongchang and the others first. After that, lead everyone to prepare the blood disc immortal vanquishing array. I'll probe this ancient tree's strength first. Understood, Patriarch. The elder called Lu Feng cupped his hands. Everyone from the Lu family placed the still recovering Emperor Hangyun to the side and quickly prepared to set up the array formation. As for Emperor Tianyun, he flew towards the towering tree alone. At the same time, the earth shook. Immediately, dragon-like vines soared into the sky from below and attacked Emperor Tianyun. Emperor Tianyun's gaze focused as he thought to himself that the giant tree was indeed formidable. The incoming vines carried the power of heaven and earth as if they were pulling at the sky as they smashed over. The terrifying power sent chills down Emperor Tianyun's spine. He immediately took out his magic treasure to take on the incoming vines while retreating to the side rapidly. However, more vines assaulted him at lightning speed. They instantly wove into an inescapable net that attacked Emperor Tianyun from all directions. Vines wrapped in the power of heaven and earth compressed the space around Emperor Tianyun as it seemed on the brink of collapse. Emperor Tianyun had a grave expression as he formed hand seals and took out a jade statue that was sitting cross-legged. The moment the jade statue appeared, it instantly transformed into the divine phantom of 1,000 feet enveloping Emperor Tianyun. Bang, 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 bang. Those vines bombarded the god statue madly, and the terrifying power shook the earth, creating circles of ripples. At this moment, the eyes of the statue suddenly opened. A flame totem surfaced on its glabella and golden flames instantly ignited around its body. Then he formed hand seals with both hands. The golden flames around him instantly turned into fire dragons that roared and rushed out, incinerating every incoming vine. Still more vines arrived instantly. Emperor Tianyun switched his hand seal, and the giant godly statue phantom outside his body stood up with a bang. The ground rumbled. Golden armor surfaced on his body and a golden sword condensed in his right hand. He was like a god of war that stood between heaven and earth. Swoosh! The long sword slashed horizontally, causing space to tremble everywhere the sword light passed. The vines were slashed down. The long sword slashed horizontally, causing space to tremble everywhere the sword light passed. The vines were cut down. 1. As Emperor Tianyun and the giant tree's vines clashed, Lu Feng and the others had quickly set up the array formation. The Blood Disc Immortal Vanquishing Array was an ancient grand array formation obtained by Emperor Tianyun in the Lingtian mystic realm. It was formed by 18 supreme-grade immortal artifact-level blood discs. Its power was enough to trap and kill ordinary immortals. Patriarch, the grand array is completed. Lu Feng sent a voice transmission. Could activate the array formation immediately, said Emperor Tianyun. He then formed hand seals again and produced 18 runes. He injected his blood essence into the runes and rapidly shot in all directions that were absorbed into the blood discs. At the same time, everyone from the Lu family quickly injected their magic powers into the blood disk. Immediately space shook as beams of light rushed into the sky. They transformed into 18 towering pillars that reached into the sky. Countless strange runes flickered on them. The heaven and earth powers gathered as golden chains manifested, instantly wrapping around the ancient towering tree. Boom! Space trembled as a terrifying power pressed down from the sky, making the giant tree seem to shrink in size. The gravity in the surrounding space seemed to have increased countless times. The air seemed to freeze as an invisible pressure ruthlessly suppressed the ancient tree's power, causing the vines to slow down significantly. Emperor Tianyun controlled that war god Phantom to overcome the obstacles and break through the layers of vines to approach the towering tree. However, right at this moment, the golden leaves on the ancient tree suddenly transformed into giant golden birds that tore through the void and pounced over. Emperor Tianyun's expression changed. The aura and pressure emitted by this giant bird formed from golden leaves were several times stronger and faster than the vines. Once hit, his defense would probably be destroyed directly by these golden leaves. Therefore, he immediately used the array formation to condense immortal vanquishing blood discs that attacked the giant golden birds. Bang 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 bang. The immortal vanquishing blood discs collided madly with the giant golden birds, stirring up the entire sky. Energy ripples spread out in waves, and it was as if the void was about to be torn apart. The Patriarch is indeed one of the top 10 human experts. He managed to match such a terrifying divine tree. Lu Feng was in awe. Such a battle was definitely on the level of a fight between immortals, leaving everyone horrified. Suddenly, the surrounding trees rose from the ground and transformed into giant tree spirits that attacked Lu Feng and the others. However, their target was not the Lu family but the Array Foundation. They were guarding the 18 blood discs. For a time, loud booms sounded outside the Grand Array formation. Those tree spirits were not weak and possessed powerful regeneration abilities. There were many of them, and they advanced in succession, forcing the Lu family to instantly fall into a bitter battle. Emperor Hangyun, who was still recovering, was also feeling depressed. It's my unlucky day. I almost got beaten to death by Liu. Now I'm fused into a withered tree, into this miserable immobile state. Coupled with the fact that his injuries had not fully recovered, he could not help in the face of the siege of those tree spirits. Fortunately, those tree spirits seemed to treat him as one of their own. Since they did not attack him, his family clan would not have to split their attention protecting him. Inside the array formation, Emperor Tianyun used the power of the array formation to fight the giant tree to a draw. However, it was not possible to approach the ancient tree and obtain the Heaven Earth Dao fruit at the moment. Not only that, but the Heaven Earth Dao fruit seemed to have absorbed enough power of heaven and earth. Its aura was restrained, and countless vines were woven into a spherical wooden cage, enveloping it layer by layer. Upon seeing this, Emperor Tianyun's expression darkened. The difficulty of obtaining the Heaven Earth Dao fruit increased this time. At the moment, the Lu family clan outside the array was engaged in an arduous battle. Almost half of the Lu family had been teleported elsewhere, and with the loss of Emperor Hangyun's combat prowess, their overall combat strength was greatly reduced. Everyone hold on, our men should be arriving soon. Lu Feng yelled. Meanwhile, in the clear void Holy Land, wave after wave of cultivators entered the teleportation array one after another. The northern region countries were the last in the queue. Hence, when it was almost their turn, an hour had passed since the teleportation array was first activated. Those from the Great Xia dynasty would be teleporting with Li Yu's sect. The person leading this batch was perfected Yu Hua. He was still reminding his disciples to be careful after entering the Lingtian mystic realm. Although the Lingtian mystic realm was filled with countless opportunities, there was danger everywhere too. One could lose their life if they were not careful. Once we enter the teleportation array, we will all hold hands and form a circle. Our master mentioned that a spatial storm would appear in the spatial passageway and blow us apart, so no matter what, don't let go. We must make sure that we can appear in the same place. Li Yu instructed in a low voice. After all, apart from Imgu Yugi and Ji Wanjie, the cultivation levels of the rest of his genius disciples were not relatively strong. It was especially true for those new disciples. They would likely not survive in the Lingtian mystic realm without his protection. Just as everyone from the Great Xia dynasty was queuing up to enter the teleportation array, the heavens and earth shook. The power of heaven and earth fluctuated violently, and holy voices sounded through the void. The Heavenly Dao rankings in the sky flourished with golden light again. A new ranking appeared, Genius Excellence Rankings. Chapter 112, The Most Miserable Emperor in History, 1. After the new rankings surfaced, a few rows of clear gilded words condensed below. Young elites of every race could enter the Genius Excellence rankings. They were ranked according to style, talent, morals, conduct, strength, and other comprehensive factors. A total of 50 positions could obtain the rewards of the Heavenly Dao. It would reveal one person on the rankings daily, giving him 15 minutes to showcase himself for the world to appreciate. The rewards were only given once. Excellence rankings? The appearance of a new ranking shook the world again. This ranking was easy to understand, and it was explained clearly. As the name implied, it was a ranking list that displayed the elegance and talents of geniuses. It could be considered a special ranking that supplemented the Sons of Heaven rankings. This time one would not only rely on his strength and potential to get on the rankings. Appearance, temperament, conduct, talent, and actions were also included in the standard measurement. This way some young elites with lower cultivation levels would have the chance to enter the rankings and obtain rewards. Moreover, the most striking part of the description was given 15 minutes to showcase themselves for the world to appreciate. Does this mean that the Heavenly Dao rankings will reveal the person on it to the world so that we can see what he looks like? That should be it. This ranking is getting interesting. It has always been a name. We don't know most of them, nor do we know who they are. Wait, is this a ranking for handsome men and beautiful women? That's right, this ranking is not bad. I want to see what kind of good-looking people are on it. Don't make it sound so superficial. Morals and talents are included. Only those with both virtue and potential can get on the rankings. Interesting. I wonder if the first on the main prodigy rankings, Liu, will also be on this one. I want to see how elegant this number one prodigy of the human race is. That's for sure. As the number one prodigy of the human race, Liu must have a place on this ranking. CHCK for EWSTRIs on no/V/L/bin C0M. It's a pity that only one person on the rankings is announced every day. Wouldn't it take 50 days to see the first place? They are really whetting my appetite. 1. That's right, one update a day is too infuriating. A good show is worth waiting for. What's the hurry? After the new ranking appeared, countless conversed excitedly again as they looked forward to seeing those on it. As for the various factions, they hoped that their elites could enter the rankings. In the primordial Dao Holy Land, countless disciples looked at the excellence rankings. The first name they thought of was their senior brother Chu Yunha. Senior brother Chu is unmatched in style and virtue. He will definitely be on the rankings again. That's right. I wonder if senior brother Chu can see this ranking list in the Lingtian mystic realm. Probably not. Heard divine pool holy daughter Yao, she is drop dead gorgeous. Now we finally get the chance to see her elegant demeanor this time. Yeah, anyone who can get on the rankings must be someone with extraordinary looks. This ranking might allow us to see who those fellows in the top 10 of the demon and demon sects are. I'm very interested in that Yiqing Yu. I'm only curious about that boy Liu. I want to see his actual appearance. That's right, we might have a chance to meet this number one human prodigy this time. At the moment, countless humans and demons were looking forward to seeing Liu ascend the rankings. A hint of interest surfaced in Liu's eyes when he saw the Genius Excellence rankings. The Heavenly Dao rankings would be interesting if the participants were given a quarter of an hour to showcase themselves. He was also curious about the beauties on the rankings. This time he was hoping to admire the handsome men and beautiful women of this world. The timing of this ranking isn't too good. I wonder if it can be seen in the Lingtian mystic realm. Liu thought. Senior brother, you're definitely on top again. Tang Qi smiled. In his opinion, Liu's strength was unquestionably the best in the world regardless of his appearance or character. I think so too. Yi Qiu nodded. The other juniors echoed in agreement. They were not flattering, but they had already become Liu's fangirls except the blood spirit monarch. Liu smiled and did not say a word. He did not care if he was at the top, but knew he should have locked a place on the rankings. It was not that he was conceited, it was just that the Heavenly Dao rankings had just added an appearance buff to him not too long ago, and he had the limitless merit golden body. If the buffs given by the officials did not put him onto the rankings, it would be intolerable. At this moment, the first person on the Genius Excellence rankings had been announced. Excellence rankings number 50, Lu Hongyun. Identity, Emperor of the Heavenly Fate Dynasty. Origin, Human Race's Heavenly Fate Dynasty. The 5 off is Emperor Hengyun. Liu was slightly surprised. However, he realized that it was not too bad when he thought about Emperor Hangyun's looks and aura. If he could succeed as the emperor of the Heavenly Fate dynasty, he must be talented. However, if it was just in terms of looks and temperament, he should at least enter the top 20. He would probably lose a lot of points in terms of morals. I never thought that Emperor Hangyun would be the first to enter the rankings. Everyone nearby was also discussing animatedly. Emperor Hangyun is more than 200 years old, so he didn't manage to enter the Sons of Heaven rankings, but he entered the Excellence rankings. Chapter 113, The Most Miserable Emperor in History, 2. It seems that the Genius Excellence rankings encompasses a wider range of age and it's not ranked according to cultivation level. Emperor Hangyun instantly became the center of attention, although many in the Great Luo Holy region had not heard of this new emperor. The various large factions in the Huaxia continent knew of the new emperor's name. It was not surprising that he could enter the rankings. The happiest ones at the moment were those from the Heavenly Fate dynasty and the Lu family. Great news! His Majesty is on the rankings. The officials of the Heavenly Fate dynasty were animated. At this moment, two words surfaced on the ranking again: Elegance Exhibition. Immediately the entire sky seemed to transform into a giant screen and a video feed surfaced clearly. It featured the main hall of the Imperial Palace of the Heavenly Fate dynasty, a man with an imposing appearance wearing a prestigious royal tassel crown and a dragon robe. He set his sights on the civil and military officials and said in a powerful voice, "The Emperor uses the ears and eyes of the world as his eyes and ears and the thoughts of the world as his mind. Why would he worry about not understanding the world?" This person was Emperor Hangyun, and this scene was taken from the moment right after he ascended to the throne. Is this the new emperor of the Heavenly Fate dynasty? He does have an extraordinary bearing. You're right, he seems like a wise ruler. The first to enter the ranking is already an emperor. I'm looking forward to the rest. This Heavenly Dao rankings is a wonder itself. It can display one's bearing on the rankings so clearly. As expected of our emperor, his magnificence is unmatched. Countless people looked at the scene in the sky in awe. Suddenly the video in the sky changed abruptly. The scene switched to an ancient forest and the world-shaking audios of fighting resounded. In the middle of the picture, the imposing man in the dragon robe suddenly became a tree man. 4. Half of his face was exposed outside the tree trunk. It was still possible to recognize that he was Emperor Hangyun. In an instant, everyone looking at the excellence rankings was shocked. The style of Emperor Hangyun became a little exaggerated. He was still that remarkable, dignified and emperor-like figure a moment ago. In the next second he became a strange half-human, half-tree. It seemed like the wooden stakes had become sentient. It had 2 legs, an arm and half a face. He walked like a penguin, swaying slightly clumsily. He looked a little pitiful yet comical. How did His Majesty become like this? Everyone from the Heavenly Fate dynasty was stunned as they looked at Emperor Hangyun in the video image in disbelief, momentarily dumbfounded. Visit no, the 3lb/in, cm for new OVL. Of course, countless people watching the excellence rankings were also dumbfounded. How did Emperor Hangyun become a block of wood? Is he a tree demon? Someone guessed. How is that possible? That background clearly says human. He must have been struck by some demonic technique and turned into a block of wood, someone refuted. Speaking of which, Emperor Hangyun looks a little miserable. My heart aches just looking at it. Yeah, forgive me for my unkind laugh, haha. 1. Mom, that wooden man in the sky looks so funny. On the street, a little girl shopping with her mother looked at the scene in the sky in surprise. Silly girl, that's not a wooden man, that's a demon. If you misbehave, the demon will come and catch you, her mother cautioned. Really? The little girl seemed excited. 3. Inside the clear void Holy Land, the disciples looked at the scene in the sky with odd expressions. They felt like laughing but did not find it appropriate. From the looks of it, it's the Lingtian mystic realm. Emperor Hangyun and the others are surrounded and attacked by tree demons. Yeah, there are so many tree demons. The Lingtian mystic realm is indeed filled with danger, and they have only entered not long ago. Perhaps Emperor Hangyun was struck by some kind of demon technique from the tree demon and got like this. I'm afraid the entire world knows that Emperor Hangyun has been inflicted with this unspeakable demonic technique. At the moment, through the image, they could vaguely see the tree demons attacking the group from the Heavenly Fate dynasty. Therefore, everyone believed that Emperor Hangyun and the others had been attacked by tree demons. What has Emperor Heingyun been through? Liu wanted to laugh as he looked at the image in the air. He was curious about how Emperor Heingyun had gotten like this. The excellence rankings had become his death scene socially. Meanwhile, in the Lingtian mystic realm, Emperor Changyun never knew he was already on the excellence rankings, and how could he know that he had no face left in society? He was currently jumping around in the forest anxiously. He could only watch his side stuck in a tough battle, as he could do nothing. He could only worry. At this critical juncture, Lu Hongchang and the rest of the Lu family finally arrived. They quickly joined the battle and instantly changed the situation, killing most of the tree spirits. Emperor Heingyun heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Lu Hongchang and the others helped out. He approached them in jubilation. However, at this moment, an expert at the profound void martial stage from the Lu family suddenly descended from the sky and shouted, "Audacious tree demon, take this!" With a stern yelling, a gigantic sword beam carrying the power to split the sky and earth slashed down. Emperor Heingyun had yet to recover from his injuries, and it was already difficult for him to move in his current state, let alone dodge that sword. 3. Chapter 114, The Most Miserable Emperor in History, 3. Swoosh. The sharp sword beam sliced Emperor Heingyun's tree body in two half like a hot knife through butter. This scene was also broadcast to everyone paying attention to the Heavenly Dao rankings. In an instant, the entire world seemed to have fallen silent. Everyone who was looking at the rankings was dumbstruck. Emperor Heingyun was executed by his own family. Holy shit, what is going on? No one saw this coming. Even a novel wouldn't dare to write like this. 2. How could Emperor Heingyun, who had just entered the rankings, get killed after being mistaken as a tree demon for no reason? Everyone had no knowledge of the sequence of events, thus they were all stunned. At the same time, Lu Heingyun's name on the rankings instantly turned gray and the word deceased was branded on the back. The word was like a bolt from the blue that struck the hearts of everyone in the Heavenly Fate dynasty and the Lu family. The entire Heavenly Fate dynasty was instantly shrouded in shock and sorrow. As Emperor Heingyun died, the video footage disappeared. The entire world was dead silent. Everyone was stunned for a long while before recovering from the shock. This Emperor Heingyun is too tragic. This is probably the most miserable emperor in history. He became a wooden stake for no reason, and now he was even killed after being treated as a tree demon. Even in his death, Emperor Heingyun must have never imagined that he would end his life in such a way. And what's worse is that the Heavenly Dao rankings have even broadcast it for the world to witness. If he was subduing demons and died heroically on the battlefield, it would be a worthy and spectacular death, but he ended up dying after getting mistaken as a demon. This death is really too. Liu stared at the Heavenly Dao rankings and was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. He had not expected that Emperor Heingyun did not die from a punch from him but by a strike from his own clansman. The death was truly tragic. Still, he did not feel anything anyway. That was his fortune. Every cause brings a consequence. Everything that happened today was the Lu family's karma. Next. At that moment, the Clear Void Holy Land Elder in charge of the teleportation array shouted. It was finally the Great Xia dynasty's turn to enter the teleportation array. Elder Li, it's our turn to enter. Perfected, Yu Hua said. Please proceed. Liu cupped his hands and then he indicated for his group to form a circle holding hands before flying towards the teleportation array together. A dazzling 7-colored light instantly enveloped everyone. Silence reigned as heaven and earth felt reversed. Everyone was like fallen leaves fluttering in the wind as they flew uncontrollably to an unknown place. Tang Chi and the others did not say a word. They looked nervous and clenched each other's hands tightly. Suddenly the surrounding space fluctuated violently. Damn! Everyone hold on tight! Li Yu exclaimed. However, the spatial fluctuation became increasingly intense. A sharp glint flashed in the blood spirit monarch's eyes. He suddenly pulled his hands away and left the circle. 1. At the same time, the 7-colored light disappeared again and Li Yu and the others appeared in a sealed space. In front of them was a strange fruit, warm and crystalline. It emitted a faint halo that illuminated the sealed space. One could vaguely see the sun, moon, stars, mountains, lakes, seas, forests, and other sights of the heavens and the earth and the fruit. It was miraculous. Read latest OVLS at nv/e/l/by.com. Outside, intense sounds of battle and collisions of magic powers were ceaseless, causing the sealed space where Liu and the others were to tremble constantly. Nonetheless, Liu and the others were focused on the extraordinary fruit. Chapter 115, Enemies are bound to meet again, 1. In the blood disc immortal vanquishing array, Emperor Tianyun fell into a bitter struggle. He was forced back by the giant birds formed from the ancient tree's golden leaves and the barrage of incoming vines. The giant tree was more powerful than he had expected. Even the blood disc immortal vanquishing array could not suppress it effectively. He was completely unaware that his most valued descendant Emperor Hangyun had already been killed by his own men. Even the expert who had killed Emperor Hangyun was oblivious along with the rest of the Lu family. They were still in a difficult situation despite the reinforcements. Not long ago more and more tree spirits were killed, including a few elite ones. They began to feel exhausted. Suddenly dozens of figures instantly arrived from afar. There were men and women, young and old, but all of them had fluttering clothes and immortal-like bearings. The few elders in the lead had a pair of hale and hearty eyes. They had white hair and youthful faces, and they possessed the bearing of immortals. They were members of the Grand Primordium Holy Land, judging from his attire and the totemic patterns on his Taoist robe. They had sensed the unusual phenomenon and the battling sounds, so they rushed over to investigate. They did not expect that someone had already arrived before them. "It's Tian Yunzi, the Grand Elder of the Grand Primordium Holy Land," Perfected Wan Chu remarked softly. He naturally knew Emperor Tianyun, a top expert even stronger than him. Perfected Wan Chu looked carefully at the spherical wooden cage woven from tree vines in the middle of the giant tree. He sensed that the extraordinary aura was coming from there. Not only that, but the golden airflow formed by the power of heaven and earth was still gathering in the wooden cage. It was clear that this giant tree had nurtured something extraordinary. Meanwhile, above the forest at the top of the mountain in the distance, enormous figures surfaced in the clouds tens of thousands of kilometers above, secretly observing the towering ancient tree. "Emperor Tianyun, do you require our assistance?" Elder Wan Chu could not help but ask when he realized that Emperor Tianyun and the others were in an uphill battle. He was well aware that the priceless treasure nurtured by the giant tree was not something anyone could devour alone, neither could the great Emperor Tianyun. Therefore, if they cooperated, they might share the spoils. Emperor Tianyun glanced at the people from the Grand Primordium Holy Land with mixed feelings. On this hand, he did not wish to share the Heaven-Earth Dao fruit with them. However, he knew that it would not be easy to have it all for himself. After all, this giant tree was indeed troublesome. If this situation persisted, he would not be able to hold on much longer. As he hesitated, the giant tree's attack suddenly halted. The sealed cage that enveloped the Heaven-Earth Dao fruit suddenly began shrinking. Li Yu and the others were in the cage looking at the miraculous fruit in surprise. At the same time, rope-like vines instantly bound the group. A cold glint flashed through Li Yu's eyes as he struggled free from the vines and plucked the extraordinary fruit. Ding! Successful collection of natural oddities, Heaven-Earth Dao fruit. The system's voice sounded. 1. In the meantime, the entire space shook violently. A muffled voice sounding like thunder or the roar of a beast rang. The shrinking vine wooden cage stopped abruptly, while the vines emitting magic power fluctuations turned into deadwood instantly without any vitality. Outside, the giant golden birds reverted into golden leaves that rapidly withered and fell powerlessly from the sky. Those giant vines that were like flood dragons fell one after another. The ancient towering tree seemed to have its vitality sucked out as its powerful auras and pressure instantly weakened. Under the suppression of the grand array formation, cracking sounds were heard as if it was about to break down. "What's going on?" Emperor Tianyun's expression changed. He sensed something off. Follow EU stories at n/v/e/lb/com. Why did the aura emitted by the fruit disappear? At that moment, the sealed vine cage that contained the Heaven-Earth Dao fruit exploded. And 10 figures flew out of it. Emperor Tianyun, Elder Wan Chu and everyone from the Grand Primordium Holy Land were shocked to see this. Humans? Elder Wan Chu was a little stunned. He had clearly sensed some sort of extraordinary treasure in there. Why did 10 youngsters come out in the end? The other elders and disciples looked at each other with puzzled expressions. Did this tree give birth to 10 kids? 2. This strange thought flashed through their minds, and they quickly thought of another possibility. Creak. Emperor Tianyun gnashed his teeth so hard that they creaked. His expression was so dark that he looked like he could eat someone. He never imagined that Liu Guyuchi and the others would appear from the wooden cage. Enemies were indeed bound to meet on a narrow road. However, Emperor Tianyun could not understand how Liu and the others could appear in the vine cage. One thing was certain: the Heaven-Earth Dao fruit had been seized by Liu's company. Emperor Tianyun. Gu Yuqi's expression darkened since he was surprised as well. Li Yu's mouth curled up uncontrollably. Fate can be interesting. He had met Emperor Tianyun again. Furthermore, judging from the surrounding situation and Emperor Tianyun's expression, Li Yu knew he was definitely here for the Heaven Earth Dao fruit. It was a pity that Emperor Tianyun's strength could not compare to his luck. His luck was tremendous, so he had been directly teleported to the Heaven Earth Dao fruit side. Hand over that fruit. Emperor Tianyun snapped coldly with killing intent in his eyes. After that he glanced at Gu Yuqi, who had an icy cold gaze as well, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile while the greed in his heart swelled up again. Since the heavens had sent this piece of fat meat to his mouth, how could he not eat it? He fancied both the Heaven Earth Dao fruit and Gu Yuqi today. Now that they were in the blood disc immortal vanquishing array, they were simply fish on his chopping board and turtles in his jar. Why should I? Did you plant this tree? Li Yu sneered. Emperor Tianyun's expression blackened further and the war god phantom around him became more corporeal. The terrifying killing aura caused the color of the space around to darken. Why is Gu Yuqi here? A Lu family member who flew up from below exclaimed in surprise when he saw Gu Yuqi. His remark attracted the attention of Elder Wan Chu and Grand Primordium Holy Sun Chan Huxiang. They naturally knew Gu Yuqi's name. It was the dazzling name on the Sons of Heaven's rankings. He was the prodigy at the late stage of soul formation who had advanced from 19th place to 15th place in a few days, surpassing Chang Huxiang, who was in the profound void martial stage. Moreover, he was also from the Qingyun sect, the same one as Li Yu. In that case, Li Yu must be here as well. Elder Wan Chu, Chang Huxiang and the others immediately focused their attention on the person who had spoken to Emperor Tianyun earlier. They immediately guessed that it was Li Yu. His appearance and bearing were too eye-catching, only he was worthy of being the number one prodigy of the human race. Young friend, are you Qingyun sect's Li Yu? Elder Wan Chu asked with a smile. Chapter 116 Enemies are bound to meet again, too. Li Yu looked at the crowd in the sky in surprise. Although he did not know them, they did not seem to be in cahoots with Emperor Tianyun, judging from their appearance and attire. I am. Li Yu replied. It caused a stir among the members of the Grand Primordium Holy Land. They were still surprised to see the top prodigy despite confirming their guesses. So this child is the number one prodigy of the human race. He does have the superior looks and bearing of an immortal. I've heard a lot about you. Nice to meet you. I'm the Grand Primordium Holy Land's Elder Wan Chuzi. Elder Wan Chu cupped his hands and smiled. Nice to meet you. Li Yu smiled and cupped his hands in return. Wan Chuzi, you have no business here, please leave. Tianyunzi glanced at Elder Wan Chu and ordered coldly. After that he looked at Li Yu again. Hand over the fruit, otherwise don't blame me for being merciless. Tianyunzi, the treasures in the Lingtian mystic realm are always first come first serve. Since our young friend Li Yu's company obtained that treasure first, it's theirs. I don't think what you're doing is appropriate. Elder Wan Chu criticized. First come first serve? When I arrived, that fruit had just been born. I didn't see anyone. If we're talking about arriving first, I was the first to arrive. I don't know what method this child used to teleport inside the tree vine and steal that fruit while I was fighting the ancient tree. So do you think he should hand over this fruit? Emperor Tianyun snarled. Elder Wan Chu paused before continuing. I'm not trying to be a busybody. I'm just here to remind you that the opportunities in the Lingtian mystic realm are determined by fate. Don't force it, much less kill each other for it. I don't need you to educate me. Are you done talking? If you are, get lost. Emperor Tianyun's voice became even icy. He was in no mood to listen to anyone lecture him. He was determined to obtain the Heaven Earth Dao fruit and the ancient god body. He had previously racked his brains to capture Gu Yuqi. Now that Gu Yuqi had come knocking on his door, how could he let him off? Also, Li Yu offended him with rude remarks, becoming an enemy and injuring Hengyun. Emperor Tianyun could not spare such a person. Even if he was the number one prodigy, he was not like those people of the Holy Lands, identifying themselves as part of the Orthodox sects and taking responsibility to care for the commoners of the world. He cultivated for the sake of writing his own fortune, and he wanted to defy the heavens and break the shackles and the restraints of fate. For this goal he could sacrifice anything. Li Yu, are you handing it over or not? Emperor Tianyun's voice was like a thunderclap reverberating between heaven and earth, pouring out massive pressure. The phantom of the war god outside his body became more majestic and mighty. Its aura became more overbearing. Thunder rumbled faintly between heaven and the earth. The golden chains of the blood disc immortal vanquishing array were pulled back from the giant tree and instantly attacked Liu Guyuchi and the others. Tianyunzi no! Elder Wanchu shouted. However, he could do nothing as he was outside the array formation. He could only sweat for Liu. Although he did not know what sort of formation it was, he knew that its might was unbelievably overwhelming the moment he sensed its power. Even if Liu could withstand it, his fellow disciples would probably be killed by the grand formation on the spot rumble. Golden chains came down with a majestic pressure. It was as if mountains were smashing down from the sky. Liu knew that this pressure had no effect on him, but it was unbearable for his junior brothers and sisters behind him. Emperor Tianyun was indeed ruthless. He did not care about the lives of others at all as he was attempting to obliterate Liu's group. Humph! Liu's expression turned frosty as he unsheathed his sword. As he slashed once, it was as if the world was being split apart. The void shook as thunder rumbled. A gigantic sword shadow that reached the sky seemed to slash down with a deafening rumble. The might of the sword was vast while the sky darkened. The incoming golden chains stopped in midair for a split second before they dissipated with loud cracks. The phantom of the war god extending from Emperor Tianyun's body dissipated along with the 18 giant light beams. Emperor Tianyun's pupils widened as he looked horrified. His petrified expression froze on his face. His hands trembled as he opened his mouth, but nothing came out as his body split in half and fell from the sky. Emperor Tianyun never imagined that his life of dominance over the world for thousands of years would end like this. At the same time, the massive being hidden above the forest at the top of the mountain, tens of thousands of kilometers above the clouds, immediately fled. It instantly disappeared without a trace, as if it had never appeared. Guyuchi's figure zoomed past and instantly arrived beside Emperor Tianyun's corpse. She grabbed his storage magic treasure and flew back to Liu's side. Patriarch! Outside the array, everyone from the Liu family cried out in shock. Their minds went blank. It was as if they had seen the collapse of the world. Their souls left their bodies as they were stunned on the spot. Everyone from the Grand Primordium Holy Land was also dumbfounded. Elder Wanchu's eyes widened as he watched everything in shock while Liu calmly sheathed his sword. Initially, he was worried for Liu. He did not expect such a turn of events. Emperor Tianyun, who was already at the peak of the Mahayana realm and was half a step into the immortal level, whose strength was practically at the top of this world, was killed by a single strike from Liu without any chance to fight back. What was even more unbelievable was that a casual strike from Liu had not only killed Tianyunzi, but he had also destroyed the grand array formation that even he was wary of. How terrifying is the might of this sword! How strong is Liu? What does that unknown cultivation level represent? Elder Wanchu felt extreme fear as he thought more about it. The shock in his heart was indescribable words. He had seen top-notch experts in this world. Tianyunzi was one of them, and there were a few stronger ones, such as their Holy Land's Grand Elder. However, compared to Liu, those experts didn't seem to deserve their title. Even their Holy Land's Grand Elder could not kill Tianyunzi and destroy the Grand Array formation. After killing Emperor Tianyun, Liu cupped his hands at Elder Wanchu and was about to leave. Although the Liu family members were grieving, no one dared to speak or move. They were afraid that Liu would find them an eyesore and silence them. Hold on, Cultivator Li. Elder Wanchu hurriedly stopped Liu and flew over. Liu looked at Elder Wanchu in surprise, wondering what he wanted to do. Cultivator Li's strength is indeed extraordinary. I'm absolutely amazed. I expected nothing less from the number one genius of our human race. I'm afraid the title of the top expert in the human race belongs to you. Elder Wanchu complimented. Senior, what do you need? Liu asked. He knew that this old man was definitely not here to simply flatter him. New chapter s on no/v/e/ln, com. He Cultivator Li, you are certainly observant. I do have a presumptuous request, Elder Wanchu replied with a smile. Chapter 117 Luck. I know that there is a grotto heaven in this Lingtian mystic realm. There is an immortal hall inside, but the entrance is protected by a powerful array formation. For thousands of years, countless experts of our Holy Land have failed to break through this array. Thus, with your abilities, you might be able to give it a try. If you can break through the array formation, there must be a priceless treasure inside. If you can assist me inside, I won't say a word on how you distribute the treasures inside this hall. Intrigued me, and all I want is to investigate inside to fulfill my wish. Elder Wan Chu stated solemnly with his sincere gaze. After saying that, he cupped his hands and bowed. I know that this is a little abrupt. I hope you can forgive my rudeness. Please consider my request, since it's a good opportunity. Plus I saw the power you displayed just now, so I believe you have a high chance of entering that immortal hall. Li Yu remained expressionless, but he looked at Elder Wan Chu meaningfully and thought to himself. You and I are strangers who have just met by chance, yet you're inviting me to enter a random cave with you, a trap? Read latest chapters at n/v/e/lbi/co/m. That said, judging from how this elder spoke for me earlier and his tone, it's unlikely the case. Allow me to think about it. I have something important to do right now, so it's not convenient for me at the moment. Li Yu cupped his hands. He felt that the urgent matter at hand was to bring Yi Chou along and complete the mission on the Qingtsang Ancient Emperor's treasury. As for whatever hall that was, he was in no hurry. Alright, Cultivator Li, please accept this token. You can contact me by inserting the high character into this token anytime you wish to go. Elder Wan Chu took out a token with the Grand Primordium Holy Lands logo and handed it to Li Yu. Sure. Li Yu took the token, cupped his hands and bid farewell before flying off with his junior brothers and sisters. There were directions provided in the Qingtsang Ancient Emperor's treasure mission. He only needed to follow it to find the exact. You're saying that junior brother Wan Jie was the one who let go? Li Yu asked Ji Qinglan. Yeah, I don't know why ninth brother did that either. Eldest senior brother, can you find my ninth brother? Ji Qinglan asked somewhat worriedly. I can, but we'll let him off first. Li Yu felt that Ji Wanjie had deliberately left to leave the group and go solo. This guy must have a lot of secrets. I guess there is a need to interrogate him properly. After flying for a long time, they suddenly heard a commotion of a group of people arguing from below. This Earth Saint fruit is ours for sure. That will depend on whether your Su family has the ability. Chen disciples, listen up, we're up for a fight. Hey brother Su, brother Chen, don't ruin the goodwill of our families because of one Earth Saint fruit. Since our three families have discovered this Earth Saint fruit, why don't we each send a junior of the same cultivation level to spar? The Earth Saint fruit belongs to whoever wins. That's needless. Since we'll win, you better not deny your loss later. Us Chen family won't lose. Li Yu glanced at the source of the commotion in the forest. Not far below, a large group of people was in an argument beside an old tree with a silver trunk and golden leaves. An Earth Saint fruit was hanging from the old tree, and Li Yu recognized it. The Heavenly Dao rankings had once rewarded him with an Earth Saint fruit. This fruit was a natural spirit herb and was indeed a precious treasure. An Earth Saint fruit could allow a cultivator to improve his cultivation by at least 5 years. Furthermore, the better one's aptitude was, the greater the effect. Not only that, but the Earth Saint fruit could also improve one's constitution. At the same time, it contained a trace of the power of the earth. After consuming it, one could utilize a trace of the earth's power in his magic power, making it more robust and powerful. Li Yu's knowledge of these came from Li Qingyun and Tang Qi. Tang Qi had consumed the Earth Saint fruit and knew its effects well. Therefore, Li Yu could understand why those cultivation families were fighting over the fruit. Li Yu and the others flew past their heads. Immediately after that, as Li Yu and his company flew past this mountain and reached the opposite side, he was surprised to find more than 10 Earth Saint trees growing on the hillside. Each tree had at least 3 or 4 Earth Saint fruits. He saw at least a few dozen Earth Saint fruits on the entire hillside at one glance. Holy shit, am I seeing things? Li Yu blinked his eyes forcefully as he could not believe his luck. Such rare Earth Saint trees grow in clusters? Furthermore, one tree here could grow several Earth Saint fruits. Earth Saint fruits. There are so many of them. Tang Qi also saw the Earth Saint fruits on the hillside and cried out in amazement. He was the only person among them who had eaten the Earth Saint fruit before, so he recognized them immediately. There are actually so many Earth Saint fruits. Wu Chang flew out of Li Yu's body in shock. Yeah, what kind of luck is this? I've never seen so many Earth Saint fruits in the immortal domain all at once. Elder Nie also came out in surprise. Everyone quickly approached the hillside. Those people almost fought over one earth sacred fruit. They would never have thought that there would be that many here a mountain away. Tang Qi laughed excitedly. Not everyone has such luck. Junior brothers and sisters, you're in for a treat today. Li Yu laughed. We have benefited from our eldest senior brother's luck. I'm afraid we will never encounter such a fortuitous encounter in our lives. Yi Chou chuckled. It was not flattery, since it was the truth. Ji Qinglan Gu Yuqi and the rest nodded with faces full of excitement. Although Sumumeng Sweki and the other younger disciples were also infected by their senior's enthusiasm, they did not know what the Earth Saint fruit meant for them yet. However, they need not ask much from the reactions of Liu Wu Chang and Old Nye. It was not difficult to guess that they had found precious treasures. Hold on, these Earth Saint fruits aren't the only thing on this hillside. Old Nye's buzzing voice sounded again. Elder Nye realized that many natural spirit herbs were growing on the forest floor as they approached the hillside. There were over 10 types of spirit herbs like Qilin flower, dragon blood grass and silver feather grass. There were at least a few of each kind. While that was only a rough observation, so many other natural spirit herbs are growing on this mountain. This is simply a natural spirit herb garden. Wow, this mountain is just amazing! Elder Nye exclaimed. Even in the immortal domain he had never heard of a place filled with natural herbs like this. But this mountain seems a little strange. Why are there so many natural herbs growing on it? Elder Nye pointed out. Chapter 118. What? Fell into a pit? There must be a reason for the anomaly. There had to be something unusual about this mountain for it to nurture so many natural spirit herbs. Li Yu and the others nodded in response to Elder Nye. Even though they were happy to encounter so many natural spirit herbs at once, they agreed with Elder Nye that this mountain was particularly abnormal. Tang Chi Ichio, bring 3 junior brothers to pluck the Earth Saint fruits. Wu Chang, Elder Nye, you two will lead the rest to collect the spirit herbs on the ground. Okay. Everyone quickly took action and began to harvest those natural spirit herbs. Meanwhile, Li Yu began to investigate the vicinity. As Elder Nye had mentioned, this mountain peak was indeed strange. The plants were lush and filled with vitality. There were many spirit herbs, but not a single animal could be seen. Why? Li Yu vaguely felt that something was off. Although there were not many animals in the forest on the way here, he could still see a few demon beasts and some peculiar creatures he had never seen before. Even if it was a humanoid monster that looked like a zombie, it was still a creature. However, apart from plants, there were no animals on this mountain. Logically speaking, the nurturing process of natural spirit herbs takes extremely long. The bunch of precious spirit herbs was probably impossible to grow without tens of thousands of years. It was strange that it had not been discovered for so many years and did not attract any demon beasts to eat. Of course, if not for that, they would probably not have the chance to discover so many natural herbs at once. But are these natural herbs completely untouched? It can't be that this place was hidden by a mysterious power so it was never discovered? Li Yu's imagination ran wild. Right at this moment, a shout sounded from the hillside. Senior Brother Gu! Li Yu's expression changed as his figure flashed as he rushed over rapidly. Lu Yuming exclaimed in panic. Eldest senior brother, eldest senior brother. Senior Brother Gu fell into a trap. What? Li Yu's forehead was filled with black lines and he was astounded. Fall into a pit? Gu Yuqi is really a world wonder. Struck by lightning, smashed by a meteorite, now falling into a trap? What kind of unlucky physique is this? And how did a cultivator manage to fall into a pit? The more you know. Gu Yuqi had an ancient god body and a late-stage soul formation realm cultivation. He was definitely powerful enough. How could he not notice a hole? And even if he did not see it, he could have jumped into the air immediately. How could he have fallen into a pit? Li Yu did not know whether to laugh or cry, but he also felt something was fishy. He quickly rushed to the deep hole that Lu Yuming had mentioned. A mysterious hole in a dense forest. It seemed bottomless. Well, to be precise, it was pitch black inside. Nothing could be seen. It was like a black hole that showed no trace of the light directed inside. Not only that, but Li Yu also sensed strange devouring energy contained in the hole. There's something fishy about this. This isn't an ordinary cave. Gu Yuqi! Li Yu shouted a few times. His voice vanished into the cave without any echo. Looks like something is going on in this mountain. Li Yu frowned and he felt that it seemed to be related to the absence of animals here. Wait here with everyone else, I'll go down and take a look. Li Yu decided to enter the cave to investigate. According to Yuqi's awesome luck, he might find another natural oddity after this fall. When Li Yu jumped into the deep hole, he immediately sensed a strange power that instantly enveloped his body and dragged him down. It was the same feeling as when they entered the Lingtian mystic realm through the teleportation array. He could not change his body's posture, much less the direction. He could only remain like a falling leaf in the wind that fluttered down. His surroundings were pitch black and there was no sound at all. Liu felt as if he had fallen into a black hole. No wonder Gu Yuqi fell in here. This was no ordinary hole. Soon Liu finally landed. Sounds of fighting immediately sounded in his ears and green light illuminated the area. Liu focused his gaze. A monster formed from green flames the size of a mini mountain and resembled a qilin was staring at him. Gu Yuqi was circled by a ball of green flames and struggling madly inside. He kept using his magic power and magic treasures to resist the attacks of the green flames. He was limping and he looked exhausted. Clearly he was on the brink of losing. Yuqi! Liu exclaimed with a flash. He zoomed into the green flames and pulled Gu Yuqi out. Seeing how Liu managed to use his mortal body to pull Gu Yuqi out of the green flames, the monster seemed surprised and was stunned for a moment. Ding! The system interface popped up in front of Liu and displayed the monster's information. Natural oddity, life spirit, true flame. Liu was once again at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Gu Yuqi was really unlucky to encounter such a fortuitous encounter. He had found another natural oddity just like that. Life spirit, true flame? Furthermore, after seeing the system's introduction of the life spirit true flame, Liu understood why so many natural spirit herbs grew on the mountain, yet no demon beast or living being could be seen. This life spirit true flame contained rich energy. Any seed could rapidly grow and mature under its nourishment. A natural spirit herb that might only grow after 10,000 years would be ripe in a few decades under its nourishing. Moreover, it was compatible with various spirit herbs. This was also why there were so many natural spirit herbs on the hillside. There was another side to this life spirit true flame. It would devour all kinds of living creatures and turn them into life energy. Powerful beings were even more attractive targets. At the same time, like a flame, it naturally possessed a destructive power that could incinerate all matter. It could be said that it was a combination of life and death. Rather than calling it the life spirit true flame, it was better to call it the life and death flame. It was similar to Wu Chang having already cultivated a high level of intelligence. New chapters will be fully updated at n/l/bin.com. Of course, this life spirit true flame was much more powerful than Wu Chang. It could probably incinerate Emperor Tianyun if it devoured him. If not for the ancient god body, Gu Yuqi would probably be burnt to dregs at the first instant. Liu had arrived in time, however. Gu Yuqi was already severely injured judging from his appearance, and he could not even stand steadily. Human, the spirit herbs of Tianding Mountain were nurtured after I expended countless life energies. You can't take them for free, so you too will become nourishment for me, the great flame, today. The life true flame spoke in the human tongue, and its voice reverberated through the pitch black space so loud that even the deaf would be affected. Life spirit true flame, the great Liu, you see that it's not easy for you to cultivate spiritual intelligence. If you submit to the great Liu, I shall spare your life. If not, the great Liu will beat you back to your original form and make you the fertilizer for me, the great Liu. Liu imitated the life spirit true flame's form of address and responded with a teasing expression. He was definitely going to bring this life spirit true flame home. Its use was simply heaven-defying. If he buried this fertilizer in his spirit herb garden and scattered some seeds, it would not take long for him to harvest plenty of spirit herbs. It was simply the best fertilizer in the world. The main reason was that it could also produce natural spiritual herbs. Its function was too powerful. Chapter 119, Xingyun Sect's Ultimate Technique. How dare you speak such nonsense in my territory? You're already my food. The life spirit true flame roared. Two balls of green flames appeared out of thin air and enveloped Liu and Gu Yuqi. Liu immediately felt the destructive power invading every cell in his body. Follow you stories at n/v/e/lb/in.com. It was as if his body was disintegrating while he felt his face distort. Boom! Almost at the same time, a thick bolt of lightning struck the life spirit true flame. It knelt on the ground with a plop and its enormous body almost split apart. The damage reflection of this limitless merit golden body is not bad. Liu teased. He did not babble further. If he continued, Gu Yuqi would lose his life. He immediately threw a punch. The flames that enveloped them and the massive body of the life spirit true flame were reduced to a wisp of smoke. However, Liu knew that this punch was insufficient to kill the true flame. He did not wish to kill this guy either. A life spirit true flame with intelligence was always better than one without it. If he punched it back to its original form, its abilities would weaken. However, right at this moment, the surrounding space shook violently. Balls of green flames appeared out of thin air, instantly filling the entire place. It gave Liu a clear view of the environment he was in. The sealed space was huge with no passageway seen. It seemed like copper walls and iron walls in all directions with many giant rune imprints engraved on them. Human, I'll refine you. The furious roar of the life spirit true flame reverberated through the entire space again. However, Tang Chi, Ichio, Wu Chang and the others had already gathered most of the natural herbs on the mountain with shocked expressions. The mountain began trembling non-stop as if there was an earthquake, sparking constant rumbling sounds. Another bolt of lightning had descended, but it vanished into the ground. There's something fishy about this mountain. I wonder how our eldest senior brother and junior brother Gu are doing. Our eldest senior brother is probably fighting with something in the middle of the mountain. That's possible. Meanwhile, another lightning bolt descended from the sky and vanished into the mountain. A group of figures flew over from afar and arrived in an instant. Father, there are so many Earth Saint trees here. There are more than 10 trees at a glance, but those guys must have picked the Earth Saint fruit. Hey, there's actually a natural oddity with cultivation too, we are in luck. This group of people was the ones who had almost brawled over an Earth Saint fruit. After the three families had decided on the victor and the ownership of that Earth Saint fruit, they got attracted by the random bolt of lightning earlier on. To think that they managed to discover such an extraordinary place. There were more than 10 Earth Saint trees at one glance. Furthermore, there were obvious signs of fruits being plucked from the trees on closer inspection. Obviously, it was done by the few youths on the mountain and a personified profound fire. As the saying goes, humans die for wealth and birds die for food. Seeing so many Earth Saint trees, the intention to kill and rob grew among them. Hey, did you take the Earth Saint fruits here? A mean, arrogant old man asked coldly. He was the grand elder of the Su family, a cultivation family in the Great Zenith domain. It's none of your business. Tang Chi replied coldly. He knew these people had ill intentions, so he was direct. Hand over everything if you don't wish to die. We were the ones who discovered the Earth Saint fruit here first, the grand elder of the Su family demanded shamelessly. In his perception, the highest cultivation among these youngsters was that profound fire, but it was only at the initial stage of the profound void martial stage. The rest were a group of juniors with weaker cultivation levels. There was nothing to fear. There were 6 profound void martial stage experts from the 3 families. If they joined forces, killing them was a simple task. That was why he dared to spout nonsense. After all, the Earth Saint fruits were too tempting. Bullshasterisk T. How can there be such a shameless person like you? Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning? Tang Chi scolded. Beside him, Wu Changji, Qinglan and Su Mu had faces filled with anger as they looked at the crowd in the air coldly. Ignorant child, I think you're tired of living. If you don't hand over the Earth Saint fruit, don't blame me for any grievous casualties, the grand elder of the Su family snapped coldly. The people from the 3 families also had cold smiles. It was not difficult to guess that the youngsters were from a small sect at one glance. They would definitely not send such weak juniors to the Lingtian mystic realm if they were a large sect. Even if they did, they would be protected by many soul formation stage and profound void martial stage experts. Tang Chi's expression remained firm and fearless upon hearing the old man's words. He even put on his stance. The surrounding juniors were alerted to see Tang Chi's actions. Is our second senior brother about to showcase the ultimate Qin Yun sect technique that our eldest senior brother had taught us? That supreme ultimate technique formed from the combination of the lion's roar and the one-finger death touch. 1. Tang Chi's strange actions baffled the people from the 3 large families. They did not know what this golden core realm kid was up to. However, in the next second, Tang Chi hooked his index finger and shouted, "Come at me." The voice was imposing and his gaze was as sharp as a hawk. These words shocked the 3 family clans. It gave them a fright for a moment. You're still too inexperienced to play empty fort strategy with me. The Su family's grand elder sneered. He immediately released his aura and pressure poured out. His magic power surged as he raised his hand to beat Tang Chi to death. Then a bolt of lightning struck his head. 1. Bang! The grand elder of the Su family was charred black from the strike and fell from the sky. Silence rang out. The people from the three large families were as quiet as cicadas in the winter, revealing faces of horror. They looked at the Su family's grand elder who had been struck down by the lightning in Tang Chi in horror. There's something odd with this kid. This thought surfaced in their minds. This boy was fearless when facing the Su family's grand elder just now. Clearly he had some sort of trump card. That lightning just now was also extremely strange. It appeared silently with shocking power. Even the grand elder of the Su family was shot down. Although he did not look dead, he seemed unconscious. He was probably severely injured. Therefore, although everyone was still thinking about the Earth Saint fruits, no one dared to act rashly. At the very least, they had to understand what had just happened. I knew it. Senior brother's merit has blessed all of us. Whoever dares to kill us will be struck by lightning. Tang Chi was secretly delighted. The previous incident with Mo made them know about Liu's limitless merit golden body, which was why Tang Chi became so confident just now. Liu's limitless merit golden body was too invincible. It was simply a god of thunder serving as their bodyguard. Chapter 120, Mountain Gone. Boom 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 boom. The mountain's interior. Liu's body zoomed into countless figures, filling the entire space while his fist shadows rattled off. The green flames engulfing the entire confined space dissipated into thin air again. Liu did not stop as he kept punching the surrounding metal walls. The metal wall immediately flickered with green light and it even cracked open. Stop, stop, stop. Stop. I submit. I submit. The life spirit true flame's voice echoed again. Immediately it condensed again and its front hooves knelt on the ground as it lowered its head in submission. Immortal Venerable, please spare my life and stop hitting the cauldron anymore, and this cauldron will shatter. I'm willing to submit. Please spare my life, Immortal Venerable. The life spirit true flame knelt on the ground and trembled. How could it have imagined that a fellow with a mortal body could become so terrifying? The power of each punch could absolutely destroy the world. It was simply too terrifying. This person was not as simple as he seemed. Perhaps a perfected immortal or golden immortal was pretending to be weak here. Too late. It'll be safer if I beat you back to your original form. Liu rubbed his fist as he spoke. No, please spare my life, Immortal Venerable. It's not easy for me to cultivate into my current state. Please let me off, the life spirit true flame begged profusely. If let you off, what about my junior brother's injuries? Look at him, he's almost cooked by you. Liu pointed at the heavily injured Gu Yuqi on the ground. I can treat his injuries. Immediately a ball of green flames enveloped Gu Yugi and his injuries began to recover. Junior brother, how are you feeling? Liu looked at Gu Yugi. I've basically recovered, thank you. Senior brother, I've brought you too much trouble. Gu Yuqi had a bitter expression. He was also helpless with all the misfortunes. What is wrong with me? Why are there all sorts of bizarre and unlucky events dropping on my head? Is it really like what my senior brother said? This happens when heaven is about to confer a great responsibility on man? Life spirit true flame, if you're willing to submit to me, you have to show some sincerity, said Liu. He knew that this life spirit true flame was not just a natural oddity. Of course, to be honest, I'm the cauldron spirit of this heaven and earth cauldron, and also a cauldron fire. The place you are at now is the bottom of this cauldron. I can bring you to the upper level of the cauldron with many immortal pills and sacred herbs. Immortal Venerable, I'm willing to submit to you. In the future this heaven and earth cauldron will belong to you, said the true fire respectfully. A smile flashed through Liu's eyes when he heard that he gained something excellent. Although he had long guessed that this life spirit true flame was an artifact spirit, he did not expect to obtain immortal pills and sacred herbs through it. Furthermore, this heaven and earth cauldron sounded awesome. It should be an extraordinary treasure. Very well, bring me there then, Liu said in a low voice. Immortal Venerable, please follow me. The life spirit true flame flew up. At the same time, a deep passage appeared on the top. Liu and Gu Yugi looked at each other and flew up together. In the end they arrived in a larger space. It was also surrounded by iron walls with countless giant runes and strange patterns carved. Not only that, but 29 pills floated in the air. Those pills looked heavenly while some resembled heaven earth Dao fruit. It was as if every pill had a world of its own. The life spirit true flame introduced the names and effects of various immortal pills and sacred medicines in detail to Liu. Sacred medicine were pills of a higher grade than immortal pills, and they were also more precious. There were 3 of such pills here according to the life spirit true flame. One could only consume them at the Mahayana realm. One sacred medicine could assist one to become an immortal. It also contained the power of the great Dao, helping the user improve his Dao comprehension. There were a total of 26 immortal pills. They were treasures that immortals used daily to assist in their cultivation. However, to mortal cultivators it could change their fate. The effect was roughly similar to the heavenly spirit pills, but it was more effective by several times. The most important thing was that one immortal pill could improve a cultivator's cultivation progress by 100 years. Not bad, not bad. Liu accepted the pills and pills happily. 1. With these immortal pills and sacred medicines he could practically mass-produce immortals. Furthermore, after obtaining this life spirit true flame he did not have to worry about not having any immortal pills or sacred medicines. Immortal Venerable, you only need a drop of blood essence to make me accept you as my master. You can control this heaven and earth cauldron freely. After that, the life spirit true flame added. Liu nodded and cut his finger to drip a drop of blood. The life spirit true flame absorbed the blood essence, causing the entire cauldron to tremble. At the same time Liu felt a strange connection between his body and the cauldron. It was as if the cauldron was a part of his body, something that he could control freely. He instantly received a complete understanding of the cauldron. The cauldron was gigantic beyond his expectation. It seemed that the mountain was only a part of the cauldron. If he kept it away, the mountain would disappear instantly. I wonder if they have finished gathering the spirit herbs. Liu thought. Then with a command in his mind a dark passageway appeared above the cauldron. It was the one through which Liu and Gu Yugi had been sucked into the cauldron. It was now under his control. Liu brought Gu Yugi into the passage and returned to the hillside. EAD new chapter S on no/v/e/ln, com. When they returned to the ground, Liu immediately noticed the group of people in midair. He recognized the 3 cultivation families who had almost fought over the Earth Saint fruit. Liu brought Gu Yugi to Tang Chi and the others in an instant. Senior brother, you're back. Is junior brother Gu alright? Tang Chi beamed with joy when he saw that Liu and Gu Yugi had returned safely. Wu Changji, Qinglan Sumu and the others showed faces of joy. They had just sensed that the ground quaking had disappeared. They knew Liu was likely returning soon. It's all settled. This mountain is really not simple. I just received a nice treasure. I'll tell you guys more later. What's wrong with these people? Are they here to rob the natural spirit herbs? Liu knew the purpose of their visit without even thinking. That's right, senior brother. They said they were the ones who first discovered the Earth Saint fruits here and demanded us to hand it over. Tang Chi complained. Who's that shameless? Liu's gaze turned cold as he turned to look at the crowd in the air. That guy was struck by lightning and just woke up. It's that guy whose entire body is toasted. Tang Chi pointed at the Su family's grand elder in the air. Liu shot a glance and could not be bothered with them. After all, there were too many such clowns. They liked to show off. Even though they were weak, the experience points he would earn after killing them were negligible, so he was not interested. Have you gathered all the spirit herbs on this mountain? Liu asked his juniors. Everyone nodded. All right, we'll leave this mountain. I'm keeping my treasures. Liu requested with a smile, and then he soared into the sky with everyone. Everyone looked at Liu curiously, wondering what the treasure he was talking about. Immediately after, the mountain in front of him suddenly trembled violently. Rumbling sounds shook the earth and the ground on the hillside began to collapse as if the heavens were collapsing. Sand and stones flew and trees fell. It was a horrifying sight. Before long, one towering mountain disappeared and a huge pit was left behind. After that, a ray of light flashed and vanished into Liu's palm. The mountain is gone? The eyes of the 3 families in the air were about to pop out as they were shocked. Chapter 121, Gu Yuchi on the rankings. After their shock, the members of the 3 family clans could roughly guess what was going on. With so many Earth Saint trees on the mountain, this place was definitely not ordinary. They had also seen a ray of light fly out from the collapsed mountain peak. There must have been some unique treasure in this mountain taken by that kid. At the thought of this, their greed surged. The treasure must be exceptional to produce so many natural spirit herbs here. However, when they thought of the strange lightning just now, they were conflicted for a moment out of fear. Hey, aren't you guys leaving yet? Are you waiting to watch a show? Liu looked at the group of people in the air and yelled. The people from the 3 family clans did not reply. Their eyes flickered as they communicated with their divine senses. They had all come to the Lingtian mystic realm to seek treasures and opportunities. They could not bear to give up such an unparalleled opportunity today for nothing. It was a competition. It was even more so in the Lingtian mystic realm, not to mention what the treasures in the mountain were. Those earth saint fruits alone were enough to make them want to butcher and rob. As for the lightning just now, it was indeed strange, but they tend to believe that it was a coincidence. Furthermore, the lightning was not fatal. In any case, they had so many experts, it was not like they could not beat these few people. Even if they could not win, it would not be easy for the other party to kill them. Therefore, they would prefer to take a big gamble than allow such an opportunity to slip away. Liu slightly frowned when he saw the expressions and gazes of the people from the three clans. They probably haven't given up. Curiosity killed the cat, and the same goes for greed. We don't want to talk nonsense with you either. Hand over the treasure. Our three great clans can spare your lives. Another old man said coldly. Seeing the killing intent in their eyes, Liu shook his head helplessly as he released his aura and assumed his stance. Since they sought death, no one could blame him for being cruel. Little Green, I've found some nutrients for you. Liu flipped his palm as a palm-sized tiny cauldron appeared in his palm. You guys want it? Liu teased. The elders were pleasantly surprised when they saw the small cauldron. It was clearly extraordinary and gave off a dense vitality. No wonder there were so many earth saint fruits here. This cauldron was at least at the Dao artifact level. A great Dao artifact was a treasure that was 100 times more precious than an immortal artifact. Hand it over and I can spare your lives, the old man repeated. Since you guys want it, here you go. Liu chuckled as he threw the heaven and earth cauldron toward the three families. At least you're wise enough to give up. The old man smiled proudly. On his way to pick up the small cauldron, he saw the elders of the other two family clans rushing over. He was shocked and immediately darted forward as well. However, right at this moment, the palm-sized cauldron grew larger. It instantly became incomparably huge, like a mountain that enveloped an area of the sky. At the same time, a terrifying suction force came from the cauldron and instantly targeted the people from the three family clans. OE. The expressions of the members of the three families changed. They tried to escape, but they could not break free from the suction power of the cauldron at all. They were instantly sucked into it. Whir! Dense green flames rose and enveloped the members of the three large families. Their expressions drastically changed as they struggled and shouted in horror, but they were unable to break free from the flames. In just a moment, the tragic cries disappeared. Everyone from the three large family clans was incinerated to ashes and their vitality was sucked dry by the life spirit true flame. A burp sounded from the cauldron. Everyone from the Qingyun sect was shocked at the scene. They were not surprised by Liu's ruthlessness and decisiveness. Instead, they were shocked by how extraordinary the cauldron was. In their opinion, the people from the three families were greedy and black-hearted. If their sect did not have an expert like Liu, if they were really just a small sect with insufficient strength, they would probably get eaten up by these people until not a single bone was left. According to the style of these families, they had killed and robbed plenty of people in the past. Find PDTs on n/VLN CM. Liu remembered what perfected Yu Hua mentioned in the past among the various countries of the Huaxia continent's north region that came here. Not many had died at the hands of the native demons and ghosts of the Lingtian mystic realm. Most died in the hands of those black-hearted cultivators who killed and looted. These families seemed to cultivate the orthodox path on the surface, but they did despicable business. Leaving them alive would only harm society, so it was better to burn them all. Senior brother, so this is the treasure you obtained from inside the mountain? Tang Chi asked in surprise. Yep, all the spirit herbs in this mountain were born from this cauldron spirit, Liu replied with a smile, and he put the heaven and earth cauldron away again. This cauldron spirit is a true fire. Wu Chang was also shocked. He could sense that the green flames in the cauldron were unusual. Yeah, it's similar to you. It's a true fire that has cultivated intelligence. It's a life spirit true flame. I named it Little Green. Liu summoned the true flame one. It could not leave the cauldron entirely, so it only manifested an egg-sized body on the surface. It looked like a mini version of a Qilin beast, small and cute. Thank you for the meal, immortal venerable. The life spirit true flame said in the human tongue. Everyone was pleasantly surprised. However, they had seen extraordinary items like the ancient Dao fortune tree and the immortal spring before, so they had gotten used to such things. Liu put away the heaven and earth cauldron and looked at everyone. How many earth saint fruits have you guys just collected? A total of 63 Earth Saint fruits. Wu Chang answered. Other than the Earth Saint fruit, they had also picked over 100 natural spirit herbs. It was a good harvest. Not bad, not bad. We'll split it evenly. Each will get 6 pills and I'll take the remaining 3. Why don't you eat them now? It'll also improve your cultivation a little, Li Yu suggested. Although Gu Yuqi's matter was daunting but not dangerous, it still sounded an alarm for Li Yu. There were too many strange and unexpected dangers in the Lingtian mystic realm. If anyone else other than Gu Yuqi had fallen into the heaven and earth cauldron today, they would probably have been burnt to ashes before he could rush over. Although he was strong enough, he could not protect every one of them all the time. They had to become strong enough themselves. Therefore Li Yu decided he would have them use those natural herbs and immortal pills to improve their cultivation on the spot before heading to the Qingtsang ancient emperor's hidden treasury. The Earth Saint fruits could increase one's cultivation by at least 5 years, and 6 of them was equivalent to 30 years. With the talent of these juniors, these 6 Earth Saint fruits could probably increase their cultivation by at least a minor realm. For example, those junior brothers and sisters who had just entered the sect and had low cultivation levels even had the chance to directly break through a major realm and enter the Golden Core realm. If they combined it with the immortal spring that they brought along plus the other natural spirit herbs and immortal pills, there was definitely a chance that these genius disciples could improve their cultivation levels to the soul formation stage in a short period. In the clear void Holy Land, after the last wave of cultivators flew into the teleportation array formation, the spatial vortex began to shrink before finally closing. Meanwhile, the information about Emperor Hangyun had already disappeared from the Genius Excellence rankings in the sky. A new name on the rankings. Excellence rankings number 50, Gu Yugi. Identity, Qingyun Sect Master's personal disciple. Origin, human race's Qingyun Sect. Chapter 122. Is Qingyun Sect that rich? When they saw Gu Yuqi's name on the rankings, countless people watching the rankings were surprised. They were all too familiar with this name. It had only recently surpassed the Holy Son of the Grand Primordium Holy Land and caused a stir. Therefore many people were curious about Gu Yuqi. Who was Gu Yuqi? They wanted to see his elegant demeanor. As for why the rankings were updated, everyone understood after some thought that it was probably because Emperor Hangyun was already dead, so he was replaced in the 50th position on the rankings. 4 words surfaced on the ranking again: elegance, exhibition. A giant screen surfaced in the sky again. A bald man was standing on a mountain peak staring at the sky with a heavy expression. Although Gu Yuqi's appearance and temperament were not considered exceptional, he still looked heroic and handsome. Coupled with the ancient god body, he had a unique charm. However, everyone knew that Gu Yuqi probably would not have made it onto the rankings if not for the death of Emperor Hangyun. Gasp! This forehead is so shiny. Although this kid looks pretty handsome, this bald head does make him stand out. Haha, speaking of which, his shiny head is too eye-catching. It's easy to overlook his appearance. As everyone was paying attention to Gu Yuqi's bald head, they heard Gu Yuqi suddenly say, Tian Yunzi, you destroyed my sect to snatch my ancient divine body. I, Gu Yuqi, will take revenge sooner or later. Countless cultivators gasped with faces of shock. It was especially so for the Clear Void Holy Land and the other factions of the Huaxia continent's southern region. This was too much information. No wonder Gu Yuqi's sect was destroyed not long after entering the 3000 Physique rankings. He also went missing for a while. It turns out that Emperor Tianyun wanted to steal his ancient god body. Tisk, I never thought that Emperor Tianyun would do such a thing. No wonder Emperor Hangyun died so miserably just now. It's all retribution. That's right, looks like it's retribution. The merit accumulated by the Lu family's ancestors was likely squandered by Emperor Tianyun. Destroying a sect and stealing someone's physique is something only the demonic sects would do. Oh heavens, I didn't expect Tian Yunzi to be such a person. You really can't judge a book by its cover. Let us not talk nonsense lest Tian Yunzi takes revenge on you. Countless cultivators conversed. As for the elders guarding the Clear Void Holy Land, they were also surprised. No wonder Li Yu spoke like that when he saw Tian Yunzi today, so it was because of Gu Yuqi. They had heard about the banquet. Yes, I thought that Li Yu was intentionally stirring up trouble. I didn't expect that Emperor Tianyun had no morals. Li Yu was right, meeting someone is not as good as hearing about them. Tian Yunzi's actions are truly despicable. The heavens are watching what people do. Isn't this retribution for him? The Heavenly Dao rankings have exposed everything. Tyre Yunzi's reputation will probably be swept to the ground and the Heavenly Fate dynasty will be humiliated. I guess people should do more good things after all. Gu Yuqi's elegance exhibition was a heavyweight bomb. It shook the world and caused countless people to scoff at the Heavenly Fate Emperor. Even the demonic sects and the demons were filled with ridicule, laughing at Tian Yunzi for being a sanctimonious fellow and loathing his actions. However, they did not know that Emperor Tian Yun had already suffered retribution. Not only was he dead, but his reputation had also been ruined. The results of the excellence rankings were the same as before. After displaying Gu Yuqi's elegant appearance, the live footage began appearing. The footage in the sky cut to an ancient and dense forest. The main character was still Gu Yuqi. He was holding 6 Earth Saint fruits with a joyous expression. Junior brother, these 6 Earth Saint fruits should be able to assist you in breaking through to the profound void martial stage, a voice sounded. Thank you, senior brother, I will work hard to enter the profound void martial stage. Gu Yuqi replied with a big smile. Then he picked up an Earth Saint fruit and took a big bite as though he was eating an apple. Don't be too stressed. If 6 Earth Saint fruits can help you break through, I'll give you a few more silver dragon grass when the time comes. Anyway, we have plenty of these herbs, just eat until it's enough, huh? At this moment countless people's jaws almost dropped and many were jealous. What the F***ck, he gave Gu Yuqi 6 Earth Saint fruits at once, and the natural spirit herbs were aplenty for consumption. How rich is the Qing Yun sect? Not even the Holy Lands could be so generous. No wonder Gu Yuqi could advance from the initial stage of the soul formation stage to the late stage in a few days. No wonder the Qing Yun sect could produce the #1 prodigy of the human race. He's eating natural spiritual herbs like rice. Who can compare to that? However, speaking of this, countless people were increasingly curious about the background of the Qing Yun sect to be so generous. Natural spirit herbs. Those were rare treasures. They were something that should only be chanced upon by luck. Although the Earth Saint fruit was not considered the best natural spirit herb, it was still a precious one that only matures in 100 years. The silver dragon grass was a top-grade natural spirit herb that even the Holy Lands did not have a lot of. They would not let their disciples use them so freely because it was too precious. Thanks, senior brother, it should be about time. Well, the Lingtian mystic realm is filled with danger. If I can enter the profound void martial stage, I can help you share the burden and save you the trouble of protecting me. Gu Yuqi thanked Li Yu. The profound void martial stage is not enough. It's best if you can enter the Mahayana realm. Mahayana realm? I wouldn't dare to think about that for the time being. Gu Yuqi rubbed his shiny head. Don't worry, after you finish these natural spirit herbs, I'll give you 2 more immortal pills to eat. Each can improve your cultivation by 100 years. You'll probably reach the Mahayana realm with at most 2 with your ancient god body. And I just obtained some sacred medicines. I'll give you 1 later and develop you into the strongest disciple in the sect besides me. Immortal pill? Sacred medicine. Gu Yuqi's eyes widened in surprise, unable to believe what he had just heard. However, he did not know that countless cultivators were more surprised than him worldwide. They thought that it was ridiculous enough to have enough natural spirit herbs. No one expected there were immortal pills. Now Li Yu mentioned that he also had sacred medicines and is giving 1 to Gu Yuqi. Sacred medicine. The kind of pill that only existed in legends. The kind that was way more precious than immortal pills. This was a supreme treasure that could drive any top experts crazy. It was said that a single sacred medicine could allow a mortal to attain immortality. The information contained in Li Yu and Gu Yuqi's conversation was simply too astonishing and explosive. Everyone was astounded. Even the 7 Holy Lands, the 5 fiend sects, and the various demon races were shocked. Everyone was even more envious of Gu Yuqi's luck. Did this kid save the universe in his previous life? What virtues and abilities did Gu Yuqi have to make the Qing Yun sect think so highly of this child that they were willing to give him a sacred pill? Comparisons are odious. Chapter 123, No Comparisons, No Harm, 1. Yeah, that's right, let me show you. Li Yu took out a sacred medicine and handed it to Gu Yuqi. I'm not lying to you, so go on and make sure you take 2nd place on the Sons of Heaven rankings. When they saw the sacred pill appear on the screen, the eyes of countless people watching the rankings widened. It was especially true for some older cultivators who looked at the sacred medicine like dirty old men looking at beauties enviously. They wished they could become Gu Yuqi at this moment. If Li Yu rewarded them with 1 sacred pill, they would even call him Godfather. After all, the sacred medicine was a pill that could help them achieve immortality. Why had they cultivated for hundreds and thousands of years? Wasn't it all for the sake of attaining immortality? Thank you, senior brother, you're too nice to me. I don't even know what to say anymore. Don't worry, once I enter the Mahayana realm I'll share senior brother's burden and protect the safety of our fellow disciples. Gu Yuchi agitatedly responded as he felt even more grateful. Ahem, I'm not doing this to make you protect everyone for me, I'm just a little concerned about your safety. You know that your unlucky physique is really a headache. You have been struck by lightning, smashed by a meteorite today, you fell into a deep hole. I wonder what kind of disaster you'll meet next time. Thus it's safer for you to become stronger. Hey, yes, I've really troubled you, senior brother. Gu Yuchi smiled awkwardly. He knew that Liu was worried about him and was moved. He had almost lost his life today. If his senior brother had not arrived in time, he would probably have become the nourishment of the life spirit true flame by now. Therefore, to withstand the various trials and tribulations of the heavens, he had to become stronger as soon as possible. This way he could save his senior brother some trouble. At this point the expressions of everyone who watched the rankings became strange. Many could not help but laugh unkindly. Struck by lightning, smashed by a meteorite and fell into a hole? Gu Yuchi's experience is really bizarre. Gu Yuchi is really unlucky. It's fine if he got struck by lightning, but it's the first time I've heard of a meteorite smashing into him and falling into a hole. This hole isn't simple if a cultivator can fall into it. That's right. Is this what extraordinary people must experience? No wonder he could enjoy such treatment. We aren't worthy compared to him. Gu Yuchi could not know that his conversation with Liu had been exposed by the Heavenly Dao rankings. His bizarre experience was now known by everyone. It was definitely a form of social death. However, most people were focused on the natural spirit herbs, immortal pills and sacred medicines. They could tell from the conversation that those precious treasures seemed to be recently obtained by Liu. In other words, Liu and his group had already obtained such a supreme fortune in the Lingtian mystic realm. Inside the clear void Holy Land, the elders looked at each other in shock. How long has Liu been in the Lingtian mystic realm? And he has already obtained so many opportunities? Moreover, over the years the number of people who could find sacred medicines in the Lingtian mystic realm can be counted on one's fingers, and every one of them obtained it after great difficulties. Liu's speed of obtaining such precious treasures as soon as he entered the Lingtian mystic realm is truly unbelievable. Yeah, if he could casually take out the sacred medicine for his junior brother, it should mean that he had obtained more than one holy medicine. As expected of someone blessed by the heavens and providence, he really does encounter supreme opportunities wherever he goes. It's pointless to be envious of him. No wonder this kid is so monstrous. His luck is really heaven-defying. But then again, this is great for our orthodox sects. I hope you can obtain more treasures this time and nurture more top experts for the orthodox path. In the endless sea, the Thousand Dragon Island Dragon Palace. The elders of the Azure Dragon race looked at the Genius Excellence rankings with complicated expressions. If I'm not wrong, the person who spoke to Gu Yuchi should be the top human prodigy, Liu. It must be him. This boy's luck is really shocking. He actually obtains sacred medicines. The last time humans obtained sacred medicines in the Lingtian mystic realm was more than 20,000 years ago, right? Indeed, looks like the fortune of the human race has surged again. This sacred pill can make an immortal. I wonder how many Liu obtained. If he can give one to his junior brother, he should have at least two. He must have left one for himself. The key is that he seems to have obtained a lot of immortal pills. The world is going to change. There's no need to be so pessimistic. I believe this is mainly because Liu is at the top of the Sons of Heaven rankings. The Heavenly Dao rewarded him with an increase in his luck, which is why he met such an opportunity. Long Ao has also obtained an increase in luck as a reward. Perhaps he can obtain a sacred medicine in the virtual sky mystic realm or some other heaven-defying fortune. But we can't leave our Azure Dragon race to fate. We must send someone to check on the Qingyun sect. Yes, that's good too. We'll have two strings to our bow. In the Lingtian mystic realm, after Liu chatted with Gu Yuchi, he walked to the side alone and guarded his junior brothers and sisters. Everyone had already eaten the earth saint fruit and began to meditate on the spot to refine and absorb the medicinal essence. Chapter 124, No Comparisons, No Harm, 2. Discover new Tories at NVE/Lbin, C/O. Before long, a golden light manifested from the void and entered Gu Yuchi's body with a flash. Liu's eyes sparkled. He was familiar with the aura from that golden light. It was the light when the Heavenly Dao rankings were issuing a reward. Did the Heavenly Dao rankings release another ranking? Or Gu Yuqi got into the Genius Excellence rankings? Li Yu pondered for a moment. He soon found an answer in his heart. It must be the latter Emperor Hainyun is dead, and it was likely that Gu Yuqi replaced him in the 50th place. If that was the case, won't my conversation with Gu Yuqi get leaked by the Heavenly Dao rankings? Oops, I guess I was flaunting my wealth. Li Yu smiled. However, he did not pay too much attention to it. He could not see the Heavenly Dao rankings in the Lingtian mystic realm, so he was not afraid that someone would come to raid him. Even if they did, they would only be sending themselves to death. As for the Qingyun sect, it would probably be remembered by many people. However, he was not worried. With the limitless merit golden body and the protection of the heavenly thunder, no one could harm the Qingyun sect. As the golden light entered Gu Yuqi's body, his aura immediately rose steadily. Magic power surged around him as rich spiritual energy gathered into a stream that lingered around Gu Yuqi. After a moment, a majestic aura erupted from Yuqi's body, and the power of heaven and earth gathered around him. 7 colored lights surfaced on his body, rippling like water ripples. It was extremely dazzling, and golden light beams shot out. Under the golden light, a humongous phantom appeared in the sky behind Gu Yuqi, holding a battle axe that seemed to control the power of creation. Li Yu was beaming. Gu Yuqi should have just stepped into the profound void martial stage. Judging from the phantom behind him, the bloodline power of the ancient gods had probably awakened further. Days passed. Gu Yuqi's cultivation level increased by 10 years each day. His speed of improvement was simply shocking. His cultivation potential was already high, and his refinement speed was faster. Furthermore, due to the further awakening of his ancient god body's bloodline power, he managed to refine 6 Earth Saint fruits in less than 4 days. His cultivation had also advanced from soul formation late stage to the profound void martial late stage. Afterward, Li Yu gave him 2 immortal pills to continue breaking through the tribulation realm and all the way to the Mahayana realm. Gu Yuqi did not disappoint Li Yu. Under the dual effects of the immortal pill and the ancient god bloodline, he took only more than 5 days to successfully break through to the Mahayana realm and finally stabilized at the early stage. During the process of stepping into the Mahayana realm from the tribulation realm, Gu Yuqi welcomed an unusually powerful heavenly tribulation. According to Elder Nia, Gu Yuqi's heavenly tribulation was several times stronger than most people's. This should be related to his unique physique. However, the ancient god body was a physique that would become stronger the more it was tempered. Therefore, after the baptism of the lightning tribulation, Gu Yuqi's physique was strengthened. His bloodline power also awakened further, allowing him to learn more bloodline divine arts. Of course, Gu Yuqi was not the only one whose cultivation had skyrocketed over the past few days. Everyone else's cultivation progressed rapidly with the help of the spirit herbs and immortal pills. Wu Cheng's cultivation level broke through directly from the soul formation stage to the middle stage of the tribulation stage. Yi Qiu stepped into the late stage of the soul conduit realm, and Ji Qinglan also progressed into the soul formation late stage. Tang Qi stepped into the early stage of the soul formation realm. As for Sumu, Lu Yuming, Meng Sweki, and other young disciples who newly joined the sect, they had broken through to the nascent soul realm. Among them, Sumu had the most improvement. He was already at the late stage of the nascent soul realm. A 15-year-old late-stage nascent soul realm was already an extremely rare genius to the various Holy Lands. Over the past few days, the human race's Sons of Heaven rankings have been lively. Gu Yuqi ranked up from 15th on the ranking to 2nd with a speed of overtaking 2 places a day, pushing Night Whisper of the Night God Palace to 3rd place. Not only that, but Ji Qiu, Ji Qinglan, and Tang Qi, the 3 who had never been on the rankings, have also joined the list of names for the first time. Tang Qi happened to be in the 100th place, while Yi Qiu and Ji Qinglan charged their way into the top 30. Among them, Ji Qinglan directly ascended to 18th place. Of course, there were also other prodigies who rose in rankings. Nevertheless, compared to the speed of improvement of the people from the Qingyun sect, they paled in comparison and were not worth mentioning. Hence, over the past few days, the Qingyun sect had been the talk of the immortal martial world. Even the Genius Excellence rankings were not as interesting. Everyone knew why the cultivation progress of these geniuses from the Qingyun sect was so unbelievable. Looks like Li Yu didn't just give Gu Yuqi 6 Earth Saint fruits and immortal pills. This is a little shocking. How many spirit herbs and immortal pills did Li Yu obtain that day? This is too unbelievable. The spirit pills our Holy Land obtained after entering the Lingtian mystic realm more than 10 times added up can't compare to the amount Li Yu collected until now. Moreover, every immortal pill or a sacred medicine requires us to experience countless difficulties and pay a huge price. Yeah, comparisons are odious. The hearts of the various Holy Lands were aching with jealousy. They have seen some footage of those on the Genius Excellence rankings in the past few days. Those prodigies were all fighting to the death with the strange beasts and monsters in the Lingtian mystic realm for the sake of 1 or 2 stalks of natural spirit herbs. They were bathed in blood, while some even paid the price with their lives. Although the Lingtian mystic realm had plenty of natural spirit herbs, it was not easy to obtain them. Of course, they only knew a portion of the matter. If they knew that Li Yu had grabbed the Heaven Earth Dao fruit right after entering the Lingtian mystic realm and then obtained the Heaven and Earth cauldron, they would probably be green with envy. Somewhere in the Lingtian mystic realm, the holy lords and grand elders of the 7 holy lands and the monarchs of the various large sects and cultivation families arrived one after another. These people were practically the top experts of the immortal martial world, the best experts in the current era of the various holy lands. "Everyone is here. I believe everyone understands why I invited you here," said the Holy Lord of the Primordial Dao Holy Land, perfected Tian Hui. "We're fortunate enough to see the entrance of the immortal court again." Everyone nodded, their eyes filled with anticipation. "I hope we can successfully enter the immortal court this time." "Yeah, if we can enter the immortal court this time, we have a high chance of touching the immortal realm. Now, after 200 years have passed, our cultivation and power have already improved. We should have a better chance of entering the immortal court." I've been waiting for this opportunity for a long time." "Alright, there's no time to lose, let's set off then." Perfected Tian Hui reminded them. "Let's continue our journey." Li Yu called for everyone. Currently, everyone's cultivation and strength have already reached a safer level. It was time to set off for the Qingcang Ancient Emperor's hidden treasury. "Senior brother, where do you think my 9th brother is now?" Ji Qinglan suddenly mentioned Ji Wanjie. He was getting a little worried about Ji Wanjie's safety. "Don't worry, he's doing very well now," replied Li Yu. He had checked on Ji Wanjie's movements through the disciple management function over the past few days. He was very far away and his movement trajectory was the opposite of Li Yu and the others. Not only that, but Li Yu also noticed that Ji Wanjie's cultivation had greatly improved. He had clearly encountered some extraordinary opportunities. He knew that Ji Wanjie had many secrets and was definitely not a simple person. He should not die that easily. This day, the latest name on the Genius Excellence rankings was updated. Excellence rankings number 38, Long Ji. Identity, the 5th prince of the Azure Dragon race. Origin, demon race's Azure Dragon race. Long Ji was not the first demon to enter the rankings, but it was the first dragon. Therefore, it attracted the attention of many in the world. The Azure Dragon race was known throughout the world. The Azure Dragon race was the most powerful and prestigious among the demons. Moreover, although the Azure Dragon clan were not divine dragons, they were still part of the dragon bloodline. In the hearts of the commoners, dragons were the most mysterious and powerful beasts in the world, and they were the race that they revered and were most curious about. It was said that the Dragon King's children were also outstanding. They were all brilliant and talented in their own ways. As Long Ji was also on the Sons of Heaven rankings, many human cultivators wanted to see Long Ji's appearance. Chapter 125, Divine Beast Qilin 1. Soon the elegance exhibition allowed everyone to witness Long Ji's appearance. Furthermore, the demons would also showcase their true form apart from their human forms. The original form of the dragon was fearsome and overbearing. Its appearance in human form was extraordinary as well, and there was a graceful aura between its brows. Moments later, the elegance exhibition became a live broadcast again. The scene instantly switched to the sky above an island. The earth-shattering sound of magic power colliding was deafening, reverberating through the sky and attracting everyone's attention. Today's main character of the Genius Excellence rankings, Long Ji, happened to be fighting a bloody battle in the sky in his original form with a green dragon. The bronze-like scales on his body were lacerated and covered in blood. He could not dodge in time and was struck down by the green dragon from the sky. 5th brother. A cry of surprise sounded like thunder. A giant azure dragon flew over and instantly transformed into its human form and caught the dragon that had also transformed into a human. At this moment, many watched the fighting scene through the screen in shock. They had long been accustomed to watching various shocking and terrifying battles on the Heavenly Dao rankings in the past few days. However, this was the first time they witnessed the battle between the azure dragon and the green dragon. However, when everyone looked carefully, they realized that it was not a green dragon, it was a vine as thick as a dragon's body. The vine was covered in green scales, making it look like a green dragon. This is the Azure Dragon Vine. Elders of the primordial Dao Holy Land recognized the thick vine on the screen. This dragon is pretty bold to provoke the Azure Dragon Vine. Yeah, the Azure Dragon Vine is immortal in nature, even the weakest is at the level of immortal spirit realm. Although the dragon origin fruit is good stuff, especially for the dragon race, this fruit is not easy to acquire. They had seen the Azure Dragon Vine in the Lingtian mystic realm before, though they always went around it. Fortunately, the Azure Dragon Vine rarely took the initiative to attack others, otherwise encountering such an Azure Dragon Vine would basically mean death. The dragon origin fruit was a fruit born from the Azure Dragon Vine. It was said that it contained dragon aura and dragon essence. The Azure Dragon race would surely covet such an immortal fruit. Earth-shattering fighting sounds lingered in the air. Other Azure dragons could be seen fighting bloody battles with the Azure Dragon Vine. Many of the dragons had broken dragon scales and torn skin and flesh. The scene could be described as gruesome. His Majesty is risking his life. This is too risky. Yeah, we'll never suggest provoking this Azure Dragon Vine. The elders and the rest of the Azure Dragon race nervously watched the footage from virtual sky mystic realm. Their hearts had shrunk into a ball and their expressions were grim. This was especially true for the elders of the Azure Dragon race, whose hearts were in their throats as they looked at the Heavenly Dao rankings. They knew how powerful the Azure Dragon Vine was. It was an immortal vine. Even with the full strength of their Azure Dragon race, they still might not be able to kill the Azure Dragon Vine. Thus they were endlessly worried, in their hearts nervous to the point of being unable to speak. Although the dragon origin fruit was a peerless treasure that was especially beneficial to their dragon race. Obtaining one would mean their Azure Dragon race could instantly produce a true divine dragon. However, there was a huge risk and price to pay. Not only would they not obtain the dragon origin fruit when facing the Azure Dragon Vine, but they might all lose their lives. The current situation did not seem optimistic at all. Discover new Tories at NVE/LBN/C/O. At this rate, their fifth prince was probably becoming the second deceased person on the excellence rankings. Your Majesty, retreat. We'll cover you. A shout rang in the sky. All right, everyone retreats with me. Long Tiansong's order sounded and he immediately led everyone to retreat. Long Ji fled into the distance under Long Ao's cover. Long Ji followed Long Tiansong and the rest to another island before they stopped to rest. Long Ji was severely injured and had a nasty expression. His aura was weak and he required the support of Long Ao to stand. The other members of the dragon race beside him were also in a sorry state. Sigh. This Azure Dragon Vine is really not to be provoked. Long Tiansong remarked. You are right, Your Majesty. Nearly a third of our group has died. Sigh. The gains do not make up for the losses today. An elder sighed. I am to be blamed for being too greedy. This is the first time in my life that I've seen an Azure Dragon Vine with two dragon essence fruits growing concurrently. Moreover, these two dragon essence fruits are the largest and have the densest dragon aura I've ever seen. I couldn't resist it. Long Tiansong added, cough, 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 cough. Long Ji coughed again and blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. Jier, how are your injuries? Long Tiansong asked worriedly. Father, I cough, have some internal injuries. I just took the pill Big Brother gave me. I'm fine, Long Ji replied with difficulty. That's good, we shall rest on the spot. Long Tiansong continued, we're lucky that Aor obtained a few immortal artifacts, 2 Dao Comprehension tea leaves and an immortal soul grass on that island today. It counts as redeeming some of our losses. His Majesty and the others have obtained the Dao Comprehension tea and the immortal soul grass. At this point, the heavy hearts of the Azure Dragon elders felt a little better. To them, the dragon race, the dragon origin fruit, was way more precious than the Dao Comprehension tea leaves. However, they were fortunate enough to obtain the Dao Comprehension tea and the immortal soul grass. Chapter 126, Divine Beast Qilin, 2. The Dao Comprehension tea was said to be the leaf of the Dao Comprehension tea tree in the immortal realms. This ancient tree had a total of 108 leaves. Every leaf was different for the Dao runes contained within it. A cup of tea brewed with its leaves could improve one's cultivation, assist one in comprehending their Dao and grasp the great Dao techniques. It was unduly valuable. As the name suggested, the immortal soul grass could strengthen one's soul. It was also a precious natural herb. Grandpa, does the Azure Dragon Vine usually only bear one fruit? A junior dragon asked curiously. Yes, an immortal vine like the Azure Dragon Vine can only produce one fruit every few tens of thousands of years. It's rare for an Azure Dragon Vine to produce two dragon origin fruits concurrently. That's why His Majesty is tempted, an Azure Dragon Tribe elder said. Oh, that's a pity. How great would it be if they could obtain it? There's nothing to pity about. No one in this mortal world can snatch the dragon origin fruit from the hands of the Azure Dragon Vine. That's the food of a true dragon, the elder added. What is that Dao comprehension tea? Is it precious? Extremely so. It is not much inferior to the dragon origin fruit. It's just that the dragon origin fruit is more suitable for our dragon race, and the Dao comprehension tea is more beneficial to the human race than our dragon race. However, the Dao comprehension tea tree is also a great divine tree with intelligence. It's not easier to pluck a leaf from it than to pluck the dragon origin fruit from the Azure Dragon Vine. In the primordial Dao Holy Land, the elders could not help but smile when they saw the Azure Dragon tribe flee in defeat. They were not crowing as humans. They naturally did not wish to see the Azure Dragon clan obtain the dragon origin fruit, otherwise the Azure Dragon race could produce a true divine dragon. Although there are many opportunities in the virtual Sky Mystic Realm and Lingtian Mystic Realm, it's not easy to capitalize. Long Tiansong is too overconfident. Yeah, it'll be a big loss for them this time. I have to say Long Ao is very lucky to obtain the Dao Comprehension Tea and Immortal Soul Grass. The rankings are indeed effective in increasing his luck. He actually got 2 Dao Comprehension Tea leaves. Such luck is really enviable. In the Lingtian Mystic Realm, Li Yu's company traveled with stoppages, constantly approaching the Qingtsong Ancient Emperor's treasury. Although they did not find any new fortunes along the way, they did not encounter any trouble or danger. The journey was so smooth that they felt as if they were not in the legendary Lingtian Mystic Realm where danger lurked everywhere. They were simply touring a scenic area with beautiful mountains and clear water. However, this morning a heavy fog suddenly descended upon their surroundings and permeated the area. This fog was very strange. Find up Ted Ubbles on n/v/elben, co/m. It not only blocked their vision and divine sense, but it was even suppressing the magic power in their bodies. It made the group unable to circulate their magic power, and even Gu Yuchi at the Mahayana realm was the same. The fog contained tremendous pressure. The group felt they weren't in the dense mist but in the deep sea. They felt the surrounding air become incomparably thick as an invisible force pressed down on their bodies. There's something wrong with this fog, Wu Chang commented. Gu Yugi, Ji Qinglan and the rest had ugly expressions as they raised their guards on their surroundings. Gu Yudki was especially alert, whose tendons were tensed up. His unlucky physique was most sensitive to such an abnormal situation, and he was afraid of being battered with trouble again. Li Yu looked around and frowned slightly. He silently rolled up his sleeves and loosened up his wrists before ordering, "All of you get down." The rest didn't know what Li Yu wanted to do, but they didn't hesitate to lie on the ground. At the same time, Li Yu punched his fist at the sky. Boom! Space trembled as a mushroom cloud seemed to gush into the sky. A terrifying shockwave spread above Li Yu and his company. The dense and strange fog instantly swept away like a fading tornado. However, Li Yu and the others were shocked to discover that the heavens and the earth had turned upside down. Below them was not the ground, but the sky. Above them was a piece of land. Then the world spun and the stars moved. Everyone felt dizzy. When they returned to their senses, the sky and ground returned to normal again. However, the environment before them had already changed drastically. A towering tree supported the sky, and strange flowers and herbs covered the forest. Colored butterflies danced and spirit birds cried softly. In the distance, the sound of waves reverberated. All of a sudden, an incomparably enormous figure like a mountain appeared behind Li Yu and the others. The shadow of that figure instantly enveloped everyone. Li Yu's expression switched and he immediately turned around and gave a punch. Boom! Space trembled again and the enormous figure shot out. Everywhere it passed, the trees were shattered and a massive ravine was plowed open on the ground that stretched all the way to the end of their field of vision. What was that just now? Didn't see it clearly. It must be a monster. Luckily, senior brother acted in time, otherwise we would probably be in danger. Knew that there was something wrong with that fog. But what is this place? How did we come here suddenly? Everyone looked at each other in confusion. There's something mysterious here too. My divine sense is also blocked, Gu Yuchi cautioned. Everyone should remain vigilant. This place is unusual. Everyone frowned and remained vigilant of their surroundings. They could eerily sense that the surrounding trees and flowers had eyes secretly watching them. However, Liu, who had just sent the colossal being flying, widened his eyes. In front of him, the system interface that only he could see popped up again. On it was the words, Divine Beast Qilin. Qilin, too. Liu was surprised as he glanced in the general direction of the fellow who had been punched away by him. Everything had happened too suddenly just now. Liu did not take a closer look before he punched that colossal thing. He did not expect it to be the Divine Beast Qilin. The other side of the island, the Qilin was lying on the ground with its limbs facing the sky. It had already fainted. TT did not expect a group of humans to suddenly appear while it slept soundly there, as it was given a fright. Before it could fully stand up from the ground, it never expected a punch would send it flying and almost died on the spot. Crack! Swoosh! With a series of cracking sounds, a vine whip covered in green scales like an azure dragon reached over and fiddled with the Qilin beast. If Long Tiansong and Long Ji were here, they would surely recognize that the vine was the azure dragon vine. On the other end of the vine was an ancient azure dragon vine tree comparable to the sky. Beside it was an old tree that was half a height shorter. The leaves on the ancient tree were thin, but every leaf emitted a dazzling halo. There was also the aura of the great Dao circulating on the leaf veins. Rich Dao runes manifested natural otherworldly wonders in the leaf. If anyone counted carefully, exactly 108 leaves were on this ancient tree. This was the Dao Comprehension Tea Tree that was even more valuable than the ancient Dao Fortune Tree. Old Baldy. Big Qilin has fainted. Where did that human brat come from? He actually knocked out Big Qilin with a single punch. That's terrifying, said the Azure Dragon Vine as it patted the Dao Comprehension Tea Tree at the side. They did not use human language to communicate. Instead, both trees used a sound resembling the howling wind and the rustling of leaves. Be gentle, my old branch can't take your smacking, the Dao Comprehension Tea Tree scorned bitterly. Then it shook its leaves and continued. Strange, how did they enter our misty immortal island? It's been so many years since great immortal Mi Lu left, and no one has entered here. It's over. I'm afraid I can't keep these little leaves of mine. Sigh, you'll probably be bald for tens of thousands of years again. I probably can't leave these few fruits for great immortal Shilu. Why don't we fight it out with them? The Azure Dragon Vine suggested. Forget it, even Big Qilin has been knocked out. The two of us will be chopped up by him like firewood. At this moment, a bevy of fairies with elegant faces and refined auras flew over in veils. They landed beside the Qilin beast and patted its giant head with heavy expressions. General Guo, wake up. He's pretty badly injured. Looks like he really fainted. That's great. The group of teenage girls suddenly beamed and flew up again. Their dresses fluttered as they pounced toward Liu excitedly. Flew toward his direction. Chapter 127, The Azure Dragon Race's Meltdown, 1. They had already forgotten how long it had been since they had seen a new face. Furthermore, Liu was such a handsome young man. Although General Guo looked pretty handsome in his human form, they were already tired of looking at him. Furthermore, he was a boring and rigid fellow. Talking to him was not more interesting than talking to those two old trees. Greetings, young master. All the fairies arrived in front of Liu and greeted him with sweet smiles. Liu was stunned when the group of fairies popped out of nowhere. As for Yiqiu, Ji, Qinglan, Tang, Qi, Gu, Yugi and the others, they were dazed. T was not that they had never seen a beautiful or lecherous woman before. It was just that these women were as beautiful as fairies. All West ch.rs on no/vli/n/cm. Of course, they were indeed fairies who possessed extraordinary temperaments. Their appearances were exquisite, as if they were carved from jade, and their skins were like soft jade that seemed to emit a warm glow. Even the eyes of Meng Sweki and Tang Linger sparkled. Greetings, fairies. Liu bowed in return. May I know where you came from and how you arrived on our misty immortal island? The leader was a fairy in slim purple robes. This is the misty immortal island? Liu frowned. His company had indeed transmigrated on the spot to this island. Had to be honest, I'm not sure how we got here either. We encountered a strange fog and the next thing we know is arriving here. Liu replied truthfully. Hee, so that's how it is. That means that young master and I, all of us are fated to meet on our misty immortal island. Please visit our garden, chirped the purple-robed fairy with a sweet smile. All right. Liu felt that this place did not seem like a dangerous place since these fairies were so good-looking and hospitable. He naturally could not mistreat their goodwill. Please follow me, young master. The purple-robed fairy invited Li Yu and the others to a garden filled with blooming flowers and fruit fragrances. The garden occupied an extensive area with no end in sight. There were a few other buildings in the vicinity, although they were not considered grandiose. They gave off the aura of an immortal residence. Li Yu and the others had a rough understanding of this place through this group of fairies. Although the Misty Immortal Island was an island, it was not a part of the Lingtian mystic realm. This was a small world opened up by Great Immortal Mi Lu, equivalent to an independent space. These fairies used to be flower demons and fruits on this island. They were transformed into immortals by the Great Immortal Mi Lu. They were in charge of looking after the herb garden here on a daily basis. The group of fairies was led by the Grape Fairy and the Purple Robe. Her name was Ziying. The other immortals included Peach Fairy, Begonia Fairy, Lily Fairy, and others. Although they were once flower demons and fruit spirits, they became immortals after obtaining the immortal body to turn into fairies. That was why they looked ethereal. Later on, something unknown happened and Great Immortal Mi Lu was missing. She had never returned for countless years. They belonged to this small world and could not leave. This place was isolated from the outside world, so they knew nothing beyond this island. Ha ha ha, you're too kind, fairies. In that case, it's my pleasure to be here. Have a taste. Li Yu smiled. After a long while, Li Yu finished tasting every variety of grapes and peaches on the immortal island, and he was satisfied and filled with praise. They were worthy fruits of an immortal garden. Not only did they look tempting, but they also tasted delicious. It was simply a feast for the eyes. Furthermore, according to the fairies, their grapes and peaches here could also nourish the body, replenish magic power, improve cultivation levels, and prolong lifespan. In short, they were highly beneficial. Although the fruits were heavenly, Li Yu was still concerned about other things. Therefore, he decided to bring everyone around the island in search of a way to leave. Why are you in a hurry to leave, young master? Why don't you stay a little longer? You haven't finished seeing everything on this island. Our herb garden is only the tip of the iceberg. Ziying asked. It was not easy to have visitors here, and how could they bear to let a handsome young master like Li Yu leave just like that? If possible, they even hoped that Li Yu and his juniors would stay behind forever to avoid the loneliness of 10,000 years. Actually, Li Yu was not in a hurry to leave. He naturally knew an immortal island like this would have many treasures. It was a pity not to exploit it further. It was just that he needed to know the method to leave, otherwise if he was really trapped here he might be sick of living here, no matter how delicious the cherries, grapes and honey peaches were. It's just strange that we came here all of a sudden. If we can't find a way out, it'll be difficult for me to feel at ease. Therefore, we should make the best use of our time to figure out how to leave this place. In this way I can rest assured and bring my junior brother to stay here more often. Li Yu gave a smile. He was telling the truth. We're afraid it will be difficult, but don't be anxious, young master. Perhaps we can wait for General Guo to wake up and ask him. Perhaps he might know something, suggested Ziying. They had been on the Misty Immortal Island since they were born. They were unable to leave, and they didn't know how either. However, they had seen the divine beast Qilin follow Great Immortal Mi Lu here before, so they believed he must know something. It was pointless for the fairies to ask the question, but not for Li Yu. Chapter 128: The Azure Dragon Race's Meltdown, 2. Who is General Guo? Asked Li Yu. The divine beast who had been knocked out by young master's punch, the Qilin. Ziying replied. The divine beast Qilin's surname is Guo? Li Yu did not know whether to laugh or cry. What a coincidence. That's right, Great Immortal Mi Lu's surname was Guo, so he gave Qilin his surname too. Ziying explained. I see. Li Yu smiled. Let's see if if General Guo awake? The fairies followed Li Yu and the others to the Qilin's location. On the way, Li Yu and the others noticed the Dao Comprehension Tea Tree and Azure Dragon Vine. Although Li Yu did not know what these two trees were at first glance, he had the system. Dao Comprehension Tea Tree, Azure Dragon Vine. He looked at the introduction of the Dao Comprehension Tea Tree and the Azure Dragon Vine on the system's newly popped up notice. Li Yu was pleasantly surprised. The Misty Immortal Island was indeed otherworldly. It actually possessed such treasures. From the looks of things, Li Yu's accidental visit to the Misty Immortal Island this time was a supreme opportunity. It would be perfect as long as he could find a way to leave. When he found the divine beast Qilin, it had just woken up. Seeing Li Yu and the others approach, it hurriedly took a few steps back in fear. Li Yu's punch earlier had almost taken his life. He definitely did not want to get punched again, it was too terrifying. General Guo, this is young Master Li. He and his juniors are not allowed to enter our misty immortal island. Do you know how to leave this world? Ziying asked. The Qilin turned into his human form, a tall and robust man wearing cyan armor. He looked at Li Yu fretfully, then answered in a deep voice, I don't know the details, but I might be able to find a way in Master's immortal palace. In the past my master would enter and leave the misty immortal island from the immortal palace. However, there's a guardian spirit in the immortal palace, and without my master even I can't enter it. The divine beast Qilin also wanted to send Li Yu and the others away as soon as possible. Of course, he also wanted to find a way to leave this place. After all, being trapped in this small world for countless years was too torturous. Furthermore, great immortal Milu had not returned after so many years. She had either abandoned this place or was no longer alive. Okay, please bring us to the immortal palace then, General Guo. Li Yu cupped his hands. Alright, please follow me. The Qilin nodded. Hold on. Li Yu suddenly looked at the two ancient trees in the distance. Li Yu did not know what would happen after entering the supposed immortal palace, hence he decided to harvest from the ancient trees before he continued. Everyone follow me. Li Yu led Gu Yugi, Yiqiu, Ji Qinglan and the others to fly up again and flew towards the two towering ancient trees. The fairies and the Qilin looked at each other. They could guess what Li Yu was going to do, so they did not stop him. After all, they could not stop him. When they saw Li Yu and the others flying over the azure dragon vine and the ancient Dao Fei tree, were so frightened that they did not dare move. They suddenly wanted to become common weeds immersed in the depths of a forest. It's over, old Baldy, you're really going bald, joked the azure dragon vine. In the Qingyun sect, the disciples had just finished their morning practice when their gazes were suddenly attracted by the new name on the Heavenly Dao rankings. Look, senior brother Yi is on the rankings. Excellence rankings number 37, Yiqiu. Identity, Qingyun sect master's personal disciple. Origin, human races Qingyun sect. This is great, we can know how our seniors are doing in the Lingtian mystic realm again. Yeah, over the past few days I've seen other people on the rankings being surrounded by danger in the Lingtian mystic realm. It's abnormally dangerous. I'm worried for my seniors. With our eldest senior brother around, we can turn misfortune into blessings no matter how dangerous it is. The disciples discussed animatedly while their enthusiasm soared, while the elegance exhibition revealed Yiqiu's bearings. For a while Yiqiu became the center of attention in the world. Countless people stopped to look and admire and comment on his elegant demeanor. Another person from the Qingyun sect is on the rankings again. Qingyun sect is simply filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. This child looks even more extraordinary than Gu Yuqi. I wonder when I can see Li Yu's appearance. Only heard his voice last time, but I didn't see how he looked. Don't worry, this kid will be on the rankings sooner or later. However, right when Yiqiu's name appeared, the 44th position on the Genius Excellence rankings turned gray and the word deceased appeared behind it. This change gained considerable attention, adding a heavy meaning to the rankings. Another prodigy has fallen. This must be the third person to fall after Emperor Hainyun on this ranking. Yeah, and they're all geniuses currently inside the Lingtian mystic realm. Looks like this Lingtian mystic realm is really abnormally dangerous. Your favorite ubbles at n/v/l/bin, calm. That's natural. It's said that there are many powerful demons and ghosts inside. If you're not careful, you might lose your life. Even the top experts might be in danger. I heard that opportunities in the mystic realm were exchanged with lives. That's true. Yesterday we could see from Longji, who entered the rankings, the Azure Dragon race should be powerful enough, but they also suffered heavy losses attempting to obtain the dragon origin fruit. As everyone conversed, the screen in the sky changed again. A voice sounded after that, eldest senior brother, be careful. Elder Nye mentioned that the Azure Dragon Vine is extremely formidable since it could nurture 5 dragon origin fruits at once. It's probably at least comparable to a perfected immortal. Furthermore, the Azure Dragon Vine would never let anyone pick its dragon origin fruits that easily. We might face desperate resistance. Chapter 129, The Azure Dragon Race's Meltdown, 3. The voice instantly attracted the attention of everyone on the rankings. Even some demons who were not interested in Yiqiu looked up at the sky. Your favorite ovals at n/v/l/bin, calm. It was because they had just heard the names of the Azure Dragon Vine and the Dragon Origin Fruit yesterday. The Azure Dragon race had paid a hefty price attempting to snatch the Dragon Origin fruit. The battle shown on the Genius Excellence rankings between the Azure Dragon race and the Azure Dragon Vine yesterday left a deep impression on countless people. Moreover, that sentence revealed equally shocking information. The Azure Dragon Vine that had nurtured 5 Dragon Origin fruits at once. It was already exceedingly rare for the Azure Dragon Vine to produce 2 Dragon Origin fruits concurrently like what they saw yesterday. They did not expect the Qingyun sect to also encounter the Azure Dragon Vine today, and this time it has 5 Dragon Origin fruits. Everyone's curiosity was piqued. The Qingyun sect's luck is always there. They found the Azure Dragon Vine with 5 Dragon Origin fruits. Even if that's the case, they have to stay alive before taking them. Yeah, didn't that person mention it just now? That's the Azure Dragon Vine that's comparable to a perfected immortal. The Qingyun sect is really bold, they actually dare to have designs on the Dragon Origin fruit. That's right, they're overestimating themselves and seeking death. Many human cultivators looked at the scene in the sky with grave expressions. They could only see Yiqiu's figure and Ji Qinglan and Gu Yugi beside him. The Azure Dragon Vine and the Dragon Origin fruit were not on screen. However, the battle between the Azure Dragon race and the Azure Dragon Vine was still vivid in their mind. The Azure Dragon clans Long Tianzong, Long Yu and Long Ao were also Mahayana realm experts. Yet they still couldn't obtain the Dragon Origin fruit and were almost killed by the Azure Dragon Vine. Hence the bystanders were genuinely worried for the Qingyun sect. They also felt that the Qingyun sect was pulling teeth from the tiger's mouth and asking for trouble. They even believed in the next second they would witness the tragic end of the top Qingyun sect disciples dying under the Azure Dragon Vine. Of course, the Azure Dragon race had the same idea. At that moment, the group of Azure Dragon elders was watching the scene in the air with mocking expressions. 5 Dragon Origin fruits at once? This is unbelievable. It's a pity that the Dragon Origin fruit isn't that easy to obtain. The Qingyun sect will probably have to pay the price today. It seems like there will be more deceased people on the Sons of Heaven's rankings. That will be good news. It will help the demon race eliminate our formidable enemy and potential threats. I think the show is about to begin, ha ha ha. The elders of the Azure Dragon race sneered. Okay. Li Yu's voice sounded from the Heavenly Dao rankings. At the same time on the screen, Yiqiu spoke again. Junior brother Ji, don't worry, our eldest senior brother is always confident. Look, he is already nearing the Dragon Origin fruits. You're right, strange. Why is there no reaction from this Azure Dragon Vine? Following Ji Qinglan's voice, an excited smile surfaced on Yiqiu's face. The excited voices of others echoed and the surrounding senior brother got them. It's going smoothly. Ha ha, this Azure Dragon Vine might be asleep. Li Yu's laughter approached. Yiqiu quickly flew over his face filled with a pleasant surprise. Senior brother Li, please allow me to look at this Dragon Origin fruit. Yiqiu took one and carefully examined it. It was indeed miraculous. At this point, everyone who was looking at the excellence rankings was stunned. Is that it? Is it that easy to pick those? And nothing happened? If the Dragon Origin fruit in Yiqiu's hand did not look exactly like the ones they had seen yesterday, they would have suspected that what Li Yu had just picked was not a Dragon Origin fruit but a worthless wild fruit. Of course, the Azure Dragon race was the most bitter. They felt as if their minds were about to collapse. They had only seen with their own eyes yesterday that some of their dragons had died and were injured. To obtain the Dragon Origin fruit in the end, they were unable to seize it. Today, not only did the Qingyun sect obtain 5 Dragon Origin fruits at once, but they left unharmed. So King jealous. Chapter 130. Others are here to brave danger. They are here on a tour. 1. How? How is this possible? Those are real Dragon Origin fruits. How can that Azure Dragon Vine not have any reaction? This is too unusual. Could it be that the Azure Dragon Vine has really fallen asleep? It can't fall asleep, but it can be injured or experience a process similar to the tribulation, causing that ancient tree to enter a state of hibernation. I can only say that the Qingyun sect's luck is too good to obtain 5 Dragon Origin fruits so easily. What dog shit luck! At this moment, the Azure Dragon race could only use luck to explain everything they had seen. Otherwise they felt like their knowledge and understanding were about to collapse. Once they thought of the painful price their race had paid yesterday, the Qingyun sect's luck ignited the flames of envy in their hearts. Comparison breeds discontent. Now that the two were compared, no one felt good about it. On the misty immortal island, Liu and the others carefully admired the dragon origin fruit before putting it away. Eldest senior brother, do you think the azure dragon vine is really asleep? But why didn't it wake up when you have already finished plucking all the fruits? Sumu asked curiously. Who knows? Perhaps this azure dragon vine has a good temper and is more graceful and easygoing. Liu replied casually. Everyone smiled and did not dwell on this problem further anyway. The most important thing was to obtain the dragon origin fruits. At the moment only the azure dragon vine, the divine beast Qilin and the group of fairies knew what was going on. If even the divine beast Qilin was defeated by a single punch from Liu, how could an old tree dare to put up resistance? Anyway, the fruit could grow again without it. If it lost its life, everything would be over. Come, let's go harvest the Dao comprehension tea leaves. Everyone help me pluck these 108 leaves. Liu requested. Okay, senior brother. Yi Qiu and the rest acknowledged. They swiftly followed Liu to the Dao comprehension tea tree and began to pick the leaves. Every leaf emitted a splendid halo as the aura of the great Dao flowed through it. Just by approaching, one could sense the rich Dao runes. One could even see many natural phenomena and auspicious divinity in the leaves. This scene was also presented to countless people through the Genius Excellence rankings, and it shocked everyone again. Dao Comprehension Tea Tree in one with 108 tea leaves. Qingyun sect is too lucky. This Dao Comprehension Tea Tree did not fight back at all. This is too unbelievable. The elders who stayed behind in the various holy lands were stupefied. Putting aside the enviable luck of the Qingyun sect for the time being, the Dao Comprehension Tea Tree and the Azure Dragon Vine were great divine trees. They possessed intelligence superior to their own and were extremely powerful. They would never allow others to pick their fruits and leaves without resistance. In fact, they seemed to have lost consciousness without any reaction at all. That was the shocking part. At the sight of this, the elders of the Azure Dragon tribe were utterly jealous. Obtaining 2 Dao Comprehension tea leaves was enough for them to be ecstatic now that someone else had easily picked 5 dragon origin fruits, and immediately after they collected another tree's Dao Comprehension tea leaves. There were a total of 108 pieces. The Azure Dragon race entered and left the virtual sky mystic realm many times for countless years, and they had never found a Dao Comprehension tea tree before, much less one with 108 leaves. They were incredibly jealous of the Qingyun sect. Of course, it was not only the Azure Dragon race, the 9-headed lion race, the golden feather race, the phoenix bird race, and the other major demon clans were also bitter. In fact, the 7 Holy Lands and countless orthodox sects were equally jealous. Visit Novilbin, C/M for the L-test updates. Many sects and Holy Lands had never encountered the Dao Comprehension tea tree in the Lingtian mystic realm. Obtaining a few Dao Comprehension tea leaves was already a supreme opportunity. However, the Qingyun sect had obtained 108 Dao Comprehension tea leaves that easily anyone would be envious. Senior brother, we have picked them all. Yi Qiu's voice sounded again on the rankings. This tea leaf smells pretty good. I'll soak it in a large pot of immortal spring water to taste it later. Liu's voice sounded. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Qiu's elegance exhibition ended. The world returned to calm. However, countless cultivators and demons watching the Genius Excellence rankings could not calm down. Immortal spring water to make Dao Comprehension tea. And Liu had obtained an immortal spring. He had plenty of natural spirit herbs, immortal pills, sacred medicines, Dao Comprehension tea with the dragon origin fruit, and an immortal spring. Just how many treasures did Liu get from the Lingtian mystic realm? Most importantly, they felt it was easy for Liu's group to obtain these supreme treasures. Are Liu and his group really in the Lingtian mystic realm? Why do I feel like they're in a different world from everyone else? Yeah. The others are fighting for treasures while they are picking up treasures. On the misty immortal island, after Liu and the others finished picking the Dao Comprehension tea leaves and the dragon origin fruits, a golden light transmogrified from the void and entered Yi Qiu's body. Yi Qiu got on the rankings too. Liu's brows raised. He didn't have to think to understand that this sudden golden light was definitely a reward from the Heavenly Dao. As Liu expected, Yiqiu revealed a hint of surprise and remarked, "It's the Genius Excellence Rankings reward." As he sensed his entire body begin to transform under the nourishment of that mysterious energy, Yiqiu immediately sat on the spot and meditated to digest and absorb that energy. Liu and the others waited by the side. After around 2 hours, Yiqiu finally opened his eyes, his face filled with joy. Chapter 131. Others are here to brave danger. They are here on a tour. 2. The Heavenly Dao reward had greatly improved Yiqiu's physique, foundation, comprehension, soul, etc. His body and soul were strengthened, same with his aptitude and enlightenment. Let's go. We'll find an exit. Liu led the group and followed General Guo to the other end of the island. After passing through a hillside filled with the fragrance of flowers, everyone arrived at a scenic hill. A magnificent palace built with carved railings and jade eaves sat on the mountain. Rainbow light shone down from the sky and enveloped the elegant hall, plating it with a layer of immortal splendor, making it seem even more marvelous. This is the place? Liu looked at the hall and asked. Indeed, you may enter and give it a try to see if you can find a way out. General Guo replied. Liu nodded and walked towards the hall alone. As soon as he reached the door, he immediately felt a tremendous pressure slapping over like a tidal wave. Nonetheless, this degree of pressure was useless to Liu. He pushed open the door and walked into the hall, and the holiness and magnificence within were something Liu had never seen in his life. Who dares to trespass into the Milu Immortal Palace? A dignified deep voice rang out. At the same time, runes flashed in the void of the hall as an invisible pressure enveloped it. In the middle of the hall, light condensed into a handsome and striking man. 5 colored totems floated under his feet. They circled around like a Dolua's spirit ring. You're the guardian spirit here? Liu asked. Yes, who are you? The man looked at Liu calmly. I'm Liu. I've entered Misty Immortal Island by accident and was wondering how to leave. Do you know the way to leave this island? Liu cupped his hands and asked. I don't know. I'm only in charge of guarding this immortal palace. No one is allowed to enter or else I'll kill without exception, the guardian spirit spoke. Liu shook his head in disappointment. It seemed that this was only a security guard and it was pointless to ask him. He should find his way out himself. He noticed a door that was tightly shut in the hall. He wondered what was inside or where it led to. Thus he did not say anything else and walked toward it. Don't you dare trespass, the guardian spirit yelled. His gaze turned cold as he waved his hand. Golden ropes instantly surfaced in the air and bound Liu. However, Liu did not stop in his tracks. The golden ropes couldn't stop him. The guardian spirit's eyes revealed a shocked expression when it saw this. Its figure flashed and stood in front of Liu. It formed hand seals and a giant golden talisman was placed in front of Liu. Liu raised his hand and punched without uttering a word the gigantic golden talisman, and the guardian spirit's figure instantly dissipated into thin air. A moment later, the guardian spirit's figure outlined behind Liu again with a fearful look at Liu. Liu walked to the door in the hall and pushed it with his hand, only to find that it was protected by a powerful restriction. Afterward, he pushed with force. With a bang, the restriction collapsed and the door was opened. The guardian spirit was horrified. That was a restriction that even he could not break, but it was pushed open by that person with bare hands. He stood on the spot and did not dare to make any fuss. He could only watch as Liu walked through the door. However, right when Liu pushed open the door, a magnificent immortal palace covered in jade carvings suddenly surfaced above the ruins of an ancient hall in the virtual Sky Mystic Realm. On the horizontal inscribed board of the hall, a few blighted words emitted a dazzling golden light: Milu Immortal Palace. The appearance of this immortal palace immediately triggered a heavenly phenomenon. Space fluctuated and rich immortal energy spread. Soon it attracted a group of human figures. They were dressed in strange clothes, black on the left half and white on the right half. They were members of one of the 5 fiend sects, Yin Yang Hall. The Yin Yang Hall's prodigy Yin Xiao, who was once ranked 9th and now 10th on the Sons of Heaven rankings, was also among them. "Haha, it's an immortal palace," an old man with half black and half white hair exclaimed with a grin as he stared at the Milu Immortal Palace with ardent eyes. He was the current sect master of Yin Yang Hall, Demon Lord ZG. He was at the late stage of the Mahayana realm and possessed the extreme demon Dao body, one of the top demon experts. "Congratulations, master." A handsome youth standing beside Demon Lord ZG cupped his hands. He was the top prodigy of the current generation of the Yin Yang Hall and the heir of the Yin Yang Hall, Yin Xiao. He was born with yin-yang pupils and possessed unfathomable power. He was also the most valued disciple of Demon Lord ZG, the future master of the Yin-Yang Hall. Congratulations, Sect Master! Everyone from the Yin-Yang Hall echoed in unison with a torrential might. More than 200 people from the Yin-Yang Hall have entered the virtual sky mystic realm. Almost half of the best experts from the sect had come. Over the past few days, although they had found some fortunes in the virtual sky mystic realm, they were all insignificant items. Visit Innovilbin, C/M for the L-test updates. Therefore he was naturally overjoyed to see the Mi-Lu Immortal Palace today. The Immortal Palace seemed miraculous enough, and there must be a supreme fortune within it. Misty Immortal Island Mi-Lu Palace. After Li Yu walked through the door, he realized that there was a corridor that led to the rooms on both sides. One side seemed to be used for cultivation and the other side was probably the room where one entered and exited the Misty Immortal Island. Chapter 132. Others are here to brave danger. They are here on a tour. 3. Li Yu suspected it was the entrance and exit, since there were 9 pillars with lifelike azure dragons carved from jade in the room. The 9 azure dragons formed a circle and their heads were pointed at the center. Strange totems were carved on the ground. No matter how he looked at it, this room seemed like the location of a teleportation array. The teleportation array was not activated at the moment. Instead, a ball of light floated in the middle. Li Yu walked over and stretched out his hand to grab the ball of light. It instantly dispersed and transformed into strands of warm current that entered Li Yu's body. Tumble. The entire hall shook as halos surfaced on the surrounding azure dragon statues. Dragon roars sounded as illusory figures of runes emerged in the surrounding space. The airflow dissipated after entering Li Yu's body and new information appeared in Li Yu's mind. It details the Misty Immortal Island and the Immortal Palace. It naturally included the method to enter and leave this island. Ah, great, I know how to get out of here. Li Yu was thrilled. As long as he could find a way to leave, he could rest assured. Of course, he was more delighted to gain complete control of the Misty Immortal Island. As Ziying and the other fairies had described, this was a small world. It was a world opened up by Immortal Mi-Lu, and it was also her back garden. She planted all the strange flowers and trees she had collected here and would often cultivate in seclusion here. The information recorded gave him a detailed user manual of this small world. Li Yu could now change everything here according to his wishes: the geographical features, the environment, the alternation of the night and the day, the changes in the 4 seasons, the temperature, etc. He could change as he liked and play as he pleased. He could control everything in this world. Furthermore, from the information, there were 2 Mi-Lu Immortal Palaces. As long as he took away the other Mi-Lu Immortal Palace, he could enter and leave the Misty Mortal Island at any time in the future. I guess I found my vacation spot for the future, Li Yu remarked. However, he learned nothing much about Great Immortal Mi-Lu from the information. As for who she was, where she went, or whether she was alive, Li Yu did not know. As if no one knew why this small world had been abandoned and what had happened in the past. Regardless, Li Yu felt that the ball of light from before could only mean that Great Immortal Mi-Lu was no longer alive. When Li Yu returned to the front hall, the guardian spirit knelt on one knee and kowtowed. "Greetings, Master." Upon hearing the guardian spirit's words, Li Yu was more convinced that he had become the master of this place. Not only that, but when Li Yu walked out of the hall, the divine beast Qilin Ziying and the other fairies immediately noticed Li Yu's aura. It was the aura that belonged to their master. They immediately knelt and kowtowed. "Greetings, Master." The immortal's words surprised the Qingyun sect disciples. However, they understood that Li Yu had acquired some sort of inheritance in the Immortal Palace, becoming the master of the place. Senior brother's luck is indeed amazing. All the junior brothers sighed in their hearts. No need for formalities. Li Yu waved it off casually. The fairies immediately surrounded Li Yu like stars revolving around, chatting non-stop. "I knew it, Master must be fated to suddenly appear here. Our Misty Immortal Island finally has a new master." Yes, congratulations, Master, for attaining Great Immortal Mi-Lu's inheritance. In the future we will listen to you, be loyal to you and serve you. The group of fairies was ecstatic. With a new master, this place would no longer be lonely like the last 10,000 years. Plus, their new leader was a handsome young master. In the future they believe that he will often come here to eat grapes, eat peaches, admire flowers, drink wine and have fun. How wonderful! Li Yu was in no hurry to leave the misty immortal island with his juniors. Instead he stayed here to rest for a day and enjoy the hot springs wine, immortal fruits and pastries made by the fairies. If the various Holy Lands fiends, sects and demons saw this, they would probably be jealous again. Other people came to the Lingtian mystic realm to brave dangers and battle for treasures, but Li Yu and his juniors were here for a vacation. Just as Li Yu and the others were relaxing and enjoying themselves, hundreds of people had already gathered outside the Mi Lu immortal palace that had appeared in the virtual sky mystic realm. Other than those from the Yin Yang Hall, there were those from the Night God Palace, the Paradise Cult. Yin Yang Hall naturally did not want to share such a massive opportunity with others. Explore Todd TE stories at no/l//bin cm. However, the appearance of this immortal palace triggered a phenomenon that attracted the attention of the Night God Palace and the Paradise Cult. Furthermore, even with the combined efforts of the whole Yin Yang Hall, they were indeed unable to break through the defensive formation outside the immortal palace. Therefore, if they wanted to enter the immortal palace, they could only join forces and attempt to break through the defensive formation. Chapter 133, You're Li Yu? 1. The next day, the latest person on the Genius Excellence Rankings was announced. Excellence Rankings number 36, Ji Qinglan. Identity, Qingyun Sect Master's personal disciple. Origin, human race's Qingyun Sect. Another Qingyun Sect disciple. It's someone from that sect for 2 consecutive days. Not bad, not bad. The Qingyun Sect's elegance exhibitions are worth watching, haha. Yeah, I really want to see what sort of great fortune they obtained today and what sort of unbelievable treasure that is. Yeah, we hadn't seen enough yesterday. I wasn't expecting that there would be more today. The Heavenly Dao rankings really understand us. Countless people looked at the Genius Excellence rankings with huge expectations. They wanted to see what kind of fortuitous encounter the Qingyun Sect would have today and what unbelievable treasures they would obtain. First, they had seen the mythical sacred medicine. Yesterday they saw the dragon origin fruit and the Dao comprehension tea tree, which also existed in legends. It was truly an eye-opener for everyone. It was a pity that they did not manage to see Li Yu and the others use the immortal spring to brew the Dao comprehension tea yesterday. However, it also made them look forward to the surprise that the Qingyun Sect would give them today. Hence, these people treated the elegance exhibition of the Heavenly Dao rankings as a drama series. On the Heavenly Dao rankings, it showcased Ji Qinglan to the world. The footage was of him challenging the number 1 on another country's hidden dragon rankings. However, everyone was already numb to such a scene. Therefore, they were more looking forward to the live broadcast. Soon the scene in the sky changed. Ji Qinglan, Yiqiu and Gu Yuqi walked side by side. A few beauties followed behind them. They were devastatingly beautiful, like immortals who stood out. It immediately attracted attention. I knew it. The exhibition of those from Qingyun Sect is worth watching. Qingyun Sect actually has such a peerless female disciple? These women are so beautiful, their auras are extraordinary. They look like fairies that had descended into the mortal world. What a breathtaking glimpse! They are as beautiful as fairies. Fairies, please wait, you may send us off from here. A voice sounded on the Heavenly Dao rankings. This voice was already familiar to countless people. It belonged to the Qingyun Sect's eldest senior brother Li Yu. It was a pity that the Heavenly Dao rankings seemed to be intentionally leaving suspense every time only his voice could be heard. It really kept them in suspense. Alright, we'll send our master off here. The group of fairies bowed slightly and said respectfully. These 2 simple sentences contained a lot of information and had managed to shock many again. Fairy? Master? Those beautiful women were actually fairies? So they actually call Li Yu their master? Fairies were high and mighty immortals, noble existences that surpassed mortals like them. Countless cultivators and demons have cultivated in defiance of the natural order only to enter the immortal class. Immortals were also a symbol of strength, a powerful existence that a mortal's body could not match. However, such powerful, noble and beautiful fairies had actually addressed Li Yu as their master. This was simply unbelievable. On the misty immortal island, the Qingyun Sect's top disciples who had enjoyed themselves for the day were prepared to leave and resume their journey. However, they were only leaving temporarily. Li Yu had already become the master of this small world. He only had to acquire the second Mi Lu immortal palace outside to travel here at any time in the future. Li Yu and his juniors arrived at the room where the teleportation formation was located. After a command in his mind, the 9 azure dragon statues instantly glowed brilliantly. The totem on the central ground lit up as well. Light halo spiraled, forming a spatial vortex. On the other side, outside the Mi Lu Immortal Palace located in the Void Sky Secret Realm, more than 600 experts from the 3 Fiend Sects, Yin Yang Hall, the Paradise Cult and the Night God Palace were working together to break the array. Magic powers, immortal artifacts and magic treasures frantically bombarded the gigantic Qilin Phantom formed by the array formation. Earth-shattering explosions shook the place, causing circles of ripples to appear in space. The aftershocks of magic power constantly wreaked havoc, making the entire sky seem like a raging storm. However, the Qilin Phantom formed by the Grand Array formation was impregnable. Even under the combined attack of the 3 Fiend Sects, it showed no sign of defeat. Master, we can't continue like this. Even if we exhaust our magic power, we probably won't be able to break through the Immortal Palace's defensive array formation. Night Whisper insisted in a low voice. Since yesterday, the hundreds of people from the 3 Fiend Sects had attempted many times, but they had failed to break through the array formation. I understand this array formation doesn't show any signs of crumbling. There's no point in continuing to waste time. With a wave of his hand, Night Soul Lord recalled his magic treasure and stopped his attack first. Immediately he ordered everyone from the Night God Palace to cease. Seeing that the people from the Night God Palace had stopped, the people from the Paradise Cult and the Yin Yang Hall also stopped their attacks. Everyone, why did you stop? Demon Lord ZG frowned and questioned in a deep voice. Demon Lord ZG, we have already tried a lot of times since yesterday, but this array formation has not been broken. We should think of another method. If this continues, we will probably run out of magic power. Night Soul Lord explained. Indeed, we've attacked for so long, but this grand array formation doesn't show any signs of weakening. Looks like we can't force our way in. Let's take our time to think about it, the sect master of the Paradise Cult, the Xiao Cult master, echoed. Chapter 134. Your Li Yu? 2. Do you have any good ideas? Asked Demon Lord ZG. In fact, he still had some trump cards. However, he had selfish motives and did not want to take them out unless it was necessary. Moreover, in his opinion, everyone had kept their trump cards to themselves. He was also waiting for the Paradise Cult and the Night God Palace to be the first to use their trump cards. The members of the 3 Fiend Sects suddenly fell silent. Obviously, they were hesitating whether to use their trump cards. Suddenly, the Qilin Phantom disappeared. The Mi Lu Immortal Palace, enveloped by the golden light screen, suddenly shook slightly and circles of magic power fluctuations spread. The Immortal Hall's door opened. Look, the door is open. Everyone from the 3 Fiend Sects looked over in surprise and was delighted with anticipation. They were guessing if the Immortal Palace might have opened up to the public. However, right at this moment, a few figures walked out of the Immortal Palace's door. Everyone stared in surprise at the sight of this. They sized up the people who walked out of the Immortal Hall in surprise. There's actually someone in this hall. What is going on? Is that the master of this Immortal Palace? That's not right. Those people don't look like immortals. The 3 Fiend Sects were puzzled. The young man in the lead had the bearings of an immortal and no one could tell his cultivation level. However, the few individuals behind the leader seemed more ordinary in comparison. The Fiend Sects could tell from the magic power fluctuations emitted from their bodies that they were only ordinary cultivators. Of course, it was not only the members of the 3 Fiend Sects who were surprised, and even Li Yu and his group who had just walked out were startled. They had previously arrived behind this Immortal Hall through the teleportation array. The Guardian Spirit informed them that many people outside were attacking the array formation, but Li Yu did not mind. He assumed that the people from the various Holy Lands had discovered this Immortal Palace, so he let everyone out of the hall. Indeed, hundreds of people were gathered outside the light screen of the Grand Array formation. However, judging from their attire and aura, they did not seem to be from the Holy Lands Orthodox sects. Instead, they looked to be from the Fiend Sects. To his knowledge, there should not be anyone from the Fiend Sects in Lingtian Mystic Realm. Why did these hundreds of people look like they were from the Fiend Sects? Who are all of you? After a brief moment of silence, Li Yu asked, first read latest chapters at n/v/e/lbi/co/m. I am the sect master of the Yin Yang Hall, Demon Lord ZG. I am the Night God Palace's Night Soul Lord, Xiaoyao of the Paradise Cult. The sect masters of the 3 Fiend Sects introduced themselves. This baffled Liu even more, as expected they were from the Fiend's sects. Furthermore, 3 of the biggest ones were gathered here. What's coming up? Why are you in the Lingtian mystic realm? Liu questioned coldly. Everyone from the Fiend's sects gave each other a surprised look when they heard Liu's words. However, they confirmed that these people were not immortals or the master of this immortal palace. They were orthodox cultivators from the Lingtian mystic realm. This isn't the Lingtian mystic realm, this is the virtual sky mystic realm. Night Soul Lord replied. The surprise on the faces of the Fiend's sects intensified. If these people in front of them were from the Lingtian mystic realm, could this immortal palace be the passageway linking the Lingtian mystic realm and the virtual sky mystic realm? Although the Lingtian mystic realm and the virtual sky mystic realm should have belonged to the same world, for some reason they were separated into 2 spaces. Night Soul Lord's response surprised Liu's group. Is this the virtual sky mystic realm controlled by the Fiend's sects and demons? Why are they here in the virtual sky world? Liu's team had gone astray from their set course completely. They planned to find the Qingtsung ancient emperor's treasure, but they had entered the misty immortal island for no reason. Now they had ventured into the virtual sky mystic realm. No wonder Dad said that the Lingtian mystic realm space was strange and unpredictable, and this is ever more true now. Ha ha ha, a cultivator from the Lingtian mystic realm? Kid, which sect are you from? The Xiaoyao sect master asked with a teasing expression. Qingyun sect. Liu replied neither humbly nor arrogantly. Qingyun sect? The eyes of the 3 Fiend sects flashed with slight shock. They had heard of the sect before. The number 1 genius of the human race, Liu, belonged to it. It was also a sect that they had always been curious about. You're Liu? Night Soul Lord frowned slightly and immediately figured out Liu's identity. After all, Liu's appearance and bearing were too extraordinary with a mysterious cultivation level. Of course he was not the only one with a similar guess. That's me. Liu replied. The moment he confirmed it, a commotion broke out among the 3 Fiend sects. Although they made guesses earlier, they did not expect that the person in front of them was really Liu, nor meet him here either. He's Liu. Night Whisper stood by Night Soul Lord's side and stared fixedly at Liu, and she could not calm down for a time. She had always been curious about who surpassed her and became the first on the Sons of Heaven rankings. What did he look like? And what sort of level was he at? What did that unknown cultivation mean? She had always been curious, but she was also a little unconvinced about losing out to Liu. He seemed otherworldly. He seemed to be the center of the world as he stood there, making it impossible for anyone to ignore him. Chapter 135. You're Liu? 3. Night Whisper was also an unprecedented prodigy, so she naturally had her own pride. She had always wanted to understand the difference between her and Liu and what that unknown cultivation level represented. So when she saw Liu, while Night Whisper was shocked, a competitive spirit arose in her heart. Ha ha, kid, your luck isn't that good since you've run into the virtual sky mystic realm. Sect Master Xiaoyao sneered. As the number 1 prodigy of the human orthodox sects, Liu is a threat to the Fiend sects and demons. Therefore many wanted to get rid of Liu in the virtual sky mystic realm. Liu's appearance here was simply like a sheep walking into the mouth of a tiger. Upon hearing the Paradise sect master's words, many people revealed ruminating smiles. As for Night Soul Lord, his face was grim and his eyes flickered with killing intent. He did not have a good impression of Liu, who got the top over Night Whisper. Liu, how did you enter this immortal palace? What is inside? Demon Lord ZG asked. He was most concerned about the Milu immortal palace. No comments, but I can tell every one of you that there's no need to have any thoughts about this immortal palace. This Milu immortal palace has already recognized me as its master, Liu announced in a low voice. The moment he said it, the expressions of the Fiend sects darkened and the killing intent in their eyes intensified. Meanwhile, in the immortal martial world, the human cultivators watching the elegance exhibition on the rankings were worried for Liu. The conversation between Liu and the guardian spirit was displayed to them through Ji Qinglan's ranking. Everyone knew that he had obtained the recognition of Immortal Palace, and they understood why those fairies addressed Liu as their master. Liu's good luck shocked countless people again, and everyone was unceasingly jealous. However, when they heard the conversation between Liu and the 3 Fiend sects and learned that Liu and the others had ventured into the virtual sky mystic realm, they were even more shocked. So the Lingtian mystic realm and the virtual sky mystic realm are connected as the rumors suggest? This is hard to believe. I've never heard of anyone entering the virtual sky mystic realm from the Lingtian mystic realm before. Yeah. It's bad news for Liu to barge into the virtual sky mystic realm by mistake. The fiend sex will never let him off. Did Liu's luck run out? How did he end up in the virtual sky mystic realm? Furthermore, he ran into members of 3 big fiend sects the moment he came out. I think everything points to disaster today. No one could see the whole situation Liu's group was in based on the content of the conversation. They felt that Liu's group seemed to be in trouble. So they couldn't help but worry for Liu and his juniors. Suddenly a clear ice-breaking sound resounded from the screen on the Heavenly Dao rankings. Liu, I'm Night Whisper from the Night God Palace. I would like to challenge your skills. Please enlighten me. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat and their desire to watch the show was piqued. Read latest chkers at n/v/e/lbi/co/m. Although Night Whisper could not be seen on the screen, everyone knew her identity by her name. She was once the second on the Sons of Heaven rankings and was now in 3rd place. However, her cultivation and capability were not to be underestimated. Night Whisper's challenge against Liu is something to look forward to. Would Liu agree? And what would the outcome be? However, before Liu replied, Ji Qinglan's scream time had ended. Deathly silence erupted in the heavens and the earth as the scenes and sounds vanished instantly. Everyone looked at the Heavenly Dao rankings in the sky with resentment. They could not stop themselves from scratching their heads in discomfort. The plot was just starting to get exciting. Why was it cut off again? Heavenly Dao rankings? Are you a dog who likes to break up chapters? Chapter 136. Liu have annihilated 3 great fiend sects? Liu frowned slightly impatiently when he heard that Night Whisper wanted to challenge him. He wasn't in the mood to spar with her now. He was about to refuse when Gu Yuqi stepped forward and said coldly, "You're not worthy of challenging my senior brother. I'll be the one sparring with you." Upon hearing Gu Yuqi's words, Night Whisper's expression turned cold and Night Soul Lord's eyes revealed anger. This Qingyun sect kid is too arrogant to claim that my beloved disciple isn't worthy. Who do you think you are? How dare you say that my junior sister isn't worthy? Yeah, you're about to die and you're still so arrogant. You really overestimate yourself. The other members of the Night God Palace criticized and vented their dissatisfaction. However, the Night Soul Lord could tell that Gu Yuqi's cultivation was on par with Night Whisper. Still, in his opinion, Night Whisper was invincible in the world against anyone in the same cultivation realm. Gu Yuqi was asking for trouble. Night Whisper ignored Gu Yuqi and she continued to stare at Liu with a fierce gaze while she waited for his reply. Her eyes were filled with fighting intent. She wanted to challenge Liu, not Gu Yuqi. In her heart, only Liu was worthy of competing with her. "Senior brother, allow me to take on the number 1 prodigy of the fiend sect for you," requested Gu Yuqi, his battle intense sword in his eyes. Night Whisper was definitely the number 1 prodigy of the fiend sects and once second on the Sons of Heaven rankings. She was also in the early stage of the Mahayana realm. After stepping into the Mahayana realm, Gu Yuqi wanted to compete with Night Whisper to understand his current level. Of course, Gu Yuqi was not the only one who wanted to spar with Night Whisper. Yi Qiu was also eager to give it a try. However, it was a pity as he knew that his current cultivation was still far inferior to Gu Yuqi, so he could only give the limelight to Gu Yuqi. "Go on, Yuqi." Liu gave a nod of approval and then he looked at Night Whisper. "You're not my match. If you wish to spar, my junior brother will take on your challenge." Liu's words made Night Whisper frown while slight anger suffused her eyes and she clenched her fists. As a peerless prodigy of the Night God Palace and even the entire immortal martial world, she was never looked down upon like this. Previously, she did not take Gu Yuqi's words to heart and thought of him as a clown. However, Liu's remark hurt her pride and she felt humiliated, as if her dignity had been trampled on. She respected Liu as her opponent and thus she was bothered by his attitude. Being looked down upon by Liu made her feel uncomfortable. Why do these people from the Qingyun sect seem cockier than those elites from the Holy Lands? You're too full of yourself. Don't you know how to restrain yourself after coming to our virtual sky mystic realm? Those from the 3 fiend sects shouted unhappily. "Whisper, warm up with that brat first. Show him how powerful you are." Night Soul Lord ordered coldly. "Right." Night Whisper nodded and then she glanced at Liu with battle intent burning in her eyes. She desired to defeat Li Yu's junior brother before experiencing Li Yu's capability through sparring. Qingyun Sect. Now that its construction was completed, the entire Qingyun Sect was covered with halls and pavilions. It was grand and finally exuded the aura of a large sect. In front of the inner sect hall, Li Qingyun withdrew his gaze from the Heavenly Dao rankings and commented in a deep voice, "So you have barged into the virtual sky mystic realm. It seems like my conjecture back then was right. This virtual sky mystic realm and the Lingtian mystic realm really reconnected one day. Sect Master, will it be dangerous for my senior brother and the others to enter the virtual sky mystic world?" Morong Xingqiao asked worriedly. Soon after Li Yu's group entered the Lingtian mystic realm, Morong Xingqiao became a Qingyun Sect disciple. A few days ago, some strange fragments of memory suddenly awakened in her mind, changing her views and mindset. Consequently, she decided to enter the Qingyun Sect and become Li Qingyun's personal disciple, focusing on her cultivation. "Danger there will be," Li Qingyun replied. "Really? Then what should we do?" Morong Xingqiao was even more worried. She did not know much about the limit of Li Yu's power or the virtual sky mystic realm. Therefore, she was unsure if Li Yu would be in danger. She couldn't help but worry for Li Yu with Li Qingyun's comments. "I'm saying that the demons and fiend sects in the virtual sky mystic realm will be in danger." Li Qingyun laughed. Morong Xingqiao. Although the elegance exhibition of the day had ended, countless people were still immersed in it and could not extricate themselves. Immediately, many discussed and speculated what might happen next. "If only I could see the competition between Night Whisper and Li Yu with my own eyes. I think Li Yu will definitely win easily. However, I wonder if Li Yu can escape unscathed from the three fiend sects." "That's right, the Night Soul Lord Cult Master Xiaoyao and the Demon Lord ZG are all top-notch experts. They definitely won't let Li Yu off easily. Li Yu is a big threat to the fiend sects. Now that he's in their hands, he's probably doomed." "I don't think so. Maybe Li Yu is better than them." "Yeah, it might be those three fiend sects who are doomed." On the Endless Sea's Thousand Dragon Island, the elders of the Azure Dragon tribe were gloating. Li Yu entering the virtual sky mystic realm was like a sheep entering the tiger's den. The various demons were just thinking of eliminating this human prodigy when he came knocking on their door. "It's a pity that he encountered the three fiend sects first. It would have been great if we had encountered them. He has a lot of treasures on him." Yeah, just those 5 dragon origin fruits are tempting enough. He even gained the recognition of the Immortal Palace. Regardless, it's not that easy for the three fiend sects to kill Li Yu. This brat must have many trump cards, but as long as he's in the virtual sky mystic realm, he'll die for sure. Report. The 9-headed Lion King requests an audience. A Dragon Race Junior came to report. The elders looked at each other in surprise. Lion King Xiantang did not enter the virtual sky mystic realm? What is he doing here? The elders thought it was strange. Every time the virtual sky mystic realm opened, it was a great chance to obtain opportunities to improve one's cultivation and strength, yet Lion King Xiantang did not enter the virtual sky mystic realm. Invite him in. A clan elder ordered. Moments later, Lion King Xiantang arrived in the air behind the lead of a member of the dragon race. Beside him was a handsome young man in a green brocade robe with an extraordinary aura. What a rare guest! The Lion King rarely visits our Thousand Dragon Island. A clan elder spoke first. Haha, it's just that this king isn't fond of the taste of the sea. Lion King Xiantang laughed. I wonder what brings you here today, Lion King. Of course, it's to discuss important matters together and open up a new era for our demon race. Lion King Xiantang smiled. Upon hearing Lion King Xiantang's words, the Azure Dragon elders looked at each other meaningfully before looking at the man beside Lion King. He had the bearing of an immortal and his cultivation was unfathomable. The aura he emitted was also extraordinary, so this person must have an exceptional background. Oh, I wonder what's the matter? The Azure Dragon Elder asked. All new hapters in NV, Lbin, calm. Lion King Xiantang did not answer as he looked at the unrelated people in the hall. The old man understood what he meant and immediately drove the juniors away. They knew that the 9-headed lion race never visited unless they needed something. Furthermore, he did not go to the virtual sky mystic realm and brought along such an extraordinary man. He must have planned something big, and they had some guesses about this scheme. Sigh, the Heavenly Dao rankings are really whetting my appetite. I wonder how everyone from the Qingyun sect is doing? Many were still thinking about how the story unfolded after Liu's group entered the virtual sky mystic realm by mistake and encountered the three fiend sects. They wished they could fly to the scene to see it for themselves. At this moment, a sudden change occurred in the Sons of Heaven rankings. The names of the prodigies on the rankings belonging to the Night God Palace, the Yin Yang Hall, and the Paradise Cult suddenly turned gray, and the word deceased appeared behind them. Many noticed this change instantly, causing another big stir. A possibility surfaced in everyone's minds. Liu had really fought with the three fiend sects and killed them. That third-place Night Whisper isn't dead yet. She might have escaped by chance. Liu actually killed those from the three fiend sects? Ha ha, what did I say just now? The ones who are doomed are indeed from the three fiend sects. Ha ha ha. Unbelievable. How strong is this Liu? Even the many top-notch experts of the three fiend sects are not his match? This guy has probably already become an immortal. Gu Yuqi's cultivation level has already soared to the Mahayana realm by consuming the immortal pills. Liu must have eaten some himself. He's probably already entered the immortal spirit realm. That's possible. It would make sense. No wonder the immortal palace could recognize him as its master. It seems like he's already in the immortal class. Everyone's imagination ran wild and they began to speculate on everything that happened in the virtual sky mystic realm. After all, not a single person from the Qingyun sect on the rankings was dead. However, only Night Whisper remained from the three fiend sects, so the answer was obvious. Yet the truth was not as everyone thought. At the moment in the virtual sky mystic realm on the ruins around the Mi Lu Immortal Palace, the bodies of over 600 people from the three fiend sects were penetrated by black threads. They were like 600 string puppets. On the other side of the black lines was a terrifying demonic existence. Purple and black energy swirled around its body. Black wings grew on its back and two horns grew on its head. It had an ice-cold expression and its eyes were blood red. There was only bloodthirst and cruelty in its eyes, without any humanity. Not long ago, Gu Yuqi walked out of the defense array formation of the Mi Lu Immortal Palace and sparred with Night Whisper. The two had similar cultivation levels and abilities, so the battle was a stalemate. However, before the victor could be determined, a gigantic black shadow suddenly rushed out of the ruins. A powerful domain instantly enveloped the area within a few dozen kilometers. Those from the three fiend sects enveloped by the domains were imprisoned on the spot. Then thin black threads of demonic aura gathered and instantly impaled the bodies of everyone present like arrows. Those below the Mahayana realm could not withstand the domain's pressure and the power of the black threads, dying instantly. More than 600 people from the three fiend sects were alive moments ago, and only less than 8 Mahayana realm experts were left. They were still alive, but they had almost lost their combat strength. Fortunately, those from the Qingyun sect inside the Immortal Palace's defensive array formation were safe. However, Gu Yuqi, who was sparring with Night Whisper, was similarly attacked. He was restrained on the black thread and on the verge of death. Chapter 137: The Demon Race's Grand Plan, Birth of a True Dragon. In the air, the corpses of the three fiend sects were suspended by the black threads. Their magic power was instantly extracted by the black threads. ZG Cult Master Xiaoyao, the Night Soul Lord, and the rest had pale faces. Blood flowed from the corners of their mouths as their auras weakened. Their eyes were filled with shock and reluctance. They never imagined that they would die in the hands of such a demon while cultivating the demonic path. It was simply ironic. The demon in front of them was too powerful, so powerful that the fiend sect experts could barely put up any resistance. They were as weak as an ant, and any struggle or resistance was as useless as an ant shaking a tree. Am I going to die here today? Night Soul Lord could not accept this, but he could not muster any strength. Even breathing was difficult. Meanwhile, Night Whisper was also reluctant to accept this fate. She did not want to die, nor did she want to die in such a meaningless manner. She was like an ant that had been inadvertently trampled to death, a dust particle lost into a deserted corner. There should still be many possibilities in her life. She still had many dreams and things she had yet to accomplish. She had not even sparred with Liu to see how strong he was. However, any struggles and screams from the soul could not affect the disappearing life and death itself. Right when Night Whisper felt her will was about to vanish, a figure suddenly appeared in her field of vision. His black hair danced lightly and his clothes fluttered. The sword in his hand was like a 3-foot-long flowing light that tore through the sky. In an instant, silence reigned as time seemed to have stopped. The ferocious devil with a torrential demonic aura froze, its blood-red eyes widened as it looked at Liu in horror and the indifferent expression on his face. No! With a roar, the devil's body exploded with a bang, turning into demonic chi that filled the sky. Liu's strike had not only killed that powerful devil. It was also like a bolt of lightning that struck the hearts of Night Whisper, the Night Soul Lord, and the other Fiend Sect experts. If the divine art of the devil sucked away all of their magic power, then Liu's strike made their minds go blank. They even forgot that they were half a step into the gates of hell and forgot the fear in their hearts. There was only one emotion left in their heart: shock. Incomparable shock. They would never have thought that such a powerful and terrifying devil that could instantly make them lose their ability to resist was actually killed by a single strike from Liu. It was as simple as cutting grass and melon. How strong is Liu? The moment the devil was killed, the natural oddity demon spirit pearl automatically flew out of the system space and devoured the demonic chi that filled the sky instantly. Immediately after, 9 drops of golden liquid floated in the air, emitting powerful magic waves. Ding! Successful collection of divine beast Xiaofeng's blood essence. With the system's voice, the 9 drops of golden liquid and the demon spirit pearl flew in front of Liu and were stored in the system's space. With the devil killed, the domain power in the area instantly disappeared and the black threads began dissipating. Demon Lord ZG Cult Master Xiaoyao, Night Soul Lord, Night Whisper Gu Yuqi, and the rest of the survivors finally caught their breaths. However, their weak bodies could no longer stay up in the air. They fell from the sky with the hundreds of corpses and landed heavily on the ground. Meanwhile, Gu Yuqi was caught by Liu. "Junior brother, are you alright?" Liu asked as he immediately took out an immortal pill and stuffed it into Gu Yuqi's mouth. While Liu sympathized with Gu Yuqi's plight, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. He vaguely felt that the sudden appearance of this demonic thing was also attracted by Gu Yuqi's fancy unlucky physique, and the outcome was not unexpected as he had indeed obtained something good again. Gu Yuqi's luck was really bizarre. At the moment, Demon Lord ZG Cult Master Xiaoyao, the Night Soul Lord, Night Whisper, and a few other surviving Fiend Sect experts lay on the ground heavily panting as sweat had drenched their clothes. They all stared at Liu and it was impossible to calm down for a long time. They finally understood what Liu's unknown cultivation represented. They finally understood why the Heavenly Dao rankings had given Liu the additional reward and why auspicious signs had descended from the heavens when he ascended the rankings. Liu was no mortal, he was a true god. After her shock, Night Whisper gave a bitter laugh and she was truly ashamed of her inferiority. She had wanted to challenge Liu previously and she was enraged because she felt that Liu was looking down on her. She even felt that Liu was arrogant and conceited. Now the clown was actually herself. Liu was not full of himself, he was just too powerful. She was not only not his match because she was even inferior to a finger of his. For such a godlike expert to say such things to him was already giving him enough face. Liu quickly sent Gu Yuqi to the Immortal's palace to treat his injuries with the immortal pill. Gu Yuqi should be able to recover soon. As for the Fiend Sects, he could not be bothered with them. You guys may return to the Misty Immortal Island with Junior Brother Gu. Use the Immortal Spring and Immortal Pills to continue your cultivation. There are still too many potential threats in the virtual sky mystic realm. You lot have to improve your cultivation a little more. Liu remarked. If not for the fact that the Qingyun sect disciples were all in the defensive array formation of the Immortal Palace when the devil appeared just now, they would probably have died on the spot like the Fiend Sects. Therefore Liu felt that it was safer to let everyone stay on the Misty Immortal Island for the time being. Using this way he could travel alone while bringing the Immortal Palace along and save the worry about his juniors encountering any unknown danger. After sending his junior brothers back to the Misty Immortal Island, Liu walked out of the Milu Immortal Palace again. With a thought, the Immortal Palace rapidly shrank and was kept in the system storage space. Upon seeing this, Demon Lord ZG Cult Master Xiaoyao, the Night Soul Lord, and the others were filled with envy. They were also curious about what was inside the palace. However, it was like when ordinary people would not have the chance to interact no matter how envious they were of their boss's goddess-like wife. After putting away the Immortal Palace, Liu felt melancholic. He did not know how to return to the Lingtian mystic realm. He opened the mission interface again and was surprised to find that there seemed to be an entrance to the Qing Ancient Emperor's treasury here. It seemed like the Lingtian mystic realm and the virtual sky mystic realm were connected in many ways. It was not impossible to return to the Lingtian mystic realm again. Thousand Dragon Island Azure Dragon Race's Dragon Palace. After hearing Lion King Xiantang's words, the elders had complicated expressions as they exchanged looks. The Golden Feather Race, the Holy Ape Clan, the Nine-Headed Snake Clan and the Demon Fox Clan have already submitted to my son. The Phoenix Race has also agreed to cooperate with us. Now only your Azure Dragon Race is left. If your clan is willing to cooperate, my son can give your race a great fortune that will surely improve your clan's strength. Lion King Xiantang continued, everyone, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Whether our demon race can rule over the human race and dominate the immortal martial world will depend on this. His Majesty isn't here. We need time to think over this, an elder of the Azure Dragon race said in a low voice. It was a serious matter and they did not dare to make a decision on their own. After all, this was a total war with the human race and it concerned the fate of the entire Azure Dragon race. What's there to think about? As you can see, the human race has a monster like Liu. He has extraordinary luck. How many fortunes did he obtain in the Lingtian mystic realm at this stage? The cultivation of the Qingyun sect disciples has been soaring. If this continues after the Qingyun sect comes out of the mystic realm, our demon race will probably not have the chance to turn things around anymore. Lion King Xiantang explained. Greetings, elders. A voice suddenly sounded from outside the hall. What is it? Elder, it's a joyous occasion. The third princess has reached the top of the Sons of Heaven rankings. The voice outside the door was excited. The elders of the Azure Dragon race were also pleasantly surprised. He immediately stood up and quickly walked out of the palace. He looked up and was immediately pleasantly surprised. Indeed, Long Yu, once ranked 5th on the Demon Sons of Heaven rankings, jumped to first place. What made the Azure Dragon tribe even more excited was that Long Yu's cultivation base had reached the immortal spirit realm. The third princess has actually evolved into a true dragon. All the elders were beyond excited. They knew that Long Yu must have obtained a supreme opportunity in the virtual sky mystic realm that allowed the third princess to evolve into a true dragon. For humans, stepping into the immortal spirit realm meant becoming immortal. Their mortal bodies would transform into immortal bodies to become true immortals. For the Azure Dragon race, stepping into the immortal spirit realm meant evolving into a true dragon, becoming a divine beast from a demon beast to an existence comparable to the true Azure Dragon. After all these years, their Azure Dragon race had finally produced another true dragon. The entire Thousand Dragon Island was in an uproar as countless Azure Dragon clansmen cheered excitedly. The birth of a true dragon-level expert in the Azure Dragon race was definitely a joyous occasion for the entire race. Seeing Long Yu exceeding Xian to become the first on the rankings and stepping into the immortal spirit realm, Lion King Xiantang was also filled with shock and envy. He thought that Xian would become the first prodigy of the demon race to enter the immortal spirit realm in the past 100,000 years. He did not expect the Azure Dragon tribe to be so lucky to have Long Yu obtain some sort of great opportunity to evolve into a true dragon. However, jealousy was one thing. Lion King Xiantang did not lose his bearing as he seized this opportunity. Congratulations, the Azure Dragon race is indeed blessed by the heavens. Your luck is extraordinary. The world will definitely belong to the Azure Dragon race and our demon race in the future. Elders, don't hesitate anymore. This is the era of our demon race's rise. Alright, we agree to cooperate with you, but we have a request. The primordial Dao Holy Land shall belong to our Azure Dragon race. We won't compete for anything else. Lion King Xiantang frowned. Deal. The green-robed man beside him, who had not spoken all this while, replied. Seeing the young master of the Nine Heavens immortal realm nod in agreement, Lion King Xiantang did not say anything else. Alright then, it's a deal. Chapter 138 Social Embarrassment Ranking Dragon Race Highlights 1. Whisper, take this pill. Night Soul Lord handed Night Whisper a pill. Thank you, Master. Night Whisper ate the pill and began to meditate and recover. The Night Soul Lord looked at the corpses of the surrounding elders and disciples and his heart was torn. There were nearly 200 people, almost half of the top experts of the Night God Palace were present. Almost all his best disciples had died, just like that. UW Ubbles up Tez on NOV/L/B. Come. How could it not hurt? Demon Lord ZG and Master Xiaoyao were equally heartbroken. Their hearts were bleeding. They did not expect such a disaster to occur. They had entered the virtual sky mystic realm several times in the past. Although they would also encounter life-threatening danger and powerful enemies, they would only sacrifice a few people at most. They always had a way to escape. They had never encountered such a powerful and terrifying devil. It instantly killed all the cultivators below the Mahayana realm the moment it came out. If Liu had not acted in time, even their lives would have been lost. The power of that devil was simply terrifying. Not even immortals in the immortal spirit realm or the upper immortal realm were his match. The appearance of this devil means that things are changing in the virtual sky mystic realm, Demon Lord ZG said with a worried expression. He speculated that the virtual sky mystic realm's destruction and degeneration into a wasteland world were probably linked to this devil. This devil had never appeared in the past. Its sudden appearance was definitely not a coincidence. That's right, there's a reason for the appearance of the Heavenly Dao rankings. The virtual sky mystic realm isn't the only one changing. I'm afraid that the sky is changing in our immortal martial world as well. Cult Master Xiaoya was worried with a grave expression. But maybe Liu will become the savior, added Night Soul Lord. Liu could kill such a terrifying devil with a single strike. It was enough to prove that his strength far surpassed that devil. Coupled with the fact that the annotations regarding Liu's cultivation on the Heavenly Dao rankings were unknown, Liu's cultivation might have reached an extremely terrifying height. It might even have surpassed the cultivation realms they were familiar with. Furthermore, the Heavenly Dao rankings had bestowed Liu with the heavenly phenomenon and additional rewards. From this, Liu might have been the chosen one of the Heavenly Dao, the person who could save the immortal martial realm. It's possible this kid is too extraordinary. There has never been a genius like Liu in the history of the immortal martial realm. Indeed, he deserves to be the #1 prodigy of the human race. Speaking of which, since this child could spare our lives, it means that he doesn't hate us as much as those from the Holy Land. This is a blessing for our fiend sects. Well, it's a good thing we didn't say anything too overboard earlier, otherwise if we had really offended Liu, our fiend sects would have really suffered. Demon Lord ZG Paradise Cult Master Xiaoyao and the Night Soul Lord felt a lingering fear. Although the devil was frightening, Liu was even more terrifying. If they offended Liu, it would be as easy as stepping on a few ants to destroy their sects with his capability. The Azure Dragon race's Long Yu stepping into the immortal spirit realm displayed on the Sons of Heaven's rankings caused a stir in the entire immortal martial realm. It also made Long Yu famous and received worldwide attention. Although Long Yu started off 5th on the Demon Sons of Heaven rankings, most people remembered the top prodigy of the Azure Dragon race Long Ao and the previous #1 on this ranking Xianba. Now that Long Yu had reached the top of the rankings as a true dragon, it had shocked many people. It also caused panic and heavy hearts among the human cultivators. After all, the appearance of a true dragon in the Azure Dragon race was a huge threat to the human race. If Liu didn't obtain the extraordinary fortunes as observed by everyone during this period and reassured the humans and gave them hope of more immortals in the human race, they would probably be more panicked and uneasy. Compared to the heavy hearts of the humans, the Azure Dragon race was jubilant. However, Long Tianson, Long Ao and Long Ji in the virtual sky mystic realm were unaware that Long Yu had already entered the immortal spirit realm. They did not even know if Long Yu was alive or dead. Yesterday they accidentally discovered this underground palace and came in to search for treasures. After entering the 3rd level, they were attacked by a powerful guardian spirit. During the fight, Long Yu was sucked into a sudden strange vortex. Her whereabouts and fate were unknown. As the daughter Long Tiansong doted on the most and the prodigy second only to Long Ao, he wanted to find her dead or alive. No matter what, he could not abandon her. Furthermore, Long Tiansong had always felt that Long Yu should still be alive somewhere in this underground palace. Hence he led the Azure Dragon race to search for Long Yu in the underground palace. After many difficulties, they finally arrived at the 5th floor of the underground palace. They discovered the Red Lotus True Flame sealed in the crystal tombstone. It was a true fire that looked like a red lotus flower. Every petal was a wisp of flame. It was incomparably gorgeous, but it was filled with a destructive aura. This was a flame that existed in legends. Long Tiansong had never seen it with his own eyes, and he had only heard of some descriptions of this flame in some ancient books. The Red Lotus True Flame could restrain evil demon cultivators and burn the soul. The flame energy was also filled with a terrifying destructive power that could even reduce an immortal artifact to ashes. However, there was also a powerful guardian spirit on the 5th level. The crystal tombstone sealing the Red Lotus True Flame was also protected by a powerful restriction. Chapter 139 Social Embarrassment Ranking Dragon Race Highlights 2. Therefore, Long Tiansong led a group of Azure Dragon experts to deal with the guardian spirit together. Read latest chapters at n/v/e/lbi/co/m. As for Long Ao, he had used his magic power to break through the restriction alone. In the end, he had to spend a lot of effort to break through it. However, what Long Ao did not expect was that the moment the Red Lotus True Flame on the other side of the river broke through the seal, a delicate figure suddenly appeared out of nowhere and seized the opportunity to snatch the Red Lotus True Flame. Long Ao's expression changed drastically. He immediately rushed forward and got engaged with it, allowing him to see the appearance of that figure clearly. It was a girl in a red dress. She looked like a porcelain doll and her level was on par with his. However, the girl did not continue to fight. She used a strange illusion and movement technique to escape. After breaking free from Long Ao, she fled very quickly and disappeared from the 5th level in the blink of an eye. Although Long Tiansong and the others had also seen the red-dressed girl, they were engaged with the guardian spirit and could not help for the time being. When they could finally give chase, Long Ao had already chased after the red-dressed girl and disappeared. "Father, who was that girl just now?" Long Ji asked. He felt that the Azure Dragon race's luck had not been good over the past few days. They had suffered heavy losses during the battle for the Dragon Origin Fruit. His third sister Long Yu had disappeared in the underground palace this time, and her fate was unknown. It had not been easy for them to obtain the true flame, but it had been snatched away by some unknown fellow. "That's not a young girl. She's probably older than your grandfather, but I've never seen this person before. I wonder which clan's old demon dares to snatch a treasure from my dragon clan. She must be tired of living." Long Tian's brows furrowed tightly and his expression was slightly gloomy. "Will Big Brother be fine chasing alone?" Long Ji asked worriedly. "Your older brother is slightly stronger than me, so he should be fine. Even if he can't take the treasure back, it shouldn't be a problem for him to escape unscathed. We'll stay here and continue searching for your third sister while waiting for Long Ao's return," Long Tiansong ordered. He gathered everyone to rest and reorganize before entering the underground palace again. Compared to the joy of the dragon race, the atmosphere of the Night God Palace in Yang Hall and the Paradise Cult was especially oppressive. All the best disciples of their sects on the rankings had suddenly perished, leaving the elders and disciples of the three fiend sects in panic. They did not know what was going on in the virtual sky world, but from the contents of the rankings yesterday they could tell that something was wrong. There was a high possibility that the Qingyun sect's Liu had killed everyone. While the three fiend sects were shocked, they were filled with grief and resentment. Many impulsive elders clamored to seek revenge on the Qingyun sect. Fortunately, the rest of the more rational elders controlled the situation. They were not afraid of death, nor were they cowards. They simply felt that they could not jump to conclusions regarding this matter. Furthermore, they believed that Liu could not kill the elites of the various families under the noses of so many experts of the three fiend sects. Therefore, they proposed to wait for their sect members to return or for Night Whisper to ascend the Genius Excellence rankings before deciding. After observing the situation and figuring out the reason, after all, Night Whisper's name had always been firmly at the 3rd position on the Sons of Heaven rankings, and there was no sign of her death. And with her abilities and demeanor, it was likely that she would enter the Excellence rankings. Although this matter was temporarily suppressed on the surface, some elders of the three fiend sects still began to act secretly and send people to investigate the Qingyun sect. This afternoon, the latest person on the Genius Excellence rankings was refreshed. Excellence rankings number 35, Long Ao. Identity: the Crown Prince of the Azure Dragon race. Origin: Demon race's Azure Dragon race. Long Ao's appearance on the ranking attracted the attention of everyone. The current Azure Dragon race was definitely the most eye-catching demon race. Long Yu evolving into a true dragon yesterday had brought glory to the Azure Dragon race. Furthermore, everyone was curious about what kind of opportunity Long Yu had obtained. Hence, when they saw Long Ao on the rankings today, everyone's enthusiasm soared. They hoped to see the tip of the iceberg of the truth through Long Ao's Elegance exhibition. Soon the Elegance exhibition began. Long Ao's appearance appeared in the image in the sky and his disposition was undeniable. This is the Dragon King's eldest son, as expected of the former number 1 prodigy of the dragon race and the previous second on the Demon Sons of Heaven rankings. He's indeed incredible. I heard that this child is a peerless prodigy rarely seen in the dragon race in 10,000 years. He even fused a dragon pearl and 2 dragon bones of an ancient azure dragon. Even the Dragon King is not his match. Indeed, Long Ao used to be the one with the highest chance of becoming a true dragon, but his younger sister beat him to it. However, this child should be able to become a true dragon soon too. Many discussed. On Thousand Dragon Island, the Azure Dragon race held a grand ceremony hosted by a group of elders. On the one hand, this ceremony celebrated the birth of the true dragon in the Azure Dragon race. On the other hand, it was to announce the alliance between the Azure Dragon race and the various demon races and the upcoming grand scheme of the demon race. They would vow to flatten the human factions and occupy the various Holy Lands. They would take over control of the teleportation arrays of the Lingtian mystic realm and trap many of the human orthodox sects in it forever. At the same time, the elders would distribute the immortal seeds that the mysterious young master of the immortal domain had given to the Azure Dragon race. This immortal seed was special. After refining and fusing it could improve one's talent and improve one's cultivation and power level. Yesterday the elders refined and fused it and they benefited greatly. They also believed that with the help of this immortal seed the overall strength of the Azure Dragon race would surely improve. Chapter 140 Social Embarrassment Ranking Dragon Race Highlights 3. They wanted to give the Dragon King and Long Yu a big gift when they returned. The entire Azure Dragon race was in high spirits. They had been waiting for this day for a long time. The era of human domination was about to end. The future immortal martial world would definitely belong to the demon race. Humans, you shall admire the graceful bearing of our Crown Prince Long Ao. Sooner or later, please remember this face. He will not only become the king of our dragon race in the future, but he will also become your king. In the future you will kneel in front of Crown Prince Long Ao and bow down to him, the Azure Dragon elders said excitedly. Although Long Yu had become the true dragon first, the number one prodigy of the Azure Dragon race still belonged to Long Ao in their hearts. The future Dragon King would also be him, and they believed that Long Ao would become a true dragon soon. In the sky, after a brief showcase of Long Ao's appearance ended, the scene in the sky instantly became a live broadcast. Long Ao's expression was cold as he flew at top speed. At the same time his voice sounded, "You brat, you can't escape. Return the Red Lotus True Flame to me." The moment this was said, the top experts of the previous generation of the human and demon races were shocked. They had heard of the Red Lotus True Flame before and knew it was an extremely precious flame-type oddity. Long Ao do have the amazing luck to have obtained such a natural oddity. Looks like he's not far from becoming a true dragon. You're really a lingering ghost. Another voice sounded. It was a girl's voice, clear and bright. However, it did not take long before Long Ao deployed his mystic skill and fought with the young girl. A loud clashing of powers reverberated throughout the area. Everyone understood that the girl had probably robbed Long Ao of his opportunity. After a while the two of them were evenly matched. The red-dressed girl suddenly used a strange movement technique to break free from Long Ao's hold and continued to flee. However, Long Ao soon caught up to her again. However, this time the red-dressed girl did not continue to escape. Long Ao sneered, "Why aren't you escaping anymore?" The girl in the red dress had a sullen expression as she snorted, "Since you want this Red Lotus True Fire so much, here you go." As she spoke, the young woman suddenly threw the Red Lotus True Flame to Long Ao before she turned around and fled. Long Ao caught the Red Lotus True Flame and smudged, "There we go." However, before he finished the last word, Long Ao sensed something was wrong. The flame energy of the red lotus in his hand suddenly fluctuated violently. The flower rapidly expanded before exploding with a bang. Dazzling flames instantly engulfed Long Ao and everything around him. A loud noise shook the earth. Discover W Stories on no/e/lbin.com. Even the spectators of the Heavenly Dao rankings seemed to sense the terrifying power of the explosion too. The screen in the sky was instantly filled with piercing light and the spectators could not see anything. When the light dissipated, they saw a charred smoking dragon body falling from the sky while emitting smoke. With a final crashing noise, it smashed into the dense forest below. After a cloud of dust, a voice sounded on the Heavenly Dao rankings. "Holy shit! I was just thinking of roasting some meat and this roasted dragon fell from the sky. Dad mentioned that dragon's meat is pretty delicious too. It does smell good. The temperature is just right, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside." Upon hearing this voice, the entire world fell silent. Everyone was familiar with this voice. It was Li Yu. Chapter 141 What a Miserable Dragon. Silence rang out. The lively and enthusiastic Azure Dragon race fell silent as if someone had poured a basin of cold water on their heads. Everyone stared at the burning Long Ao on the Heavenly Dao rankings with blackened faces. This was supposed to be the glorious moment for the peerless prodigy who shouldered the glory and pride of the Azure Dragon race's current generation. He was the crown prince who carried their future in hopes. Under the gazes of countless people, he was actually cooked by the red-dressed girl. What was more terrifying was what Li Yu said. Is he really going to eat Long Ao? Countless human cultivators unkindly laughed when they saw Long Ao being blasted and humiliated in public. The demon race and the human race were already enemies, and the Azure Dragon race was a formidable enemy for the human race. With the demons flourishing, humans would definitely be suppressed and humiliated. Over the years, the decline of the human race and the prosperity of the demon race made many human cultivators miserable. Many cultivation resources controlled by humans had been devoured and robbed by the demons. Countless cultivators were also bullied and killed by the demons while adventuring in places like the Grand Desolate Forest and the Black Mist Mountain Range. Especially a top prodigy like Long Ao, whose hands were stained with the blood of countless human cultivators. Therefore, in the hearts of most human cultivators, Long Ao was their enemy and threat. Seeing him make a fool of himself, they were overjoyed. Haha, Long Ao is really embarrassed this time. Haha, that's right, the Azure Dragon race has really lost face this time. Is Liu really going to eat Long Ao? I'm suddenly looking forward to it. Of course he had to. Long Ao isn't dead yet. Long Ao's name hasn't turned gray on the Sons of Heaven rankings and the Genius Excellence rankings. He shouldn't be dead yet. Liu must kill this dragon and eat his meat. How could he not eat the meat delivered to his mouth? Countless human cultivators cheered as they watched the commotion. Suddenly Liu's voice sounded from the screen in the sky again. He sounded to be chewing although it's not as good as the meat of the Chongming bird, it's still considered a delicacy, not bad. Another piece. Liu really began eating. Countless cultivators' eyes widened as they smiled. Right at this moment, the enormous dragon body in the scene suddenly twisted and it even let out a faint dragon roar. Whoa, you're all cooked and you're still alive. Take this. Poof. After Liu said this, Long Ao's charred body froze and then he fell weakly to the ground with a bang and stopped moving. At the same time, on the Demon Sons of Heaven rankings and the Genius Excellence rankings, Long Ao's name turned gray and the word deceased surfaced. The screen in the sky also disappeared. Ha ha ha. The human cultivators could not hold back their laughter anymore. Liu did not disappoint them. After all, he really killed Long Ao. Furthermore, it was obvious what would happen next. Long Ao was most likely going to be eaten by Liu. That was the #1 prodigy of the Azure Dragon clan, the future Dragon King and the renowned Crown Prince Long Ao. He died just like that. He was first roasted by the red-dressed girl. Then his life was ended by Liu. He was even treated as roasted meat. Furthermore, it was not only physical death for Long Ao but also a social one. It might be worse than Emperor Hengyun. What a miserable dragon. Ah, well done Liu, well eaten. As expected, he didn't disappoint us. Liu ate. He eliminated a hidden danger for our human race. 1. The human cultivators were satisfied with this outcome. Meanwhile, those from the Great Xia dynasty had long expected such an outcome, since Liu could even eat the Chongming bird. Eating an Azure Dragon was a piece of cake. This is bad. The Azure Dragon race is definitely going to be angry. There's probably going to be a war. Some timid people were afraid that this would trigger a war between the humans and the Azure Dragon race. This was especially true now that the Azure Dragon clan had produced a true dragon at the immortal spirit realm like Long Yu. What's there to be afraid of? Long Yu is also in the virtual sky mystic realm. Once they come out, Liu and Gu Yuqi might already break into the immortal spirit realm. That's right, didn't Liu enter the virtual sky mystic realm as well? Perhaps Long Yu will die in Liu's hands too. That would be great. Meanwhile, on the Thousand Dragon Island, a haze shrouded the hearts of all the Azure Dragons. The elders of the Azure Dragon race were furious and heartbroken. Liu! You bastard! The Azure Dragon clan will flatten the Qingyan sect and kill that brat Liu. At this moment, dark clouds gathered above the elders. Then lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Bolts of lightning began to strike the top of their heads. In the virtual sky mystic realm, after the dazzling flames disappeared, the red-dressed girl appeared in the sky again. Her jade hand grabbed the red lotus true flame that had transformed into a lotus flower again and kept it in her storage bag. The power of these two types of true fire when used together is indeed fascinating. The red-dressed girl said with a smile. In the process of being pursued by Long Ao, she had injected a type of energy called Purple Sun True Fire that she controlled into the Red Lotus True Flame. Finally, she threw the Red Lotus True Flame to Long Ao before the two flames reacted violently, causing the scene from before. After putting away the Red Lotus True Flame, the red-dressed girl looked down at the forest below. A smile surfaced on her lips as she flew down. Below, Liu ate a few mouthfuls of dragon meat and felt that the fire was not strong enough. He took out the heaven and earth cauldron, placed the dragon meat on the cauldron and sprinkled his homemade spices before using the flames of the life spirit true flame to continue roasting it. Hey little green, this isn't for you to eat, don't burn it to ashes. Look, it's too burnt. Liu tapped the cauldron with his sword and commented unhappily. Then he sliced off a large piece of dragon meat from the dragon's body. He sprinkled some spices and placed them above the cauldron to roast again. Roast properly this time. Once I'm full, the rest of the dragon meat is yours. Yes, master, the life spirit true flame replied. Under the grilling of the life spirit true flame, the fragrance of the spices and dragon meat mixed perfectly. Oil sizzled and the aroma spread in all directions. Smells good. A bell-like voice suddenly sounded. Liu looked over in surprise and saw a girl in a red dress descend from the sky. What kind of spices did you use to roast the meat? It smells so good. The girl licked her red lips, blinked her large eyes and looked greedy. You want to eat it? Liu glanced at the red-dressed young woman. Although he did not know her background, they were strangers who had only met by chance. He did not mind sharing the delicacies together, not to mention that this dragon was shot down by her. Although Liu did not see the situation in the air previously, he still noticed the loud explosion and the torrential flames. He saw the red-dressed girl's figure too, therefore he did not have to think and know that the red-dressed girl was the person who had blown up the dragon. Oh, may I? The red-dressed girl looked at Liu with anticipation. Of course, didn't you shoot this dragon down first? Eat as much as you want. Liu used his sword to cut off a piece of roasted dragon meat and threw it at the red-dressed girl. Thank you. The red-dressed girl received the dragon meat happily and took a bite. Her face was filled with enjoyment and satisfaction. It's delicious. Chapter 142 Demon God Palace, 1. What's your name? The red-dressed girl asked as she chewed the dragon meat. Liu. Liu replied casually before continuing chomping the dragon meat. After entering the Lingtian mystic realm, he had not tasted roasted meat for many days. He could finally satisfy his craving today. Moreover, the taste of the dragon meat was indeed fresh and delicious. It was just that the texture was a little hard on the tooth. Liu? You're the top on the human sons of heaven rankings? The red-dressed girl's eyes brightened as she sized up Liu with some interest. Yep. Liu replied casually and continued to eat his dragon meat. Why didn't you ask me? The red-dressed girl asked again. Ask what? Why didn't you ask for my name? Not interested. You. I must tell you, remember my name is Yurong. The red-dressed girl held her head high and said word by word. Yurong? Big? Liu glanced at the chest. She was indeed another childlike woman. She must be another fellow whose appearance did not match her age. Oh yes, why are you here in the virtual sky mystic realm? Is your Qingyun sect a fiend sect? Asked the red-dressed girl. As the ancients say, don't speak while eating or before sleeping. Liu answered with a serious face. The girl pouted and grunted. She took a big bite of the dragon meat and chewed hard. However, she was gradually amazed by Liu's shocking appetite. Such a giant dragon was actually eaten by Liu alone by at least 10%. It was probably as much meat as 5 to 6 li. You. Where did all this meat go? Are you really a human? Are you sure you're not a demon? Yurong was stunned by Liu's appetite. She felt that Liu was the human form of Taotai. 1. Is there a separate space in his stomach? Burp. I'm full. Awesome meal. Liu rubbed his stomach in satisfaction. At this moment, the system interface popped up. Found Azure Dragon Bone and Dragon Pearl. Do you want to collect them? Liu clicked on the collection button. Straight away 2 dragon bones radiating golden light landed in his hand. There was also a pearl that emitted rich magic power. Not bad. Liu was in a good mood as he put away the dragon bone and dragon pearl. He could give Little Purple a great fortune after returning home. Coupled with the dragon origin fruit, it was not a dream for Little Purple to become a true dragon. Liu used his sword to shave off the remaining bulk of the dragon meat and saved it in the system space for his juniors to taste. Afterward, he gave the remaining dragon body to the life spirit true flame as nourishment. Liu, this virtual sky mystic realm is filled with danger. Why don't we travel together? It'll be safer this way, the red-dressed girl suggested. Nope, it's more dangerous for me to bring you along. Li Yu waved to decline. Petty brat. Yurong shot back unhappily, we'll meet again if we're fated enough, I'll take my leave first. Li Yu cupped his hands and immediately fled, vanishing on the spot. Do you think you can get rid of me like this? The girl shut her eyes slightly, her feet took root and connected with the surrounding trees and earth. Then she opened her eyes and smiled, and her figure flashed as she flew in the direction of Li Yu. The underground palace Long Tiansong and the others were still thinking of a way to break through the guardian spirit and venture deeper into the palace to find Long Yu. However, the hall suddenly shook. Immediately a loud crash sounded from the depths of the hall. The stone wall was forced open as a tall, graceful, beautiful and fearless figure walked out. His hands with a smile. However, his gaze was immediately attracted by a beautiful curvy woman nearby. Her eyes were filled with admiration. She was the top prodigy of the nine-tailed demon fox clan Gu Yu. Young Master Hui, I just heard that Miss Gu Yu obtained a huge fortune and has already stepped into the Mahayana realm. Should we go over and congratulate her? Xian Yu saw through Jia Hui's thoughts as he asked in a blink. Is that so? That's really worth celebrating. Let's go congratulate Miss Gu Yu. Jia Hui laughed. After that he walked over to Gu Yu with Qian Yu and cupped his hands. Miss Gu Yu, I heard that your cultivation has already stepped into the Mahayana realm. Congratulations. Chapter 144 Demon God Palace, 3. Thank you, young Master Hui. Gu Yu cupped her hands in return as a wisp of a smile surfaced on her pretty face. Even though it was only a faint smile, it was filled with charm and moved the heart. Jia Hui's heart shook and he almost lost his concentration. With Miss Gu Yu's talent and luck, you must have a high chance of obtaining the inheritance with the appearance of the Demon God Palace today, said Jia Hui. Young Master Hui, you're exaggerating. Everything depends on the opportunity. Gu Yu said calmly. Young Master Hui, Miss Gu Yu, why don't we work together? Now that all the races are here, the competition will be intense. We can obtain more benefits in the Demon God Palace if we cooperate. Qian Yu suggested. That's right, brother Qian Yu made a good suggestion. If the three of us work together, we'll surely become the strongest team. Gu Yu smiled calmly and cupped her hands. It's in my interest. The Azure Dragon race and the Nine-Headed Lion race didn't come this as unexpected. The elders of the Nine-Headed Snake clan looked around and remarked. It's good that they didn't come, it means fewer competitors against Baisu. Baisu, after we enter, safety is our priority. An elder told Baisu. She wore a white dress, had icy skin, jade bones and a cold appearance. She was extremely striking as she stood amongst the members of the Nine-Headed Snake clan. Baisu was the #1 prodigy of the Nine-Headed Snake clan's current generation. Although she was only ranked 9th, their race had also obtained plenty of opportunities after entering the rankings. Baisu's cultivation had already reached the late stage of the Tribulation Transcendence realm and her strength had also increased by a large margin. Alright, I understand. Baisu nodded. At this moment, Ben Boerba and a few young geniuses of the Holy Ape clan walked over. They cupped their hands and said, Miss Baisu, when we enter the Demon God Palace in a while, let's form an alliance between our two races. I think the Golden Feather race and the Phoenix Bird race have already formed an alliance with the Fox clan. The Nine-Headed Snake clan had never had a good relationship with the Golden Feather clan and the Phoenix clan. They were practically enemies. Alright. Baisu nodded and did not say anything else. She naturally knew that the so-called alliance was not firm. Any conflict of interest would make it collapse instantly. As the Golden Feather race arrived, Li Yu arrived secretly as well. However, his arrival did not attract much attention. Most of the people's attention was focused on the Demon God Palace and the newly arrived Golden Feather race. However, Night Whisper was in the crowd and saw Li Yu immediately. She said something to her master Night Soul Lord. He looked in Li Yu's direction and walked over with Night Whisper. Arriving in front of Li Yu, the Night Soul Lord cupped his hands. Cultivator Li, thank you for saving our lives that day. You left in a hurry last time, so we didn't have the time to express our gratitude to you. Thank you, Cultivator Li. Night Whisper cupped her hands in thanks as well. I did it to save my junior brother. Saving you guys is only a matter of convenience, don't take it to heart. Li Yu waved the matter off. No matter what, I must thank you, Cultivator Li. Night Soul Lord remarked with a smile. Li Yu nodded non-committally before asking, do you know what's going on here? When we arrived, the Demon God Palace had already appeared. However, I heard that it descended from the sky. It should be to select the inheritor of the Demon God Palace's legacy, and it will open shortly. Young prodigies are allowed to enter and accept the test. Night Soul Lord replied. What a coincidence! A red figure suddenly ran over and patted Liyu's shoulder with a sweet smile. It was the red-dressed girl, Yurong. You followed me all the way here and you still call it a coincidence? Liyu rolled his eyes at Yurong and remarked unhappily. Yurong stuck out her tongue and smiled sweetly. So you've already noticed? Liyu shook his head helplessly. At that moment the bell sounded in the demon god palace. Ripples of energy suddenly spread from the gigantic jade pillars. The statue of the god carved on it seemed to have awakened. It actually moved, emitting waves of reverent chanting. The demon god palace is officially open. Young talents enter in an orderly fashion. The door guardian's loud voice sounded again. At the same time a door appeared between the two door guardians. Chapter 145 Your Brother is Burnt, 1. The demon god palace opened and a group of young prodigies from the demon race and the fiend sects flew over rapidly. After that they lined up as required by the two door guardians to accept the first inspection. Pass. Pass. One talent after another entered the door through the inspection. However, when the number one genius of the Netherworld cult Fong Wu walked to the door to accept the inspection, he was stopped by the door god. Humans are not allowed to enter, one of the door guardians stated coldly. The fiend sects were unhappy the moment he said that. Humans are forbidden from entering. However, they could understand on second thought. The demon god palace was meant to enrich the demons. It was understandable to prohibit humans from entering. It was a pity that this great opportunity was not fated to be with the humans. Looks like we have no chance of entering. Night Whisper shook her head helplessly. That is blatantly racist, ridiculedly. You. It's boringly you. If you can't enter, I won't either. Yurong said unhappily. You make it sound like you can enter if I walk in. Liu snapped back. Of course I can enter, I'm a demon too, why can't I enter? Yurong said indignantly. What if your age doesn't qualify? My age doesn't qualify? Yurong was startled for a moment before she reacted. She immediately stomped her feet in anger. Why you were saying that I'm old? I'll go in now and show you. Immediately Yurong pushed away a demon in front of her and rushed to the door in a huff. Pass. Upon hearing the door guardian's approval, Yurong turned to look at Liu smugly, only to see Liu wave at her. Oh no, I got tricked. Yurong only realized it then, but the door already sucked in her body. Young Master Hui, let's go in too. Xian Yu suggested. When the demon god palace opened just now, everyone from the Holy Ape clan rushed to enter. The Golden Feather race and the Phoenix Bird race were in no hurry. In their opinion, they might not gain the initiative if they enter earlier. The situation inside was unclear, so it was better to let those fools enter to scout the way first. After Liu watched Yurong enter, he did not retreat to the side like the other humans. He continued to follow the geniuses toward the door. Hey kid, didn't you hear that? Humans are not allowed to enter. The Golden Feather race's Jia Hui sneered as he watched Liu walk towards the door. Liu glanced at Jia Hui and ignored him as he kept walking. Night Whisper, Night Soul Lord and the others watched from the side, and they didn't understand what Liu wanted to do. Did he want to barge in by force? Humans are not allowed to enter. Indeed, as soon as Liu arrived near the door, both door guardians stuck their swords in front. It blocked Liu's path. The surrounding elders and young elites scoffed. Does this human brat think that he's a demon? Haha, they told you not to enter, yet you still went over to invite ridicule. Kid, reincarnate as a demon in your next life before anything else. Get your avrite ovals at no/v/e/lbn, come. Ha! Everyone from the Golden Feather race and the Phoenix Bird race laughed mockingly. Liu ignored them. He pulled out the sword behind him, raised it and swung it down. Boom! One door guardian was chopped into two by Li. You. The laughter of the demons cut abruptly. Other than the Night Soul Lord, Night Whisper Demon Lord ZG and the other fiend sects present, everyone was dumbfounded as they looked at Liu in disbelief. Even the remaining door guardian stood on the spot with a shocked expression. He did not dare to move, not at all. May I go in now? Liu asked. He was actually giving it a try in any case. If he really could not enter, no one else could. If there was no other way, he might as well destroy the demon god palace with a single strike. You can go in." The remaining door guardian stammered. His attitude was no longer as domineering as before. The surrounding demons almost sat on the ground the moment he said that. They felt as if their worldview had collapsed. Is the door guardian of the demon god palace so unprincipled? What shocked them more was Li Yu's strength. To be able to kill that door guardian with a single strike, this human kid's strength is ridiculous. Or is that door guardian not as powerful as he looks? Some people present suddenly had the urge to imitate Li Yu and give it a try, but they didn't have the courage. What is this boy's background? I can't see his cultivation at all. He seems like a mortal, but he also seems unfathomable. I don't know him, but I saw him with someone from the Night God Palace not long ago. Could he be one of the talents there? This Night God Palace is really well hidden. The surrounding people discussed animatedly. The Netherworld cult members rushed to the Night Soul Lord's side. Night Soul Lord, do you know that person? Yes, he is the #1 prodigy of the human race, Li Yu. He's Li Yu? Everyone from the Netherworld cult was shocked, and they even couldn't believe their ears. Why is he here? I don't know either. But you'd better not provoke this child. He's far more powerful than we can imagine. The Night Soul Lord warned in a solemn tone. His warning shocked everyone from the Netherworld cult. If even the Night Soul Lord could say that, Li Yu must be that powerful. Furthermore, he had just killed the door guardian of the demon god palace with one strike. This was enough to confirm that Night Soul Lord's comment was true. Chapter 146. Your brother is burnt too. Good, you're sensible. Li Yu put away his sword and nodded with satisfaction, and then he walked into the spatial door. Inside the door was a massive space that was like a small world. Above Li Yu were dense clouds, and in the distance was a dark void. 36 enormous pillars stood towering between the sky and earth. They also had statues of gods that were lively, mighty, and authoritative. At the center of these pillars was an altar that resembled a pyramid that reached into the clouds. The top of the altar was hidden in the clouds in the sky. Li Yu could only see the bottom part of the altar. It was a flight of stairs with over 1,000 steps. At the moment, the elites of the demon race who had entered first were fighting intensely with ferocious beast spirits. There were also some prodigies watching the battles. Yurong was one of them. What's the situation here? Li Yu walked to Yurong's side and asked Li Yu, why are you here? Yurong was shocked to see Li Yu. She thought that Li Yu had already left. Besides, how could Li Yu enter? This did not make sense. The other elites were also shocked, and they were as puzzled as Yurong. Actually, I'm a demon too, Li Yu declared in all seriousness. You're a demon too? Impossible. There was disbelief on Yurong's face. She could still tell the difference between humans and demons. Li Yu was clearly a human. Moreover, could the Heavenly Dao rankings not distinguish between humans and demons? That's not important. Tell me what's going on here first. Li Yu changed the topic. If we want to reach the demon god altar, we need to defeat these beast spirits first. Plus, everyone can only rely on themselves. If two teamed up, they would be attacked by two stronger beast spirits, explained Yurong. So it's a challenge game. Li Yu smiled. However, looking at the group of players, a group of demon elites, Li Yu felt that they were too weak. In a moment, I'll let you guys witness the unreal power of professional, hacker, players. As he spoke, the geniuses of the Golden Feather race, the Phoenix race, and the Demon Fox clan entered in successively. Zha Huiqian Yu and the others looked at Li Yu with fear, and they hurried off far away. They were afraid that Li Yu would slash them too because of their inappropriate words earlier. As for the Demon Fox clan's Guyu, she looked at Li Yu too. Her gaze was burning as an imperceptible trace of craftiness flashed through her beautiful eyes. Immediately she walked over and bowed with cupped hands. She smiled sweetly. Guyu of the Demon Fox clan, greetings, young sir. Li Yu looked at Guyu in surprise. As expected of a Demon Fox girl, she was indeed charming. The size of the twin peaks in front of her chest could be said to be evil. She had a slim waist, straight legs, fair and beautiful skin, and most importantly, she exuded a charming aura. It was the kind of charm that would give a man the urge to check it out with one look. If one were to say that some people grew on the laughing point of others, then Guyu grew on man's excitement point. Li Yu smiled and cupped his hands in return. Young master, you're so capable that I'm filled with admiration. I wonder if I'll be fortunate enough to know you? Guyu asked. She could tell that Li Yu was extraordinary, and the aura he gave off made her feel somewhat comfortable. Therefore she really wanted to get to know Liu. It would be best if she could form goodwill with him. When Zhazhahui saw Guyu take the initiative to speak to Liu, his hair seemed to turn green with envy. He would dare steal the limelight from any demon present, but not Liu, since it was Liu. Anything Liu did with Guyu, Zhazhahui could only pretend not to see. All new chapters in NV, bin, compared to women, life was more important. Furthermore, she was only a woman who had nothing to do with him. I don't think that's necessary. Liu replied. He did not mean to act aloof, but he really did not think it was necessary. So what if they did not know each other? What else could have happened? Furthermore, the other party was a demon who was enemies of the humans. He would not know when they would become enemies. He did not want his attitude and sword drawing speed affected by all that nonsense. Moreover, he knew that his capability would be known by more and more people sooner or later. By that time, more people would want to cozy up to him. If his attitude wasn't cold enough, he would probably overwork his 3 legs. Liu's attitude disappointed Guyu, but she was not unhappy. An expert had the pride and personality of an expert to begin with, so it was normal for him to not fancy her. Even though she thought she was pretty, she was sensible and stopped disturbing him. She smiled and cupped her hands. Sorry to disturb you, young sir. Then she retreated to the side and prepared to begin the challenge. Outside the Demon God Palace, the members of the Azure Dragon race arrived late. Still, their arrival caused a stir. Especially when the various races sensed the powerful aura emitted by Long Yu, they were all shocked. This aura, immortal spirit realm? Everyone could sense how extraordinary Long Yu was. It was clear that the Azure Dragon race had obtained some great fortune to give birth to a true dragon. This was extraordinary. Your Majesty, congratulations. The various elders stepped forward to make small talk while inquiring about Long Yu's situation. Indeed, Long Yu had entered the immortal spirit realm. This filled the various races with envy, and they immediately congratulated and flattered her. Chapter 147. Your brother is burnt. 3. After all, with the appearance of a true dragon in the Azure Dragon race, they would surely become the leader of the demon race in the future. It did not matter if they had grudges in the past, their wishes or unwillingness. Now that the Azure Dragon race had an immortal spirit realm expert, he should admit defeat and express his goodwill. It was the same for every race. The third princess is truly one blessed by the heavens. It's the fortune of our demon race to obtain the Azure Dragon inheritance. Now that the third princess has entered the immortal spirit realm and become the strongest expert of our demon race, the inheritance of the Demon God Palace will probably belong to you. Yeah. That's right. After noticing the flattering looks of the various demons, Long Tiansong's heavy heart was slightly relieved. If not for the fact that Long Ao had not returned until now, he would have probably been too pleased with himself. However, as long as he could not find Long Ao, the haze in his heart could not be lifted. Everyone, have you seen my son Long Ao in the past 2 days? Long Tiansong suddenly asked. Crown Prince Long Ao? I haven't seen him. Is Crown Prince Long Ao separated from you? After seeing everyone's reaction, Long Tiansong's heart sank. He felt that Long Ao was probably doomed. He thought that Long Ao would definitely sense the appearance of the Demon God Palace and rush here. He did not expect Long Ao to not arrive. However, Long Tiansong still had a glimmer of hope. It was just like when Long Yu disappeared back then. In the end, he turned misfortune into blessings and obtained a significant opportunity. He felt that Long Ao might become the same. You Erajir, enter the Demon God Palace first. I'll wait for your big brother here. Long Tiansong told his dragon elites. Okay. Long Yu replied. She looked at the sky before she brought Long Ji and the other dragon race elites into the Demon God Palace. Long Yu's arrival immediately attracted the attention of the various elites of the Demon God Palace. After all, the current Long Yu was simply too eye-catching. She was already peerless, elegant and noble. Now she possessed the bearing of a true dragon. Her entire body emitted immortal splendor, making her seem like a goddess that had descended. The aura she emitted was too powerful and extraordinary. Therefore, the elites of the various races gathered their gazes together and they were mesmerized for a moment. Sister, it's that fellow. She stole our true fire. Long Ji noticed the red-dressed girl standing by Li Yu's side and roared furiously. Long Yu's eyes immediately turned cold when she heard Long Ji's words. Mighty magic power erupted as it transformed into an invisible hand that instantly imprisoned the red-dressed girl. Suddenly restrained by that terrifying magic power, Yu Ron cried out in surprise. She struggled with all her might but was simply incapable of breaking free from the terrifying power. She was bound by the immense pressure to the point where she could not breathe. Her body emitted cracking sounds from the terrifying pressure as if she were about to be pulverized. Long Yu used her magic power to drag Yu Rong in front of her gaze as cold as a blade. "Ugh, what are you doing? Let go of me! Let go of me!" Yu Rong yelled. The commotion surprised everyone. However, they could also confirm Long Yu's cultivation through the powerful aura she emitted. She seemed to have stepped into the legendary immortal spirit realm. Long Yu has already entered the immortal spirit realm. This is unbelievable. What kind of great opportunity did the Azure Dragon race obtain to allow Long Yu to become a true dragon directly? The Golden Feather race, the Phoenix Bird race, the Demon Fox clan and the Snake clan cried out in surprise as they looked at Long Yu with reverence. This aura is too terrifying. How did this red-dressed girl offend the third princess? Today is her unlucky day. Yeah, judging from the third princess's aura, she is going to kill. Where's my brother? Long Yu's gaze was like a blade as she glared at the red-dressed girl and asked word by word, "Get your right ubbles at no/v/e/lbn, come." Yu Rong's expression was ugly. She knew who the brother Long Yu was talking about was, and she whined endlessly in her heart. She also did not expect the Azure Dragon race to produce a true dragon. She was afraid that she was going to die here today. Spit it out. Where's my brother? Long Yu's voice became sharper and her gaze became even colder. The immortal power suppressed Yu Rong until she revealed a painful expression. Although Yu Rong was afraid when she thought of how Long Ao had looked that day, she still said cheekily, your brother is burnt." Chapter 148 Is the Dragoness meat tender? 1. Burnt? What do you mean? Long Yu's expression changed. He didn't control the energy of the Red Lotus True Flame properly and got burnt by the True Flame. At this point Yu Rong could not help but recall the scene back then, and she even felt like laughing. Although she was in a precarious situation and was probably about to die, she just wanted to laugh because it was funny. The moment Yu Rong said this, the talents of the various races looked at each other in surprise and disgust softly. They were just curious as to why Long Ao did not arrive and why Long Yu attacked the red-dressed girl. It was because of him. No way. Is Long Ao dead? The Azure Dragon race had just produced a true dragon and Long Ao had died. This was truly a roller coaster ride. Impossible. Don't you lie. Tell me, where is my brother? Long Yu was unwilling to believe that Long Ao had really died. In her heart, Long Ao was the strongest. Furthermore, Long Ao had fused the Azure Dragon Bone and a Dragon Pearl. Even if he was burnt by the true fire, he should not die. Before she finished her sentence, Long Yu's strength gradually increased. Yu Rong's body became somewhat deformed from the pressure as she moaned in pain. Let her go, I know where your brother is. Li Yu suddenly spoke as he walked forward. After all, Long Ao had died in his hands. Moreover, he ate the meat first. He could not let Yu Rong bear the responsibility alone. Long Yu's eyes flashed as she looked at Li Yu and asked, where is it? Let her go first. Li Yu added. Long Yu snorted and waved her hand, smashing Yu Rong to the ground with a thud. She grunted in pain from the fall and lay on the ground, unable to move for a moment. Li Yu looked at Yu Rong and then at the frosty Long Yu, thinking to himself, this dragoness is pretty vicious. This fall probably left Yu Rong half dead. Tell me, where is my brother? Long Yu looked at Li Yu with killing intent in her eyes. Right here. Li Yu pointed at his stomach. Your brother is in my stomach. What do you mean? Long Yu frowned and looked at Li Yu in confusion, her expression turning even icier. Everyone else was also perplexed and they didn't understand what Li Yu meant for a moment. After all, no one had expected Li Yu to eat Long Ao. I'm sorry to say this, but your brother was actually roasted and eaten by me. As soon as Li Yu spoke, the surrounding people were instantly in an uproar. Their eyes nearly popped out as their jaws almost hit the ground. Eaten? Has Long Ao been eaten by this human brat? So which King one is the human and which is the demon? Hearing Li Yu's words, Long Yu felt her head buzz. Her heart instantly sank to the bottom and shattered into pieces. His proud twin peaks were also heaving up and down due to the intense emotional fluctuations. Behind him, Long Yu and the other elites of the Azure Dragon race were enraged. The next second, terrifying killing intent erupted from Long Yu's body like a ferocious beast. Discover W Storius on no/e/lbin, calm. Without a word, she slapped out with her palm. A giant dragon claw instantly surfaced in the air. It carried a terrifying might as it tore through the sky and smashed ruthlessly at Liu. The power of that palm was monstrous, distorting the surrounding space. The energy fluctuations alone shivered the hearts of the surrounding elites as they retreated. The difference between the immortal spirit realm and the Mahayana realm was like the difference between cloud and mud. Furthermore, Long Yu had obtained the power of the divine Azure Dragon bloodline. This attack that contained the power of Dragon's Fury was simply about to crush Liu. However, Liu, who was locked onto by the dragon claw, did not dodge. His expression remained the same as he casually raised his hand and placed it in front of him. Boom! With a loud boom, the terrifying dragon claw that was enough to flatten a mountain was blocked by Liu's arm easily. Immediately, the dragon claw dissipated with a bang. A terrifying aftershock spread off, causing the surrounding demons to retreat repeatedly as their faces turned pale. This was truly a fight between immortals. The aftershocks could even kill a group of mortals. Impossible. Liu had actually casually used his arm to withstand the strike of her dragon claw. Long Yu's eyes widened in shock. The surrounding demon elites were also astonished. It was still alright for Zhezhou, Qianyu and Guyu, who had seen Liu kill the door guardian with a single strike. As for the demon elites who had entered early, they were petrified beyond words. The true dragon's power was actually blocked just like that. Is this human brat even human? He's extraordinary as expected. Guyu's eyes flickered. She had to think of a way to form a good relationship with Liu in the future. Liu took this strike as repayment for your older brother's life. If you attack again, don't blame me for being merciless. Liu withdrew his arm and spoke with a serious face. He was a reasonable person. If I killed your brother, I'll give you a chance to kill me once, but if you can't kill me, you can't blame me. Liu? The moment Liu stated his name, the various demon elites present were shocked again. They had never imagined that the person in front of them was actually the #1 prodigy on the Human Sons of Heaven rankings, Liu. So he is that strong. Everyone suddenly recalled the annotation of Liu's cultivation on the Heavenly Dao rankings, unknown. At that moment, the word unknown was like dark clouds that shrouded their hearts. What does this unknown mean? Is Liu really so powerful that the Heavenly Dao can't even see through him? You killed my brother and even ate his flesh and blood. You want me to forget this humiliation? You must be dreaming. Long Yu gnashed her teeth until cracking sounds were heard. Her aura continued to skyrocket as mighty magic power surged over her body. Chapter 149. Is the dragoness meat tender? 2. A gigantic phantom of the Azure Dragon's head manifested in the space behind Long Yu. Its eyes were disdainful as it looked at Liu, emitting a heaven-like pressure. Long Yu was also surprised and shocked that Liu could take that strike. However, she had just transformed into a divine true dragon and her confidence was at its peak, coupled with the anger in his heart. How could she cower so easily? If she gave up on revenge just because Liu blocked the attack, wouldn't she be looked down upon by everyone in the future? What was the point of stepping into the immortal spirit realm? Furthermore, she had a nagging feeling that Liu had used some sort of powerful defensive magic treasure to block that attack. Therefore, she desired to witness how capable Liu was. A life for a life. You must die. Long Yu gritted her teeth and roared word by word. Immediately she rushed out with a bang. Although she was in her human form, she was like a divine dragon descending from the sky, trampling the sky and pressing down. However, Liu's figure was still on the spot when Long Yu suddenly felt an extremely terrifying force grab her neck and life. At the same time, her body was forcibly lifted into the air by an irresistible power and then smashed into the ground. It was as great as the power of the heavens and a speed beyond her reaction. Boom! F0 low new hapters at NOV/EL/bin/com. The ground shook violently. The floor of the Demon God Palace, which was as hard as a boulder and comparable to an immortal artifact, was actually shattered inch by inch. A terrifying blast of air blew away bits of rock. The entire Demon God Palace shook. Long Yu's body was smashed deep into the ground and she could no longer move. The surrounding elites were dumbfounded and became as quiet as cicadas in the winter. Everything had happened too quickly before anyone could see anything clearly. Long Yu had already been smashed into the ground by Liu. At this moment there was only one emotion left in their mind: shock. Even the solemn demon god palace seemed dim and ordinary in front of Li Yu. Currently Long Yu lying on the ground began to doubt her dragon life. What use is my immortal spirit realm? What is the use of my divine azure dragon bloodline? What sort of expert am I facing? No, to be precise, he isn't just an expert, he should be in the category of a god. He is an existence even more terrifying than the gods on these giant pillars. Li Yu squatted down beside Long Yu with a smile on his face. He examined her slim figure and remarked, Long Ao's meat tastes pretty good, but it's a little hard. I wonder if the meat of a dragoness is tender? Li Yu's words humiliated and horrified Long Yu. She was now afraid that Li Yu would cook her too. She could tell that Li Yu was craving her body from his gaze. He was really tempted and was about to drool. However, it was not the kind of desire from the opposite sex but the kind that gluttons had when they saw delicacies. Long Yu was not just afraid, but she also felt as if her dignity had been trampled on. After all, she had the body of a true dragon comparable to an immortal. In her human form she was a fairy-like peerless beauty who was drop-dead gorgeous. Coupled with the noble aura of the dragon race, even immortals would be tempted. However, in Li Yu's eyes she wasn't even a woman, she could only be considered food. Actually, it wasn't because he was protective of the fairer sex that Li Yu left her alive. After all, according to the system's notification, Long Yu was the divine beast, divine azure dragon, plus she was a female dragon. It was a pity for Li Yu to kill her directly. Taking her under his wing would be equivalent to a step toward completing the quota for his divine beast collection mission. In the future he could ride her around or cut off 2 pieces of fresh dragon meat from her body to barbecue and eat at any time. It was simply convenient. The meat on her body must be more tender and delicious than Long Ao's. If Long Yu could read what Li Yu was thinking, she would probably kill herself on the spot. You can kill me. Seeing the look in Li Yu's eyes as if he wanted to eat her, Long Yu exclaimed. She had no other choice now. She could not defeat Li Yu, so what other choice did she have besides waiting for death? Third princess. Third sister. The members of the Azure Dragon race yelled in horror. Yet no one dared to come forward as they felt their legs were not listening to them. Li Yu's aura was too powerful, making it difficult for them to move. It's easy to kill you, it's only a matter of one slash. However, there is no need for me to take your life. As the saying goes, it is better to squash enmity than to keep it alive. It was not easy for you to become a true dragon and peek into a higher realm. It was not easy for you to defy the heavens and change your fate to become a divine azure dragon. There are endless possibilities for you in the future. Hearing that, Long Yu and her fellow dragons heaved a sigh of relief. To be honest, no one wanted to die. As the saying goes, a living dog is better than a dead lion. Be it demons or humans, the main reason for their cultivation was to defy the heavens and change their fate. It was for the sake of immortality, for escaping the cycle of reincarnation, for breaking free from the restraints of the natural laws. They had been painstakingly cultivated for hundreds or thousands of years. Who would be willing to quietly die after they reached a new height and opened the door to a new world? As Li Yu had said, Long Yu's future was filled with limitless possibilities. She could soar above the 9 heavens and compare with the gods of the worlds. Therefore, Li Yu's words ignited the hope and desire to stay alive in Long Yu's heart. She began to calm down and she became even more unwilling to die. She wanted to live. Seeing the strong desire to live in Long Yu's eyes, Li Yu knew that he had more or less paved the way for his next step. Chapter 150. Is the dragoness meat tender? 3. Hence he changed the topic. But since you offended me just now, I'll lose face if I don't kill you. I mean, there are so many people watching. Li Yu's words seemed to have pulled the drowning Long Yu ashore, yet she had not even caught her breath when she was pressed into the water by him again. The ups and downs of her emotions were like a cycle of life and death in a few sentences. But I can't bear to kill you. How about this? I happen to lack a suitable mount, especially one as noble and extraordinary as the Dragon Princess. Only you could match my temperament. Mount? Long Yu's heart sank again. It was as if something called dignity had shattered along with it. The humiliation and her dragon pride made her want to resist and refuse. However, her desire to survive was stronger. At that moment, Long Yu felt as if 2 little dragons were arguing in her heart. Little dragon number 1 started off, I'm the 3rd princess of the Azure Dragon race and possess the bloodline of the divine Azure Dragon. How can someone as noble as me submit to someone else? Little dragon number 2 retorted, so what if I become his mount? The ancestor of the Azure Dragon race was once the mount of the human emperor. Later on they became best of friends. As for Liu, his cultivation and power level might have long surpassed all living beings. He was probably already comparable to a perfected immortal or golden immortal. Being his mount isn't shameful, in fact we can even consider it as a form of honor. Little Dragon number 1 snapped back, but he's my enemy, he killed Big Brother, how can I be his mount? Little Dragon number 2 argued again, the human race is too saying. One must suffer in silence, it's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. I have the divine Azure Dragon bloodline and I have so much potential for growth. One day I might even surpass Liu. By then we'll settle the old and new scores together. Long Yu's inner monologue put on a show about her struggles. The surrounding demon prodigies had already recovered from their shock. Their gazes at Liu were filled with reverence and fear. However, they had split opinions regarding Long Yu. Some were looking for amusement and even hoped to see Long Yu killed. Others were worried for Long Yu, wondering what choice she would make and where her future would lie. In the immortal martial world above the primordial Dao Holy Land, the Azure Dragon race, the Golden Feather race and the Phoenix Bird race numbered in the tens of thousands. They were like soldiers riding the dark clouds that covered the sky above the Holy Land. It also shrouded the hearts of every Holy Land disciple. The thunder in the sky was like a war drum and the roars were like a tsunami. The pressure condensed by tens of thousands of demon experts was like a collapsing sky pressing down on everyone in the Holy Land until they could not breathe. Although the entire Holy Land was protected by layers of array formations, it looked like it could not withstand the terrifying pressure. In the Holy Land, over 10,000 disciples of the primordial Dao Holy Land waited solemnly under the elders' lead as they faced off the monstrous beasts. They were determined to protect the human race and were prepared to die in battle for the Holy Land. However, they felt an instinctive pressure and fear of facing so many demons in such an oppressive formation. Everyone remained silent as their expressions were grim, their muscles tensed and even their foreheads were drenched in sweat. Fin the newest elbows on n/Velpen, calm. Initially some of the elders of the Azure Dragon race were furious because Liu had eaten Long Ao and wanted to use the entire clan's power to destroy the Qingyun sect. However, they were stopped by the mysterious young master of the immortal domain. In that young master's opinion, the bigger picture was more important. After all, the 7 Holy Lands were the foundation of the human race and the pillars of the mortal world. With the fall of the pillars, the human world would immediately collapse. Furthermore, as long as they captured the 7 Holy Lands before the Lingtian mystic realm reopened and stopped the humans from opening the teleportation arrays, they could force nearly half of the top experts of the human race to stay in the mystic realm forever. At that time, the demons could virtually control the world and dominate the humans. It was not too late for the Azure Dragon race to destroy the Qingyun sect by then. Chapter 151. Your race is only worthy of becoming a mount for us humans. 1. Animals are animals, they will always be wolves with a wild ambition. One of the primordial Dao Holy Lands exclaimed. I knew that the demons wouldn't give up on our human race. I didn't expect it to happen so soon. Grand Elder, what do we do? There are too many of them. I wonder if our Grand Array can hold on. It's fine, such a situation occurs every few tens of thousands of years. They might have the advantage in numbers and they might appear united, but the demon race is a motley crew, there's nothing to fear. Perfected Tianyu, the Grand Elder of the primordial Dao Holy Land, said. Yet it was not only the primordial Dao Holy Land facing such a crisis. The Violet Palace Holy Land and the Divine Firmament Holy Land were the same. Lion King Xin Tang led his clan plus the tens of thousands from the Holy Ape and Demon Ox clan in the sky above the Divine Firmament Holy Land. As for the Demon Fox clan, the Nine-Headed Snake clan, the Demon Scorpion clan, the Blood Mosquito clan, the Skywolf clan and other smaller demon races, as well as the greater demons born from various factions, they formed an army of tens of thousands and descended in the Violet Palace Holy Land. Old Dragon King, why are you here instead of holding a funeral for your grandson Long Ao? The Grand Elder of the primordial Dao Holy Land, Perfected Tianyu, suddenly mocked. As the saying went, when the two armies fought, verbal attacks came first. One would rather lose men than lose morale. Perfected Tianyu's mocking was also to ease the tension among his disciples so they would not get caught in the other party's pressure and lose self-confidence. He wanted everyone to remember the fact that Liu ate Long Ao. And there was nothing to be afraid of when they thought of the Azure Dragon race. Azure dragons getting slaughtered for their dragon meat was their best destination. He wanted his disciples to think of Liu in hope. And remember their pride as a human. While I don't think you need to be too sad your crown prince Long Ao has died a worthy death after being eaten by Liu, at the very least he has become a digested part of our human race. After perfected Tian Yu said that laughter sounded in the primordial Dao Holy Land. The oppressive atmosphere was relieved. Some disciples no longer had solemn and nervous expressions and their gazes became more firm while the belief that they could win reignited in their eyes. The Azure Dragons were furious that perfected Tian Yu had exposed their scars in public. Eadinu chapter s on no/v/e/ln, com. The old Dragon King of the Azure Dragon race Long Guang had a gloomy expression and did not speak. The few elders of the Azure Dragon race started to rebuke angrily. Tian Yu, you humans can only use your tongues to show off your courage today. From today onwards you humans are only fit to bow down and worship us. Indeed, without Crown Prince Long Ao we still have Princess Long Yu. She will definitely kill Liu with her own hands and use his head as a sacrifice to Crown Prince Long Ao, and you guys are only fit to be Princess Long Yu's slaves. Just as the elders of the Azure Dragon race were bashing perfected Tian Yu verbally, the power of heaven and earth suddenly fluctuated. The Genius Excellence Rankings was announcing the next prodigy. Excellence Rankings number 31, Long Yu. Identity, the third princess of the Azure Dragon race. Origin, Demon Race's Azure Dragon race, the third princess is on the rankings. The Azure Dragons cheered. Those from the primordial Dao Holy Land and the various demons looked at the elegance exhibition screen in the sky. They looked forward to seeing how extraordinary Long Yu had become after becoming a true dragon. A large screen appeared in the sky again. The scene was of Long Yu returning to the underground palace after she transformed into a true dragon to reunite with the Azure Dragon race. She emitted a faint immortal glow that reflected her icy skin, jade bones and porcelain-like facial features, making her seem even more noble and extraordinary. She swiped her hand and the powerful guardian spirit collapsed like a piece of clay plastic paper. Reverence and admiration were felt among those watching as Long Yu's transcendent beauty that looked down on the world was displayed. After a short display of her appearance, the live stream came in. The scene in the sky changed instantly. The extraordinary and invincible Long Yu from before was now lying on the collapsed ground in a sorry state. It was a tremendous visual contrast. It intensified the visual impact of the scene on everyone. Almost instantly, shock and confusion appeared on everyone's faces. What happened? At the same time, a voice that sounded like an immortal to the people from the primordial Dao Holy Land sounded. However, to the Azure Dragons it sounded like a devil. What do you think? Are you willing to submit to me and be my mount? Silence rang out. The shouts of the tens of thousands of demons in the sky disappeared. There was not even a sound of breathing. The world seemed to be deathly silent. It was not only the members of the Azure Dragon race but also all the demons who were watching the Heavenly Dao rankings. Everyone looked at the screen in the sky with their mouths agape, unable to believe what they had just heard. Meanwhile, in the Demon God Palace, Liu put up that question when he saw the determination in Long Yu's eyes, as if she had already made her choice. Long Yu did not dare to look at Liu, nor did she dare to look at anyone around her. She was mortified as she said in a low voice, "I am willing." Although she had mentally prepared herself, she was still filled with shame when she said it. "Very good, since you're willing to be my mount, kneel before me and swear to the heavens that you Long Yu will submit to me forever and be loyal to me. You will listen to my orders regardless of whether you live, die, grow old or become rich. You'll never abandon your allegiance, otherwise the heavens will execute you and your Azure Dragon race will forever be slaves," Liu stated the conditions coldly. Chapter 152. Your race is only worthy of becoming a mount for us humans, too. Liu was not foolish enough to not know what was on Long Yu's mind. It was a pity that he did not know anything about slave seals. However, he had heard from his father that a cultivator's oath was binding. The higher one's cultivation level was the more binding it was. Once one entered the immortal spirit realm, his oath could be verified by the heavens and earth. If one swore an oath to the heavens but did not honor it, he would suffer the wrath of the heavens and retribution. Everyone present, including Long Yu, knew this. Long Yu cursed Liu in her heart. However, she had just abandoned all her dignity in front of everyone. At this point, it was impossible to get off the horse. She had to finish what she started, even if she had to cry. Moreover, this oath was better than being implanted with a slave seal. Hence after a long silence she could only nod in agreement. She did it in front of Liu, the other members of the Azure Dragon race and the elites of the various demon races. She knelt in front of Liu and swore the oath word by word. However, she did not know that this scene had already been revealed to everyone in the immortal martial world by the Genius Excellence rankings. At the moment, all the cultivators of the primordial Dao Holy Land felt proud and relieved. New chapters will be fully updated at can.ov/bin.com. The gloominess from before was swept away completely and their blood boiled with spirit. With Liu and the human race, there was no need to worry about the demons clamoring. So what if it was a true dragon? It was now kneeling in front of Liu and at his mercy. It was only fit to be Liu's mount. Ha 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 ha. Perfected Tianyu laughed loudly in an extremely smug and arrogant manner. The other elders of the primordial Dao Holy Land laughed loudly as well. They were really delighted and had to laugh. Not long ago the Azure Dragon race was still showing off. They claimed that Long Yu would kill Liu and the humans would sooner or later kneel in front of them and submit to them. Immediately everyone witnessed Long Yu kneeling in front of Liu and swearing an oath to become his mount. The face smacking came quickly and intensely. The thought of how the mighty third princess of the Azure Dragon race, the immortal spirit realm dragon girl, would be ridden by Liu and whipped by him in the future. They could almost hear the slapping sounds on Long Yu's rear along with the slapping sounds on the faces of the Azure Dragons. It had been many years since they had witnessed such a satisfying face-smacking moment where they had laughed so heartily. Ha ha ha, did you see that? You Azure Dragons are only fit to become our mounts. I advise you demons to wake up and not seek death. Do you really think you have the ability to become enemies with us humans? Perfected Tianyu's voice reverberated through the Holy Land. The Azure Dragons were utterly humiliated seeing Long Yu kneel and submit to Liu. Everyone kept quiet, wishing they could find a hole to hide in. The Elder Dragon King Long Guang and the other elders' faces alternated between red and white. They looked as if they had eaten flies. Now the Azure Dragon race had just lost all their face and become the laughingstock of the world. The number one prodigy of the Azure Dragon race, the renowned Crown Prince Long Ao, had been eaten by Liu. The mighty third princess of the Azure Dragon race, Long Yu, who had become a true dragon, had been recruited by Liu as his mount. There had never been such a humiliating event in the history of the Azure Dragon race. The current Genius Excellence rankings had simply become the pillar of humiliation for them. It was filled with the moments of death of the Azure Dragon race. At the same time, the other demons in the sky above the various Holy Lands were grim-faced. Even those demons on bad terms with the Azure Dragons did not gloat at the moment, nor did they have the mood to mock. That was because Long Yu was a true dragon with a cultivation at the immortal spirit realm. No matter how weakened she was not one any expert of their races could fight against. However, they had just seen Long Yu lying on the ground in a sorry state. They immediately knew what she had experienced. Furthermore, the mighty and proud Princess Long Yu was willing to be Liu's mount. It was clear how terrifying of a shock Liu had given her. Just how strong is Liu? At the moment, the demons could not help but look at the word unknown behind Liu's cultivation on the human sons of heaven rankings. A terrifying haze slowly engulfed their hearts. The demons were suddenly afraid if they were to fight the humans today. The day of Liu's return would mark the beginning of every enemy demon race's destruction. This Liu, we can't let him out of the virtual sky mystic realm no matter what. Lion King Xin cursed silently. Although he knew that young master was also strong, he did not know how long that young master would protect them. If Liu returned from the virtual sky mystic realm, it would definitely be a disaster for the entire demon race. In the Imperial Sky City of the Great Zenith Domain, no one knew that the world was about to change in the Great Zenith Domain, nor did they know that the demon race was about to attack the human race. Mortals worked and cultivators cultivated as usual. The entire city was bustling as usual. On the circular platform outside the tea house, a group of cultivators who roamed the immortal martial world stood behind the railing. They were also full of smiles when they saw Long Yu's elegance exhibition, but they were likewise shocked. Liu is becoming more and more unbelievable. Even Long Yu at the immortal spirit realm is not his match. Looks like Liu's cultivation is already above the immortal spirit realm. I wonder what level his unknown cultivation represents. When I was in the Huaxia continent a while ago, I heard that Liu created his own cultivation system. That was why his cultivation and power level cannot be measured using the realms we are familiar with. Chapter 153. Your race is only worthy of becoming a mount for us humans. 3. No matter what, Liu is the fully deserving #1 expert. It's the fortune of our human race. That's right. A few days ago, after we saw Long Yu enter the immortal spirit realm, we were quite worried. We didn't expect today's turn of events. Today Long Yu has become Liu's mount. The world is really fickle. Haha, Long Ao has been eaten and Long Yu has been ridden. The younger generation of the Azure Dragon race has all fallen in the hands of Liu. Their backs will probably turn cold when they hear Liu's name from now onwards. In the Qingyun sect, the disciples were excited and proud when they saw the scene in the sky. Our eldest senior brother is the best. However, the most excited one was the purple lightning flood dragon that lived in the valley. Seeing that Long Yu had become Liu's mount, the purple lightning flood dragon suddenly felt its status rise. No matter what, it was Liu's first mount. Princess Long Yu had to address him as senior brother in terms of seniority. And the thought of spending time with her after Princess Long Yu became Liu's mount. A villa in the great zenith domain. Lush trees and a sea of over 100 kinds of flowers formed a forest. Colored butterflies danced, birds sang, and the fragrance of flowers filled the air. It was like a paradise. Compared to the lush, beautiful flowers and plants, the villa buildings seemed much more sparse and simple. In a small pavilion by a stream, a man in green clothes who had a handsome face and a refined aura stood with his hands behind his back. 3 men stood behind him. One of them was cupping his hands and reporting the situation. The demon army has arrived at the 3 Holy Lands. We are only waiting for your orders to begin the attack. Let the 9-headed lion clan and the demon fox clan take action. There's no need to rush into the Holy Land, as we only need to delay their men. First we will go and assist them after leading the Azure Dragons to attack the primordial Dao Holy Land. The green-robed man ordered calmly. Yes, sir. The man who received the order cupped his hands and quickly flew away, disappearing into the sky in the blink of an eye. Right at this moment, a woman walked over quickly and said in a low voice, Miss Rong might have entered the virtual sky mystic realm. Just her alone? The green-robed man frowned slightly. Yes. The woman responded. This girl really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. All right, I understand. The green-robed man waved his hand and the woman nodded slightly before leaving. It's time for us to move along. The green-robed man took another look at the screen of the Heavenly Dao rankings before his figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. In the primordial Dao Holy Land, the human cultivators were in high spirits. On the other hand, the morale of the Demon Alliance army, which had previously been bellowing loudly, was low. Your Majesty, when do we attack? An elder of the Golden Feather race asked with a low voice. Hold on a moment, young master should be here soon. Without him it'll be difficult for us to break through our defenses in a short time, said the Golden Feather race's current demon king Zha Pang. Before he finished his sentence, an incomparably powerful aura instantly appeared above their heads. At the same time, the green-robed man descended from above. He had an extraordinary bearing. Young Master Qing Yi is here. Greetings, young Master Cheng Yi. The various demon leaders cupped their hands. Upon the arrival of the green-robed man, the expressions of perfected Tian Yu and the elders of the primordial Dao Holy Land changed slightly and their hearts got heavy again. They could all sense how extraordinary that man was. Is he the mastermind behind the various demons? Perfected Tian Yu remarked. Ariad updated Esterize at n//vel/bin, com. Chapter 154. My Fist. 1. Young Master Qing Yi, the Azure Dragon race. Zha Pang hesitated to speak and he glanced at the gloomy and depressed members of the Azure Dragon race. Young Master Qing Yi waved his hand and nodded. He naturally knew that the incident with Long Yu had dealt a big blow to the morale of the Azure Dragons and the entire Demon Alliance army. Hence he soared into the sky again and flew above the Demon's Alliance army. He pointed at the Genius Excellence rankings in the sky and called loudly, "This is the human race. They treat us demons as food mounts and pill refinement materials. They treat us as slaves to order around nourishment for their cultivation. They have never treated us as friends. They are forever high above us, who control our lives and fates as they please. Why should they? All things are equal. Why should the human race control us?" Xingya's words were like a war drum that struck the hearts of everyone in the demon race. The blood in the bodies of the demons surged again. Their spirits were reignited as they roared indignantly. Today we will change everything. Even if we die, we will fight for our dignity and status for our descendants. Everything we have done today will change history and fate. From now on, our descendants will no longer be food mounts or slaves. We will be the masters of this world. That's right, we want to be the masters of this world. Kill, kill, kill. The demons were excited again. Their shouts shook the Holy Land. Brothers of the Azure Dragon clan, don't you want to avenge the humiliation you've suffered today? Yes. The Azure Dragons shouted hysterically. Alright, the humiliation of the past shall be repaid today. Brothers of the demon race, listen up, follow me to break through the primordial Dao Holy Land. For the pride of the demon race. Qingye's call was like a horn that roared through the heavens and the earth. Tens of thousands of demons immediately responded together with a loud commotion. Their voices were like a flood that surged over from the sky. The faces of the people from the primordial Dao Holy Land became grim again. The aura of the demon race was increasingly imposing, seemingly suppressing their aura again. Attack! Young Master Qingye ordered EAD new chapter S on no/v/e/ln, com. The tens of thousands of monsters roared as they charged toward the primordial Dao Holy Land. Boom, 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 boom. The earth shook and quaked. The primordial Dao Holy Land's protective mountain array flickered violently and was on the verge of collapse under the attacks of tens of thousands of demons. Guard the array! Perfected Tian Yu shouted. Everyone from the primordial Dao Holy Land shouted as they injected magic power into the array formation to protect it and block the demons' attack. With the protection of the people from the primordial Dao Holy Land, the grand array formation seemed to stabilize. However, soon the demons' attacks became fiercer with each wave. There were many demons and all of them were powerful. After a few rounds of attacks, the light screen of the grand array formation was pressured again. Move! With a bellow, young Master Qingye stood in the air as a towering tree surfaced behind him. It was like a ferocious monster or a giant tree that reached the sky. He was enveloped by a green halo as he formed hand seals and pressed down. Rumble! The world shook as if the sky was collapsing and space was collapsing. The enormous tree crashed from the sky and smashed into the light screen of the grand array formation. The terrifying collision shook the heavens and the earth, causing ripples to spread. The array formation almost collapsed instantly. At this moment, the giant tree roots were like invincible arrows or swimming dragons that instantly pierced into the light screen of the grand array formation, spreading in all directions in a spiderweb-like manner along with the light screen. In an instant, the light screen of the grand array formation flickered intensely, emitting loud rumbles as if it could not withstand it any longer and was about to collapse. As for the people from the primordial Dao Holy Land who were in the array formation using their powers to protect it, their expressions were ugly. That was because they could clearly sense how terrifying the pressure brought by the towering tree was. At the moment, the Holy Land disciples were right under the pressure as if they were in the deep sea. They were pressed down until they could barely breathe and even their powers were almost unable to circulate open. Young Master Qingye switched his hand seal. The tree's roots instantly generated a terrifying devouring power that sucked in the array formation's energy. At the same time, the roots were like a giant hand from the heavens clenching its fist. With the two overlapping forces, the protective mountain array could not withstand it anymore and was crushed by the enormous hand formed by the roots. At that moment, be it perfected Tian Yu or the elders and disciples of the primordial Dao Holy Land, all of them had an incomparable fright in their eyes. The primordial Dao Holy Land was about to be finished. Virtual Sky Mystic Realm Demon God Palace. After Long Yu swore the oath, the storm was basically over. The demons could not calm down for a long time. They watched Li Yu's extraordinary appearance with a complicated expression and felt defeated. They had once bragged about being prodigies. They thought they were the main characters of this world of strife and should be dazzling no matter where they went. However, compared to Li Yu, they were not even worthy of being a green leaf. They could only be a nameless audience watching Li Yu shine. After settling Long Yu, Li Yu picked up Yu Rong from the side and asked, "Are you hurt?" "Nope, that's not enough to hurt me." "Hey, did you just express concern for me?" Yu Rong looked at Li Yu in surprise. Chapter 155 My Fist 2. If you're not injured, let's get down to business. Please hand over the Red Lotus True Flame. Li Yu curled his hand. "Why?" asked a confused Rong as her eyes widened. "I helped you out of trouble and saved your life. Don't you think you should repay me?" Li Yu stated with a serious face. "Oh right, you saved my life then. I should devote my life to you. Isn't that how human stories of heroes saving beauties go?" Yu Rong suddenly grabbed Li Yu's arm and pulled it into her warm soft chest. Then her acting spirit came online and looked at Li Yu with sparkling eyes. "You have saved my life. I can't repay you, so I can only marry you." Shoo shoo shoo, are you repaying kindness with hate? Li Yu pressed down on Yu Rong's little head and pushed her to the side as he snapped. Yu Rong was stunned for a moment before she realized what Li Yu meant. She immediately stomped her feet in anger and her cheeks bulged. Li Yu's words were not lethal, but they were extremely insulting. You? Do you hate me that much? Oh, I know you don't like the cute type, huh? Fine. As she spoke, the appearance of Yu Rong suddenly changed. In an instant she transformed into a woman with a demon-like figure and angelic face. She had curvy breasts, a thin waist and straight legs. Her gaze was seductive and her posture was alluring. Even her clothes became sinister, a tight black dress wrapped around her graceful figure, outlining her proud twin peaks and rear in an even more alluring fashion. Humans were visual creatures, and Li Yu was no exception. Li Yu felt internal heat coming up when he saw the peerless beauty in front of him. To be honest, no normal man could withstand such a visual impact. The demon males by the side also stared blankly as evil flames arose. Even the demon fox Gu Yu could not stop shaking her head, feeling inferior. Cut the crap and hand up the Red Lotus True Flame. Li Yu averted his gaze and pretended to be calm. If you don't like this type, I'll change to another type. As she spoke, Yu Rong transformed into a noble and cold goddess. Her appearance was somewhat similar to Long Yu's, but she was more exquisite, more perfect and more frosty. LL newest her eyes at N0V/LBI/CM. The expression and cold gaze on his face were lifelike. It was as if there was really a high and mighty frost beauty that kept people at a distance. She walked in front of Li Yu with elegant steps, her long fingers brushing across Li Yu's chest casually. Her voice was cold but filled with temptation. Sir, do you want to conquer me? Seeing that Li Yu was unmoved, Yu Rong instantly transformed into a pretty girl from a humble family. Her gaze was pure, charming, obedient and bashful. What about this type? Do you like this type? I can change my appearance, figure and position as I please. I can change whatever type you like. In fact, if you like, I can even change my appearance to satisfy you every day. How about it? Are you tempted? Li Yu held his head. He had to hand it to this girl. What the hell is with position? Am I thinking too much? Or are you driving? However, there was one thing he was sure of: this girl must have a lot of strange things in her head, and it was definitely a female pervert. If he stayed with her, wouldn't he be seduced by her every day? She is definitely a demoness. I can't afford to offend such a demoness. It was harmful to my health. So do you want me to marry you, or do you want me to marry you? Yu Rong leaned into Li Yu's ear, her warm and moist breath tapping on Li Yu's earlobe like a soft feather, tickling Li Yu's heart. Li Yu took a deep breath and recited silently, "Color is emptiness and emptiness is color." Then he rolled up his sleeves, revealing his sandbag-sized fists were clenched tightly. He raised it in front of Yu Rong and said, "My fist is very big, bear with it." With that said, he swung his fist and gathered strength. Yu Rong instantly knelt down and held the Red Lotus True Fire in her hands. She blinked her large innocent eyes as she looked at Li Yu and squeaked pitifully, "Master, look how red this Red Lotus True Flame is." You just had to force me to say the most terrifying thing." Li Yu grunted as he grabbed the Red Lotus True Flame. He kept it in the system space. However, he did not expect Yu Rong to suddenly lean into his ear and whisper, "It shouldn't only be the size of a fist, right?" Poof! Li Yu almost spat out a mouthful of blood. It broke through his defense. Damn, this girl is really a dirty one. Her driving skills are top-notch. He was suddenly at a loss as to what to do. How could Li Yu accept this? As a promising young man from the 21st century, how could he lose in driving skills? It was simply embarrassing as a man. Therefore he replied, "Do you want to experience it? Not only is it big, but it's also very lasting." Once Li Yu said it, Yu Rong's face instantly flushed red. This time it was her turn to be at a loss. She turned around with a red face and stammered, I don't want to." "Hi, how boring. Indeed, it's all talk." When things got serious, the fire would become extinguished. Li Yu shook his head. He suddenly realized that Long Yu's face was also red with embarrassment. She withdrew her gaze from Li Yu's body in a panic and looked around helplessly on the ground. Chapter 156, My Fist. 3. Long Yu did not know where to place her hands. Li Yu was startled. It seemed that Long Yu had just understood what he meant. Is every female demon this dirty? As Li Yu and Yu Rong were mocking each other, the various demon elites had already begun the challenge. After all, their purpose here was to obtain the inheritance. Seeing how extraordinarily Liu was made them yearn even more for the inheritance of the demon god palace, they wanted to soar into the sky and become an expert who could match Liu. Benboerba from the Holy Ape clan and Baisu from the Nine-Headed Snake clan had already reached the top of the altar. However, as they ascended the steps, the god statues on the surrounding giant pillars seemed to awaken. Their eyes stared at the ascending figures as they let out terrifying roars. At the same time, Benboerba, Baisu and the other demon clan elites seemed under immense pressure, making it difficult to move. Every step up seemed to be extremely difficult. Before long, the Golden Feather race's Jia Jia Hui and the Demon Fox race's Guyu also ascended the stairs. Alright, it's time for us to get down to business. Liu looked at the altar in front of him. After that, he walked forward while Long Yu and Yu Rong followed behind Liu towards the altar. Roar! Bang! 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 Yadinu chapter s on no/v/e/ln, com. The intense fighting sounds lingered in the surroundings. The weaker demons were still fighting the beast spirits. As Liu and the others approached the altar, the three beast spirits manifested and rushed towards Liu, Long Yu and Yu Rong. Liu's expression remained the same as he swung his fist, and the beast spirit pouncing over vanished into thin air. Yu Rong and her beast spirit fought while Long Yu did not spend much effort defeating her enemy beast spirit. Liu rapidly ascended the steps of the altar. Boom! The place shook as a terrifying pressure poured down from the altar. It was like a torrential wave that assaulted Liu's face. The gravity on the altar increased by several times. Furthermore, with each step up, the pressure and gravity increased significantly. However, such power and pressure were useless to Liu. He crossed several steps with each step and ran up rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in the middle of the altar. At the same time, a furious roar echoed through the entire demon god palace. Human, stop! With that terrifying roar, the gods on the 36 pillars suddenly manifested. They shouted in unison, Human, stop! Human, stop! The 36 gods roared in unison, and their voices were like the might of the heavens rumbling through the world. The elites below were so frightened that their hearts trembled and their bodies went cold. Golden chains spun out of the 36 gods' mouths and instantly bound Liu. You think you can stop me with this little strength? Liu laughed and took a few more steps forward. With each step, the altar trembled and the demon god palace shook violently. The 36 gods were forcefully dragged forward by him. Seeing this, the geniuses in the demon god palace looked at Liu in shock. No one was surprised that he could rush halfway up the altar quickly. However, not only was he not crushed by the pressure and restraints of the 36 gods, he even dragged them up. The scene was beyond their imagination. Chapter 157 Demon God, I'm here to help you find peace. 1. Humans who trespass shall be killed without mercy. Another furious roar that sounded like the might of heaven reverberated through the entire demon god palace. The gravity and pressure on the altar suddenly increased again, pressing the prodigies on the altar to the ground and immobilizing them. At the same time, the 36 images of demon gods pounced toward Liu from the surroundings. Every single one of them seemed like the sky was pressing down on them, and their divine might was unchallenged and monstrous that it was impossible to breathe. However, Liu's expression remained the same. He pulled out the sword behind him with his right hand, and sword light swept out. The god phantoms instantly collapsed one after the other amidst the angry roars. If you don't let me through, I'll insist on charging through. Liu shouted with a powerful aura. Immediately he continued to fly up. The remaining god phantoms roared and began to cast divine arts to stop him. However, nothing could stop Liu. Whoever dared to stop him, he would kill with one sword slash. At that moment, the altar no longer seemed like an altar. Instead, it was the flight of steps that reached the heavens. Liu was that heaven-defying person who slaughtered gods with his sword, who would kill anyone in his way, who would use his sword to shatter the sky and peer down at the world. The demon elites below were dumbfounded and shocked. Compared to this scene, Liu's confrontation with Long Yu from before was simply not worth mentioning. Even Long Yu was stunned. Liu was too extraordinary and too powerful. The demon gods that blocked the sky were like ants in front of him. And he was the true ruler of this world, the true god. Boom! The last god phantom dissipated under Liu's sword. Liu successfully arrived on top of the altar. He had killed the 36 demon gods alone. As the demon god phantoms collapsed, the surrounding 36 giant pillars became dull. The pressure and gravity on the altar instantly disappeared. The pressure is gone. Let's go up quickly. The demon elites could not care less as they hurriedly ran up the altar. Long Yu and Yurong also quickly arrived at the altar. Read lattice tch pairs on n/v/l b I cm. The altar seemed to be another grotto heaven. The sea of clouds filled the surroundings, and it was impossible to see the end. An immortal bridge stretched across the sea of clouds, and at the other end of the bridge was a magnificent palace with carved railings. This palace was almost the same as the one everyone had seen outside earlier. The words Demon God Palace were written on the plaque. On the stone platform beside the immortal bridge, a living being that looked like a tortoise minister was squatting there, pretending to be a statue. Indeed, he was pretending to be a statue. If not for his slightly trembling legs betraying him, no one would have noticed anything amiss. Liu looked at the statue, walked over and gave it a kick. The statue immediately cried out in surprise and fell down. It immediately declared in a panic, don't kill me, don't kill me. I'm a civil servant who's responsible for guiding everyone. Anything else is not under my concern. Then hurry up and lead the way. Alright, first of all, congratulations on ascending the demon god altar. However, if you want to obtain the demon god's inheritance and treasures, you will still need to pass through this divine bridge. Still, I have to remind you that this bridge is not that easy to cross. Below the bridge is the 9 nether abyss. If you fall carelessly, you will be consigned to eternal damnation. Therefore, if you don't have a good temperament and aren't strong enough, I advise you to return to wherever you came from. Is that all? Liu asked. That's all. Is it really the 9 nether abyss under this bridge? Indeed. Cool. Liu nodded, and then he grabbed the tortoise minister and threw him under the bridge. Ah, help! The tortoise minister shouted in horror. However, before he could finish his sentence, a bang was heard as if he had landed on the floor. Immediately he exclaimed, "Eh?" Liu smiled before he stepped foot onto the so-called divine bridge. Indeed. After stepping onto the bridge, the sea of clouds under the bridge instantly became a bottomless abyss. Liu stared into the abyss, and it seemed to be staring at him. It was as if a giant hand had reached out from the abyss to pull him down. If he had not tested the tortoise minister just now, he might be scared to death by such a scene. However, Liu knew that even if this bridge was not the real 9 nether abyss, this bridge was definitely dangerous. Of course, he meant the other demons behind him. Upon seeing Liu walk onto the divine bridge, the demon prodigies wanted to follow. However, they did not dare to act rashly and decided to wait and see how Liu crossed the bridge. Liu walked forward. He had just walked a third of the way when another furious roar resounded. All trespassers of the human race shall die. The sea of clouds under the bridge suddenly surged violently along with that angry roar. After that, an extremely enormous sea beast charged out of the sea of clouds and ferocious tentacles assaulted Liu. Upon seeing this, the elites looked at each other, secretly glad they had restrained their urges. Otherwise, if they really followed Liu onto the bridge, they would probably be implicated by Liu and attacked by that terrifying monster. Liu remained calm and collected as he swung the sword in his hand, slicing the giant sea beast in half. Immediately, with a bang, it dispersed into airwaves that spread out. Soon space began fluctuating violently and the surroundings underwent massive changes. The sea of clouds under his feet suddenly turned into a sea of fire, and strange dark clouds surfaced in the sky. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Chapter 158 Demon God, I'm here to help you find peace, too. All of a sudden, a giant fire dragon rushed out of the sea of fire, carrying ceaseless flames as it pounced at Liu. At the same time, an equally massive thunder dragon condensed from lightning rushed out of the dark clouds and smashed down with torrential divine might. Heavenly thunder and earth fire. This petrifying scene sent chills down the spines of the demon elites. As for the auras emitted by the fire dragon and thunder dragon, it was overly oppressive that they made the demon prodigies tremble in fear. It was as if they were facing the might of heaven, and they felt they were tiny specks of dust. And this was just what they could sense from afar. If the demon prodigies were on the bridge, that oppressive might alone would likely crush them into dust. You finally got something powerful? Liu calmly smiled while he didn't stop moving. Every single step he took caused the divine bridge to tremble. Rumble. Rumble. The thunder dragon and fire dragon struck Liu at the same time. His body was enveloped by the resulting gigantic light ball, and the light blinded everyone for a brief moment. The terrifying explosion shook the earth, causing the elites to tremble uncontrollably. After the light dissipated the nervous gazes of Long Yu Rong Jaja Hui Benboer Baguyu Bai Su and the other demon elites gathered at Liu. On the divine bridge Liu was still walking forward unharmed. Dressed in a golden halo he was like a blazing sun in the sky, dazzling and eye-catching. "He's fine." Long Yu heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment she forgot the hatred and humiliation, and all she felt was admiration and reverence for the strong. Meanwhile Yu Rong cheered happily beside Long Yu. With the limitless merit golden body protecting Liu, the Thunder Dragon and Fire Dragon's attacks could not harm him. However, right at this moment a voice that sounded like the roar of a devil resounded through the place, and the entire space started to tremble violently. The surrounding void changed again and the light suddenly dimmed. The lightning cloud and sea of fire rapidly condensed into two enormous palms. An incomparably gigantic phantom of a god surfaced. Those two enormous palms pressed down on Liu. Liu was as tiny as an ant compared to the divine phantom. The two giant hands of the god seemed to mash the sky and earth together, attempting to destroy all life in this grotto world. Liu was pressed down by the two new godly giant hands. The hearts of the spectating demons seemed to have stopped beating. They were not worried about Liu's survival. It was just that the scene before them was too shocking. They were dumbfounded. The power of a god was truly terrifying. Suddenly a sword glow shot out from the god's palm. Immediately the palm cracked open from the center. The crack spread towards the god phantom's body at a visible speed. It spread to the surrounding space. Rumble. The entire space seemed to collapse as it shook violently. The demon elites could not stand at all and fell to the ground. At the same time a terrifying roar sounded as the gigantic demon god phantom collapsed with a bang. This grotto world collapsed along with it. In an instant everything around the demon god was reduced to nothingness. There was no more sea of clouds or bridge. All that was left was a pitch-black void. Only the demon god palace emitted a faint halo as if floating in the dark void. Even the pressure that restrained them from flying had vanished. This is too scary. Where did this guy come from? He actually destroyed the demon god palace's boundary array. It's over. The demon god is in danger now. In the void the tortoise minister-like fellow trembled with a horrified expression. His words fell into the ears of Long Yu and Yu Rong. They were shocked as the two looked at the demon god palace in the sky and wondered where the demon god was. At the same time Yu Rong flew towards Liu. Liu ate. A voice from Rong stopped Liu, who was about to fly to the demon god palace. Liu turned his head in surprise and asked, "What's the matter?" Yu Rong went up to Liu and whispered what the tortoise minister had said. Liu frowned slightly as his gaze moved about, and he seemed to have thought of something. "This demon god palace is never as simple as it looks," reminded Yu Rong. "Okay, then I'll see what this demon god is up to." Liu smiled. "Be careful." Yu Rong cautioned with a serious expression. Liu smiled calmly and did not say anything else. He flew to the main hall of the demon god palace alone. Soon it took him one slash to break through the door and enter the hall. The hall was empty and vast, and lamps illuminated the interior. There were ferocious giant beast statues standing around the hall. They had snake bodies, eagle heads, and 3 pairs of wings on their back. Dark red blood flowed out of the eagle head's mouth and continuously gushed into the groove on the ground. It coursed along the grooves while the bloody smell filled the entire hall. The groove swerved around on the ground, forming a strange totem that emitted a sinister red glow. It seemed like a forbidden ritual. It filled the hall with a strange and sinister aura. Humph, there really is something fishy about this. He looked into the depths of the hall. A figure 3 to 4 meters tall stood there on the platform. That person was wearing red and black armor. Although it was only a back view, it still emitted a palpitating divine might that made one involuntarily feel a trace of reverence. Is that the owner of this demon god palace? Liu thought to himself. At the same time the system mission interface suddenly popped up. A new mission appeared on it: kill the demon god. Liu had previously killed the devil and his experience points had increased significantly. His current experience points had already become 707 points away from becoming invincible. Since this demon god could be directly included in the mission by the system, it must have plenty of experience points. Who are you exactly? The demon god asked. His voice echoed in the hall filled with prestige. Just a nobody. Liu stepped over the strange totem and walked deeper into the hall. You're the demon god, right? Li Yu asked. Indeed. The majestic and overwhelming figure slowly turned around. His appearance had a dignified aura, moreover a strange green horn was growing on the top left side of his forehead. Li Yu looked at the horn carefully and almost burst out laughing. It was not a green horn but a hilt of a green dagger that was stabbed into his forehead. Is the demon god with a dagger in its head all right? A demon god is a demon god, after all. It did not die despite having a sword in his head. Why must you barge into my demon god palace? The demon god asked, but his gaze at Li Yu was filled with dread and bewilderment. He clearly felt that Li Yu was a mortal, but how could he be so powerful that even his own boundary array could be destroyed by him? This child is so powerful that even I was not his match at my peak, let alone my current strength. After losing control over the realm's power, he could do nothing to Li Yu now. It seemed like the times had really changed. For some reason the immortal realms had become such a desolate place. The mortals in this world were unimaginably powerful. What in the world happened in the millions of years that I'm sealed under the Pan Emperor's life sword? This demon god could not understand. The demon god palace's inheritance was a scam he set up to find a suitable demon body for him to possess and reincarnate. In the end he had attracted such a freak of a human to think that he could charge all the way here. This was a result he could never have imagined. Read latticechers on n/v//l/b/I/cm. I'm naturally here to help you find eternal peace, Li Yu said with a smile. The demon god's expression slightly changed as he frowned. Although his expression was solemn, the dagger stuck in his head was still amusing. Did we have any enmity in the past? That demon god asked. Yes, we had nothing in the past, but you wanted my life just now. If I wasn't strong enough I would have probably died here a long time ago, Li Yu replied with a serious expression. That was because you insisted on barging into my demon god palace and triggered the demon god palace's defensive array formation. It was not my intention, the demon god argued. You just had to rub yourself against my blade and you're blaming me for wanting to kill you? This dude is so unreasonable. If I don't barge in, how can I send you off peacefully? So you're saying I should freaking thank you? Chapter 159 Demon God Treasury. Up to date OVLS on O.V.L. bin CM. Are you that bent on killing me? The demon god's figure weakened. It had not been easy for him to escape the Pan Emperor's life dagger, and he had yet to turn things around when he bumped into such a strange guy. You just want to kill me for no reason. However, the demon god had a nagging feeling that this person might be a reincarnation of his enemy from back then. And if you don't want to die, bring out treasures that satisfy me and I might consider letting you live. Li Yu suddenly changed the topic. The demon god heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that he had worried too much. This person had barged in for the treasure. He had nothing but his vast treasure collection in the demon god palace. In the entire immortal domain apart from the immortal court there was probably no other faction's wealth that could compare to his. What do you want? Tell me. My demon god palace has nothing else but treasures. The demon god's lips curled into a smug smile. How would I know what you have? Take it out for me to see. First sigh is expected. A head that has been stabbed by a dagger can't work anymore, ridiculed Li Yu. The demon god felt uneasy being mocked by Li Yu. However, he could not show his anger and thus he could only swallow it. Having lived for countless years, he had killed countless people and their entire families over any disagreement. He had never suffered such a humiliation. Sigh times have changed. The demon god could only comfort himself in this manner. Please follow me. The demon god calmed his thoughts and spoke. Then he waved his hand and a door appeared out of thin air. Li Yu followed the demon god into the door and through the corridor. They arrived at a cylindrical room. The walls were filled with shelves, each emitting an extraordinary aura. This is my myriad treasures pavilion. Here are all the treasures I've collected. These are all divine weapons and magic treasures. They are at least supreme grade immortal artifacts. These floors are all immortal artifacts and this floor is filled with Dao treasures. At the top layer are ancient saint weapons. In the past there were no more than 20 ancient saint weapons in the entire immortal realm and I alone possess 3. The demon god introduced his treasures proudly. With a wave of his hand 3 ancient saint weapons flew out and floated in front of him. This is the Dragon King, ruler of the 8 divisional pagoda. It's a high-grade ancient saint weapon. This is also a high-grade one, the Wushang halberd. Lastly, this is the best one. It's the Hunyuan Calabash, a supreme grade ancient saint weapon. It's a top-notch magic treasure on par with the Pan Emperor's life dagger on my head. This calabash could devour heaven immortals and saints to seal them within. For example, those below the golden immortal realm would have their blood souls refined into nutrients for the gourd after being devoured. However, this magic treasure requires at least the magic power of a perfected immortal. The greater the cultivation, the more astonishing the power it could unleash. It's a gem among ancient saint weapons. The demon god held the Hunyuan Calabash proudly. However, Liu's gaze went to the sword on the demon god's head. He touched his chin as a glint flashed through his eyes. The demon god showed Liu the various top treasures in his treasure vault, hoping to move him. It had to be said that the wealth of this demon god was indeed shocking. It would not be an exaggeration to say that his wealth was comparable to a country. It seemed that the demon god palace in the past was probably a major power in the ancient immortal domain. If Liu half-emptied this treasure vault, the Qingyun sect would instantly become the wealthiest sect in the immortal martial world. Of course, the current Qingyun sect was almost the wealthiest. The ancient Dao fortune tree and the immortal spring were valuable enough. I wonder if there are any treasures that you're satisfied with from my myriad treasures pavilion, the demon god asked. It's barely enough. Liu pretended to be dissatisfied, but he was already overjoyed inside. Please accept it, sir. The demon god only wanted to get rid of the disaster by spending money. What he valued the most was his life. Of course, there were also the precious memories in his mind, his cultivation abilities, the various powerful bloodlines, and the 11 paragon bones he had fused with. As long as he successfully reincarnated into another body and broke free from the Pan Emperor's life dagger completely, he could then take out the paragon bones from his original body and fuse with it. In the future, it would not be long before he could regain his life. It was only a matter of time before he returned to the peak. Moreover, he had just obtained a creation-level cultivation technique from another realm before being sealed. It was only a matter of time before he stepped into the sovereign realm with this cultivation technique. At that time, he would take back everything he had given away today. Also, he wanted to take Liu's life. Liu naturally could not guess the thoughts of the demon god, but the demon god did not know what Liu was thinking either. Liu happily looted all the treasures in the demon god's myriad treasures pavilion. The system space was almost full. Then he looked at the demon god with a harmless, elegant smile and announced, "I want one last thing." "What is it?" The demon god frowned, wondering if he wanted to take away his demon god palace too. "Had that sword on your head." Liu pointed at the Pan Emperor's life dagger stuck into the demon god's head. The demon god's expression drastically changed as he panicked. He hurriedly said, "Sir, I'm sorry, but I can't give you this sword for the time being. If you want it, I'll take it off and give it to you after I obtain my cauldron and reincarnate." Liu's expression remained the same when he heard the demon god's words. He could not help but think to himself that it was indeed a scam to attract the prodigies of the demon race to accept the inheritance in such a grand manner. If he had not barged in, it was likeliest that Long Yu would become a furnace. "No, I want it now." Liu's expression turned cold. He naturally would not let this demon god off. Not mentioning the system mission, if he were to let such a terrifying guy go, this demon god would seek revenge one day. Liu was not afraid that he could not beat him, but he did not like the trouble. He could settle the matter now, so there was no need to leave any possibility for risks in the future. You're going to kill me," the demon god said with an ugly expression. "Yes, you're right." Liu nodded. "You? How can you go back on your word? You said you would let me live," the demon god roared in panic. "I didn't go back on my word. Didn't I say before I came that I was here to help you find peace forever? Since I'm on it, even if I'm sending you into reincarnation, this is also a way to live." 2:11. You're a freaking devil. Alright, do you have any last words? Liu asked solemnly. Yes, the demon god wanted to use the secrets he knew to exchange for a chance of survival. However, Liu did not wait for him to finish before saying, "If you have any last words, save them for the rest of your journey." As soon as he finished speaking, Liu's figure flashed and vanished on the spot. The demon god's expression drastically changed as he took a few steps back. However, he realized that the dagger on his head had already been pulled out by Liu. It was now in Liu's hand. The demon god widened his eyes. He opened his mouth but could not say a word. The hole in his head was like a hole in a balloon. Magic power, soul, and vitality gushed out from his body. Soon it was devoured by the life sword in Liu's hand and sealed forever within. Ding! Completed the mission to kill the demon god. Ding! Successful collection of 11 paragon bones. Ding, successful collection of Rock's blood soul. Ding, successful collection of 2 drops of blood essence of the responding dragon. Ding, successful collection of 5 drops of ancestral demon Jerome's blood essence. As the system's voice sounded the golden bones with the great Dao inscriptions in complicated patterns, the drops of blood essence that emitted extraordinary power were automatically stored in the system space. Liu was euphoric that this boss had dropped so many items. The most valuable treasures were with him after all. Boom! The demon god's gigantic corpse crashed to the ground. At the same time, the palace suddenly began to tremble violently. Everything around it began to collapse, even space began to collapse. Liu's expression changed as he hurriedly flew out of the hall. However, the space in front of him suddenly cracked like a mirror. His body went through the shattered mirror and flew into the broken space. Chapter 160, Causing Trouble. Outside the Demon God Palace, the Demon Clan elite's expressions drastically changed when they saw the palace floating in the air suddenly collapse. At the same time, the Tortoise Minister suddenly cried out in horror, it's over, the Demon God has really died, my Demon God." The Turtle Minister wailed as if his father had died. Upon hearing his outburst, the elites looked at each other. However, they suddenly felt the world spin around them as their vision darkened. When they returned to their senses, they were already outside. As for the 36 jade pillars and the illusory hall, they instantly turned into bubbles that dissipated. This sudden scene surprised the demons waiting outside. They thought that someone had acquired the inheritance. Everyone quickly gathered around and asked about their elites. Long Yu looked around carefully, but she could not find Liu. Did he not make it out? The primordial Dao Holy Land, the once holy area, was now filled with corpses and desolation. The primordial Dao Holy Land, which had dominated the immortal martial world for countless years, was overrun and occupied by the demons. More than 60% of over 10,000 disciples had died, and the rest were wounded and captured. The elders were also either dead or injured. Of course, the demons had suffered heavy casualties. Before perfected Tian Yu died, he crushed a jade pendant. It was the link between the primordial Dao Holy Land and the primordial Dao Immortal Gate. If that jade pendant was shattered, it only meant the primordial Dao Holy Land was facing a calamity. Although perfected Tian Yu did not know when the immortal realms would send help, it was still extremely difficult for someone from the immortal realm to descend to the lower realm. Still, they could not allow the demons to truly control the immortal martial world. As for the Violet Palace Holy Land and the Divine Firmament Holy Land, the humans were also attacked by the Demon Alliance army, especially the Divine Firmament Holy Land. After young Master Qingyi descended into the Divine Firmament Holy Land, the entire Holy Land's protective mountain array quickly collapsed. Tens of thousands of demon experts from the 9-headed lion race, the Holy Ape Clan, the Demon Ox Clan, and others surged into the Holy Land. The calamity instantly befell the Divine Firmament Holy Land. However, at that moment, the Holy Lord of the Primordial Dao Holy Land, perfected Tian Hui, and the Holy Lord of the Divine Firmament Holy Land, perfected Qing Shao, did not know that the immortal martial world was about to change. They had just successfully broken through the powerful restriction with the ancestors of the other Holy Lands and top-notch families and entered the ancient Immortal Court. However, most of the buildings in the Immortal Court were covered in ruins and corpses. It had clearly experienced an earth-shattering war and a terrifying calamity. All of the buildings in this Immortal Court were as hard as immortal artifacts. Furthermore, it was protected by a powerful restriction. Those who could destroy it were definitely not ordinary immortals. Everyone began to search for treasures in the Immortal Court, and they did find a lot of it. The storage magic treasures on some corpses had already become ownerless, and they were the belongings of the dead. These victims were all immortals, so the belongings in their storage magic treasures were precious to them. After a long time, they entered a well-preserved palace. The hall was still lit with an eternal flame, and the magnificence of the hall was indescribable. More than 100 statues of immortals positioned on both sides of the hall. They were lifelike and illusory, causing the entire aisle to seem extremely dignified and solemn. However, in the depths of the hall, 3 extraordinary figures sat cross-legged on the ground, seemingly emitting a faint aura. The group were all surprised to see the 3 extraordinary figures. They were also filled with curiosity. They seemed to be alive. Perfected Tian Hui remarked. "I didn't expect there to be survivors here," added Perfected Biao. The Divine Firmament Holy Lord, the Violet Palace Holy Lord, Clear Void Holy Lord, and the others were also surprised as they approached. As expected, the 3 of them seemed to still have life auras. It was just that they had entered a strange fake death state for some reason. They had always been curious about what happened in the Lingtian mystic realm and what the Immortal Court had experienced. If they could meet the survivors of that year, perhaps he could solve all the mysteries. After closer inspection, the three looked even more extraordinary than those immortal statues. Clearly they were the best of the immortal court in the past. It was the first time they saw an actual living immortal in the Lingtian mystic realm. However, no one dared to act rashly. After all, the group did not know why the three had fallen into such a fake death state. They did not know what would happen if they woke the three up casually. Hence they were at a loss for what to do. However, just as everyone was at a loss, the auras of the three figures suddenly began to rise and the magic power in their bodies kept leaking. Upon seeing this, everyone was shocked and quickly retreated. Are they going to wake up? Everyone looked at the three figures nervously and expectantly. Then the three slowly opened their eyes and stood up from the ground. However, their gazes were cold. At the same time, the aura they emitted suddenly changed. The magic power suffusing their bodies turned into purple-black chi suddenly. Not good. Everyone's expression switched and they instantly had a bad feeling. However, before they could escape, a powerful domain locked their bodies in place. It was a power beyond their imagination. Before that power, they were like a lone boat in the sea that did not have the strength to fight the giant waves. They've already demonized. Perfected Qing Xiao exclaimed. The others naturally knew it as well, but so what? They took out their magic treasures to resist the powerful domain, but they could only barely support themselves and not be crushed into pieces by the domain power. Check new level CHkers at Enovilbin, calm. It was practically impossible to escape. The auras of the three people were still rapidly rising. The demonic chi around them became increasingly forceful. The surrounding space began to twist. Their originally awe-inspiring faces had already twisted and deformed. Their faces and figures had also begun to demonize. Their eyes became cold and bloodthirsty. Red pupils and black scales surfaced on the skin. There was even a strange red mark on their glabellas. Devil immortal, this is a devil immortal. Perfected Tian Hui exclaimed. Although he had never seen a devil immortal before, he had once seen some simple records in ancient books. It's over, we're in big trouble. Perfected Tai Ching commented with an ugly expression. They knew very well that if these three devil immortals were to materialize, it would not only threaten their lives, everyone from the orthodox sects in the Lingtian mystic realm would die. As the three devil immortal embodiments appeared, the immortal statues on both sides of the hall began to transform too. Terrifying demonic chi surfaced on their bodies as their appearances began to change, as if they had transformed into demon gods. The entire immortal god hall instantly became the demon god hall. Swoosh. 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 Threads condensed from black demonic chi shot out from the surrounding demonic god statues and instantly penetrated the bodies of perfected Tian Hui, perfected Qingxiao, perfected Biao, and perfected Tai Ching. It began to devour their magic power and vitality. Meanwhile, the three devil immortals formed strange seals. At the same time, those devil god statues moved and formed seals together. Demonic chi gathered in the sky, slowly forming a giant black vortex. Rumble. The area in the entire hall began to fluctuate. The heavens shook and the earth shook as space twisted. At the same time, the black thread began